Chapter 1, What's Wrong with this E-Rank? It's simply amazing. The morning at Nanchang No. 1 Middle School was bustling with activity. Sunlight filtered through the lush camphor trees, dappling the bustling crowd. People were coming and going at the school gate. Su Yang, holding steamed buns and soy milk, happily walked towards a girl. Elena, this is today's breakfast. Eat it while it's hot. The girl, however, remained indifferent, raising her head slightly and looking at Su Yang with an air of superiority. Su Yang, let's end the contract. The breakfast in Su Yang's hand instantly fell to the ground, just like his mood. He stared in disbelief at the familiar face before him. She was still as beautiful as ever, but the warmth in her eyes was gone. Elena, why? His voice was incredibly dry, and his fists were clenched. Elaine was the Valkyrie he had contracted with for 3 years. In this era where Valkyries are the main focus and contractors are secondary, once the Valkyries are lost, contractors will become a joke. Moreover, Elaine has great potential. She received an A-level rating during the Valkyrie test. He always felt that he was a lucky one. Today, he was told by his Valkyrie that he was to end the contract. Whispers from some students could be heard around them. What's going on? Is Elaine, the A-rank Valkyrie, going solo? Su Yang is finished. Without the Valkyrie, how can he face anyone at school? If Elaine wants to end the contract, then I'll have a chance? Before Elaine could speak, a voice carrying a hint of arrogance came from the side. What right do you, an orphan and contractor, have to possess Elaine? I can provide Elaine with enough resources, can you? A flamboyant man in a trench coat walked over and put his arm around Elaine's slender waist. Elaine obligingly wrapped her arm around his, pressed her cheek against his body, and a blush rose on her face, making her look incredibly beautiful. Someone recognized the man's identity. It's Zhang Tianxiang. His father is the richest man in Nanchang. No wonder Elaine chose him. If it were me, I would also choose a rich second-generation heir. Exactly, how can an ordinary person compare to a whale who spends a lot of money on in-game purchases? Seeing this scene, Su Yang's anger gradually disappeared, turning into a cold, clear-headed feeling. He looked at Elaine with a cold gaze. Is this your choice? Elaine frowned slightly. She had expected Su Yang to break down in tears or fly into a rage, but Su Yang's reaction surprised her. Su Yang, don't be so selfish. Do you really want to see me, with my A-level potential, lose at the starting line because of your incompetence? What can I gain by following you? Only Tianxiang can make me a powerful Valkyrie, while you can only hold me back. Su Yang smiled, but the smile was somewhat ironic. Back in my first year of high school, when we were choosing our Valkyrie trainees, everyone was opening blind boxes, and nobody knew whether someone would become an SSR or an N-rank character. It was at that time that Elaine approached him and said she wanted to become his Valkyrie. Su Yang agreed. The potential test results came back, grade A potential. In just a few days, the drama of X's being treated worse than dogs has already unfolded? Fine. If this is your choice, then the contract ends here. Su Yang stretched out his hand, and a piece of parchment appeared out of thin air in his hand. This is the contract between him and Elaine, and only he, as the contractor, has the right to make and break it. Sizzle. The parchment cracked and then vanished. An invisible force connecting the two also disappeared. In that instant, an unfamiliar voice appeared in his mind. Host has lost Valkyrie hidden evolution system now bound. This system can help the host see the Valkyrie's hidden evolutionary potential and accelerate the Valkyrie's growth. Su Yang was startled. A system? His gaze fell on Elaine, and suddenly all the information about her appeared before his eyes. Valkyrie, Elaine. Potential, grade A. Level 1. Hidden evolution route 1. Using the Flame Stone, you can evolve into a new S-rank form, Flame Valkyrie, with a success rate of 1%. Hidden evolution route 2. Using the Dark Netherworld Stone, you can evolve into a new S-rank form, Dark Netherworld Valkyrie, with a success rate of 0.66%. Su Yang knew that Valkyries could evolve. But that's all natural evolution that happens when you reach a certain level. However, among the Valkyries, there is also an extremely rare evolution method. Hidden evolution. To date, only a handful of Valkyries have completed their hidden evolution. That's only for those with exceptional luck. It's all about looks. The biggest problem with hidden evolution is that no one knows what the triggering conditions are. But now, I can see information on any Valkyrie, including their hidden evolution paths. This time, I won't be the one regretting it. Without further hesitation, Su Yang turned and left without the slightest lingering attachment. The moment he entered the classroom fell silent. Good news doesn't travel far, but bad news travels fast. The news that Su Yang and Elaine had ended their contract had already spread. Don't be afraid, son. Dad will go to the Hall of Contracts and try his luck later. Tang Zong, his best friend who was like a father to him and also like a son to him, came over and patted him on the shoulder. The Valkyrie Song Chi-Chi beside him nodded slightly. But then, a smug voice rang out. AUV. Isn't that Su Yang, the former class tycoon? I heard your Valkyrie ran off with someone? Just by listening to the voice, Su Yang knew who was speaking. Squad leader Chen Tao. During the Valkyrie potential test, Su Yang's score was A, while Chen Tao's was only C. This made him extremely jealous. Now that Elaine has run away, he's the first to kick her while she's down. Shut up. Su Yang is my protector, come at me if you dare. Tang Zong immediately launched into a tirade. His Valkyrie, Song Chi-Chi, has B-level potential, which is stronger than Chen Tao's. Chen Tao immediately backed down and shut his mouth. Su Yang ignored Chen Tao and went to his seat. The seat next to Elaine's was now empty. Even the teacher comforted Su Yang during class. The bell rang to signal the end of get out of class. Son, come with me to find your godmother. Su Yang waved his hand and shouted. Get out. How dare you talk to your father like that? Emperor Tang laughed and scolded. The two walked out of the classroom arm in arm. The Hall of Contracts is a place specifically for contractors and Valkyries to find partners, to form teams. Some Valkyries who have become single for various reasons can come here to choose their new partners. As soon as he arrived, he saw many figures. He looked over and saw that most of the Valkyries had C or D rank potential, with only one occasionally showing B rank potential. A crowd had already gathered around. The success rate of these Valkyries' hidden evolutions is pitifully low, they're not his type. Just as he continued searching for potential stocks, a sneer rang out. Look at this, an E-rank trash like her dares to come here looking for a contractor? Who gave her the courage? Fish Liang? Exactly, who would want an E-grade piece of trash? Go home and farm. Isn't this the most famous E-rank Valkyrie of this year? I heard that after she tested her E-rank potential, her contractor tore up the contract and ran away on the spot. Upon hearing these words, Su Yang suddenly remembered that there was indeed such a thing. However, he was too preoccupied with Elaine at the time to pay attention. Su Yang walked over and saw a beautiful girl standing there. She lowered her head, clutching the hem of her clothes with both hands, her body trembling slightly. If a Valkyrie doesn't have a contractor, she can only be an ordinary person. Otherwise, if they use power beyond their own capabilities, they will be seriously injured at best and die on the spot at worst. Her mother's dying wish was that she could become a true Valkyrie. She was very happy when she became a Valkyrie trainee. But when the potential test results came out, a huge E-grade made her turn pale. Her original contractor tore up the contract on the spot. She became the laughingstock of the school. I want to find a contractor. Is there anyone willing? The girl looked around with pleading eyes, but no one responded. Their eyes were cold, even mocking. That performance seemed to be saying, who would be stupid enough to contract with an E-rank trash? The girl lowered her head again, her hard-won courage vanishing once more. But Su Yang was the only one whose eyes widened, almost shouting holy crap. Because he saw the girl's information. Valkyrie uncontracted, Ling Shuer. Potential, E-level. Level 1. Hidden Evolution Route 1, use 10 Ice Grass to unlock the Hidden Evolution Route for the SSS rank Ice Phoenix Valkyrie, with a 100% success rate. Hidden Evolution Route 2, use 10 Flame Grass to unlock the Hidden Evolution Route for the SS rank Fire Phoenix Valkyrie, with a 100% success rate. Hidden Evolution Route 3, use 10 Phoenix Grass to unlock the Hidden Evolution Route for the S rank Phoenix Valkyrie, with a 100% success rate. She actually has 3 hidden evolution paths. The highest one is even the SSS rank Ice Phoenix Valkyrie. The 100% success rate almost made Su Yang's jaw drop. How could this be some useless E-rank Valkyrie? She is clearly the strongest Valkyrie of humanity's future. Any Valkyrie is a mere junior compared to her. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Yang pushed through the crowd and came to her. He extended his hand, his gaze gentle yet firm. Would you be willing to become my Valkyrie? Chapter 2, SSR Pull. Su Yang's words seemed to press the pause button on the entire contract hall. The surrounding sounds vanished instantly. All eyes were on Su Yang, filled with a mixture of shock, disbelief, and other emotions. These gazes almost overwhelmed Su Yang. Ling Xuer's body trembled. She thought she had misheard. She slowly raised her head, looking at the handsome boy in front of her with her beautiful eyes in surprise. Her lips moved slightly, her voice tinged with disbelief. What did you say? I said, would you like to become my Valkyrie? Su Yang's smile was like a blazing sun, tearing a hole in her gloomy world. The warm sunlight shone down directly, so warm that she could hardly believe it. She has endured a lot of ridicule and contempt these days, and no one has ever shown her such a bright smile. But I'm an E rank. I know. Su Yang knew this, of course, and he was extremely grateful. If Ling Xuer hadn't been an E rank, how could he possibly have become the future SSS rank Valkyrie? He really struck gold. SSR in a single pull. This luck is incredible. Even the luckiest person would have to call him dad. But the students around them laughed. They had found a new source of amusement. Ha, Su Yang, have you gone crazy after being dumped by Elaine? Exactly, you actually hired an E-rank trash? Are you kidding me? I'm dying of laughter. Others experience a downgrade in their quality of life, but you've gone straight for a Valkyrie downgrade, dropping from rank A to rank E. That's awesome. Emperor Tang was also stunned. He grabbed Su Yang's arm and said in a low voice, don't be impulsive. I know you were dumped by Elaine and are upset, but you can't choose an E-rank Valkyrie. That's a total weakling. Even dad won't be able to carry you in a fight. Su Yang knew that Tang Zong was doing this for his own good. If he hadn't been able to see Ling Xuer's information, he probably wouldn't have thought of it. An E-rank Valkyrie actually became an SSS rank. He grinned, his eyes radiating confidence. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. She's different from the other Valkyries. From now on, your father will take you on a journey to the top and make you feel like you're on cloud 9. Seeing Su Yang's confidence, Tang Zong couldn't understand it, but he chose to believe in Su Yang. He turned around and unleashed a furious tirade against those who were mocking and ridiculing him. Screw you. He just likes this type, what's it to you? So what if it's an E-class? Did it eat your rice? Anyone who disagrees, come and fight me. Song Qiqi stood directly in front of him, and the aura of a Valkyrie instantly erupted. He's a B-level big shot, can't afford to mess with him, gotta run. Su Yang really got incredibly lucky. His Valkyrie was only a rank, while his best friend's was only B rank. So what? He's completely gone mad now, finding some E-rank trash and wallowing in self-pity. A group of people left, cursing and swearing. Faced with Su Yang's invitation, Ling Xuer's feelings of inferiority surged up. She wanted to become a Valkyrie, but she worried that her E-rank potential would be a disservice to the other party. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. Su Yang could easily see Ling Xuer's embarrassment, and he smiled slightly. Potential doesn't mean everything. I trust my judgment. If we make a contract, I'll cover your breakfast from now on. All you can eat. A simple remark brought the two closer. Ling Xuer finally mustered her courage and slowly, with trembling hands, reached out and placed her hand in Su Yang's. A faint light emerged from between their palms, and the parchment representing the contract appeared out of thin air. The names of Su Yang and Ling Xuer appeared above, then disappeared. Congratulations, host, on your contract with the Valkyrie Ling Xuer. Hidden evolution path unlocked. Please collect Valkyrie evolution materials. Let's go, my Valkyrie. Su Yang took Ling Xuer's hand and walked towards the classroom. Soon after, a piece of news shocked the campus. Shocking. Former A-level contractor Su Yang, in despair, contracts with E-level useless Ling Xuer. Is this moral decay or a distortion of humanity? The school forums and chat groups are all talking about this. When Su Yang returned to the classroom, everyone's eyes turned to him. Some of those gazes were even more malicious. TSK, I didn't realize, Su Yang. Are you tired of A-grade feasts and want some E-grade wild game to cleanse your palate? What, does the E-grade wild game smell so good? Ha ha ha. Chen Tao shouted loudly, and the people around him immediately burst into laughter. Ling Xuer stiffened, wanting to back away, but Su Yang's hand was gripping her tightly. Without even lifting his eyelids, he said directly to Tang Zong, did you hear that? There's a dog barking here? Tang Zong replied in perfect unison, I heard that. He probably didn't get any bones this morning and is starving. You! Chen Tao was so angry that his face turned red, but he really didn't dare to make a move. We can't beat them. Just then, a commotion arose at the classroom door. Zheng Tianxiang and Elian have arrived. They heard about Su Yang's situation and came here specifically to visit. When Elaine saw Ling Shuer, a hint of disappointment and contempt flashed in her eyes. Her gaze fell on Su Yang, and she said in a tone that implied she was doing it for his own good, Su Yang, even if we're not partners, you don't need to humiliate yourself like this. By making a contract with an E-rank Valkyrie, you're ruining yourself. Zheng Tianxiang reached out and put his arm around her slender waist, his posture haughty. Baby, don't pay any attention to this kind of person. That's just how it is for poor people. If they lose the good things, they can only pick up trash. Ling Shuer's face turned pale. Su Yang reached out and patted her shoulder, then stood in front of her, looking at them indifferently. It's my own business, you don't need to worry about it. As for who is trash, time will tell. Elaine frowned. She thought Su Yang had really gone mad. An E-level trash like her dares to compete with an A-level? You can't even get a whiff of her exhaust fumes. She lost the will to speak and pulled Zheng Tianxiang away. However, she was completely relieved. Su Yang chose such a piece of trash he will never have a chance to catch up with her in the future. The two of them are no longer from the same world. Throughout the day, Su Yang endured countless taunts and ridicule. This made Ling Shuer feel very upset. All of this is because of her. Su Yang, I'm so sorry. Su Yang reached out and placed his hand on her mouth, silencing her before she could say anything. Shuer, do you know? You have a hidden power within you that you can't even imagine. All you need is an opportunity. I will make you the most dazzling Valkyrie in the world. Ling Shuer pursed her lips, tears welling up in her eyes. She stubbornly held back her tears and nodded heavily. The hidden evolution requires 10 ice grasses, which are not easy to obtain. There are 3 sources of ice grass. 1. Exchange student points with the school. All points were given to Elaine beforehand, none are left. 2. Buy it on the black market. The price is ridiculously high, I can't afford it. 3. Try your luck at the ice cave. The only place around the southern city where it's produced. It's free, but it's a life-threatening experience. Ice grass is a material that only grows in extremely cold places, and in the vicinity of the South City, it can only be found in the ice cave. The ice cave is a special area that resembles an underground labyrinth. The temperature inside is consistently below 10 degrees Celsius, and in some places even below 10 degrees Celsius. The ice cave not only contains ice grass, but also some ice-type ores. However, it also contains many monsters. Clearly, the ice cave was his only option. What the hell? You're going to the ice cave? When Tang Zong learned of Su Yang's decision, his eyes widened. Su Yang thought he was going to stop him, but... This is such a fun thing, and you want to keep it all to yourself? You unfilial son. Su Yang said helplessly, what's so fun about an ice cave? It's freezing cold inside. Isn't this fun? There's ice and snow inside. Do you know what that means for a southerner? Emperor Tang's eyes seemed to be sparkling. I've only ever seen snow on TV since I was a child. I'm determined to go to the ice cave, not even Jesus can stop me. Su Yang had no choice but to agree to go with him. But the corners of his mouth had inexplicably turned up. We're all brothers, who doesn't know who? Tang Zong was worried that he only had one E-rank Valkyrie and would encounter danger in the ice cave, so he deliberately chose this method to go together. He remembered this kindness. Chapter 3, What does it mean that the ice grass stood up? South City Checkpoint. A guard with a gun looked at the group of 2 men and 2 women in front of him with a strange expression. Are you sure you want to go out? It's dangerous everywhere outside. In this world, ordinary soldiers can defend cities using firearms. However, exploring the wilderness and dealing with powerful monsters still mainly relies on contractors and Valkyries. Confirmed, we have Valkyries. Su Yang pointed at Ling Shuer and Song Qiqi and said with a confident expression. According to the rules, there is no problem as long as the contractor and the Valkyrie go out together. Only ordinary people need to go out in groups. After registering, they successfully left Nanchang. Speaking of which, this is my first time leaving the city. Let me see if the air outside smells good. Emperor Tang immediately unleashed an epic lung attack, followed by coughing. Holy crap, what's that smell? There was an indescribable smell in the air, a bit foul and a bit burnt. Song Chi-chi rolled her eyes at him. I'll teach you to pay attention in class. Let me tell you, the area around Nanchang has always been a defensive perimeter. Whenever a monster gets close, it's dealt with by firearms. Over time, it will naturally turn into a strange smell. Su Yang took out a map, found the right direction, and the group set off. After some time, they stood in front of a cave that exuded a chilling aura. This is the ice cave. I didn't expect it to be so lively. There were quite a few people in front of the ice cave. Some were forming teams, and some were trading. Oh, a new person has arrived. A man wearing a hat walked over with great enthusiasm. Want to team up? I'm the captain of a C5 level squad. C represents Valkyrie potential, and 5 represents Valkyrie level. Most people choose to go into the ice cave in a team, as it reduces the risk. Before Su Yang could speak, the man in the hat pulled him aside, whispering something and pointing to the side next to Su Yang. The man in the hat's enthusiastic attitude vanished instantly, replaced by a disdainful look in his eyes as he glanced at Su Yang. I thought a big shot had arrived, but it turns out to be a useless E-level trash. Get lost. Clearly, that person recognized Su Yang as a celebrity. Emperor Tang was furious and was about to go up and argue with him. Su Yang stopped him, his cold eyes fixed on the other man. Arguing is pointless. Once Schwer becomes an SSS-level Valkyrie, these clowns will naturally be proven wrong. However, he holds grudges against those who have mocked him. He will repay them one by one sooner or later. They didn't team up with anyone and went straight into the ice cave. I could still faintly hear mocking laughter behind me. Ling Schwer clenched her fists. She knew that because of her, Su Yang had suffered countless taunts. She will risk her life to find the frost grass in this ice cave. Although she didn't know what Su Yang wanted the frost grass for. The ice cave is very large and has a complex interior. However, there are clear markings on the way back to prevent people from getting lost. After walking for a while, some rustling sounds came from ahead. It's a level 2 ice wolf, be careful. Su Yang said in a low voice. Ling Schwer and Song Chi-chi exchanged a glance and simultaneously let out a low shout. Arm up! A flash of light emanated from them, and their appearance changed. Ling Schwer was dressed in a snow-white suit of armor, which covered most of her body. He held a pure white shield in his left hand and a greatsword in his right. Song Chi-chi conjured enormous axes in her hands, their blades gleaming coldly. Her armor was golden yellow, quite dazzling. Valkyrie, battle form. You defend, I'll attack. Song Chi-chi said. Ling Schwer nodded. Even if she is an E-rank Valkyrie, she is still a Valkyrie. She raised her shield high, and a stream of light poured down from it, landing on the 3 of them. Guardian Shield. The Valkyrie's combat skill has the effect of covering nearby units and allowing them to absorb all damage. Having tanks is great, I'm going. Song Chi-chi took a running start and sped off. In just a few seconds, she spotted her target. An ice wolf is approaching. The ice wolf, with its snow-white fur, instantly transformed into its Spinosaurus form the moment it saw Song Chi-chi. Oh whoa! The ice wolf stretched out its sharp claws and slashed at Song Chi-chi. Song Chi-chi dodged instantly, and then brought her axe down. The ice wolf's body was split in 2, and after a scream, it fell silent. The ice wolf isn't that powerful. Song Chi-chi said with a smile. You're at level B, so the pressure isn't too great. But if it were someone below level C, it would be. Tang Zong stopped speaking halfway through his sentence. He remembered that Ling Schwer was an E-level. She might not be a match for the ice wolf even if she fought him alone. Ling Schwer mustered her courage and said, let me be the next ice wolf. Valkyries must go through countless battles to grow stronger. Soon, they encountered a second ice wolf. Ling Schwer rushed forward and engaged the ice wolf in battle. Using her shield for defense and her greatsword for occasional slashes, she fought the ice wolf to a standstill. Tang Zong glanced at Su Yang discreetly, not understanding why his best friend would contract with an E-rank Valkyrie. Rank E represents the lowest potential for a Valkyrie, making it extremely difficult for them to defeat monsters of the same rank. The battle right now is the best example. A few minutes later, Ling Schwer finally killed the ice wolf. However, her armor also showed many claw marks. Su Yang, I won. Ling Schwer said happily. You did a great job. Su Yang offered his encouragement. At first, they could fight one-on-one, but the deeper they went, the more ice wolves there were. Song Chi-Chi had no choice but to take action, and the two of them worked together to fight the ice wolf. We've come all this way and haven't seen a single thing. Are there really so few of these? Tang Zong took a sip of water and complained. It's not that there are too few people, it's that there are too many people trying to take advantage of the situation, and they've all been taken. Su Yang gave a casual explanation. Suddenly, Song Chi-Chi's ears twitched. There's a noise, it sounds like running? Su Yan looked ahead into the passage, where several people were running wildly, led by the same man in the hat from before. Behind them stretched an endless pack of ice wolves. Holy crap! Run! Su Yang shouted. These bastards actually lured the ice wolf pack here. But he couldn't care less about his anger and grabbed Ling Shuer as they ran. Tang Zong reacted quickly and also ran with Song Chi-Chi. But they were quickly overtaken by the man in the hat and his group. The difference in Valkyrie levels meant that their speed couldn't match that of those people. Damn it, these bastards! Tang Zongqi's face turned red with anger. Su Yan knew that once they were caught, they would be doomed. A fork in the road appeared ahead, and a resolute glint flashed in Su Yang's eyes. He deliberately slowed his pace. Taking advantage of the moment Tang Zong and Song Chi-Chi ran inside, he rushed into another passage. Come here. He struck an incredibly provocative pose and beckoned to the pack of ice wolves with his finger. Emperor Tang, belatedly realizing what was happening, cried out in fury, Su Yang. He wanted to go over, but Song Chi-Chi held him back tightly. The ice wolf pack's aggro was drawn away by Su Yang, and they all rushed into the passage where Su Yan was located. Song Chi-Chi grabbed Tang Zong's arm. She remained relatively calm at this moment. Going out would be suicide. We need to find a powerful Valkyrie, that's our only chance. Tang Zong looked grief-stricken. He knew Su Yan didn't want to implicate them. He punched the wall, his voice hoarse. Okay, go out and fire the signal gun. Su Yang and Ling Shuer kept running, but to his surprise, the end of the road turned out to be a dead end. Su Yan was unwilling to die here before even finding the frost grass. Ling Shuer silently picked up her shield and greatsword, preparing for battle. She knew her actions were futile, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, but she didn't regret it. Unbeknownst to them, the ice beneath their feet suddenly cracked open. Click! Their bodies plummeted straight down. At such a height, Su Yang felt that the moment he landed, he would turn into Su Yang-chan. Oh, and there's also Shuer-chan. Fortunately, they found themselves touching a slide and sliding down to an unknown location. Shuer, are you alright? I'm fine. Where am I? The two stood up and looked around. What comes into view is a vast expanse of crystal clear ice grass, like a work of art made of ice crystals. Su Yang was overjoyed. What does it mean to find a way out of a seemingly hopeless situation? What do you mean, ice grass has stood up? With these frost grasses, Ling Shuer can become an SSS-level Valkyrie. I used to be called an E-rank Valkyrie, and I didn't care. But what should you call me from now on? Ling Shuer had no idea that her fate would be completely changed today. So much ice grass, how many points can I exchange for this? Ling Shuer was happy for Su Yang. After all, the goal this time is the frost grass. Su Yang revealed a mysterious smile. Shuer, go and pick the frost grass. Ling Shuer nodded and went to pick the frost grass. As she picked the 10th ice grass, Su Yang heard the system's voice. Host has been detected to possess 10 ice grass. Activate the hidden evolution route for the SSS rank Ice Phoenix Valkyrie. Please note that once confirmed, there is no going back. Hesitating for even a second is disrespectful to an SSS rank Valkyrie. Confirmed. Immediately. Right now. The next second, a long, soul-piercing phoenix cry suddenly rang out. A huge and divine phantom of an ice phoenix shot into the sky from Ling Shuer's body. The ice phoenix spreads its wings and soars high, its posture mysterious and giving people an indescribable sense of nobility. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped, and wisps of frost gradually spread outwards. But when frost got close to him, it automatically went around him. The armor and weapons on Ling Shuer's body are also changing at the same time. The originally pure white armor turned ice blue, adorned with phoenix patterns, making it appear incredibly noble and elegant. The shield kept changing shape and landed behind her. 2 ice blue phoenix wings suddenly appeared, fluttering slightly and scattering specks of ice crystal starlight. The originally bulky greatsword has been transformed into a slender ice sword. The surface of the ice sword faintly emanated a chilling aura, as if it could freeze the soul. These strange phenomena quickly disappeared, leaving only Ling Xuer standing there blankly, staring at her own transformation with disbelief on her face. Hidden evolution path for SSS rank Ice Phoenix Valkyrie unlocked, current evolution progress 1%. When the evolution level reaches 10%, new materials are needed to unlock the next stage. Su Yang's smile was harder to suppress than an AK. An SSS rank Valkyrie has descended upon this place. Chapter 4 Hidden Evolution, SSS rank Ice Phoenix Valkyrie. Ling Xuer had no idea why such a big change had happened to her. Appearance was secondary, she could feel the immense power within her body. This power is 10 times, 100 times, greater than her previous power. No. It should be said that the difference between her then and now is like the difference between a firefly and the sun. She stared blankly at Su Yang, her mouth opening and closing, completely at a loss for words. Su Yang walked over and gave her a gentle smile. Xuer, I told you, I would make you a Valkyrie that everyone admires. I did not break my promise. Ling Xuer suddenly remembered that Su Yang had indeed said something like that before. She simply believed these were words to comfort herself. She was grateful, but didn't take it seriously. Looking back now, it was Su Yang who took the initiative to come looking for the icegrass, and it was only after she came into contact with the icegrass that she underwent such a big change. This sounds a bit like what the teacher said. Hidden evolution? Su Yang, have I somehow undergone a hidden evolution? Ling Xuer asked incredulously. She remembered her teacher saying that hidden evolution is 1 in 10,000, with a pitifully small probability. Ordinary evolution wouldn't produce such drastic changes at most, there would be subtle differences. Su Yang nodded, that's right, you have completed the hidden evolution and become an unprecedented SSS-level Ice Phoenix Valkyrie. Ah? Ling Xuer opened her mouth wide, completely stunned. When she dreams, she only ever thinks about becoming an A rank or B rank Valkyrie. I never dared to imagine that one day I could become a Valkyrie who surpasses a rank. This is even more unbelievable than a dream. She skipped countless levels from an E rank Valkyrie to become an unprecedented SSS rank Valkyrie. This left Ling Xuer so shocked that she felt dizzy. Her first reaction was to pinch her thigh hard. Sure enough, it doesn't hurt at all. I must be dreaming. Seeing Ling Xuer's silly look, Su Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud. You're an SSS rank, how could a pinch hurt? Even if an ice wolf bites you, you'll think it's a mosquito biting you. Ling Xuer scratched her head blankly, it seems so. It took Ling Xuer a while to calm down. But she kept touching her completely transformed armored body, a silly smile on her face. Su Yang could understand her feelings, wasn't he the same way? The two packed up all the surrounding ice grass and took it back to exchange for points. With points, Ling Xuer's growth rate will be faster. SSS rank is just potential. To turn that potential into real strength, she needs to raise her rank. Xuer, when we get back, just say that you accidentally underwent a hidden evolution and became an S-class Valkyrie. Ling Xuer isn't stupid, she was just too insecure in the past. She understood that Su Yang was protecting her. Because this world is not only inhabited by humans, but also by other races and monsters. Monsters have no intelligence and are found everywhere. But the alien races are intelligent beings, and no one knows where they came from. The vast majority of alien races are hostile to humans, while a small minority are neutral or friendly. If the alien races find out that Ling Xuer has become an unprecedented SSS level, she will be in great danger. While S-rank individuals also face certain dangers, they can demonstrate their value and receive training. On the other hand, an S-rank wouldn't allow the alien race to use all its power against her, but it's hard to say about an SSS rank. The most powerful Valkyrie currently in human history is an S-class Valkyrie. But the Valkyrie has a detection system, how can this be hidden? Ling Xuer said with some concern. Su Yang smiled mysteriously, don't worry, I'll take care of it. Ling Xuer did not ask any further questions. She chose to believe Su Yang. Even without Su Yang, she would still be the D-rank Valkyrie whom everyone looked down upon. Su Yang just asked the system, and the system can help her cover it up. Any check can only determine if she is S-level, not SSS level. Now they only have one thing to do, find a way out of here. This place is undiscovered, all the roads are unknown. They randomly chose a path to take. On the other side, Tang Zong and Song Qiqi left the ice cave and immediately saw those people. If they hadn't deliberately lured the ice wolves over, how could what just happened have occurred? Tang Zong was furious, but he knew very well what was going on. The most important thing now is to save Su Yang and Ling Xuer. Without the slightest hesitation, he pulled out a signal gun and fired it into the sky. This is something that all contractors prepare. Once the flare gun is spotted, all the nearby Valkyries will come to provide support immediately. This means someone is in mortal danger. The men's expressions changed, and they quickly left. If people find out that they were the ones who lured the ice wolves there, they'll all be in trouble. What was only a few minutes felt like an eternity to Emperor Tang. At that moment, two figures quickly appeared in front of them. They are two contractors and a Valkyrie who look to be in their 20s or 30s. Was that the signal flare you fired? What's going on here? The man asked. Emperor Tang explained the situation here as quickly as possible. The other party frowned. The ice wolves are not a major concern, but the ice wolf pack will put some pressure on us. I need your help. Your Valkyrie and my Valkyrie will work together. Are you going to keep waiting, or should we go in first? Tang Zong immediately said, Su Yang can't wait that long. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on much longer. Uncle, what level is your Valkyrie? My Chi-Chi is B1. The man referred to as uncle twitched his lips. Don't call me uncle, call me brother. I'm only 25. My wife, cough cough, she's a C9 level. C9 level is already considered a top player in this newbie zone. They entered the ice cave as a team and, following the markings left by Tang Zong, quickly found the passage for Su Yang and his companion. When they went inside, they found that the pack of ice wolves had disappeared. At the very beginning of the passage, there was a large hole. They must have fallen. There was no blood around. Whether we live or die is up to fate. Emperor Tang knelt beside the hole, burying his face in his hands and weeping bitterly. Nobody knows what lies down there. There may be a way out, or there may be an abyss. Tang Zong had no choice but to go back and tell his teacher the news. The teacher was somewhat saddened, knowing that his student might die out there in the future. But this moment came too soon. In the school's eyes, the probability of Su Yang and Ling Xuer surviving is less than 1%. How could an E-rank Valkyrie possibly come back alive? Su Yang and his companion, whom they believed to be dead, encountered a new demonic beast. Ice Serpent. A snow-white ice snake, its tongue flicking, coiled and meandered across the ground. Its scarlet eyes stared at them, ready to attack at any moment. Ice Serpent, a level 3 demonic beast, attacks by breathing. Su Yang immediately provided information about the demonic beast. If it were the original Ling Xuer, this would be a tough battle. But now, Ling Xuer stood there, only revealing a trace of her aura. The ice snake froze on the spot, just like a mouse encountering a cat, and didn't move at all. It even closed its scarlet eyes, looking like it was waiting to die. Ling Xuer blinked. She hadn't even made a move, and the other party had already backed down? Is this the power of an SSS class Valkyrie? She walked over, but the ice snake didn't react at all. He swung his ice sword and easily severed the ice serpent's head. The ice serpent did not resist until its death. What's going on? Ling Xuer was stunned. It's probably because your Ice Phoenix Valkyrie has a natural advantage against ice-type monsters. In that case, I have a bold idea. Su Yang's lips curled up in a wild smile. He and Ling Xuer embarked on a journey to slaughter monsters in the ice cave. Any ice-type monsters they encounter will obediently submit to Ling Xuer. Even if Ling Xuer kills them, they will not put up any resistance. The Valkyrie gains experience points for each monster she kills. When Ling Xuer killed the 10th monster, she finally leveled up to level 2. Leveling up brings an increase in all-around attributes. If we compare the all-around attribute growth of a D-rank Valkyrie to 1. Therefore, the overall increase of a Class C product is 3 times that of a Class D product, and a Class B product is 5 times that of a Class B product. And the A-grade level has increased tenfold in all aspects. The higher the potential, the more attributes will be improved. Su Yang had heard that S-rank attributes would increase by about 20 to 30 times. As an SSS rank Valkyrie, Ling Xuer's attribute boost from leveling up is 100 times. Su Yang finally understood why it was said that the Valkyrie's potential determined the other party's future. With such a huge difference in attributes, without the help of other resources, one will never be able to catch up with someone who has higher potential. Ling Xuer's level increase is equivalent to an S-rank Valkyrie level increase of several levels. This gap is comparable to the gap between a paramecium and a human. Ling Xuer herself was stunned by her improved strength. Is this the potential of an SSS class Valkyrie? That's way too exaggerated. For the first time, she felt that the ice cave was a wonderful place. It's simply heaven. They continued forward, constantly killing monsters, and occasionally finding some ice grass. Along the way, they encountered various ice-type monsters, and their numbers were increasing. Su Yang, I have a feeling there are a lot of monsters ahead. Ling Xuer's level quickly rose to level 3, her strength increased again, and her perception became stronger. The core area of the ice cave has never been discovered, perhaps it lies just ahead. Ice caves are not naturally formed, but rather created under the influence of some kind of force. Similar places exist in many places, where monsters roam freely, and there are both dangers and opportunities. Once the core is found, take control of it. Ice caves will become humankind's backyard. At that time, the monsters inside will become experienced monsters for the Valkyrie, without any killing power. Meanwhile, the various resources produced within are easily obtained. To date, humanity has very few core technologies that it truly controls. The most important point is that only Valkyries whose level does not exceed that of monsters have a chance to discover the core. Even a high-level Valkyrie could not find the core in the ice cave, no matter how hard she tried. It was as if some mysterious force was influencing it. Chapter 5: Taking Control of the Ice Cave. Ling Xuer also had some understanding of the core. Her eyes were full of excitement, and she seemed eager to try. I remember my teacher saying that there is a boss guarding the core. I wonder if I can defeat it. Su Yang laughed. You are an SSS-level Valkyrie, the strongest human in the future. You can easily kill a mere little boss. Ling Xuer blushed instantly after Su Yang said that. Not yet. We must not be careless in the face of any enemy. Ling Xuer patted her cheeks, her expression becoming serious. Let's go. The two proceeded cautiously, and the number of monsters they encountered behind them increased significantly. They would appear every now and then, but they didn't react at all in front of Ling Xuer. Finally, they found themselves in an incredibly spacious place, which looked to be the size of several football fields. In the very center, there is a blue crystal floating in mid-air, emitting a faint starlight. The core of the ice cave. At the same time, they also saw a huge body not far from the core. A giant spider over 5 meters long. Unlike normal spiders, it is entirely white and translucent. Its grotesque face makes it look incredibly terrifying. After a moment's thought, Su Yang learned the other party's basic information. Ice Spider Queen, a level 5 boss, whose special moves are spitting silk and small spiders. Its true strength is comparable to an elite monster above level 10. Su Yang finally understood why no one could find the core of the ice cave. First, a Valkyrie cannot be higher than level 5 in order to encounter the core. However, even a level 5 Valkyrie, or even an A-rank Valkyrie, might not be a match for the boss. In short, the problem is that powerful Valkyries are hard to find, and weak Valkyries are too strong to defeat. Otherwise, the core of the ice cave wouldn't be able to wait for Su Yang to arrive. Ling Xuer is now brimming with confidence. Anyone would be confident if they had an SSS rank Valkyrie. Ling Xuer held an ice sword, her wings unfurled, and her body actually flew into the air. The previous passageway was too narrow, preventing her from experiencing the feeling of flying. But here, at a height of tens of meters, she could finally fly. Her body was incredibly light, soaring up and down at will, freer than a bird. I feel like I'm part of the air, I can move however I want. Ling Xuer said happily. After getting familiar with the flight, her expression became serious. After all, the enemy she was about to face was the most powerful enemy she had ever encountered. A boss. Xuer, be careful. Su Yang gave a word of advice. Ling Xuer nodded, then moved closer to the ice spider mother. Her flight was completely silent, and she launched a decisive attack not far from the ice spider mother. The ice sword suddenly pierced towards the ice spider mother, and a phantom of an ice phoenix instantly appeared. It transformed directly into a cold streak of light, arriving before the ice spider mother in the blink of an eye. The ice spider mother sensed the danger and tried to escape. Unfortunately, it was too late. The phantom of the ice phoenix crashed heavily into the ice spider mother. Boom! The ice spider mother slid back more than 10 meters before stopping, thanks to her 8 long legs. But a huge wound had already appeared on its body. Just one strike. Let the ice spider mother be injured. The ice spider mother was furious, her compound eyes darting around, fixed on Ling Xuer. It found its target. With a sudden turn, it positioned its rear end against Ling Xuer and unleashed a torrent of thick silk threads. A spider web formed in mid-air, enveloping her. It contains ice-type power. Once covered, one will be completely unable to move. Ling Shuer remained silent, only continuing to swing her sword. With a few sword strikes, the spider web was reduced to fragments. She flew over again, the surface of the ice sword emitting a faint glow. This time, the phantom of the ice phoenix that appeared was even larger. The ice spider mother realized something was wrong. A large number of small spiders had appeared around her. These small spiders covered its entire body, preparing for the attack. Boom! Another explosion rang out, wiping out the entire army of spiderlings, and leaving another huge wound on the ice spider mother's body. It let out a shrill scream, as if summoning something. Soon, a large number of ice-type monsters came from all directions. It's summoning its minions. Ling Shuer hovered in mid-air, looking down at the demonic beasts. She let out a cold snort, revealing a hint of her aura. In an instant, all the demonic beasts obediently lay down on the ground, motionless. Even the ice spider mother, who was the boss, felt immense pressure. It kept retreating, extremely anxious. Even monsters will choose to flee when they encounter an enemy they cannot defeat. As the boss, it is naturally the same. Don't run! Ling Shuer's voice was icy, and she exuded a heroic aura, just like a true goddess. Her figure vanished in a flash, reappearing behind the ice spider queen. The ice sword did not hesitate at all, piercing straight through the ice spider mother's body. Then, frost began to spread, centered on the ice sword. The ice spider mother struggled incessantly, but the strength of her struggles gradually diminished. Eventually, it turned into an ice sculpture and stood there. The moment the ice spider mother died, the core that had been floating slowly drifted down and fell to the ground. Ling Shuer flew over, picked up the core, held it up, and shouted to Su Yang, "Su Yang, I got the core." She immediately handed the core to Su Yang, looking at him expectantly. Su Yang was taken aback for a moment, then realized what he meant. "You did a great job." He reached out and patted Ling Shuer's head. She blushed slightly but did not refuse. However, her slightly trembling eyelashes indicated that she was not at peace inside. Su Yan looked at the core in his hand. "How do you use this thing?" Just as he was thinking this, the core suddenly burrowed into his palm and disappeared. Ling Shuer's expression changed. "Su Yang, how are you?" Su Yang waved his hand. He could feel that something had been added to his body. 1. It grants the authority to control the entire ice cave. He closed his eyes and could clearly see every part of the ice cave. He knew exactly where all the supplies were. Not only that, he also learned something else. From now on, the monsters in the ice cave have become a refreshable state. Even if they are killed, they can still help the Valkyrie gain experience, just less than before, but they are safer. Here, Valkyries will not die. This is the biggest advantage of ice caves. After a monster dies, it will respawn the next day. With this place, the Valkyrie can safely get through her weakest period. A level 1 Valkyrie can level up here until level 5 before leaving. A level 5 Valkyrie already possesses some ability to protect herself. Su Yang could imagine how much attention this would attract once the news got out. The ice cave will become the most sought-after place in the southern part of the city. However, Su Yang also thought of something else. Without any background, he would definitely be targeted by a group of people. Coercion and bribery. Some people will use any means necessary for their own gain. If hard methods don't work, try soft ones. If soft methods don't work, try hard ones. If they don't listen to reason or threats, he can guess with his toes what crazy things those people will do. The benefits brought by the entire ice cave were simply too astonishing. Ice grass is a local specialty. Further afield, this thing can only be found in the far north. Ice-type ores and ice-type monsters can be upgraded to level 5 without any danger. Each of these, if taken out, represents a huge profit. So, we need a force that can protect us. Su Yang said. But aren't we students at the school? Won't the principal and teachers protect us? Ling Shuer asked curiously. Su Yang shook his head, a hint of sarcasm on his face. Shuer, you must remember one thing. If there are no vested interests involved, they may be good teachers and good principals. But when the benefits are so great that they outweigh everything else, these titles will only become bargaining chips for them to exploit us. Your S-rank Valkyrie status can benefit them, so they will help you. But the benefits of the ice cave will make them temporarily overlook your status as an S-rank Valkyrie. Do you understand? Ling Shuer isn't stupid, she's just too naive. After Su Yang said that, she finally realized what was going on. The ice cave is great, but right now it's a hot potato. Then what do we do? Ling Shuer's face was full of worry. Su Yang laughed instead. It's simple, just contact the military. Ling Xuer's eyes lit up. The military has always maintained a tough stance externally, while also being very impartial internally. Some Valkyries who didn't get into university choose to join the army. Even the weakest E-rank Valkyrie receives good treatment from the military. Having made their decision, they left the ice cave. Su Yang became the controller of the ice cave and quickly found a way to the exit. When they saw the sunlight outside again after a long time, they were all filled with emotion. Finally out. Su Yang took a deep breath. For the first time, Ling Xuer felt how beautiful the greenery outside was. But just then, an incredibly shocked voice rang out. How could you possibly still be alive? With just one sentence, he attracted the attention of everyone nearby. What grudge or hatred could lead someone to curse another to death? Isn't that Tang Qing, who likes to stay in the ice cave all day? What's wrong with him? Why does he look so grumpy? Wait, do you guys remember? A few days ago, an E-rank Valkyrie and a contractor went missing in the ice cave? It seems to be the two of them. An E-rank Valkyrie went missing in an ice cave, but came out alive again? This amusing incident became a topic of conversation among others. Upon hearing the sound, the smile on Su Yang's face gradually faded. He looked over and saw that the person was the very culprit who had caused them to fall into the ice cave. Tang Qing, a contractor who possesses a C5 level Valkyrie. Tang Qing really saw a ghost. He clearly remembered that the two men were chased by a pack of ice wolves and eventually disappeared. Disappearing in an ice cave is no different from being dead. As a result, they directly won the revival match and came back to life? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 6 You're the real trash. Su Yang's lips curled up in a continuous smile. Those who used to mock him and treat him badly. He memorized everything, waiting for Ling Xuer to become an SSS level so he could get his revenge. I didn't expect this opportunity to come so quickly, otherwise he would have spent some more time looking for someone. Xuer, let me tell you another principle. Ling Xuer adopted an expression of being all ears. Su Yang pointed at Tang Qing. If someone bullies or humiliates you, what should you do? Ling Xuer thought for a moment and said, I would be very angry and then give the other person a good scolding. Su Yang chuckled. This really was her style. It is truly rare to maintain such a kind heart after experiencing the lowest point in one's life. But today, he has something to tell Xuer. Kindness and repayment do not affect each other. That's not enough. What you need to do now is. Su Yang's voice suddenly turned cold, even surpassing the chill emanating from the ice cave. Go over there and beat him up, then tell him that he's the loser. Ling Xuer recalled the man's appearance from before. He wasn't just mocking her, but also humiliating Su Yang. She doesn't care what others say about her, but she won't allow anyone to talk about Su Yang. Because Su Yang was the only light in the darkest time of her life. Without Su Yang, she wouldn't be who she is today. Perhaps all she can do is go back and live an ordinary, mediocre life. Su Yang saved her. Ling Xuer opened her eyes, and at that moment, there was only icy coldness in them. Arm up. Ice blue armor instantly covered his entire body. Neither the ice sword nor the wings appeared. To defeat a C-rank Valkyrie, you don't need any weapons at all. Her fists are her best weapon. The Valkyrie beside Tang Qing was naturally aware of the conflict between the two. Seeing Ling Xuer complete her armor, she also adopted a defensive stance. However, she was unaware of the disparity in strength between the two sides. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xuer disappeared. Such speed. Where is she? The other person's eyes widened. She couldn't see Ling Xuer at all. The next instant, she felt a sharp pain in her neck and then lost consciousness. Tang Qing watched as his Valkyrie was instantly killed and fell to the ground. He stared in shock, his mouth agape, only able to utter a series of ho sounds. He couldn't believe that an E1 level Valkyrie could so easily kill his C5 level Valkyrie. He's clearly just a useless E-rank trash. You good for nothing. Before he could finish his angry words, a fist landed squarely on his face. Bump! He was knocked to the ground by Ling Xuer's punch, and that was even with her holding back. Otherwise, a normal punch would have caused Tang Qing's head to explode. The Valkyrie's power is something that ordinary people simply cannot withstand. That wasn't the end of it. Ling Xuer aimed a series of punches at his face. The opponent screamed in agony as he was beaten. Everyone around was watching the spectacle. But Tang Qing's team members are not like that. Their captain got beaten up, they're the ones who are disgraced. They sent their Valkyries to fight, and the result was several more screaming people on the ground. Ling Xuer beat all of them unconscious before stopping. Everyone's face was so swollen it was unrecognizable. To call it a pig's head would be an insult to pigs. Ling Xuer stood up and said in an icy tone, "You're the ones who's trash." After she finished speaking, she returned to stand next to Su Yang. The frost on her face vanished suddenly, replaced by a warm smile. "Su Yang, how did I do?" "Very impressive, as expected of my Valkyrie." Ling Xuer was overjoyed. Su Yang did not linger there and headed towards the south of the city. Back in the southern part of the city, registration is still required. The person registering was the same guard from last time. "It's you? You're still alive, kid?" The guard was extremely surprised. "Uncle, I was only missing for a few days, and you've already sentenced me to death?" Su Yang was both amused and exasperated. The guard coughed awkwardly. "Ahem, well, you can go in after you register." Upon entering the city, Su Yang immediately contacted Tang Zong. "Damn it! I knew you unfilial son wouldn't die so easily." Tang Zong jumped up excitedly. "Though my son is of lowly birth, may he live as long as a tortoise." Su Yang's few casual words directly broke Tang Zong's defenses. "You son of a bitch, you're the turtle." "No, you're the dog." Emperor Tang laughed and scolded. Tang Zong was genuinely happy to know that Su Yang had returned alive. "We can't go to the ice cave anymore. Let's go somewhere else next time." Tang Zong's idea was good, but he was unaware of the changes in the ice cave. "We'll talk about that later, I have something more important to discuss." Su Yang looked at Tang Zong with a serious expression and said, "I remember your father is in the military, right?" "Yeah, what's wrong?" Tang Zong seemed to realize something, and suddenly understood. "I know, you want to join the army? You know what, this path is perfect for you. An E-rank Valkyrie is almost guaranteed to fail the college entrance exam. Even the probability of getting a D grade is not high, a C grade is the minimum requirement. However, in the military, an E-rank Valkyrie is still a rare and highly sought-after individual. After all, Valkyries are always a minority in the world, the majority are ordinary people, and the same goes for the military. It's not about joining the army, it's about asking my uncle to contact the military. There are some things I need to ask them." Emperor Tang was filled with questions. What could a student possibly want from the military? Su Yang's next sentence left both him and Song Qiqi stunned. "I obtained the core of the ice cave." The surroundings immediately fell silent. After a long pause, Tang Zong finally spoke up, still in a daze. "The core you're talking about, is it the core I know? If there is no second core, then this should be it." Su Yang nodded and said, "That's not right. Even if we encounter the core, what about the boss?" Song Qiqi thought of this. Let alone Ling Xuer, even she herself would be no match for the boss. The boss can't be defeated by a single person, you have to team up. This time, it was Ling Xuer who spoke. She raised her head slightly, her voice full of confidence, completely different from her former self. "Qiqi, I completed my hidden evolution in the ice cave." Tang Zong and Song Qiqi were utterly shocked. Hidden evolution? Really? Ling Xuer only performed a single-armed maneuver in front of them, and they knew it was real. They all remembered what Ling Xuer's previous armor looked like, pure white. But now it has turned ice blue, and its design has also changed drastically. Only hidden evolution can lead to a drastic change in armored vehicles. Goodness, you guys even managed to run into a hidden evolution with a probability as low as 1 in a million. Emperor Tang was amazed by their good fortune. Then he realized something. If Su Yang obtains the core of the ice cave, it's equivalent to controlling the entire ice cave. The potential profits are enormous. Besides, this matter cannot be kept secret at all. The changes in the ice cave will be noticed by others. I understand. I'll take you to see my dad right away. Tang Zong's father was a major in the military, and also a high-ranking official in Nanchang. Soon, they arrived at the military camp and met Tang Zong's father, Tang Guosheng. Tang Guosheng looked serious and rarely smiled. But upon seeing Su Yang, a smile, which was unusual for him, appeared on his face. "Xiaoyang, my son said you have something important to tell me?" "Yes, uncle, this matter is very important and may affect the future landscape of Nanchang." Hearing Su Yang speak so seriously, Tang Guosheng's expression also became serious. "Tell me, what exactly is it? With me here, even if the sky falls, I can hold it up for you." Tang Guosheng said this with great confidence. Because he is a level 29 contractor, and his Valkyrie is still AB rank. Su Yang said with a serious expression, "Uncle, I have obtained the core of the ice cave." Tang Guosheng smiled and said, "So it's the core of the ice cave. Is that all?" "Wait a minute." His expression froze, and he asked blankly, "The core of the ice cave you're talking about, is it the one near the South City?" Su Yang nodded. Tang Guosheng took a deep breath, and he suddenly realized. It seems he really can't handle this situation. He was well aware of how important the core of a special area was. Especially since the core issue is in the hands of a student with no background, this does more harm than good to the student. At the same time, he also realized why Su Yang had come to him. Because of the military background. With the military's backing, no one dares to act recklessly. Otherwise, if they offend the military, they'll be in deep trouble. The strongest Valkyrie in human history belongs to the military. "You little brat, are you trying to trick your uncle?" Tang Guosheng laughed and cursed. Su Yang scratched his head sheepishly. "Uncle, besides you, I don't know any other military personnel. I understand what happened, but I can't make a decision about this. I will take you to see my superior." Zhong Lang, the military leader of Nanchang and a level 35 contractor. Zhong Lang looks very kind and gives the impression of a friendly old man next door. When he heard about the core of the ice cave, he laughed heartily. "So that's how it is. But I'm more curious, Su Yang, how did you defeat the boss guarding the core?" Zhong Lang knew very well that the boss right next to the core was the biggest problem. Otherwise, there are too many ways to simply look for the core. Su Yang knew that this matter could not be hidden at all. Anyone with even a little knowledge of bosses knows that a Valkyrie of the same level will almost always lose in a one-on-one fight against a boss. Su Yang reached out and pulled Ling Xuer over, saying solemnly, "My Valkyrie Ling Xuer has unintentionally completed a hidden evolution. She went straight from E rank Valkyrie to S rank." The office fell silent instantly upon hearing this. They were all shocked by Su Yang's words, and Tang Zong's mouth dropped open. Jumping directly from E class to S class? This leap is even more exaggerated than going to heaven. He had previously thought that even if Ling Xuer had undergone a hidden evolution, she would at most be around rank B. Zhong Lang's eyes lit up, and he looked at the two of them with a hint of fervor. S-class Valkyries are the future powerhouses of humanity, no matter where they are. This powerful force is now collaborating with the military. While Su Yang may seem to have made a fortune, the military has actually profited even more. Chapter 7, Stepping into the Ring, Unleashing a Powerful Punch. As long as the S-class Valkyries continue to grow smoothly, they will surely become the backbone of humanity in the future. The military's greatest desire is for as many powerful Valkyries as possible. They can never have too many. "Xiao Su, I'd like to have her undergo a potential test, what do you think?" Zhong Lang's attitude became even more enthusiastic, and he directly addressed her as Little Su, which almost made Tang Guoqian, who was standing next to him, shut up. Tang Guoqian thought to himself, "Boss, you've never been this enthusiastic towards me before." Su Yan knew that without evidence, no one else would believe it. He didn't agree immediately, but looked at Ling Xuer instead. "Xuer, what do you think?" "I'll do whatever you say." The Valkyrie's test is simple, it only requires a drop of blood to be placed in a special machine. After a few seconds, a large S mark was clearly displayed on it. Everyone else smiled, but Ling Xuer herself was puzzled. She is SSS level, but the machine only detects her as S level. Su Yang is amazing, he can even deflect the machine. Zhong Lang looked at Ling Xuer's past information, which clearly showed her as a grade E. But now, a completely new document is in his other hand. It says S-class in big letters there. It can be said that these two levels are worlds apart. A hidden evolution that directly brought him to S rank is unprecedented. The best hidden evolution I ever achieved was only at level A. In a sense, Ling Xuer is unique among all the S-class Valkyries. However, my suggestion is to make her an A-rank Valkyrie. You're being tested here, people outside don't know yet. I will use my authority, and no one will know about the S-level matter. This was something Su Yang hadn't expected. He was just a student and knew far less than a high-ranking military official. "I'll do whatever you say," Su Yang said. Don't be so formal. If you don't mind, call me Grandpa Zhong. If I weren't so old, I could be your uncle. Zhong Lang laughed. Tang Guoqian's lips twitched. His uncle's identity had almost been jeopardized. After a period of discussion, the allocation of the ice caves was finally determined. Su Yang and Ling Shuer share 50% of the profits from the ice cave, while the remaining 50% belongs to the military. At the same time, the military will endorse them, becoming their backing. In this way, even if someone coveted the benefits of the ice cave, they wouldn't dare to make a move against them. Zhong Lang was in a great mood. The military obtained half of the ice cave's profits and also discovered a Valkyrie who had directly reached S rank through hidden evolution. This is like 2 pi falling from the sky. Having resolved the issue of the ice cave, Su Yang finally felt relieved. He led Ling Shuer and the others back to the school. As soon as they entered the school gate, they heard a shocked voice. Su Yang? You're still alive? Su Yang took a look and saw that it was a classmate, but they weren't very familiar with each other. No, I am dead. Su Yang answered him in a very serious manner. One sentence made the other person feel a little awkward. However, he realized that his words were wrong. Su Yang was only missing, not explicitly stated to be dead. They simply subconsciously believed that missing meant dead. The news that Su Yang had returned alive spread throughout the entire school in a short time. In an instant, he once again became a prominent figure. Upon arriving at the classroom, Chen Tao, an NPC who seemed to spawn at fixed points, once again made his presence felt. Look, who's back? Our missing person from the class has returned. Taking an E-rank trash out and coming back alive is incredibly lucky. Chen Tao's expression was sarcastic and cynical, making one want to imprint a size 43 shoe sole on his face. They embodied the meaning of sharp and mean to the fullest extent. In a sense, he is also a talented person. In the past, Tang Zong would definitely have stepped in to speak up for him and rebuked him. But now, all he wants to do is take out some sunflower seeds and start eating them. Song Chi-Chi is the same. Tang Zong remained silent, which made Chen Tao feel somewhat uneasy for a moment. The next second, he heard Su Yang's voice. Because I dare to go out, do you dare? I heard you've been staying in the school training room these past few days and haven't left even once. So, the dog-like squad leader is actually quite afraid of dying. These words immediately broke Chen Tao's defenses. He was indeed afraid of dying, which is why he chose to stay at school and not go out. Everyone knows that when you're out and about, any accident can be fatal. He didn't want to die yet. Chen Tao was so angry he was about to explode. He jumped up, pointed at him, and shouted, Su Yang, I challenge you. Let's go to the ring. As long as they are hot-blooded young people, friction is inevitable. However, school rules prohibit any form of private fighting here. The arena was thus created. Any conflicts should be resolved in the ring. However, there is one bottom line: no one can die. Chen Tao was overjoyed. Should he step onto the ring? His Valkyrie is a C rank, while Su Yang is just an E rank trash. They were 2 levels above the other party. With the dragon charging right in, how could we possibly lose? Chen Tao readily agreed. He couldn't wait to teach him a lesson. Shocking. E-rank trash Su Yang and C-rank Chen Tao face off in the arena. The familiar sensational headline reappeared, alarming the entire school. It's fair to say that Su Yang naturally attracts attention. Every move they make attracts attention. The arena is on the playground, where many people have already gathered. The referee looked at both sides and said, you all know the rules of the ring, so don't go overboard. If anyone tries to kill me, I will intervene. As she spoke, she exuded a certain aura. This is a level 13 Valkyrie. Chen Tao looked at Su Yang and sneered, let me see what an E-rank Valkyrie is capable of. The Valkyrie beside him jumped directly onto the arena, fully armed, with a hammer in her hand. E-grade trash, hurry up and get up here, let me see just how rubbish an E-grade really is. The opponents started swearing as soon as they stepped onto the field. It just goes to show that birds of a feather flock together. Birds of a feather flock together. Chen Tao and his Valkyrie share a similar personality. Ling Shuer's face was covered in frost as she recalled the lesson Su Yang had taught her. We must defeat these people with overwhelming strength. Then, standing in front of them, he uttered those words in the most contemptuous tone. You're the one who's useless. Ling Shuer walked straight up and stood in front of the C-rank Valkyrie. Get yourself armed quickly, don't waste my time. The C-rank Valkyrie curled her lip. She looked down on Ling Shuer, who was only an E-rank. Generally, once someone is identified as having E-level potential, they will choose to become an ordinary person. After all, being a Valkyrie means going out to fight, and an E-rank combat power is too weak, resulting in a much higher mortality rate than others. You can live your whole life as an ordinary person. Arm up. Ling Shuer gave a low shout, and ice blue armor appeared. Most people have never seen what Ling Shuer's original armor looked like, and subconsciously assume that this is her original armor. However, among the crowd was a classmate of Ling Shuer who had personally witnessed that Ling Shuer's armor was pure white. How did her armor change? Even a normal level 10 evolution shouldn't result in such a drastic change. Could it be? She thought of a possibility that would make countless Valkyries envious and jealous. Hidden evolution. Only in this way can the armor be changed. The key point is that hidden evolution will also increase the Valkyrie's potential level. Ling Shuer, who was originally an E rank, should be at least a C rank now, and with good luck, she might even become a B rank. As for higher levels, she dared not even think about it. The C rank Valkyrie was unaware of these things until the referee gave the order to begin. She took the initiative. "You little brat, I'll show you what it means to be outmatched." She revealed a sinister smile and slammed the giant hammer in her hand down on Ling Shuer. It is powerful and heavy, with considerable strength. Faced with her opponent's attack, Ling Shuer seemed to be stunned, standing motionless in place. At this moment, someone noticed something. That's not right, why didn't she even take out her weapon? Is it because it's her first time fighting and she doesn't know how to use it? E-grade trash, that's all, nothing special. It'll definitely be a one-hit kill, no doubt about it. Holy crap! Just as they were laughing and talking, convinced that the outcome had already come ahead of schedule, the C-rank Valkyrie's attack completely missed. Her giant hammer slammed into the ground, causing it to tremble. Fortunately, the arena was made of special materials, otherwise, ordinary cement would not have been able to withstand that blow. The C-rank Valkyrie was completely bewildered. Where did he go? Idiot, there's someone behind you. Chen Tao's furious voice could be heard from afar. Later? The C-rank Valkyrie was taken aback. Was that speed something an E-rank Valkyrie should have? Just as she was about to strike again, Ling Shuer raised her foot and kicked her directly in the butt. With a thud, she landed face down on the ground. The pain caused her to let out a scream. She wanted to continue fighting, but Ling Shuer didn't give her the chance. The first punch landed on her throat to prevent her from screaming. The second punch landed on both legs to prevent escape. Then comes the Euler moment. Chen Tao knelt on the ground, completely dumbfounded. He couldn't understand why an E-rank trash could beat his Valkyrie so badly that she was completely helpless. She's a piece of trash, so what am I? Worth less than trash? Ling Shuer beat her opponent unconscious before stopping. She stood up and looked down at him. You're the one who's trash. Battle over. The entire audience erupted in uproar. No one expected that the final result would be like this. When did E-rank Valkyries start standing up? Is this still the weakest, trash Valkyrie they remember? Only the referee noticed something. Ling Shuer, if I'm not mistaken, you've completed your hidden evolution, right? This sentence was like a drop of water falling into a pot of oil, instantly causing the whole room to boil over and explode. What? Hidden evolution? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could a mere E-rank Valkyrie possibly have a hidden evolution? I'm so damn envious. No wonder she could beat a C-rank Valkyrie. It makes sense if she had a hidden evolution. Chapter 8, Conservatives think radicals are too conservative. Ling Shuer looked at the referee and nodded slightly. Su Yang had long anticipated that once the battle ended, Ling Shuer's situation would be discovered. He had already instructed Ling Shuer on what to say. That's right, I have completed the hidden evolution. The referee's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked, what's your potential level? How much has it increased? Should I have the school help with an assessment? Historically documented hidden evolutions involve at least a level increase, and with good luck, 2 or 3 levels. Judging from the battle just now, even a C-rank Valkyrie was no match for her. This is not something that can be achieved by simply advancing 2 levels. Ling Shuer shook her head. No need, I've already been tested by the military, the teacher should be able to find my records. The referee immediately took out a bracelet and started tapping it. She quickly found Ling Shuer's records. The potential rating has changed from E level to Grade A. The referee's eyes widened. It skipped 5 levels. That's incredible. Even if it's a hidden evolution, this is still terrifying. For a moment, her gaze toward Ling Shuer was filled with a hint of fervor. This was the only hidden evolved Valkyrie she had ever seen. If she could get some experience from the other party, maybe she would have a chance too. A Valkyrie who doesn't want to complete her hidden evolution is not a good Valkyrie. All the Valkyries around him stared at him with intense admiration. They were all thinking about how to build a relationship with Ling Xuer and get her to share some of her experience. However, many people regret it. When Ling Xuer was looked down upon by everyone, instead of lending a helping hand, they kicked her when she was down. Is it too late for them to go up and apologize now? Or how about a sliding knee slide? At this moment, Ling Xuer became the focus of everyone's attention. Just as Ling Xuer was walking towards Su Yang, a shrill voice filled with indescribable regret rang out. Xuer, you are my Valkyrie, you are mine. A staggering figure burst in. It was an ordinary-looking boy. His eyes were bloodshot. The way he looked at Ling Xuer was as if he were looking at something that belonged to him. Ling Xuer's face darkened instantly, and she clenched her fists. Su Yang didn't know the other person, but someone else did. Isn't this Ling Xuer's former contractor? I remember his name is Yang Wei. Judging from his expression, is he thinking of going back to his ex? AUV. I remember he was the one who broke the contract first. How dare he come back? Not surprising. This is an A-rank Valkyrie who has completed her hidden evolution. Her future is limitless. Discovering there was going to be a good show, the group got excited. Eating melons is human nature. Yang Wei is now filled with regret, deep regret. That useless Valkyrie he discarded like trash has actually transformed into a hidden, evolved A-rank Valkyrie. He never considered that all of this was thanks to Su Yang. He just felt that if he had persisted for a few more days, wouldn't he have a powerful Valkyrie? At that time, he will have status and power, and he can do whatever he wants. Unfortunately, this dream was shattered. The Valkyrie he abandoned became someone else's Valkyrie and even underwent a hidden evolution. I'm so regretful. He feels like he's fucked a Tibetan Mastiff right now. Ling Xuer was indeed very angry at first when facing Yang Wei. But now that I think about it, if he hadn't torn up the contract, how would I have met Su Yang? How could she become an SSS-class Valkyrie? Ling Xuer stood silently behind Su Yang. But her attitude revealed one thing: she was Su Yang's Valkyrie. Yang Wei stared intently at Su Yang with eyes full of jealousy and a twisted expression. He wished he could go up and eat his flesh and drink his blood. If it weren't for Su Yang, he could have easily gotten Ling Xuer to renegotiate the contract without any problems. He was wrong before, he can apologize, even kneeling down is fine. Ling Xuer is worth it. Su Yang. Yang Wei's voice was tinged with a hint of shrillness as he shouted, tear up the contract right now. She's my Valkyrie, not yours. Ling Xuer clenched her fists, but a large hand covered them. Su Yang's gentle voice rang out, let me do it. Su Yang's gaze fell on Yang Wei, and his gentle expression vanished, replaced by a cold and stern look. Article 1 of the contract law stipulates that when a Valkyrie and her contractor terminate their contract, both are free. No one can force them. Xuer is my Valkyrie now, you have no right to speak to me like that. Yang Wei wouldn't listen to him at all. He only had one thought in mind. Pull Ling Xuer over and turn her into your own Valkyrie. Seeing Yang Wei's crazy behavior, the referee stepped forward. Yang Wei, Ling Xuer has already signed a contract, and no one may force her to change her contract holder. If you continue to cause trouble, don't blame the teacher for being impolite. Several people who seemed to be Yang Wei's friends quickly pulled him away. Anyone could see the venom in Yang Wei's eyes. Tang Zong walked over and whispered, Yang Wei definitely won't let this go. Should we find a chance to cripple him? Su Yang shook his head, and Tang Zong was slightly disappointed. Then he heard Su Yang's words. He's crippled, but the person is still alive. This won't do. Tang Zong took a moment to process what Su Yang meant. Good heavens! Do conservatives think radicals are too conservative? The news of Ling Xuer spread quickly after the incident at the arena. Everyone in the school knows that an E-rank Valkyrie has actually completed a hidden evolution and directly reached the potential of an A rank. That's a leap of 5 levels. Countless Valkyries dream of enhancing their potential. However, aside from hidden evolution, normal evolution can only change some appearances, and its potential will not be improved. With no S-rank Valkyries available, A-rank Valkyries are practically the ceiling. When Su Yang's homeroom teacher found out, he was completely stunned. He was overjoyed. His student actually completed a hidden evolution and became an A-rank Valkyrie. That's what he accomplished. Principal, this is fantastic news. The principal was also a little confused when he found out. He remembered Su Yang. After all, he had the only A-level female warrior in the school. Unfortunately, this Valkyrie was poached by someone else. Just a few days later, Su Yang obtained another A-rank Valkyrie, which had undergone a hidden evolution. How come he gets all the good things? However, his lips soon curled into a wide smile. A Valkyrie with hidden evolution can bring enormous benefits to the school and to him. The reason is that Valkyries with hidden evolutions are so rare, each one is an exception. Quickly invite Su Yang and his Valkyrie over. The principal laughed heartily. Soon after, the two arrived at the principal's office. The last time I saw the principal was the last time. Su Yang, Ling Shuer, I'd like to know how you accomplished your hidden evolution? Don't worry, we won't take your information for nothing. I can make the decision on this information. It's worth 10,000 points, and I'll transfer it directly to your card. 10,000 points? Su Yang's eyes lit up. He knew that he had done a lot in the past 3 years, but had only earned a few hundred points. Regular tasks award very few points, usually only single digits. But he can't accept tasks that are too advanced. He knew all along that this was something he couldn't avoid. He stated frankly that each Valkyrie has a different hidden evolution. Shuer underwent a hidden evolution after coming into contact with the ice grass. Ice grass? The principal stroked his chin and said, "This is yet another brand new hidden evolution material. It can be recorded. Whenever a brand new hidden evolution appears, the key materials involved will be revealed immediately. This way, other Valkyries can also try it." Unfortunately, no second case has occurred to date. The principal readily agreed and immediately gave him 10,000 points. That's enough to buy a lot of things. At that moment, the system's voice sounded. Host has received points. System shop now open. The host can use points to purchase various items in the shop to help the Valkyrie grow stronger. Su Yang hadn't expected there to be a shopping mall. He glanced at it. There were many items inside, but most of them required an astronomical number of points. His 10,000 points are nothing compared to the mall's vast resources. This is an experience scroll. It can increase the experience gained from killing monsters by 50% within an hour? Su Yang finally understood that his system could not only see hidden evolutions, but also help the Valkyrie become stronger quickly. Unfortunately, Shuer killed a large number of monsters in the ice cave, forcibly raising her level to level 5. Even if you return to the ice cave, you can't continue leveling up. Valkyries cannot gain experience by killing monsters weaker than themselves. Countless Valkyries throughout history have proven this. Not only do they have things that increase experience, but they also have things that add all sorts of buffs. It can be said that it was done with the Valkyrie's needs in mind from all angles. Currently, the host can only access the LV1 shop. Once the host has spent 10,000 points, the LV2 shop will be unlocked. Su Yang strongly suspected that the system was eyeing the 10,000 points he had just acquired. The principal's reward wasn't just points. Points only represented the value of the information. By the way, Su Yang, news has come from Valkyrie headquarters that your Valkyrie has completed its hidden evolution. As a reward, you will receive a separate villa, 10 million, and various other gifts. The rewards are all in the villa. Go back and check them out yourselves. The principal handed him the keys and a property certificate. Su Yang hadn't expected that a simple hidden evolution would yield so many rewards. Upon closer reflection, it's not surprising, given how rare Valkyries with hidden evolutions are. The book records that every Valkyrie who completes the hidden evolution will far surpass other Valkyries of the same level in the future. Ling Shuer was overjoyed, but the thought of living in the same villa as Su Yang made her uneasy. Steam suddenly billowed from her little head, and she felt dizzy all over. As they walked out of the principal's office, Su Yang held Ling Shuer's small hand. "Come on, let's go see our home." Unexpectedly, they ran into two acquaintances at the school gate. Chapter 9. 9 years later, why are you so outstanding? Zheng Tianxiang and Elian. The two of them seemed surprised to run into Su Yang here. Elaine remained as arrogant as ever, looking at Su Yang with a hint of condescension. Her voice was cool and detached, as if she were speaking very casually. "Tianxiang, let's go buy a red lotus fruit later. Eating this will instantly level me up to level 4. Red lotus fruit, worth 10,000 points, can directly increase experience by 1/10 for levels below level 5. Because it is so expensive, only the wealthy can afford to buy it." Zheng Tianxiang deliberately put his arm around Elaine and said with a nonchalant expression, "No problem, it's just a mere red lotus fruit." Seeing their expressions, Su Yang knew that they were still unaware of Schwer's changes. He completely ignored the two of them and pulled Schwer away. Elaine frowned slightly. Su Yang's behavior made her feel very uncomfortable. He shouldn't be so calm. Soon, they heard some news. Ling Schwer underwent a hidden evolution and became an A-level Valkyrie. No. Impossible. This must be fake. Elaine found it hard to believe. Hidden evolution already has a 1 in a million chance, let alone skipping 5 levels and directly reaching level A. You're saying someone who was originally an E-level piece of trash is now at the same level as me? This was something Elaine simply couldn't accept. Zheng Tianxiang also looked like he had eaten shit. His expression was extremely ugly. He went through great lengths and spent a lot of money to snatch Elaine, and a rank Valkyrie. As a result, Su Yang quickly acquired an even better rank Valkyrie. Everyone knows how powerful the Valkyrie with hidden evolution is among those of the same level. So what if you have a second rank Valkyrie? I can steal her from you once, and I can steal her a second time. No Valkyrie in the world would refuse an investment from a wealthy man. A confident smile returned to Zheng Tianxiang's face. Elaine didn't notice Zheng Tianxiang's expression. She was secretly anxious. She had previously thought that Su Yang had no future, so she hadn't paid much attention to him. But now Su Yang has a Valkyrie who is stronger than her, and she knows very well what that means. She might not be the school's #1 Valkyrie by then. The only thing that made her feel fortunate was that she had made a contract with Zheng Tianxiang. Zheng Tianxiang had enough resources to help her grow rapidly. But what can Su Yang possibly have? He's just a poor bastard. But she forgot one thing: a contractor can contract with more than one Valkyrie. Every 10 levels, a contractor can add a Valkyrie contract slot. However, most people would go bankrupt just to raise a Valkyrie. Those who can actually contract with more than 2 people are still in the minority. Su Yang and his companion soon arrived at their villa, and were quite satisfied with the large house in front of them. Schwer, we'll live here from now on. The villa is very large and has many rooms. They chose 2 adjacent rooms and settled in. That day, the military announced that the core of the ice cave had been officially taken over, and all Valkyries below level 5 could now enter to kill monsters and collect resources by paying money. Half of the collected resources are handed over. The news shocked the entire southern city. Their first priority was to find out who defeated the boss and obtained the core of the ice cave. That's asking too much. The military has not released a single piece of information, but that hasn't stopped those people from exploring. After continuous analysis, they narrowed it down to Su Yang and Ling Schwer. After all, the two of them had been missing in the ice cave for several days, and after they came out, they had completed their hidden evolution. By all accounts, they were the most likely candidates. If the two of them didn't have powerful connections, some forces in Nanchang would definitely have made a move. The benefits of an ice cave are so great that they cannot ignore them. But by doing this, the military is essentially endorsing the two men. Offending them means offending the military. No one dared to cross that line that would be courting death. The next day, Su Yang came to the classroom. Chen Tao shrank back, not daring to say a word, or even look at Su Yang. One punch shattered the squad leader's dream. I'm just an ordinary guy. He was now hoping that Su Yang would simply ignore him. Su Yang didn't care about the little Karami at all and went to sit down in his seat. Ling Schwer sat next to him, and the two of them attracted the attention of everyone in the class. A girl mustered up her courage and came over, asking, Ling Schwer, can I ask you something? What's up? Seeing that Ling Schwer responded to her, she quickly voiced her question. Can you tell us what materials you used to conceal your evolution? She looked nervous, worried that the other person would start yelling at her. But Ling Schwer didn't refuse at all and said it directly. The material is frost grass. This matter will spread in a few days, and some high-ranking officials in Nanchang probably already know about it. Ice grass may be sold out now. Upon hearing the words frost grass, the clever students rushed out, ready to exchange their points for it. But when they got there, they found that the ice grass had already sold out. Don't worry, everyone. I still have some ice grass here. Anyone who needs it can buy it from me. The school price is 100 points per plant, but I'm offering a 1% discount, so it only costs 99 points. Su Yang took out a piece of paper and began registering. Ling Schwer then took out a sack of frost grass from the Valkyrie's own weapon space. Back when it was still E-class, there was only enough room for her armor and weapons. After becoming an SSS level, the space became much larger. The students went crazy when they saw that Su Yang actually had the ice grass. Me. Me. Godfather, I'm only missing one ice grass. What godfather? He's clearly my biological father, even though we're not from the same father. Dad, your unfilial son is willing to exchange 99 points for a frost grass. The whole class was in chaos, and even other classes rushed over after hearing the news. Within minutes, all the ice grass was sold out. They immediately gave the ice grass to their Valkyrie, hoping that the Valkyrie could also complete the hidden evolution. Unfortunately, there wasn't a single one. Su Yang had already seen it. While most Valkyries are capable of undergoing hidden evolution, the conditions are extremely demanding. On the one hand, the materials are hard to find, and on the other hand, the success rate is too low. He had never seen another person with such a 100% success rate as Ling Shuer. Even though they're useless, they can still be sold to others at high prices. More than 100 ice grass plants are not enough to go around. The entire school was caught up in a situation where they were testing with ice grass. Elaine couldn't resist trying it with the frost grass, but naturally, it didn't work. What incredible luck she had! Elaine felt incredibly envious and jealous. Just then, the homeroom teacher walked up to the podium. I have some good news for you students. The ice caves have become a completely new area under human control. Not only can you kill ice-type monsters inside, but you can also obtain various resources. The military is now giving all students at the school a free chance to enter. They can kill any monsters they want, and they only need to hand over half of the supplies, the rest are theirs. Everyone cheered, except for Su Yang, Tang Zong, and the others who smiled slightly. This was a suggestion from Zhong Lang, a high-ranking military official. He used a free opportunity to gain the favor of a group of contractors and new Valkyries. This is definitely a surefire way to make money. At this moment, a boy asked curiously, Teacher, who exactly got the core of the ice cave? The homeroom teacher knew, of course. He looked at Su Yang and, after receiving his consent, asked him for permission. Su Yang knew that many people probably already knew his identity, so there was no need to hide it. After all, Ling Shuer, this hidden evolution of an A-level Valkyrie, is quite conspicuous. Seeing Su Yang nod, the homeroom teacher said in a dramatic tone, the person who obtained the core of the ice cave is both far away and right before our eyes he is. Su Yang and Ling Shuer. The entire audience erupted in uproar, staring at the two in utter shock. 9 years later, how outstanding are you? It feels like everyone's usually laughing and joking around on their way to school, and then one day someone tells you. One of your friends is actually the son of the richest man in the country. This is hard for anyone to believe. Chen Tao suddenly looked up, his jealousy reigniting. The burning pain was piercing his heart. He was already incredibly jealous of Su Yang in the past, but now he's so jealous he's practically urinating blood. Su Yang, the core of the ice cave is all yours, and you're only giving it to me for free once? Isn't that a bit stingy? If it were me, I would definitely give everyone in the school free tuition for life. Chen Tao's voice instantly drowned out all the surrounding sounds. Suddenly, no one spoke. The students' expressions shifted. Although Chen Tao's words had a hint of moral blackmail, they were of great benefit to them. That's how people are when their own interests are overshadowed, they choose to be selectively deaf. But when the benefits are out of their reach, they'll want the whole world to know that they didn't get a single bite of the pie. Seeing that the classroom was silent, Chen Tao's lips curled up into a wild smile. Anyway, the ice cave isn't his, so what's wrong with being generous with other people's money? Suddenly, a furious voice rang out. Chen Tao, you're fucking asking for it. Tang Zong stepped directly onto the table and lunged at Chen Tao. They pressed Chen Tao heavily onto the ground. Chen Tao's Valkyrie hesitated for a moment, but still didn't dare to make a move. It's not a big deal when contractors fight each other at most, it's just superficial injuries. But when a Valkyrie fights a contractor, someone can easily die. Tang Zong, what are you doing? The homeroom teacher is still there. Chen Tao cried out in a panic, his voice distorted. Really? Take a good look, where is the homeroom teacher? Emperor Tang grinned. When Chen Tao looked around, the homeroom teacher was nowhere to be seen on the podium. The homeroom teacher had already slipped out when Tang Zong stood on the table. As an adult, how could he not see through Chen Tao's ulterior motives? It's better to let them resolve these conflicts themselves, as long as no one dies. I'll teach you to be foul-mouthed. I'll teach you to be arrogant. Tang Zong's words were accompanied by a punch, which landed squarely on Chen Tao's face. After fighting for quite a while, Su-young finally came over and pretended to stop him, kicking him a few times in the process. That's good enough. I'll notify them later to cancel his free opportunity. Oh, and by the way, put him on the ice cave's blacklist so he can never go in again. One sentence immediately cleared the eyes of the other students. They finally remembered that the ice cave belonged to Su-young. He lets whoever he wants in, let whoever he wants in, and whoever he doesn't want in, doesn't want in. Chapter 10, the value of SSS level is still rising. What? The core of the ice cave is in Su-young's hands? When Zhang Tianxian learned of this news, his expression was extremely gloomy. He knew how much profit an ice cave could bring. It's important to know that in the entire southern part of the city, there are fewer than 5 areas that are truly controlled by the southern city. The Zhang family became the richest family in Nanchang simply because they profited from 2 of the areas. But now, Su-young alone controls all the interests of the ice cave. If he were given a few more decades, the richest person in Nanchang would probably be someone else. Then, an idea, like a newly lit flame, began to grow larger. Why can't I be the one in control of the ice cave? The core of the ice cave can actually be moved. But both sides need to return to the core location. Zhang Tianxian squinted, starting to consider how to obtain the ice cave. As for the military background? It makes it seem like the Zhang family has no background at all. When Su-young becomes a dead man, who would make things difficult for him, the heir of the Zhang family, for the sake of a dead man? Elaine was also incredulous. Su-young got incredibly lucky, allowing Ling Xuer to undergo a hidden evolution. They even obtained the core of the ice cave and gained control of it? This almost drove her insane with jealousy. She knew how much profit a single ice cave could generate. Even the Zhang family, the richest family in the world, didn't have the authority to control an entire region. But Su-young did it. A thought suddenly occurred to her: what if she hadn't chosen Zhang Tianxian back then, but had stayed with Su-young instead? Then wouldn't she have an ice cave? But now, the Valkyrie who owns the ice cave is not her, but someone else. That damned bitch. How dare she take my ice cave? I was here first, and I was the one who chose Su-young. I've known Su-young for 3 years, and she's only known him for a few days. What right does she have? Elaine's heart was screaming, but on the surface she appeared calm and collected. They seemed completely unconcerned about the news. The two exchanged a glance, smiled slightly, and unanimously skipped over the topic. On this day, all the senior high school students came to the entrance of the ice cave. The students went in order, and each of them was given a map to prevent them from getting lost. When Zhang Tianxiang and Elian arrived, the staff at the entrance stopped them. You two, you can't go in. Elaine immediately turned hostile. What do you mean? Why can't we go in? Zhang Tianxiang sneered. Do you know who I am? You dare to stop me? The staff member remained unfazed. You have been blacklisted from the ice cave and are not allowed to enter. Blacklist? The first person they thought of was Su-young. In fact, it was Su-young who did it. He couldn't easily make a move within the school, but the ice cave was his property. He doesn't want anyone to go in, and no one will object. This blacklist is just an appetizer. The main course is yet to come. Zhang Tianxiang didn't say anything more and turned to leave. However, his face was as black as ink, and his whole body exuded a chilling aura. Elaine's face was equally grim. She had actually been tricked by Su-young. Her level has just reached level 4, so coming to the ice cave is the most suitable place for her to level up. As a result, because of Su-young, she couldn't even get through the gate, which was a disgrace. Tang Zong, who was in the group, smirked when he saw the two of them get the short end of the stick. Just thinking about how his eldest son had already reached level 5 and was going to the next place to become stronger gave him a sense of urgency. Chi-Chi, we need to speed things up. There's a place here with lots of monsters. It's a gift from your son to his father. Song Chi-Chi also felt a bit of pressure and nodded heavily. As for Su-young, he didn't come here at all. A level 5 Valkyrie, still SSS rank, could easily find another place to continue growing stronger. If the ice cave is a place prepared for newcomers, then the Watcher's Forest is prepared for the next stage of Valkyries. At first glance, what you see is a lush, endless green forest. On the surface, it looks similar to other forests, but inside there are even more peculiar plant-type monsters. They look similar to trees and are good at hiding in the forest. However, with careful observation, some subtle differences can still be found. They should have reached the ice cave by now. I wonder if they'll be able to appreciate the little gift I gave them. Su-young always had a smile on his lips as he spoke. Not only those two, but he also didn't forget Yang Wei. Even though he didn't have a Valkyrie, Su Yang still thoughtfully put his name on the blacklist. Ling Xuer couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of those two people going over and being stopped at the door. They brought it on themselves. Who told them to be so outrageous in the first place? But I also want to thank them, otherwise I might never have met you in my life. When Ling Xuer said this, her expression was moved, with a hint of relief. If Zheng Tianxiang hadn't poached Elaine, she wouldn't have been able to become Su Yang's Valkyrie, and she wouldn't be who she is today. In a sense, these two people were her lucky stars. Never mind that, let's go in. The two walked directly inside. The outer path was easier to walk on, and there were many marks left by people on it. He had a simple map in his hand. Not long after they walked, the sharp-eyed Ling Xuer spotted a flower. This is a blue hydra flower, worth 30 points. This is a red sweet fruit, worth 20 points. This is. Ling Xuer acted as if she were in her own backyard, stuffing everything she saw that could be exchanged for points into her weapon space. Not a single enemy appeared, almost making Su Yang think that he was safe here. But soon, Ling Xuer's expression hardened, and she pointed to a tree in front of her and said, "That's a tree spirit. Wait for me here." Su Yang looked over and saw that it was no different from other trees. However, Xuer is definitely not wrong to say that. Because she's SSS rank. Ling Xuer stood still, raising the ice sword in her hand. With a whoosh, her figure vanished from the spot, leaving only an afterimage in the air. Her body moved quickly toward the tree spirit, and the instant the tree spirit opened its eyes, she was already pressed against it. Cut. As the ice sword fell, a faint arc of scattered ice fragments could be seen in the air, an incredibly beautiful sight. But beneath the beauty lies absolute danger. Before the tree spirit could make a move, its body broke in half and slid heavily to the ground. Just one move. He instantly killed the level 6 tree spirit. The value of SSS grade certification is still increasing. Looking at the tree demon's corpse on the ground, Ling Xuer felt a little sorry. It would be great if this piece of wood could be taken out and used. The tree spirit's wood is much harder than ordinary wood. This won't work. Only in controlled areas can you get materials after killing monsters. Someone once tried it and found that once the monster's corpse left the area of the Guardian Forest, it would automatically disappear. They were trapped in their respective areas and unable to leave. That's why every controlled area is so valuable. The two continued onward, killing several tree spirits along the way. However, as your level increases, the number of monsters you need to kill also increases significantly. Suddenly, a shrill scream came from ahead. Through the gaps in the trees, signal flares could be vaguely seen in the sky. Someone is calling for help. Su Yang remembered that Tang Zone later told him this. When he had the accident in the ice cave, a contractor and a Valkyrie rushed to his rescue immediately. There are indeed bad people in this world, but there are just as many good people. Xuer, let's go. Ling Xuer nodded, and the two quickly ran over. When Su Yang finally saw what was happening in front of him, he was at a loss for words. The scene was a bit eerie. There are 6 people there, in 3 pairs. But one man held a dagger to another's neck, forcing his Valkyrie to act as bait. A man lay on the ground in a pool of blood, holding a flare gun, while a Valkyrie knelt beside him, weeping. It's clear that the contractor is dead. She wasn't even wearing any armor. When the contractor dies, the contract automatically disappears. Without a contractor, the Valkyrie dares not use her own power. Using it will lead to death. In other words, the contractor is like an entity that helps the Valkyrie offset the side effects of her power. Around them were 10 tree spirits. Su Yang quickly analyzed the general situation. It's nothing more than being surrounded and unable to escape, then internal strife breaks out among them, and someone is used as bait. But no one convinced anyone else. The one with the knife would strike first, kill one, and then threaten the second. That was the current situation. Don't make me say it again, go and lure them away right now, or I'll kill him right now. The contractor holding the knife had a fierce expression, looking like he could make a move at any moment. The threatened contractor turned pale and hurriedly shouted, "Hurry up and go. If I die, you won't survive either." His Valkyrie gritted her teeth even if she was unwilling, what she said was true. With the contractor dead, she lost all her power. She would die here too. He was so close. Once he reached level 10, he could borrow some of my power and wouldn't be threatened anymore. The Valkyrie felt incredibly frustrated and could only turn around and charge towards the tree spirit. "Protect me, go that way." The man with the knife shouted at his Valkyrie. His Valkyrie reacted quickly, protecting him as they raced toward the spot cleared by the tree spirit. As for the Valkyrie who had been crying, she saw a chance to survive. They abandoned the crying and the contractor's corpse, and followed behind. This scene made Ling Xuer very uncomfortable. Su Yang scoffed, "What a show! The one who drew the knife is quite ruthless. Xuer, you can't trust anyone outside. One second they might be your teammate, the next they might be pointing their weapons at you. They'll do anything to survive." Ling Xuer didn't have that much understanding of human nature back then. But after experiencing these things, she realized. The only person in this world who is truly good to me is Su Yang. Chapter 11 Damn evil monster, take this sword. Without Su Yang, she wouldn't be who she is today. Although she really wanted to go up and help, she cared more about Su Yang's opinion. "What should I do?" she asked in a low voice. If Su Yang were to take her away with him, she would agree without hesitation and turn around and leave. Su Yang, meanwhile, was stroking his chin. Saving people is not a problem, even if the other party's level seems to be 9. But Xuer's strength would only be overwhelming. The two sides are not on the same level at all. Make your move. As soon as Su Yang finished speaking, Ling Xuer immediately entered battle mode. The Valkyrie, who was used as bait, has been surrounded by 5 dryads and has nowhere to escape. I never thought I'd die here. I'm so unwilling to accept this. A tear rolled down the Valkyrie's cheek, and the tree spirit suddenly attacked. Just as she was about to die, a clear, cold voice rang out. Cut. A series of icy lights flashed, and the 5 tree demons surrounding her were all cut in half at the waist. The Valkyrie was stunned, staring at Ling Xuer's figure. I'm still alive? Thank you, Senior. The Valkyrie was overjoyed. It's difficult to judge the age of a Valkyrie by her age. Some Valkyries who are clearly grandmothers still maintain the beauty of their youth. However, it can be judged from the perspective of strength. He killed 5 tree demons in one move. He's definitely a senior. You're too kind, Senior. I'll go take care of things over there first. Ling Xuer smiled slightly, her figure flashed quickly, and she ran in another direction. At this moment, the contractor holding the knife had a grim face. He had finally managed to force a Valkyrie to act as bait. Just as they broke out of the encirclement, there were still tree spirits ahead. He really had no other choice now. No, there's one more. Xiao Xian, this time you'll be the bait. What? Xiao Xian was his Valkyrie, and this statement filled her face with shock. Don't waste time, hurry up and go. If I manage to get back alive, I guarantee your family will have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. You need to think this through. Valkyrie Shoshin's expression shifted unpredictably. She didn't know what to do. Of all the people in the arena, only she had the ability to act as bait. If an ordinary person is used as bait, they will die in one fell swoop. Just as she made up her mind, she saw a strange Valkyrie appear. The opponent's speed was unbelievable. It appeared in front of the tree demon in the blink of an eye. Just one sword strike. It was as if the whole world had been dyed ice blue, blooming with the most dazzling ice flowers. Click, click, click. All the tree spirits were frozen solid. It then shattered, scattering ice blocks all over the ground. Instant kill? Valkyrie Xiaoshin's eyes widened. Even if she were a C9 class Valkyrie, she couldn't do that. She immediately realized that the Valkyrie in front of her was a senior. But before her smile could last even a second, she thought of something. My contractor is currently holding a hostage. Sure enough, the strange Valkyrie's gaze fell on the contractor wielding the knife. What are you doing? The contractor with the knife felt like he was being targeted by a boss. The feeling of his whole body being frozen almost made him wet himself. I was just joking with him, huh? He gave an awkward smile while whispering a threat. If you dare tell the truth, I'll stab you to death right now. The threatened contractor remained silent and, taking advantage of the moment when the other party lowered their guard, ran away. Sir, save me. He's trying to kill me. Court death. The contractor with the knife widened his eyes and decisively made his move. But Ling Xuer was faster than him. Brush. An arm flew straight into the air, and the severed part of the arm was frozen. Ah! My arm. The contractor let out a piercing scream. To murder one's own people is an unforgivable crime, deserving of death. Ling Xuer's face was cold, and her eyes were filled with frost. She never imagined that a person could be this bad. Earlier, they used other contractors to coerce the Valkyrie into being used as bait, but when they found they had no bait, they had to use their own Valkyrie instead. This is already at its initial stage. Heh, what else could I do in that situation? Are you just waiting to die together? You're so powerful, why don't you come and save us? If you had come earlier, I wouldn't have done this. It's all your fault. The one-armed contractor clutched his shoulder, his face contorted with rage, saliva splattering from his mouth. His eyes bulged outwards, bloodshot, like those of a demon. Ling Xuer took a step back, her face somewhat pale. Yes, if only she had come a little earlier. But before she could finish her thought, Su Yang's voice came over. Xuer, this is another new lesson. Some people only blame others for all their mistakes and never think about their own problems. When dealing with someone like that, there's no need to waste words with him, because he'll find a way to bring you down to his level and then use his rich experience to defeat you. Su Yang walked over calmly, hands in his pockets. At this point, there's only one thing you need to do, and that is. Su Yang's expression suddenly changed. He pointed at the one-armed contractor and shouted, "Damn evil beast. You actually disguised yourself as a human and spread your lies. Take this." This time, Ling Xuer seemed to have been enlightened, as if she had suddenly gained a new understanding. She raised the ice sword in her hand and aimed it at the one-armed contractor. "Damn evil beast, how dare you disguise yourself as a human and spread your lies? Take this." With a single sword strike, his body was split in two, the cut frozen solid. But this way, he didn't die immediately. The unparalleled pain tormented him constantly until his death. In the instant he died, a parchment appeared, then quietly crumbled. When the contractor dies, the contract is automatically terminated. Xiao Xian's armor vanished into thin air, and she stood there without saying a word. Of the three groups of Valkyries, only one group remained healthy. In the end, the other two groups saw their contractors die. "Seniors, could you please escort us out? I can transfer all my points to you." A petite-looking girl pleaded with Su Yang. This duo might have died at the hands of the tree spirits before even leaving the Watcher's Forest. One Valkyrie cannot protect three people. "I'm not a senior, you are." "I'm still a senior in high school." Su Yang waved his hand. The four people were shocked to hear this. How can a high school senior not only come to the Forest of Watchers to grind monsters, but also be so powerful? Are all newcomers monsters? How could these senior graduates, who had graduated many years ago, possibly bear this? After some conversation, Su Yang learned that these people were all graduates of Nanchang No. 1 High School. "I just didn't get into university back then, so I started working after graduation. We all work for the same company. Our mission this time is to come into the Guardian Forest to find a rare fruit called the green fruit. This fruit is the main ingredient in many recovery potions, and its value is not low. I never expected it to turn out like this after only a few days here." The one speaking was Lu Tong, the only remaining contractor. He couldn't imagine that his colleague would hold a knife to his neck at that moment. Su Yang noticed Lu Tong's hesitant expression and smiled. "Are you wondering what's going on with my Valkyrie?" Lu Tong nodded repeatedly, as he was quite shocked by Ling Xuer's battle just now. His Valkyrie was at least C8 level, but compared to the opponents, she was just a nobody on the side of the road. This matter wasn't a secret to begin with, so Su Yang just said it out loud. "Xuer has completed her hidden evolution and is now rank A." "What, hidden evolution? X4. All four people simultaneously exclaimed in shock. They'd only heard of this thing over the years, but had never actually seen it. "I never expected to have the chance to see it with my own eyes this time." Ling Xuer was surrounded by three women, and she was flustered and her face turned red. They all envied Ling Xuer, not only because of her high potential, but also because she had a good contractor. They had witnessed everything that had happened. If it were someone else, they might be morally blackmailed and think they were wrong. But Su Yang told them another solution. "Little Xuer, I've been through this before. You must seize this opportunity with such a good contractor. We must not let ourselves be targeted by any vixens." The only remaining Valkyrie among the three whispered to Ling Xuer. Ling Xuer couldn't stand such words and immediately turned into a steam girl. After escorting them out of the forest, Su Yang led Ling Xuer back in. Lu Tong suddenly shouted, "Su Yang, be careful inside. I've received information that several factions in the southern city are attacking the Watcher's Forest, hoping to obtain its core. If you encounter them, don't act impulsively." Su Yang knew the other party meant well, so he waved and went inside. Let's go too. What will you two do after that? Lu Tong looked at the other two women. They paused for a moment, a bitter smile appearing on their lips. We decided to live like ordinary people. The life of a Valkyrie is not as good as we imagined. They were lucky this time, as they ran into Su Yang and his companion. But what about next time? While ordinary people may not have a dramatic life, they can live a stable life. The Valkyrie could die outside at any moment. In the forest, Ling Xuer unexpectedly found a green fruit. A round, green fruit with a faint sheen on its surface, it looked quite peculiar. Is this the green fruit? I heard that one of these is worth 200 points. Ling Xuer blinked her icy blue eyes and asked curiously. Yes, these places are very strange. You can't take away the corpses of monsters, but everything else is fine. Let's put the green fruit aside for now and move on. Strangely, they found a green fruit every so often they walked. However, Lu Tong and his team searched for several days but found none of them. This made Su Yang wonder if his luck had improved. The next second, a loud shout came from ahead. This boss, the Zhang family wants it, everyone please give us face. Another voice scoffed, what is your Zhang family? Do you think I need your respect? The third voice seemed to be acting as a peacemaker, why can't we discuss things properly? We are no match for the boss inside on our own. As always, we share it among the three parties. Chapter 12 The Valkyrie gets destroyed by the boss. Su Yang and Ling Xuer quietly approached the vicinity and looked over. In the open space ahead, three groups of people were facing off. In order to find the core of the Guardian Forest, my Zhang family has paid a huge price, and my Zhang family will take half of it. Zhang Tianyu's expression was cold, and his words carried an unquestionable tone. The Valkyrie beside him took a step forward, her aura radiating power. Her level has reached the upper limit for entering the core of the Watchful Forest, level 10. Those above level 10 simply cannot reach the core. However, the same level 10 Valkyrie appeared on both sides. A three-way power struggle. The atmosphere was extremely tense, as if a fight could break out at any moment. But Su Yang saw it very clearly, a fight was definitely not going to happen. After all, their goal is this Guardian Forest, not to waste it on fighting. The second group was led by a bearded man named Zhai Jin Gang, whose voice was rough. I know your Zhang family has indeed paid a high price, but you also know how valuable a complete core is. The Forest of Watchers is open to Valkyries of levels 5 to 10. It contains not only tree spirits but also other monsters. There are also abundant medicinal herb resources here, which are very suitable for my company's main business. He was sent by the company to safeguard the forest's abundant resources. Lu Tong is an employee of his company. As for the third group, they belong to the Joint Chamber of Commerce. The United Chamber of Commerce has offices in all human cities, and they exchange goods and services, which is how they revitalized the stagnant human world. Of course, they also made a lot of profits from it. The leader is called Wallet. Its name is rustic, and it looks chubby and harmless. But his Valkyrie is by no means weak. We're all old acquaintances, it's not good to fight and kill each other. But I think we can discuss this allocation further. The Wallet is all smiles and attempts to smooth things over. After some discussion, it was finally decided that the distribution would be based on each person's contribution. If the Zhang family makes the greatest contribution in dealing with the boss, then the Zhang family will receive 50% of the profits. If not, then the other companies will benefit the most. Zhang Tianyu agreed. It's mainly because his own family's strength is no match for two families the boss is not so easy to deal with. Since it's agreed, let's take the green fruit and go. A group of people, each holding a green fruit, walked forward. Then, they disappeared from that spot. They're going to deal with the boss, should we go and check it out? Ling Xuer took out 2 green fruits, looking eager to try them out. Don't rush, the boss is not so easy to deal with, except for Xuer, of course. Su Yang mentally estimated that those people's Valkyries were at most B rank, plus some C rank and D rank Valkyries. Defeating the boss of the Watchers Forest is still not an easy task. According to records, it takes at least 20 Valkyries to successfully defeat a boss. It's best to have an A-rank Valkyrie leading the team, as they have a wealth of experience. Otherwise, it would either result in total annihilation or heavy casualties. This isn't a game where you just die. Humanity once wanted to control more cores, but abandoned the idea after losing many Valkyries. If it weren't for Xuer, dozens of Valkyries would have been easy prey for the giant spider last time. So we'll just wait here? Ling Xuer put away the green fruit and then took out a bottle of water and handed it to him. Boss battles usually don't take too much time, so we'll wait here. If they succeed, things will change here. If they fail, they'll just come back here. The premise is that someone else can come out alive. Meanwhile, in another space, a group of people stood in front of a 50-meter tall tree, all of them dumbfounded. This is the boss of the Watchers Forest? How the hell are we supposed to beat it? Jai Jingang launched into a tirade of curses. Standing before the giant tree, they looked like ants at the feet of a giant, utterly insignificant. Once you're in, you either have to survive for an hour before you can leave, or you die here, or you win. We had no choice. The smile on the wallet's face vanished. They brought out all the strongest Valkyries below level 10. If even they can't beat them, then no one else has a chance. Zhang Tianyu seemed to have received prior information, as his expression remained unchanged. But his palms were already sweating. Only when you actually stand in front of the boss can you feel that suffocating feeling. Arm up. All 30 Valkyries were armed. They were arranged according to different focuses. The tank Valkyrie, wielding a shield, stands at the forefront, protecting everyone and absorbing damage. The melee DPS Valkyrie stays close to the tank Valkyrie, ready to strike at any moment. Ranged DPS and support Valkyries stay in the back, ensuring the safety of both the DPS and the front line. At the same time, everyone took out some strange and unusual things and ate them. These are all items developed by humans to enhance the Valkyrie's strength. All things considered, this could increase their strength by about 10%. Once everything was ready, the three gave the order. Superior. With a loud shout, the 5 tank Valkyries charged forward, shields in hand. I will lead the charge. The shield emitted a dazzling light, and when it was very close to the tree, it suddenly grew larger and slammed into the tree. Boom! The tree swayed slightly, and an old man's face appeared on the trunk. Countless branches attacked from all directions, sweeping towards the tank Valkyrie. We can't let you get away with this. We've got them back. The melee Valkyrie gripped her weapon tightly, relentlessly slashing down the tree branches. The ranged Valkyrie kept shooting arrows and firing guns. That's right, some Valkyrie's weapons are firearms. Each Valkyrie's armor is different, whether it's a melee weapon or a firearm. Killing the enemy is the best weapon. As the branches disappeared, they focused their efforts on attacking the boss itself. Suddenly, the ground exploded open, and tree spirits emerged from it. They were surrounded. Not only did they surround them, the tree spirits divided them into several groups. Tanks and melee units are grouped together, while ranged and support units are grouped together. Oh no! Quickly, get them to protect the back row. One person's expression changed drastically. Everyone knows that a team without support from the back row is doomed to fail sooner or later. Unfortunately, it was too late. The tree spirits swarmed forward. Those with tanks were alright, but the back row was in trouble. Ah! Help me! A support Valkyrie was caught in the branches of a tree spirit and was put directly into its mouth. These tree spirits are all level 10, and she is no match for them in a one-on-one fight. A Valkyrie wielding a bow and arrow immediately shot several arrows, saving her. This only delayed things a little. After nearly half an hour of fighting, the first Valkyrie finally died. She was eaten by the tree spirit, and her body was never found. No! Xiao AI. One of the contractors collapsed to his knees, and his contract parchment vanished. The others looked grim, but as contractors, they couldn't help in the battle. If I could complete an evolution, my strength would increase significantly, but unfortunately the trials are too difficult. Someone punched the ground, their expression one of extreme pain. Once the Valkyrie reaches level 10, she can unlock an evolution trial. Once the trial begins, the Valkyrie and the contractor will enter a trial space simultaneously. Each Valkyrie's trial is different and quite difficult. According to current data, less than half of the Valkyries are able to complete a trial at level 10. Most people choose to level up a bit and then complete the evolution trial again. This will increase the success rate. Failing the trial won't kill you, but it will leave you weakened for a year. A year is a very precious time for Valkyries in the early stages. Let's not think about any trials for now. Let's figure out how to survive for an hour and then get out of here. The wallet squinted. He realized that so many Valkyries were no match for the boss. Rather, they couldn't even defeat the tree spirits summoned by the boss. The opponent didn't use any of their best moves. Defeating the boss is impossible, so they only have one option left. Hold on for another hour, then get out of this awful place. It's easier said than done. The female warrior had exhausted a lot of her strength in the battle. Fortunately, after paying the price of several Valkyrie lives, the two sides finally reunited. Our objective has changed. Let's hold on for another hour, then we'll leave. Upon hearing this, the Valkyrie's eyes lit up. They rallied and continued the fight. In Su Yang and Ling Xuer's view, just 1 hour had passed when a group of people appeared on the open ground, tumbling and crawling. Apart from the contractors, all the Valkyries are injured. In several cases, the injuries were quite severe, and the women immediately drank the treatment, after which the wounds slowly healed. Su Yang glanced at the list and saw that there were 30 Valkyries who had gone in before, plus the contractors, making a total of 60. But now, none of the contractors are dead, and only 8 Valkyries remain. Zheng Tianyu's face was extremely gloomy. The Zheng family had suffered a great loss this time. Of the 10 Valkyries, only 3 survived. How is he going to face his uncle, the head of the Zheng family, when he goes back? Walk. No one wanted to stay here any longer, and they soon disappeared. Su Yang smiled. He had finally gotten this opportunity. Although he believed that Xuer's strength was no weaker than the boss's, he still considered safety. He decided to level up Xuer before going to fight the boss. Given this defeat, it's estimated that the 3 factions won't take action against the boss anytime soon. It's not worth the risk. Unless they can find a Valkyrie of level 10 or above, or even a rank or higher, to lead the team. Upon closer reflection, it seems there is such a candidate. His former Valkyrie, Elaine. She is currently at rank A, and her level is within rank 10. However, Su Yang did not believe that the Zheng family would let her go into her death. Chapter 13. The dividing line between people is amniotic fluid. An A-rank Valkyrie is a rare find, and as long as one works steadily and surely, protecting a family in the future will not be a problem at all. You can go inside to fight the boss, but if you die accidentally, all of the Zheng family's investments will go down the drain. The compensation they have to pay for the Valkyrie who died this time is a considerable sum. On his way back, Zheng Tianyu thought of Elaine, the Valkyrie who belonged to his cousin. His fists clenched involuntarily. Since the eldest uncle had a son late in life, most of the Zheng family's resources have been directed toward him. Especially after learning that an A-rank Valkyrie had appeared at the school, they immediately used a lot of resources to poach her. My uncle would never let such a precious Valkyrie go on a dangerous mission. It has to be admitted that the dividing line between people is actually amniotic fluid. Zheng Tianyu gave a wry smile. He knew he would be punished when he returned after the operation failed. The other 2 families were the same. After returning, they told the others about what happened inside. The boss in the Forest of Watchers is very powerful and can summon tree spirits to fight. To clear the level, you need at least an A-rank Valkyrie to lead the team. That's right, B level can't hold out at all, but how many A level are still below level 10? Level is the biggest limitation. Otherwise, the boss in the Watchers Forest would have been defeated long ago. Speaking of which, doesn't the Zhang family have one A level member? They would be willing to send her in to gamble? I don't believe it. Have you all forgotten that the school has an A-rank Valkyrie? You mean that Valkyrie who has undergone a hidden evolution? Will she agree? You'll know once you try. Without prior arrangement, all 3 factions turned their attention to Su Yang and Ling Xuer. Su Yang had no idea that these 3 companies were searching for him. He and Ling Xuer began searching for and killing monsters in the Watchful Forest. He even bought an experience scroll from the store, which would increase his experience by 50% after use. After killing more than 100 monsters, Ling Xuer felt her level increase once again. She is currently at level 6. Each level advancement represents a leap in her strength. The growth rate of SSS rank is terrifying. Other Valkyries can't even get a taste of it. They returned to the city before dark. Spending the night in the wild is dangerous, and even though Ling Xuer is an SSS level, Su Yang doesn't dare to be careless. Son, report to your father what happened today. Su Yang picked up his phone and called Tang Zong directly. You unfilial son. How dare you disturb your father's nighttime meditation so late at night? What is your punishment? Tang Zong's voice came through, and there seemed to be other voices in the background. It's just playing games, why make it sound so fancy? Su Yang pursed his lips. Okay, it's nothing really. Kiki has already reached level 2, and our goal is to reach level 3 in a week. Tang Zong's voice carried a hint of confidence. Not all Valkyries level up as fast as Ling Xuer. Most Valkyries need to fight for a while before they can defeat monsters. However, Ling Xuer easily defeated the monsters she encountered. This will save a lot of time. This speed was already considered very fast by Emperor Tang. After all, he had Su Yang's help and knew in advance where more monsters would spawn. By the way, he gets free entry to the ice cave forever. I almost forgot, you didn't see Zhang Tianxiang's expression. It was absolutely hilarious. I ate 3 bowls of rice that night. Su Yang chuckled softly. He knew very well that Zhang Tianxiang would remember this grudge. But so what? If I become powerful enough but still can't take revenge, then all my strength will have been wasted. Any news about Yang Wei? Su Yang had not forgotten this person. Tang Zong's voice carried a hint of caution. I've had someone investigate, and Yang Wei has disappeared without a trace. We can't find him at all. He didn't come to school either, he had already taken a long leave of absence. It's obvious that Yang Wei is trying to get revenge on him. But he's just an ordinary person, a contractor without a contract with a Valkyrie. What can he do? Unless it is. I came into contact with some shady people. No matter who he brings, as long as I am strong enough, I can handle any danger. The next morning, before Su Yang and Ling Shuer had even left the city, they were stopped by 3 people. These 3 people were strangers, but they took the initiative to reveal the forces behind them and their purpose for coming. Su Yang, Ling Shuer, I am from the Zhang family. I am here today mainly to invite you to join our team. We're preparing to take down the boss in the Watcher's Forest, but we're missing in a rank Valkyrie. If you join, I can guarantee that I can raise Ling Shuer to level 10 in the shortest time. Then we'll go, how about that? The other 2 had similar ideas. Regardless of which side they joined, they would ultimately unite to deal with the boss. However, the members of the United Chamber of Commerce were wealthy and generous, and they brought out many gifts as a token of their appreciation. However, Su Yang did not accept it. Thank you for your kind offer, but I'm a rather lazy person and don't like being constrained. The 3 men's expressions stiffened slightly. They hadn't expected that such generous terms wouldn't even tempt him. It grants you a free boost to level 10, a perk that many Valkyries don't even receive. Zheng Tianyu was somewhat unwilling, but suddenly he thought of something and a plan came to mind. He approached Su Yang and said in a voice only the 2 of them could hear, Su Yang, you must really hate Zheng Tianxiang, right? No explanation needed. He stole your Valkyrie, no man could tolerate that. We can work together, can't we? Su Yang squinted, he had figured it out. This person has a major conflict with Zheng Tianxiang. Could it be a dispute between the legitimate and illegitimate children? But none of this concerns him. To cooperate with someone who was not even as good as Zheng Tianxiang? Su Yang's words made his expression freeze instantly, and veins like earthworms bulged out instantly. Very good. I'll remember you. He didn't do anything, he just glared at Su Yang and turned to leave. The other 2 families then left. In their eyes, Su Yang was just a newcomer. Although they didn't know how Su Yang defeated the boss of the ice cave. But they must have gotten incredibly lucky. Even an A-rank Valkyrie cannot take on a boss single-handedly. In the Forest of Watchers, Ling Shuer had just killed a tree spirit when she heard something. An elite tree spirit has appeared about 500 meters away. Ling Shuer has a strong sense of perception, which would be even stronger in an icy or snowy environment. Let's go, the elite ones are worth dozens of ordinary monsters. When the 2 arrived, they found that several Valkyries were already besieging the elite tree spirit. Compared to ordinary tree spirits, elite tree spirits are several times larger and appear more imposing. As expected of an elite monster, it has thick skin and tough flesh, it's impossible to damage it. One of the contractors said through gritted teeth. If this continues, we'll be worn down. We either have to run away or gather more people to attack us. Another person suggested. But this way, you'll get less experience from killing elites, and this thing isn't about the last hit. After discussing it, the contractors had no choice but to reluctantly leave. The elite tree spirit seemed to have no intention of giving chase. After all the Valkyries left, its roots took hold in the ground, turning it into an ordinary tree. After confirming that no one was nearby, Ling Shuer flew up and slashed down with her sword. The elite tree spirit wasn't instantly killed. It reacted quickly and immediately launched a counterattack. But Ling Shuer was even faster. She easily dodged all the branches and struck with her sword again. This time, the elite tree spirit was cut in half, allowing her to level up to level 7. Elite tree spirits already have a lot of experience points, and with the added bonus from experience scrolls, they can save a lot of time. Su Yang, I've reached level 7. Ling Shuer ran back happily. Yes, that way you'll reach level 10 in just a few days. Su Yang smiled. Once you reach level 10, you will be able to borrow a portion of my power, which will ensure your safety. Ling Xuer's sincere words warmed Su Yang's heart. The reason she's working so hard to level up is to reach level 10. Before this, the contractor had no way to protect himself. 3 days later, with Ling Xuer's continuous kills and the help of experience scrolls, she finally reached level 10. I can feel that I can participate in the trial at any time now. Ling Xuer's tone was somewhat serious. For all Valkyries, the trial of evolution is an opportunity. After evolving, their strength will increase, and even their appearance will change to some extent. The Valkyrie will continue to evolve towards her most perfect form. Do you really think the warrior in Valkyrie is just a random choice? Not only Ling Xuer, but Su Yang also felt the same way. At the same time, the system, which had been silent all along, made a rare sound. Valkyrie Ling Xuer's evolution level has reached 10%. Materials needed for the next stage will be unlocked. Ice Dragon Fruit X1. Prerequisite: you need to complete one evolution trial before you can use the Ice Dragon Fruit to unlock it, otherwise, your level will remain at level 10. Dragon Fruit? Su Yang's expression shifted. He had only heard of this thing, but had never seen it before. It is said to contain a trace of the Ice Dragon's power, and there is a chance to gain this power after eating it. But where can he get this thing? Furthermore, you need to complete trials to level up, otherwise, obtaining the Ice Dragon Fruit will be useless. Xuer, kill a few more tree demons to get a feel for it. Ling Xuer did as she was told, and then she realized what was happening. Strange, when I killed the tree demon, I could feel a slight change in myself. But I didn't feel anything when I killed the tree demon. But level 10 should still be within the level range of the Forest of Watchers. Ling Xuer couldn't understand it and looked completely bewildered. As expected, the level is locked. I suspect it might be related to your hidden evolution. After all, you are different from ordinary Valkyries. There may be some other conditions needed, such as trials, or more evolution materials. Chapter 14, Dealing with the Boss in the Watchful Forest. First shackle, open. Ling Xuer believed everything Su Yang said. Yes, that must be it. Shall we go for the trial now? Su Yang shook his head. The trial is unknown, but the boss is known. Let's take care of the boss first and make thorough preparations before we go to the trial. Su Yang was quite curious about the trials. Each Valkyrie's trial was different, and so far, no two trials were the same. But for now, let's focus on the boss. Su Yang knew that once he defeated the boss this time, he would gain control of the core of the Guardian Forest. The military is probably going to be very upset. Defeating the Ice Spider Queen could be considered a coincidence, but can defeating the second boss also be a coincidence? So he needed to sound him out. Instead of going to the boss immediately, he went to Zhong Lang. Xiao Yang, it's been a few days. Is there something you need? Zhong Lang looked at the two people in front of him with a satisfied expression. The ice cave has been attracting a steady stream of visitors these past few days, bringing in a significant amount of revenue and resources every day. They also collect the materials dropped by the monsters they kill at the entrance, which can further enhance the military's strength. This is definitely a great thing for Nanchang. All of this was brought about by Su Yang. After all, the military is reluctant to let so many Valkyries risk their lives to fight the boss. Regardless of whether it will succeed, even if it does, the heavy casualties will make it meaningless. If you're here to collect the profits from the ice cave, I can give them to you in a few days. My people are still taking stock. Su Yang waved his hand. Grandpa Zhong, I didn't come here for that. What I'm trying to say is, if I defeat the second boss, will the military protect me? Upon hearing this, Zhong Lang's body trembled. What did you say? You took down the second boss? All by yourself? Zhong Lang was completely shocked. The first boss was a stroke of luck for Su Yang, as the Valkyrie had undergone a hidden evolution and was able to defeat the opponent. But what about the second boss? There aren't that many coincidences. If there are too many coincidences, then they are no longer coincidences. Zhong Lang's expression turned serious as he looked at Su Yang. What level is your Valkyrie now? Level 10. Su Yang didn't hide it, nor was there any need to. Hiss. Zhong Lang gasped, knowing that less than half a month had passed since Ling Xuer reached level 1. You've reached level 10 so quickly? That's incredibly fast. It normally takes at least a year for a C-rank Valkyrie to reach level 10. This is considered fast, a slower one would take even longer. Finding the monster, killing it, and recovering from injuries all take time. But then I thought, the other party is an S-class Valkyrie with hidden evolution, so it seems a bit possible? An S-rank Valkyrie, that's really impressive. However, there was something wrong with what you just said. You should have said. A startling aura suddenly emanated from Zhong Lang. His gaze was high and held a hint of disdain. In the entire southern city, besides the city lord, who was my match? You probably don't know my level yet, so I'll tell you now. My wife is AB 30 level. Su Yang's eyes widened. A level 30 Valkyrie, no wonder she's so powerful. Basically, reaching level 10 is considered a pretty good level of strength among Valkyries. Level 20 and above are all human elites. Level 30 is a big shot in a city. This is in the bag. Okay, I'll go deal with the boss now. What? You're really going alone? Or should I have someone go with you? Zhong Lang was very worried about their safety. This is a future powerhouse of the military, he can't just die in a low-level area. It's alright, as long as Grandpa Zhong helps me fend off some people. Zhong Lang understood the pressure Su Yang was under. Once this matter got out, many people would definitely try to win him over or assassinate him. A powerful Valkyrie is hard to kill, but can a weak contractor be killed? Why are Valkyries almost always married to their contractors? Otherwise, they simply cannot provide close protection. Is there really a man in the world who would stand by and watch his wife protect another man? Yes, bro. However, this situation is extremely rare. Su Yang led Ling Xuer to the clearing in the Guardian Forest, holding green fruits in their hands. The next second, their figures appeared in a special space. Here, they saw a tree that was 50 meters tall and 10 meters in diameter. This is the boss of the Watchers Forest? It looks really big. Two wings appeared on Ling Xuer's back, and this battle filled her with excitement. Unsure of the boss's strength, Su Yang decided to play it safe. He took out a lot of things for Ling Xuer to eat. These were all purchased from the store using his points. Increased strength, physique, speed, etc. Ling Xuer clearly felt that her strength had improved considerably. She glanced gratefully at Su Yang, then soared into the sky. When she was less than 100 meters away from the boss, an old man's face appeared on the trunk of a large tree. Then, countless tree branches surged down, almost enveloping her. Good timing. Ling Xuer shouted loudly, swinging her ice sword incessantly. Sword beams burst forth, shredding all the tree branches to shreds. A thin layer of frost appeared on the ground and tree branches around her. As her level increases, Ling Xuer has access to more and more methods. Click, click, click. Layers of ice rapidly climbed onto the boss's body, and the boss seemed somewhat enraged. With a whoosh, the ground soil bulged up. A large number of tree demons emerged from below, stretching out their long branches and arms, trying to tear Ling Xuer apart. Ling Xuer hovered in mid-air, her expression unchanged, as if the horrifying scene before her was nothing more than a pile of dirt and rubble. Break! She placed the ice sword in front of her, gripped it tightly with both hands, and then slashed down suddenly. The sword light, stretching over 10 meters, swept away all the enemies in front of it. With a single strike, nearly half of the tree demons were wiped out. With another sword strike, the remaining tree spirits all vanished. A level 10 SSS rank Valkyrie, that's terrifying. Her level 1 attributes are equivalent to 100 times that of an ordinary Valkyrie. At the same level, she could easily take on the boss alone. The boss's expression was one of extreme rage, and its size underwent a dramatic change. The roots that had spread all around, almost everywhere, were pulled out. The roots kept contracting, eventually forming two huge legs. The upper body also changed. What was originally a huge tree turned into a wooden figure holding a shield and a long sword. Is this considered the second phase? Su Yang was somewhat curious. Humans don't know much about bosses. After all, the cost of defeating a boss is too high. One wrong move and the whole party is wiped out. Most people wouldn't dare to face the boss. They peek out and it's gone in a second. How are we supposed to play like that? Boss, just kidding, it's instant kill even without showing your face. Ling Xuer's eyes finally showed a hint of seriousness. She could sense that her opponent was very strong. But she is the only SSS class Valkyrie in history. Even against the boss, she can still win. This battle is a battle for the contractors. Not for anything else, but to protect everything he has. The first shackle, open. Boom. Ling Xuer's body suddenly erupted with astonishing energy, her entire armor radiated light, and her hair danced in the wind. She held an ice sword, her gaze sharp, the tip of the sword pointed straight at the boss. Visible ripples spread outwards in all directions. The boss was covered in a dense layer of ice, and it struggled incessantly but could not break free. Su Yang was completely stunned. At this moment, Ling Xuer truly deserves the title of Valkyrie. At the same time, he heard the system's voice. Congratulations, host. Your Valkyrie Ling Xuer has broken free of the first shackle. Attack power increased by 100%, ice type buff doubled, duration 1 hour. I'll blanch it. That's intense? What does the first layer of shackles mean? Does the Valkyrie have shackles on her body? All Valkyries are bound by shackles, and very few are able to break free of them. This touched upon his area of ignorance. He was puzzled that no teacher had taught him this kind of knowledge. Was it deliberately hidden, or was there some other reason? Since shackles exist, there must be people who use them. Who set the shackles? Why are Valkyries wearing shackles? Su Yang felt as if he had vaguely touched upon one of the truths of the world. He asked the system who set the shackles, but the system did not respond. Ling Xuer in the sky raised her ice sword high, and endless ice light gathered on her sword. At that moment, the ice sword in her hand seemed to become the center of the world. Even the boss couldn't help but look up at it. The ice layer on its body was gradually thickening, making its movements incredibly stiff. It sensed a great crisis, and the old man's face emitted an angry shout. Man! Its fist slammed down hard towards Ling Xuer. That punch could probably shatter a small mountain on the spot. Even the body of a Valkyrie might not be able to withstand it. But this punch was blocked by something less than 5 meters away from Ling Xuer. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a thick wall of ice. The ice wall was completely transparent and could not be seen with the naked eye. The boss's fist didn't even leave a single crack on it. Finally, the light faded, and the ice sword in Ling Xuer's hand grew to a full 50 meters long. From Su Yang's perspective, Ling Xuer, who was just over a meter tall, was actually wielding a 50-meter-long ice sword. The stark contrast in that instant left him speechless. So cool. Su Yang couldn't help but shout. Ling Xuer's originally stern face suddenly showed a hint of shyness. She heard Su Yang's voice, but quickly returned to normal. Cut. With a soft shout, the 50-meter-long ice sword crashed down. Chapter 15: Elaine's Regret. The old man's face on the wooden figure was filled with utter despair. It was the most powerful tree spirit, yet it died at the hands of a human. Man! The ice sword cleaved from top to bottom, splitting the wooden figure in two. The wooden figure's body was completely frozen, and then it fell heavily to the ground. A core, resembling a gemstone, flew out of the wooden figure's body and slowly landed in Ling Xuer's hand. Su Yang, look, it's another core. Ling Xuer excitedly flew over and placed the core in his hand. Xuer, you looked really cool just now. Su Yang looked at her with admiration. Ling Xuer deliberately puffed out her cheeks, just like a little hamster. Who says a girl is handsome? Shouldn't she be pretty? Su Yang was taken aback, then laughed and said, yes, it's my fault. She's very pretty and cute. Ling Xuer's face flushed, and she smiled happily. With the core in hand, Su Yang skillfully and easily took control of the watchful forest. In that instant, he could see everywhere in the watchful forest. All the monsters and supplies were in his sight. He became the only contractor in the South City to control 2 areas. Given a little time, becoming the richest man in Nanchang is not a problem at all. Let's go back and find Grandpa Zhong first. Su Yang acted decisively and returned to the city directly with Ling Xuer. At that moment, the people in the forest suddenly discovered. The tree spirit that was originally killed actually dropped some items. Their expressions changed as they realized something. The boss of the Forest of Watchers has been defeated, and its core has been taken. The Forest of Watchers has become a private domain. The news spread throughout the entire southern city in a short time, and everyone found it unbelievable. The 3 factions recently gathered a group of people to fight the boss, but suffered heavy casualties. How long has it been, and someone has already successfully taken down the boss? Who exactly is it? They immediately sent people to investigate, all wanting to know who was so powerful as to be able to take over the Watchers' forest. At that moment, the military took the initiative to send out a message, informing everyone. The one who controls the core of the Guardian Forest is none other than Su Yang. This news shocked everyone. Previously, Su Yang had come into the public eye in Nanchang due to two separate incidents. His first move was to seize control of the core of the ice cave, which many people believed was just a stroke of luck. The second one is Ling Xuer's hidden evolution. Valkyries with hidden evolutions are extremely rare, you might not even find one in a whole city. This is the third time. Upon receiving this news, Emperor Tang jumped up immediately. Holy crap! No wonder he's my son, like father, like son. I'm amazing. Emperor Tang nodded solemnly. Song Qiqi slapped him on the head and said irritably, that's because Su Yang and Xuer are good, what's it to you? Tang Zong touched the spot where he had been hit and chuckled, how can you say I have nothing to do with this? I was the one who took him to the Hall of Contracts back then. Without me, would he have met Xuer? Just then, Su Yang and Ling Xuer walked into the classroom. All eyes were on them. But unlike before, their eyes were filled with admiration and envy. Chen Tao kept his head down, trembling like a quail. Who knew that Su Yang would become even more awesome after losing Elaine? Taking over the core of the Watcher's Forest this time left them speechless with shock. They could barely understand that the ice cave was only level 5 at most. After all, she is a hidden evolution A rank Valkyrie, so her strength must be very strong. But what the heck is this Guardian Forest thing? That's a place with a maximum level of 10. Other Valkyries would need a considerable amount of time to reach that level. How long has it been, and he's already defeated the boss of the Watcher's Forest? Su Yang, what level is your Valkyrie? Someone couldn't help but ask. Level 10. Su Yang spoke calmly. The classroom erupted in chaos. Holy crap! Has the Valkyrie's potential test been going on for a month already? She's already level 10? How did she level up like that? Does she eat experience-boosting items every day? How is that possible? Even the richest man in Nanchang couldn't afford to feed her with that much food, let alone a Valkyrie with no combat experience. What good is a high level if she has no combat experience? I'm so envious. Why does Su Yang get all the good things? He's the only one of the two A-level Valkyries in the whole school. At that moment, someone had an idea. If you're in the 10th grade, doesn't that mean you can skip the college entrance exam and be directly admitted to university? Yeah, she's a hidden evolutionary A-rank Valkyrie who can choose any school she wants? We're still debating whether we can pass the exam, while he's already chosen whatever he wants. The difference between people is greater than the difference between people and dogs. The news hasn't spread beyond Nanchang yet, but once those top universities learn about Su Yang's situation, they'll definitely extend offers. It's worth noting that the top scorers in the college entrance examination in previous years were probably only at this level. A rank Valkyrie is indeed qualified to compete for the top spot. At school, Zhang Tianxiang and Elian walked together. However, the students around them looked at them with a strange expression. The story of Su Yang and Elaine spread throughout the entire school. Everyone knows that Elaine chose to leave Su Yang in order to get close to Zhang Tianxiang. At that time, everyone thought that Su Yang was a fallen genius. But not long after, the situation took a turn for the better. Su Yang's Valkyrie underwent a hidden evolution and obtained the cores of 2 regions. He instantly became the most sought-after person in the southern part of the city. In comparison, Elaine, this A-rank Valkyrie, doesn't seem to have any outstanding qualities yet. It feels like picking up a sesame seed but losing a watermelon. Zhang Tianxiang has turned into a sesame seed. At this time, the two were unaware of Su Yang's situation, and Elaine felt very uncomfortable facing the strange looks from the surrounding students. Stop right there. What kind of look was that just now? Elaine arrogantly stopped a student and questioned him. The boy wasn't easily intimidated. He glanced at the two of them and chuckled, you two don't know the latest information yet, do you? I suggest you check out the school forum, you might find something interesting. Elaine frowned, took out her phone, and accessed the school forum. As soon as she entered, she saw a post with large, bold font. Shocking. The idiotic aspects of an A-rank Valkyrie. Elaine turned red on the spot. There are only 2 A-rank Valkyries in the entire school, and this clearly refers to her, not the other one. It details all of Elaine's outrageous antics, the most typical being the scene where she shook off Su Yang at the school gate. There is a sentence like this above. If she hadn't dumped that contractor back then, she'd probably be on the rise by now. I can't even imagine what good food she can eat every day, being under the control of a contractor who controls 2 cores. Breaking news! A certain A-rank Valkyrie has reached level 10. The resources she received from 2 regions have nurtured her to an astonishing degree. Elaine's pupils contracted, and she instinctively shouted, "Impossible!" Level 10? With the help of the Zhang family, she just reached level 5. That Ling Shuer has already reached level 10? Zheng Tianxiang naturally saw the information above as well, and a sense of urgency arose in his heart. At the time, he felt that there was still plenty of time, so he did not contact Ling Shuer for the time being. It seems we can't delay any longer. It's a pity he hasn't reached level 10 yet, otherwise he could have contracted a second Valkyrie. If the other party is willing to come, then he will have to make some sacrifices. Elaine didn't notice the hint of ruthlessness in Zheng Tianxiang's eyes as he looked at her. This incident had a great impact on Elaine. She recalled all the moments she shared with Su Yang in those 3 years. Su Yang had never raised his voice to her. He buys her breakfast every day, and the two have a very good relationship. But on the day her potential test showed an A grade, her heart changed. At this moment, she felt a pang of regret. If only the person standing next to Su Yang wasn't Ling Shuer, but her. That way she can enjoy the envious looks from everyone. That position should have been hers. Elaine glanced at Zheng Tianxiang discreetly. He, who had been the best contractor in her eyes, suddenly seemed much more ordinary. Upon closer reflection, Zheng Tianxiang seems to have nothing special about him except that he is the eldest son of the Zhang family. He couldn't control the core of a region, even his father only controlled a portion of the interests in 2 regions. However, Su Yang controls the interests of 2 complete regions. They have more than the Zhang family no matter what. She couldn't even imagine whether a completely new and powerful family would emerge in Nanchang in the future. The Su family. She decided to find an opportunity to sound out Su Yang's opinion. Based on her 3 years of relationship, she refused to believe that Su Yang had no lingering feelings for her. If she seizes the opportunity, she might be able to take Ling Shuer's place again. The 2 people walking together had already begun to drift further and further apart in their hearts. Elsewhere, a figure, upon learning of Su Yang and his companion's whereabouts, let out a low growl like that of a wild beast. "Su Yang! You stole my Shuer. I'll make you wish you were dead." That voice belonged to Yang Wei. Back then, standing by the ring, Yang Wei felt that he had been severely humiliated by Su Yang. He had never forgotten the hatred of having his Valkyrie stolen. But he knew very well that his reputation at school was completely ruined. Everyone was laughing at him, saying that he had deliberately let go of a Valkyrie with hidden evolution at the A rank level. He was so angry he vomited blood. Not a single Valkyrie was willing to form a contract with him. It was only because after Ling Shuer was diagnosed with an E level, he tore up the contract and left without any hesitation. Without the Valkyrie, he had no way to take revenge. Just then, someone found him. "Yang Wei, do you want revenge against Su Yang and Ling Shuer? They treated you like that, they didn't take you seriously, don't you want to tear them apart with your own hands?" Yang Wei guessed the other person's identity. Only humanity's enemies would be so keen to target human geniuses. But he doesn't care. Yang Wei's lips curled up into an extremely eerie smile. "I don't care who you are, I don't care. I just want to know, what means do you have for me to get revenge?" Chapter 16: The Test Between 2 People. Su Yang and Ling Shuer decided to rest in the South City, as continuously killing monsters would make them mentally exhausted. "Su Yang, a classmate from my old class, invited me to go out and have fun. Should I go?" Ling Shuer took out her phone and asked hesitantly. "How's your relationship?" Su Yang asked casually while eating breakfast. "We have a pretty good relationship." "Let's go have some fun then, we didn't plan to go out today anyway." Su Yang never objected to Ling Shuer's freedom of action. "She is not my possession, but a person with an independent personality. However, in most cases, the contractor and the Valkyrie will act together." Ling Shuer agreed and went to the agreed location to keep the appointment. Less than half an hour after Ling Shuer left, his doorbell rang. "You're back so soon?" Su Yang found it strange. When she opened the door, she found that it wasn't Ling Shuer standing outside, but a familiar stranger. "Elaine." Elaine was wearing a white dress and a white hat, giving off a first love vibe. This outfit is the one Elaine wore when she took the initiative to ask Su Yang for a contract. Elaine smiled slightly, her smile as beautiful as 100 flowers blooming, leaving everyone in awe. "It's an old friend, won't you invite me in for a seat?" She felt that after doing so much, Su Yang would definitely not refuse her. She knows Su Yang too well. But she miscalculated. Su Yang merely glanced at her indifferently and closed the door without any expression. The door closed so fast it almost hit her nose. Elaine's expression froze. She never expected Su Yang to be so heartless. So all he did was dump you and start a new relationship with someone else? What's the big deal? You're a man, can't you be a little more magnanimous? Shrimp-headed guy. Snort. Her inner emotions fluctuated constantly, but on the surface, she remained unchanged. Her purpose in coming here was to test Su Yang's intentions. Although she was turned away, it was nothing to her. Compared to the enormous benefits Su Yang holds, what does face matter? The two core interests that Su Yang controls are even more valuable than face. Elaine casually tossed her hair, her voice still clear and crisp. Su Yang, I think there must be some misunderstanding between us. I had no choice but to leave you back then. Tianxiang came to me on his own initiative. He is the eldest son of the Zhang family. If I had refused, it would have definitely implicated you. I don't want you to get hurt in any way. Do you understand my good intentions? Towards the end, her expression became tearful, and she looked very aggrieved. Su Yang felt no emotional fluctuation whatsoever. In fact, he even felt a slight urge to eat bread. I never recognized you at all back then. She was so eager to kick me out, and when she leaned against Zhang Tianxiang, she had such a sweet smile on her face. Su Yang knew after a moment's thought what Elaine had come for. They say a good ox doesn't turn back to eat the grass it already grazed, but in her eyes, there's only profit. In her eyes, feelings were insignificant. How could he have been so blind to her true nature? It must be because he controlled two areas that she found out, which is why she came to see if he had any intention of going back to her. This woman is scheming from head to toe. It's not even as good as one of Schwer's fingernails. You'd better leave by yourself before I call security. Otherwise, it won't look good if things get out of hand. Elaine paused, never expecting Su Yang's indifference. Is this really the Su Yang she knows? He's completely different from before. Su Yang, you. The door closed again, and Elaine's face gradually turned cold. She took one last look at the gate, then turned and left. But the jealousy and hatred in her heart were like a venomous snake, constantly gnawing at her heart. Everything Ling Xuer possessed originally belonged to her. So what if it's level 10? So what if it's a hidden evolution A rank? As long as my level is higher than yours, I'm stronger than you. It's normal for a Valkyrie to die out there, right? Her expression was more terrifying than any ghost. Meanwhile, Ling Xuer went shopping with her friends. The two were having a great time when a voice rang out as they sat down to drink milk tea. Isn't this Ling Xuer? It's such an honor to meet you here. His voice sounded very gentlemanly, but for some reason, it gave people an unpleasant feeling. Ling Xuer thought the voice sounded familiar, so she turned around. Zhang Tianxiang, dressed in a flashy trench coat, strode over. Ling Xuer's friend exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't that Zhang Tianxiang, the son of the richest man in our school? I can't believe I bumped into him here. Is today my lucky day?" His voice was natural, and his expression was genuine, but Ling Xuer could still sense it. When Zhang Tianxiang appeared, the friend next to him experienced an abnormal heartbeat. And to meet at this time is too much of a coincidence. This was the first time she had gone out in days, and she just happened to run into him. Su Yang once told her that when something is too coincidental, then it is not a coincidence. The smile on Ling Xuer's face gradually disappeared. The pure friendship she once shared with her friend was gone. She knew her true identity, a hidden, evolving a rank Valkyrie. Every contractor wants to sign a contract with her. That's just what they say to outsiders. The truth is, she is the only SSS class Valkyrie in history. It can be said that Su Yang is the only one in her life. She dedicated everything to Su Yang. In this situation, it's impossible for her to work with other contractors. Especially this person in front of him, who once brought Su Yang immense humiliation. Zhang Tianxiang naturally noticed that Ling Xuer's expression had turned cold, but he didn't think much of it. I just subconsciously felt that she was wary of other people. That's not surprising. Seeing that Ling Xuer remained silent, Zhang Tianxiang was not embarrassed at all, and he took the initiative to speak. Is this your friend? You seem to really enjoy the things here. How about I show you around and be a good host? The hospitality of a host? Ling Xuer instantly realized that this street actually belonged to the Zhang family. Is this the true value of being the richest man in Nanchang? However, considering that Su Yang possesses two regional cores, In the future, Su Yang will definitely surpass the Zhang family. This explains why Zhang Tianxiang made a point of getting close to him. He saw his own potential. Okay, Shuer, let's do it together. Ling Shuer slapped away the other person's outstretched hand, and seeing the other person's stunned expression, she just let out a cold laugh. From now on, we will no longer be friends. She stood up and looked at Zhang Tianxiang. Even though she was shorter than him, in Zhang Tianxiang's eyes, he was the one being looked down upon. Zhang Tianxiang, don't try to get close to me with such disgusting tactics. My contractor will only be Su Yang, there is no possibility of anyone else. If we weren't in the South City, I would have broken your legs with my own hands. Ling Shuer's voice was icy cold, and even without unleashing the power of a Valkyrie, it still made Zhang Tianxiang feel a chill run through his entire body. The cold was like falling into a world of ice and snow. Endless. It was chilling to the bone. By the time Zhang Tianxiang came to his senses, Ling Shuer was already gone. Creak. Squeak. His molars were almost crushed. His expression was incredibly ferocious, as ugly as someone who had eaten stinky tofu made with gravy. Who is he? The eldest son of the Zhang family. The future Zhang family will all belong to him. Now I'm being looked down upon by a Valkyrie. This is intolerable. Ling Shuer. Don't think you're so great just because you've hidden your evolution. Only the Valkyries who survive are Valkyries. A dead Valkyrie is nothing. Zhang Tianxiang was on the verge of exploding inside, but he had to maintain a calm facade. Seeing the panicked girl in front of him, he casually dismissed her. When he got back, he saw Elaine. Zhang Tianxiang suddenly said, Elena, don't you think there should only be one tiger on a mountain? Elaine seemed to understand something and nodded slightly. You're right, there can't be two tigers. Zhang Tianxiang smiled with satisfaction. He had previously thought that Elaine might be considering going back to Su Yang after seeing him like this. In hindsight, he was overthinking things. He is Zhang Tianxiang. She is the most dazzling new star in the South City. People like Su Yang shouldn't exist. He quickly came up with a good idea. Not everyone will like the emergence of such a genius in Nanchang. Maybe. Use someone else to do your dirty work. When Ling Shuer got home, she rushed to Su Yang's side, looking like she was about to cry. Su Yang, She told Su Yang about what happened today, looking aggrieved. She also stated that she would never have that friend again. Su Yang's lips curled up slightly. What a coincidence. Elaine came to find him, and Zhang Tianxiang went to find Shuer. It seemed as if the two had made an appointment. But Su Yang was absolutely certain that this was definitely not pre-arranged. Zhang Tianxiang was definitely prepared, but he had no idea that Elaine had come looking for him. Elaine is always cautious. It will probably be difficult to find evidence that she came here. But that didn't stop him from deliberately trying to disgust those two people. Su Yang didn't hide anything and told Ling Shuer about Elaine's visit. Ling Shuer instinctively grabbed Su Yang's clothes, tilting her head back with an expression that looked like she was about to cry. Her lips moved slightly, her voice trembling with a hint of sobbing. Su Yang, you won't abandon me, will you? Su Yang felt a tremor in his heart. He grasped Ling Shuer's fair little hand and spoke in a serious tone. Shuer, you are my Valkyrie, and that will never change. Hearing this, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She couldn't even imagine what would happen to her if Su Yang really abandoned her. On the surface, she is a hidden, evolved rank Valkyrie who is worshipped by many. But in front of Su Yang, she was always the little Valkyrie whom Su Yang had pulled out of the darkness. Becoming an SSS-level player was just an unexpected surprise. At that moment, Tang Zone called. Son, Dad has found news about Ice Dragon Fruit for you. Chapter 17, I'm fighting the Ice Cave boss, is that true? Su Yang knew that Shuer needed to unlock two conditions to continue leveling up. One is to complete the level 10 trial, and the other is the Ice Dragon Fruit. The trial's progress is unclear, so it will be put on hold for now. As for the Ice Dragon Fruit, he asked Tang Zone to find it. Unexpectedly, less than a day later, news of Ice Dragon Fruit appeared. As expected of my good son, he is indeed brave and found the information so quickly. Whose subordinate is this? Su Yang leaned back on the sofa and smiled. TSK, want to know about the Ice Dragon Fruit? Think. Then how should you call me? If you do not abandon me, I am willing to become your godfather. Hey! My sweet son, Daddy loves you. Now I'll tell you where the Ice Dragon Fruit is. Although Emperor Tang was a bit shameless, he was incredibly fast at gathering intelligence. According to his description, ice dragon fruit is quite rare. This thing didn't exist in Nanchang originally, but an auction will be held there in 3 days. Among the final auction items was iced dragon fruit. Besides dragon fruit, there are many other good things. I've already asked my dad for a few invitations. We'll go and see what it's like to see the world. Su Yang was determined to get the ice dragon fruit. But he knew that this final item was extremely valuable. He only had a few thousand points and 10 million in cash, which is a lot in the eyes of ordinary people. However, within the southern part of the city, it can only be considered average. Those forces could easily come up with several small targets, but he personally was still far behind. The rewards from the ice cave and the watchful forest won't be available in the short term. Even if we get it, it still won't be enough. What are some ways to make money quickly? Su Yang quickly thought of something. In each controlled area, the boss will respawn once a week. The Ice Spider Queen died last time, but it has been resurrected. Currently, no Valkyrie below level 5 has been able to defeat this boss. The same applies to forming groups. If the Valkyries in the controlled areas weren't immortal, the death toll would likely be much higher. If a Valkyrie above level 5 intervenes, even if the boss is killed, nothing will drop. However, there is one exception. That is the core controller. Either the controller himself or the Valkyrie can kill the boss and obtain loot. Since he doesn't have that much money, he might as well go and fight the boss. It's a good opportunity to level up along with Tang Zone. Song Chi-Chi is currently only level 3, which is too slow. Son, let your father show you how to be cool and take you to new heights. How should I bring it? Fight the boss. Holy crap. Dad loves me. I really am your biological child. Emperor Tang immediately knelt down. Soon after, the two arrived at the entrance of the ice cave. This place has become a small market town, with many military personnel and newcomers below level 5 around it. They all obediently paid the entrance fee and then went inside. Since the ice cave has only one entrance and exit, it is to prevent many people from crowding together after entering. Su Yang made some modifications to the ice cave. Once inside, they will be randomly teleported to different locations within the ice cave. To get out, you just need to buy a return stone. This thing is only useful in the ice cave. From the outside, it's just an ordinary stone. At the same time, to prevent Valkyries from secretly hoarding supplies and not handing over half, anyone who comes out will have a glowing reminder. The light will not fade until all the supplies are brought out. This completely prevents anyone from secretly hoarding and taking away supplies. While others were queuing to enter, they suddenly saw 4 people walk directly into the ice cave. Why don't those guys have to wait in line? I'm not having it. Dude, are you new here? Huh? How did you know? Do you know who that person is? He's the brother of the ice cave's controller. He gets in for free and doesn't have to wait in line. Holy crap, that's awesome. What about the ones over there? I don't know them, but they must have a close relationship. Emperor Tangzong came here many times, and most of the people here knew him. Su Yang's reputation spread throughout Nanchang, but few people actually knew him. They entered the ice cave without hindrance, and under Su Yang's control, they appeared directly near the boss. This was the first time Tangzong had seen the boss, and his eyes widened in surprise. Holy crap! You took down that thing all by yourself? Emperor Tang could not believe it. Song Chi-Chi was the same. She looked at her small frame. If you actually go up there, you'll just be food for the boss. Alright, we've brought you to the location, you can proceed now. Su Yang raised his hand, clenched his fist, and made a gesture of encouragement. Emperor Tang was dumbfounded, and pointed at himself with his finger. Me? I'm fighting the ice cave boss? Really? He was starting to lose confidence. When did he become so awesome without even realizing it? Don't worry, no one will die here. Go for it, brave young man. Tang Zong's lips twitched incessantly, but he believed that even if Chi-Chi really couldn't win, he would prevail. Su Yang will definitely make a move. Chi-Chi, go. Song Chi-Chi took a deep breath and immediately began to arm herself. His full suit of armor was the same as always, and the axe in his hand was still as powerful as ever. She mustered all her strength and dashed out in an instant. The Ice Spider Queen noticed this uninvited guest and immediately began the battle. A large number of small spiders spread from the surrounding area, and the huge spider web began to fall. Using a powerful move right from the start, Tang Zone was worried for Song Qiqi. Song Qiqi stopped in place, gripped the axe tightly with both hands, and began to gather her strength. This is what makes the axe so powerful. After being charged up, it can unleash power beyond its own limits. Of course, it also has significant limitations. When charging up power, you cannot move your body, otherwise you will fail. An attack after charging up can only target the area in front of you. Under normal circumstances, Song Qiqi rarely uses this move. But now, she knows that her trick has finally come in handy. Just as the spider web was about to engulf her, she suddenly roared. Heavy chop. Brush. The axe suddenly swung upwards, and seemed to pause for a moment upon contact with the spider web. Then, a hole was torn in the spider web, allowing Song Qiqi to crawl out. At this moment, a large number of small spiders approached. Song Qiqi gripped the axe tightly and began to spin her body. The small spider that approached was shredded to pieces by her axe. Her body transformed into a whirlwind, making it impossible for the little spider to get close. The Ice Spider Queen is enraged. As a boss, he is naturally not weak. It raised its long leg and stabbed it hard at Song Qiqi's spot. The Ice Spider Queen's long legs have incredibly sharp tips, which even steel cannot withstand. But Song Qiqi noticed this and used the horizontal side of her axe to block it from above. Bite! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. Her axe blocked it. However, since she was only level 3, she lost in the clash of power. Her body was forcefully pressed down, and her body gradually bent downwards. The small spiders were still getting closer, and the situation was extremely critical. Suddenly, a cold sword light flashed, instantly wiping out all the small spiders around. Even the ice spider mother had layers of ice on her body, which affected her movements. Ling Xuer has made her move. She didn't kill the ice spider mother directly, but instead affected her strength. This way, Song Qiqi can go all out. Regardless, being able to fight the boss is an important experience. Song Qiqi gave Ling Xuer a grateful smile, then she became ruthless. Get up! Song Qiqi shouted loudly, her body slowly stood up, and then she took a step back, dodging the attack of the ice spider mother. The axe in her hand struck the ice spider queen's long leg directly. As a result, her attack only left a shallow mark on it. Song Qiqi immediately realized that it would be difficult for her to break through her defenses. Only by attacking the Ice Spider Queen's weak points can you succeed. Just then, Su Yang's voice came. Its weakness is its eyes and the place on its abdomen where it spits silk. Song Qiqi's eyes lit up, and she quickly rushed towards the Ice Spider mother's abdomen. Sure enough, there was a hole for spinning silk, and she swung her axe at it. The Ice Spider mother let out a scream. It angrily began to fight back, but the place where it was supposed to be spinning silk was severely damaged and it could no longer spin silk. It could only move its body, constantly poking her hard with its long legs. The small spiders around them reappeared, but Song Qiqi took the opportunity to climb directly onto the head of the Ice Spider mother. The axe came crashing down. The Ice Spider mother's eyes were bloodshot and completely ruined. Song Qiqi acted as if she were possessed, relentlessly attacking the area around the eyes. 1 axe, 2 axe blows. She continued until she was exhausted, and finally the Ice Spider mother collapsed to the ground. Song Qiqi's level instantly increased to level 4, and she looked at her hands in disbelief. She actually killed a boss with her own hands? Of course, she also knew that without Su Yang and Ling Xuer's help, she will never have the chance to solo kill a boss in her entire life. But she was still very happy. After the Ice Spider mother died, her body gradually disappeared, leaving behind a pile of things on the ground. Most of these are gold coins, which can be exchanged through official channels at a 1-to-1 ratio. Other items include materials and consumables. Among them, 3 items are the most valuable. One was a white cocoon, one was a bottle of green medicine, and one was a clump of white spider silk. What's this? Tang Zone looked over curiously. As the controller of the ice cave, Su Yang could see everything at a glance. There is a small spider inside the white cocoon, which is a pet that can be raised from a young age. Green potions are potions that instantly restore all injuries to the body, and can be used up to level 5. Spider silk can be made into various items, has natural ice resistance, and may even have the ability to spin silk. Clearly, the most valuable part is the white cocoon. Pets can help in battle and enhance your strength. Ordinary people may not be able to afford to keep them, but certain powerful groups are particularly fond of these pets. The low probability of encountering pets results in extremely high prices. This should fetch a good price, that should be enough. Chapter 18 Auction. 3 days later, at the auction. As a celebrity in the southern part of the city, Su Yang attracted a lot of attention as soon as he appeared here. Could that be Su Yang? I didn't expect him to attend this auction as well. He controls 2 regions. If it weren't for the short time, he would be the richest man in Nanchang. I'm so envious. Having an A-rank Valkyrie with hidden evolution in 2 regions, she's a true winner in life, she's so lucky. People around him were whispering among themselves, which was something Tang Zong, who is usually inconspicuous, noticed for the first time. The feeling of being watched. Look at you, you've become a celebrity. Tang Zong nudged Su Yang with his elbow and winked at him. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. How about I help you spread the word, so people know you also soloed a boss? No. Don't you know how much of that solo kill I claimed was faked? Emperor Tang quickly waved his hand. If anyone actually believed this and asked him and Chi-Chi to solo kill the boss, they would be asking for death. The 2 took out the invitation and went inside. The auction venue was quite large, and at a glance, there were at least 1,000 people. There are more than a dozen private rooms on the 2nd floor, but you can't see inside them. The invitations were originally sent to the military, but were then delivered to them. The seats were in a private room on the 2nd floor. Still box 1. Wow! This place is so luxurious, no wonder it's a private room. As soon as he entered, Tang Zong let out a strange cry and plopped down on the sofa. Ling Shuer picked up a grape from the table, carefully peeled it, and fed it to Su Yang. Ah! Su Yang opened his mouth and ate it. It was quite sweet. Tang Zong looked on with envy and stared longingly at Song Chi-Chi. Song Chi-Chi rolled her eyes at him, but still fed him one. Emperor Tang smiled with satisfaction. At that moment, a beautiful woman wearing a sexy long dress walked onto the platform at the very front. Her figure swayed gracefully, each step giving the impression of a swaying motion, exuding charm and allure. Welcome everyone to this auction. I am your host, Lian Xiang. Let's see what the first item for auction is. A box covered with a red cloth was brought out. Lian Xiang directly lifted the red cloth, revealing her true appearance. It was a ball of white spider silk, its surface faintly radiating a chill. This is spider silk from the Ice Spider Queen, the boss of the Ice Cave. It is tough and suitable for making armor. Of course, it can also be integrated into the Valkyrie's armor to increase ice resistance, and there's also a chance to gain an extra ability to shoot silk. Starting bid, 100,000. Bids must be at least 50,000 each time. Bidding begins now. Tang Zong's eyes lit up. The first one is ours. It looks like what the boss dropped is extraordinary. What price do you think this will fetch at auction? Su Yang pondered for a moment. This is the first time this has appeared. The price of ordinary spider silk ranges from tens to thousands of yuan. The boss's spider silk should be worth around 500,000. During this period, many people killed ice spiders in the ice cave and obtained some spider silk. Unfortunately, this thing is only so-so, not many people need it, and the price is not high. But the boss's spider silk is different. It can increase the ice resistance of armor and also gives you a chance to get an extra skill. For the Valkyrie, a brand new skill is extremely valuable. I'll offer 100,000. Someone is holding up a sign. You think you can buy spider silk for 100,000? I'll offer 200,000. 300,000. 400,000. The price kept increasing, and in a short time it reached 800,000. This price is already very high, and Tang Zong was overjoyed. Su Yang had said that after these 3 items were sold, they would split the profits equally. 800,000 once, 800,000 twice. Just as Lian Xiang was about to strike the hammer for the 3rd time, a sound came from a private room. 1 million. Lian Xiang exclaimed in surprise. The VIP in VIP room number 8 has offered 1 million. Is there anyone offering a higher bid? There was no sound below. Everyone knows that those who can enter the private room have a certain status and position, and they won't offend the people in the private room for the sake of a spider web. After 3 hammer blows, Lian Xiang shouted, "Let's congratulate our esteemed guest in box 8 for winning the first item." Next is the second item. Auction items appeared one after another, and most of them were sold at prices higher than normal. Only a very small number of items, 1 or 2, failed to sell at auction. Soon, they arrived at Su Yang's second item. Recovery Potion. Humans have already created this thing using some special materials. It's just a little less effective than the potion that was released. This potion, which can instantly heal all injuries below level 5, is extremely useful for beginners. It can also be used on ordinary people, so it's a pretty good item. It was eventually sold to a treasure chest for 2.8 million. That's already 3.8 million? The boss is a treasure trove. Emperor Tang could not help but exclaim in surprise. A hint of joy appeared on Song Chi-Chi's face. The higher the selling price, the more they would receive. Although Tang Zong's father worked in the military, he didn't have much access to funds. Her improved strength was mainly due to Su Yang's help. Otherwise, relying on Tang Zong's resources, she would never have been able to reach level 4 so quickly, and she's not far from level 5. Pets should be the grand finale, those are more valuable. A conservative estimate would be over 10 million. Su Yang had checked the approximate price of pets, and even the most common ones cost several million. This is a pet dropped by a boss, so its price will only be higher. After a few more items passed by, it was finally time for the grand finale to appear. I'm sure you've all been waiting a long time. Now, we're bringing out our grand finale auction item. When the red cloth was lifted, everyone saw a white cocoon. This was dropped from the Ice Cave boss, the Ice Spider Mother. Inside it is a pet, an ice spider. According to the appraiser, how strong this pet will become in the future depends entirely on its training. Its potential is sea-level. If properly nurtured, it could rival a second Valkyrie. At this moment, inside a treasure chest, Zheng Tianxiang stared intently at the spider eggs. This thing is extremely rare. He doesn't even have a single pet. My Zheng family wants this. I'm offering 5 million. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Zheng Tianxiang stood up, his voice echoing throughout the entire auction hall. He was very confident that this thing definitely belonged to the Zheng family. But the next second, a sarcastic voice came, "Oh, isn't this the eldest son of the Zheng family? This is an auction house, it's all about who has the money. When did the Zheng family become so poor that they only offer 5 million? Then I'll just give a token amount of 6 million. Zheng Tianxiang's eyes immediately turned cold. In the southern part of the city, there are actually people who don't give the Zheng family any face? Who is the other party? Elaine walked over and said, "The people in that private room over there should be company people." A company? These money-grubbing bastards actually want to steal my pet? Zheng Tianxiang was furious. Before he could speak, another voice rang out, 6 million is too little, I'll add a little more, 7 million. Those are people from the United Chamber of Commerce. Elaine added. Zheng Tianxiang's face was cold. No matter who it is, no one can stop the Zheng family's progress. 10 million. This price is already quite high. Ordinary pets cost only a few million, it's just that they're not available in the South City. If you want to buy a pet elsewhere, the travel expenses plus the price will probably exceed 10 million. And it's not even guaranteed to be as good as this. It was dropped by the boss. Other drops might be from ordinary monsters. 11 million, came the company's voice. 12 million, came the voice of the United Chamber of Commerce. Zheng Tianxiang gritted his teeth, 15 million. This price is his limit, he can't afford anything higher. Lianxiang trembled with excitement as she swung her hammer. 15 million once, is there a higher price? 15 million twice. This is a unique pet, don't miss this opportunity. She waited a while before finally striking with the third hammer blow. 15 million 3 times, let's congratulate our distinguished guest in box 2. Su Yang recognized Zheng Tianxiang's voice as soon as he spoke. He originally intended to deliberately inflate the price for the other party, but he didn't expect that someone else had already done it for him. The price of 15 million is clearly higher than the market price if he raises it a little more. If Zheng Tianxiang doesn't buy it, he'll be the one who loses out. Tang Zong laughed heartily. That idiot spent so much money on a pet, he's lost a fortune. Everyone knows that keeping pets is very expensive. The resources required to train a pet to a certain level of combat ability are staggering. If you're not rich, you can basically say goodbye to the idea of keeping pets. Even if there is a mine, it still takes time. The last and most anticipated item was the ice dragon fruit. Dragon fruit looks a bit like a pear, but it has a light blue surface and horns. This is the last item up for auction, the ice dragon fruit. As you all know, ice dragon fruit is extremely rare and comes from the far north. Its effect is to grant the Valkyrie who consumes it ice-based attack abilities, the extent of which varies from person to person. At the same time, the ice dragon fruit also has a certain probability of giving a person a trace of the power of an ice dragon after eating it. Starting bid, 1 million, minimum bid increment, 500,000. Bidding begins. All eyes were on the ice dragon fruit, which greatly enhanced the Valkyrie's strength. Not every Valkyrie possesses elemental attack abilities, most are non-elemental. Besides, this thing also offers a chance to gamble. If you manage to obtain even a trace of the ice dragon's power, you'll make a fortune. 10 million. My Zheng family wants this. If you just give my Zheng family some face, my Zheng family will owe you a favor. Zheng Tianxiang stepped forward again. The pet is nice, but it's still a bit inferior to the ice dragon fruit. Once Elaine obtains the ice dragon fruit and eats it, she will gain both fire and ice elemental attacks. This dual attribute situation is extremely rare even among Valkyries. Chapter 19 Showing Goodwill. Oh my, the Zhang family's favors are terrifying. It was still someone from the company, with a sarcastic voice, performing steadily. I don't really care about favors from the Zhang family, so... 11 million. Zheng Tianxiang snapped his teeth. His face was twitching, and his eyes were red with anger. I'm quite interested in ice dragon fruit. There aren't many ice dragon fruits that can be sold in southern cities. If you take this out, you can sell it for a good price. 12 million? My Chamber of Commerce will take it. Click. Zheng Tianxiang chipped a little bit of his tooth. These two people are completely slapping him in the face. However, this is not the end. Sounds suddenly came from box 1, which had been silent until now. 20 million. Everyone was stunned. How can the price of something like this jump to 20 million? Isn't this a bit of an exaggeration? Zheng Tianxiang's face was ashen. He had just bought a pet, and he didn't have much money left. That's nowhere near enough for 20 million. He really wanted the ice dragon fruit, so he shouted, whoever is willing to offer me the ice dragon fruit, the Zhang family will reward them handsomely. He thought that by saying this, the other party would give the Zheng family face. In the end, he was met with only 2 words. Idiot. In a flash, Zheng Tianxiang's health turned red, and his defenses were breached. Elena, go and kill him. Zheng Tianxiang was furious. Elaine knew very well that even she couldn't make a move here. In VIP box number 1, Tang Zone was in high spirits. The bidding and cursing just now were all shouted by him. Su Yan knew his voice would definitely be recognized, so he made sure to get the ice dragon fruit smoothly. He asked Emperor Tang to set the price on his behalf. Sure enough, even if Zheng Tianxiang were to explode on the spot, he wouldn't think of him. The price of 20 million is very high, and the company and the Joint Chamber of Commerce also need to consider whether it is worth it. Ultimately, they chose to give up. With 3 hammer blows, the ice dragon fruit was successfully obtained by Su Yang. I'll give you your share later. Su Yang used the money that belonged to Tang Zong in order to bid for the ice dragon fruit. Tang Zong laughed nonchalantly, what's our relationship? Use it as you please. However, from now on, the name of father and son. What? I can't hear you, I didn't hear that. Su Yang tilted his head and shouted deliberately. Emperor Tang immediately raised his middle finger. Now that we have the dragon fruit, there's only one condition left. Pass the trial. Just as they stepped out of the private room, a voice filled with suppressed anger rang out. Su Yan. Zheng Tianxiang walked over, his face full of anger. He was determined to get the ice dragon fruit. It was extremely rare. His idea was to come and see who had bought the ice dragon fruit, and then use his identity to talk to that person. In the name of the Zhang family, obtain the ice dragon fruit from the other party. To his utter surprise, the person in the private room turned out to be the very person he least wanted to see. Su Yang. In his eyes, Su Yang was nothing more than a clown. He wasn't qualified to have an A-rank Valkyrie, so he made his move. They snatched Elaine away from her. No. It should be said that Elaine is a wise and discerning person. She knew very well that following Su Yang would bring her no good days. Only by following him could she realize her A-level value. But no one could have imagined that after losing Elaine, he would actually contract with an E-rank trash. Then this E-level trash shocked everyone. She became the only hidden evolved Valkyrie in the South City, her potential directly boosted to a level. He also helped Su Yang secure the core of 2 areas, making him the most dazzling person in the South City. This time, they even stole his ice dragon fruit. Zheng Tianxiang could no longer hold back. Eleanor, go! Zheng Tianxiang roared. Elaine knew he was blinded by rage. She was only level 5, but Ling Xuer on the other side was already level 10. But seeing Zheng Tianxiang's expression, she knew she couldn't persuade him anymore. I'm sorry. Elaine instantly armed herself and attacked. Her armor was fiery red, and she held a greatsword in her hand, which was actually burning with flames. She stepped forward and appeared in front of Su Yang in an instant. Su Yang's expression was very calm. He knew he would be fine. It wasn't because of Schwer, but because this was an auction house. Presumptuous. A furious roar rang out, and an immense pressure appeared out of nowhere, pressing down directly on Elaine. Her body stopped abruptly, her face contorted in pain, and she knelt on the ground. A Valkyrie dressed in yellow armor walked over from a distance. She was responsible for maintaining order at the auction house, and she would take immediate action if anyone tried to cause trouble. With her level at 20, suppressing Elaine, who was at level 5, was no problem at all. Young Master Zhang, my auction house doesn't want to get involved in anything, but we will not allow anyone to use force here. The Valkyrie's face was icy as she issued a warning to Zheng Tianxiang. Zheng Tianxiang then realized that he had actually made a move during the auction. His father had told him before that the auction house had a powerful background and that he shouldn't offend it easily. Elena, let's go. Having lost face, Zheng Tianxiang had no more reason to stay and left with Elaine. But the last look he gave Su Yan was filled with hatred. Be careful, the Zheng family is very powerful, and he will definitely find an opportunity to deal with you. Tang Zong said in a low voice. Su Yang could certainly tell. The conflict between him and Zheng Tianxiang was inherently irreconcilable. Su Yang went to the back of the auction house and met Lian Xiang. The 3 items I auctioned before, plus the money in my card, are enough to cover the cost of this one ice dragon fruit. Su Yang said calmly. Oh, Su Yang, the value of these 3 items is enough. Anything extra will be rounded down. Lian Xiang covered her mouth and chuckled softly, her eyes sparkling as if she were conveying affection through her gaze. Ling Schwer frowned slightly. The woman in front of her looked exactly like the vixen in her mind. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. Quite a few zeros had been removed. The 3 items are worth 18.8 million, which is 1.2 million short, so we'll just give them up. No need, I can afford 1.2 million. Su Yang insisted on swiping his card. When someone suddenly shows you kindness, it's not necessarily a good thing. There might be a trap inside. Lian Xiang didn't insist and swiped his card. Just as Su Yang was about to leave, Lian Xiang spoke up. Su Yang, I have something to tell you. I wonder if you'd be interested? Not interested. Lian Xiang was slightly taken aback. In the past, no one had ever spoken to her like that in front of men. Those men's eyes seemed to want to burrow into their clothes. But Su Yang's eyes remained indifferent whenever he looked at him. He's a bit unusual. This matter concerns whether you and your Valkyrie can survive. Upon hearing this, Su Yang stopped in his tracks. What's the meaning? Su Yang frowned and asked her. Lian Xiang smiled slightly and gestured to a room not far away. Why don't we sit down and have a proper talk? Su Yang led Ling Schwer into the room. Lian Xiang poured them a cup of tea and sat down gracefully. Now you can tell me, what did you mean by what you just said? Su Yang asked directly. Su Yang is very smart, he should be able to guess some of it, right? Lian Xiang parted her lips slightly, a smile playing on her lips as she looked at Su Yang. Su Yang hesitated for a moment, then said, Is it the Zhang family? That's right, your existence has already affected the future of the Zhang family. They might not dare to make a move inside the southern city, but it's hard to say what will happen when you go out next time. You should know that there are other species in this world besides humans. Su Yang knew this, but he didn't expect that a huge conflict would arise with the Zheng family so quickly. The point of contention isn't just about interests, but also the Zheng family's status. Given time, he alone can become the new richest man in Nanchang. When they lose their title as the richest family, the Zheng family's status will gradually decline. In the end, he became just another ordinary person. How did you know that? Why are you telling me? Su Yan didn't believe that the other party's intentions were simply good. I just want to build a good relationship with you. I feel your future is worth it. Lian Xiang spoke with a serious expression, without the frivolity she had shown earlier. Su Yan nodded slightly, acknowledging the favor. But he needs more intelligence. What else do you know? The Zhang family has found the assassin organization Night Raven, whose assassins are level 10 or higher. But don't worry, the assassin's level will definitely not exceed level 20. That's very expensive, and the Zhang family can't afford it. The Night Ravens are a notorious assassin organization among humans. They'll kill anyone if you give them money or goods. Including humanity's strongest Valkyrie. However, many people know that this is just a gimmick. The title of the strongest Valkyrie in human history is not just for show. If Night Raven really dares to come knocking on her door, she will probably be wiped out that very day. Are you sure the assassin won't make a move in the south of the city? Su Yang didn't believe it. Lian Xian laughed, her laughter making her body tremble. You know too little about human cities. Assassins can get in, but once they make their move, they won't leave alive. You really think the Valkyries in the city are just for show? They'll be discovered as soon as someone makes a move. An assassin wouldn't risk their own life for their targets, it's not worth it. Su Yang immediately understood. The assassin killing him was just a mission he could complete it outside and escape. In the southern part of the city, even if you succeed, you will still be doomed. After Lianxiang told him a lot of information, Su Yang left. Watching Su Yang's departing figure, a hint of solemnity appeared in Lianxiang's eyes. She had just secretly tested Ling Xuer and discovered a shocking truth. Ling Xuer's potential doesn't seem to be a level. Could she actually have the potential to be an S-class character? Hidden evolution, directly upgrading from E rank to S rank, no wonder they had to hide their true potential. If those lunatics found out, they would definitely do anything to harm her. Such a promising talent absolutely cannot be allowed to die. The defense level of the South City needs to be raised. Lianxiang's figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. She's actually a Valkyrie. Chapter 20, a new trial has arrived. Don't worry, Su Yang, no matter what kind of assassin comes, I will protect you. Ling Xuer clenched her fists, her little face full of seriousness. Su Yang smiled slightly. I believe Xuer can definitely protect me. I'm not worried about the assassin at all. I'm wondering what the trial will be like. Ling Xuer became interested when the topic of the trial came up. She placed one finger on her face, a thoughtful expression on her face. I remember my teacher once said that the trial is the first hurdle for the Valkyrie. Once she passes the test, the Valkyrie will undergo her first evolution, gaining increased strength and undergoing some changes in appearance. But what will be in the trial, nobody knows, it's completely random. Some people have tried to summarize the connections between all the trials and the Valkyries, but they have ultimately failed. Su Yang nodded and added, if you fail the trial, you will be in a weakened state for a year, during which time you will be unable to enter the trial again. Therefore, any preparation is of no use in the face of trials. Let's go back and begin the trials. Ling Xuer was a little excited. After spinning around, she raised her hands high. I'm really looking forward to our trial. What will it be? They returned home, sat on the sofa, and immediately began the trial. The instant they made their choice, a flash of light appeared, and the two figures vanished from their spot. As soon as Su Yang opened his eyes, he heard a familiar voice. Su Yang, let's end the contract. That sound is. Elaine? Su Yang looked at the indifferent Elaine in front of him with a strange expression. This scene was exactly the same as before. But the difference is that Xuer is right beside him now, unlike before. Ling Xuer looked around strangely. The scene was very similar to what she had heard about. Is this the trial grounds? It feels like I've traveled back in time. Ling Xuer grabbed Su Yang's arm, feeling very strange. It does look somewhat similar, but I don't know what this trial will require us to do. Just as Su Yang finished speaking, a woman's voice appeared in his mind. Trial mission, within 1 year, have your Valkyrie defeat Elaine. Immediately, Su Yang and Ling Xuer exchanged a strange look. This task posed absolutely no challenge to them. Even if we disregard the fact that Elaine's level is weaker than Cheryl's, let's say they are at the same level. There's at least a 4-tier difference between grade A and grade SSS, how can you compare them? Su Yang originally planned to have Xuer take action directly, but he subconsciously glanced at Elaine's information. He discovered that Elaine's level had reached 10, and her potential had reached S rank. The Valkyrie's name has also changed, becoming the Flame Valkyrie. This is hidden evolution? Su Yang remembered that when he first saw Elaine's information, one of her hidden evolution paths was the Flame Valkyrie. However, she needs the Flame God Stone, and the success rate is a pitiful 1%. Unexpectedly, Elaine's dream came true during the trial. It's truly a trial, anything can happen. Even if it's an S rank, Xuer's strength is not a concern. Xuer leaned close to his ear and whispered, I don't know why my level has changed back to level 1, and my potential has also changed back to level E. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. Was it going to be this difficult right from the start? If it were anyone else, they would probably have failed the trial. Not every Valkyrie is named Ling Xuer. The fact that other Valkyries completed their hidden evolutions can only be described as an accident. Xuer is 100% capable of completing the hidden evolution. He looked at Xuer's information and found that her potential had indeed returned to E level and her level had returned to 1. However, the 3 hidden evolution paths remain unchanged, still boasting a 100% success rate. Su Yang calmly looked at Elaine, and even though she was just a fake in the trial, he still spoke. Can. He tore up the contract with Elaine, grabbed Xuer's hand, and left. According to his plan, he would go to the ice cave later to find the ice grass and let Xuer complete her hidden evolution. To his surprise, when he told Tang Zong to go to the ice cave, Tang Zong looked at him in astonishment. An ice cave? What ice cave? We're on the southern outskirts of the city, where would we find such a place? Su Yang was taken aback. There was no ice cave? He quickly searched for information and discovered that this place in the trial actually didn't have an ice cave. The trial actually removed the ice cave. Is this trial too difficult? Or is the trial for an SSS rank Valkyrie really this hard? Su Yang murmured. Since there is no ice cave, there is naturally no such thing as ice grass here. To obtain the ice grass, he could only go to the city in the far north. But he simply couldn't come up with that much money for such a far place. Right now, he's just an ordinary contractor, and Xuer is only an E-rank Valkyrie. Since it's impossible to become an SSS rank Ice Phoenix Valkyrie, then let's settle for the next best thing, an SS rank Fire Phoenix Valkyrie. There is no ice grass here, but there is flame grass. Near this southern city, there is a forest that is constantly ablaze, and it contains a special material called flame grass. When Tang Zong heard that he was going to the flame forest, he went with him without saying a word. No matter which world he's in, Tang Zong will always be his good brother. The flame forest, when viewed from afar, looks like a burning flame. However, these flames were peculiar, they only burned around the trees and did not affect the entire area. Su Yang and Tang Zong, dressed in clothes meant for a heated Kong bed, went inside. Valkyries are completely unnecessary. Holy crap! It's so hot in here. As soon as Tang Zong entered, he couldn't help but complain. Su Yan looked around curiously. There was no such place near the real Nanchang. He guessed that the trial had deliberately changed the ice cave to the fire forest. The two are in roughly the same position. Be careful, there are some monsters here too, Su Yang said. At this time, Ling Xuer was still at the E level, and Song Qiqi was the main force. They continued on their way, and after half an hour they encountered their first monster. Flame Wolf. It is somewhat similar to the Ice Wolf, but unlike the Ice Wolf, it has fiery red fur all over its body. At first glance, it looks like a moving flame. Upon seeing them, the Flame Wolf charged straight at them, its mouth full of sharp teeth. Ling Xuer picked up her shield and blocked the attack. She was still a little unaccustomed to suddenly reverting to her old armored gear. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Song Qiqi swung her axe and chopped off the Flame Wolf's head. Yeah! Song Qiqi and Ling Xuer high-fived and cheered. Song Qiqi found it strange that, despite it being her first time working with Ling Xuer, the result was surprisingly smooth. It's like cooperating many times. As they ventured deeper, they encountered more and more monsters. The two fought and battled relentlessly, but they still couldn't find a single flame grass. Flame grass, my little darling, come out quickly so I can take you home right away. Tang Zong made strange noises as he walked. The flame grass doesn't understand human speech. Do you think it's a person? Su Yang was amused by Tang Zong's appearance. Maybe this is how I'll find it. I've always been lucky. Emperor Tang straightened his chest, looking confident. Just then, they heard some sounds coming from ahead. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that a team was fighting a pack of firewolves. The flame wolves had gained the upper hand, and they seemed to be struggling to hold on. What should we do? Should we go up? Tang Zong asked in a low voice. Su Yang squinted when he was outside. He had to be careful in everything he did. There's always a chance someone's setting you up. Su Yang didn't speak, but looked at the information on the Valkyries. Upon closer inspection, he noticed something was amiss. These Valkyries are all between level 5 and 10, but the Flame Wolf is only level 2 or 3. Their strength cannot be suppressed at all. This is a setup. Hide. Su Yang told them to hide and not to go out. The battle was on the verge of collapse when one of the contractors suddenly spoke up. All right, no need to keep up the act. There shouldn't be anyone else around. Just kill them. Upon receiving the order, the Valkyries instantly unleashed their full power and quickly wiped out the firewolves. Emperor Tang's eyes widened. For the first time, he realized just how dark it was outside. Someone actually set up a trap to lure others over. If they had gone up to help just now, they would probably have been betrayed without knowing what was going on. Only after those people left did Emperor Tang dare to catch his breath. It's too scary outside, there's danger everywhere. How do you know they have a problem? Tang Zong looked at Su Yang strangely. Intuition. Su Yang smiled slightly. Emperor Tang's lips twitched, it was divine intuition. After searching for some time, they found more than a dozen flame grass plants in one place. Su Yang was overjoyed and sent Shuer over to pick the fruit. As she picked the 10th flame grass, a familiar voice appeared in Su Yang's mind. Host has been detected to possess 10 flame grass. Unlock the hidden evolution route for the SS rank Fire Phoenix Valkyrie? Please note that once confirmed, there is no going back. Sure. In the next instant, a fiery red phoenix suddenly flew out from Ling Shuer's body. A colossal phoenix phantom roared to the sky in mid-air. The entire flame forest erupted in a frenzy, the flames burning even more fiercely, as if welcoming this supreme being within the flames. The armor on Ling Shuer's body has also undergone a huge change. It changed from pure white to fiery red, with patterns of a phoenix engraved on it, giving people a sense of intense heat even from a distance. A fiery red longsword appeared in her hand, and fiery red wings sprouted from her back. Tang Zong and Song Qiqi were completely stunned. What did they see? This scene looks like a hidden evolution, doesn't it? When did hidden evolution become so simple? Ling Shuer herself was also extremely shocked. Her becoming an SSS-level Ice Phoenix Valkyrie was already a 1 in 10,000 chance. Now she has actually become an SS rank Fire Phoenix Valkyrie. When did a Valkyrie become capable of having two different hidden evolutions? Chapter 21 Second Hidden Evolution. Tang Zong stammered, Su Yang, am I seeing things? Song Qiqi was so shocked that she dropped the axe in her hand. Shuer, she's hidden evolution? Is it because of the flame grass? In reality, the two did not witness Ling Shuer's hidden evolution. As it turned out, they saw it during the trial. This scene was incredibly moving. Although SS class is slightly inferior to SSS class, it is still a level that has never appeared in human history. The highest level recorded by humans is only S level. Yes, because of the flame grass, she secretly evolved into the Fire Phoenix Valkyrie. The potential level is SS. Since it's a trial world anyway, it won't matter if I reveal my level. Holy crap! SS rank? Emperor Tang's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Song Qiqi was extremely envious. Which Valkyrie wouldn't want to improve her potential level? Although her B rank is quite good, it's nothing compared to SS rank. After a while, the phantom of the Fire Phoenix disappeared, and Ling Shuer opened her eyes. Su Yang, my hidden evolution. Ling Shuer was a little at a loss. Why did she hide her evolution and transform into another form? Su Yang raised his hand to tell her not to panic. This is your luck, don't be surprised. Ling Shuer's expression was a little strange. Was her luck really that good? In reality, she knew very well that she had always been following behind Su Yang. Just like when I went to the ice cave, it's still the same now that I've come to the flame forest. The fact that she completed the hidden evolution both times can no longer be explained by coincidence. She realized that Su Yang might know something, but she didn't say anything. He only needs to know one thing. She will always be Su Yang's Valkyrie, and that's enough. Nothing else matters. Song Qiqi came to Ling Shuer's side, her eyes almost sparkling. She scrutinized Ling Shuer's body closely, drool almost dripping from the corner of her mouth. Ling Shuer felt a chill run down her spine from Song Qiqi's gaze and quickly hugged herself. Qiqi, what's wrong? Song Qiqi swallowed hard, her burning gaze almost scorching Ling Shuer. Shuer, aren't we best sisters? Ling Shuer nodded. Can you tell me what it feels like to have a hidden evolution? I really want to have a hidden evolution too. Ling Shuer suddenly realized. No Valkyrie can be indifferent to hidden evolution. But she didn't know how she had secretly evolved again. It's different from before. However, she was able to share some of her feelings. Seeing the two women talking, Tang Zong moved closer to Su Yang and nudged him with his elbow. From now on, Dad will follow you. Su Yang glanced at him sideways. Tang Zong immediately became serious, clasped his hands in a fist and bowed, saying, Father, please accept my bow. That's more like it. Don't worry, your father will show you how to be cool and take you to new heights. In order to level up as quickly as possible, they began to hunt down monsters throughout the flame forest. In just a few days, Ling Shuer reached level 5. It's a pity we didn't find the boss here, but it doesn't matter. This is a trial, not reality. Once you reach level 5, you'll need to move to a different location. Fortunately, there is also a guardian forest here, where I can continue to grind monsters and level up in this familiar place. Just like in real life, Elaine followed Zheng Tianxiang. Su Yang had occasionally run into her and glanced at her information. He discovered that Elaine's level was rising very quickly. In just a few days, he has already reached level 11. While this speed is not as fast as Shuer's, it surpasses that of most Valkyries. Since that's the case, he'll speed things up and upgrade quickly. Experience Rune, activate. With the help of experience scrolls, Ling Shuer leveled up even faster. Song Qiqi realized that she couldn't keep up with her speed at all, and could only regretfully kill the monster by herself. Otherwise, they'll just be a hindrance. Ling Shuer activated her berserk mode, frantically killing monsters in the Guardian Forest. After killing monsters for a week, and finally reaching level 10 after defeating the boss in the Watcher's Forest, I finally succeeded. At this point, Elaine's level had reached 13. Logically speaking, even if an SS class is a few levels lower, suppressing an S class shouldn't be a problem. But Su Yang doesn't like surprises, he wants absolute control. He could no longer level up in the Watcher's Forest, so he decided to find another place. However, areas at level 10 and above are already quite a distance from the South City. It's quite dangerous there, and it takes a long time to get there. Moreover, the development here is similar to that in reality. The fact that the Zhang family had hired an assassin to kill him piqued Su Yang's curiosity. If things continue to develop like this, wouldn't he know the future once he returns to reality? As expected, assassins will come after us when we go out this time. When the time comes, Shuer, you can act as you please, without worrying about their lives. Ling Shuer nodded, her small face carrying a hint of sternness. Someone actually dared to threaten Su Yang's life, she would absolutely not show any mercy. If it weren't for the difficulty in making a move in Nanchang, she would have even considered assassinating Zheng Tianxiang. That day, they left the South City and headed to an area called Snail City. This area is home to all sorts of strange and bizarre monsters, some even resembling snails. The surrounding environment is an abandoned city, which was once a city where humans truly lived. We passed through many wild areas along the way, where some wild monsters roamed. Monsters are not all found in specific areas, different monsters can also appear in the wild. These wild monsters range in strength from the weakest level 1 to the most powerful level 10 and above. It falls within the scope of being uncontrollable. Valkyries prefer to improve their strength in areas with a more controllable level rather than in the wild. However, there is one advantage to being in the wild: there is a chance to obtain items by killing monsters. Snail City is a bit far, the journey will take 2 days. As darkness fell, they hollowed out a tree, preparing to spend the night there. Shuer, have some of this canned beef. Su Yang opened the can and handed it to Ling Shuer. Since it's impossible to start a fire in the wild, they can only eat the food they bring with them. Since this was a trial world, Su Yang splurged and bought only the most delicious and expensive food. Ling Shuer took a bite, her eyes crinkling with laughter. It's delicious. Have a bite too. Ling Shuer used a fork to pick up a piece of beef and stuffed it into Su Yang's mouth. She only realized later that she seemed to have eaten the fork before. Her face flushed red instantly. It was quite dark, so Su Yang didn't notice. This tastes much better than dry rations. When I get back to reality, I'll eat this from now on. He still has a lot of money on him. If he runs out of money, he'll go and fight bosses. The items dropped by the boss are extremely valuable. After they finished eating, they curled up in the tree hole and went to sleep. It was late at night, and all was quiet. But a dark shadow was quietly approaching. Just as the shadowy figure drew his dagger, preparing to assassinate him, Ling Shuer's eyes snapped open. She had sensed someone approaching long ago. It must be an assassin. Burning flame. A cool, clear voice came from Ling Shuer's mouth. In an instant, several walls of fire suddenly appeared around them, completely sealing off the surrounding area. The assassin was startled. She hadn't expected to be exposed. If assassination doesn't work, then kill them head on. The assassin overestimated his own strength and underestimated Ling Shuer's. Even though there is a level difference, their potential is far too great. An SSS rank Valkyrie, are you scared yet? The assassin unleashed his full power, his dagger glowing and transforming into a streak of light as he stabbed towards Ling Shuer. The wall of fire illuminated the surroundings, allowing Ling Shuer to see the assassin's appearance. The enemy's armor was all black, making it easy to blend into the darkness. Bow of fire. A bow and arrow formed from flames appeared out of thin air in Ling Shuer's hand. The flaming arrow burned fiercely before flying out. It shattered the dagger and pierced the assassin's chest. The assassin was dumbfounded. She was level 14. It also completed a trial of evolution. The target was only level 10, so how could he kill her instantly? She never understood why this happened, not even until her death. Su Yang has already woken up. As expected, the assassin showed up here. As a Valkyrie, doing the work of an assassin is putting the cart before the horse. There was only a hint of coldness in Su Yang's eyes. The Valkyries originally existed to fight for humanity. However, the reality is that many people use the Valkyries' power to stir up trouble and do things specifically targeting humans. Many people have speculated that those people may have been influenced by a foreign race. Otherwise, doing these things would not benefit them at all. After the assassin died, Ling Shuer went up to touch the corpse. They quickly found a token on her. The material is metal, and it looks like iron. When she received the token, Ling Shuer was taken aback for a moment, and then told Su Yang. The token is a bit special. When you touch it, some extra information will automatically appear in your mind. The token is unique to the assassin organization. This one is made of iron. Above them are the bronze, silver, and gold metal killers. As long as you carry this token, you will gain a portion of the Valkyrie's experience after killing her. It can be said that assassins can use this method to improve their skills. This thing must have been made by an alien race. Only alien races would think about how to kill humans, so it's only natural that they would invent this thing. However, now that he has this thing in his hands, he doesn't mind using it. Shuer, take the token and wait for the other assassins to arrive before dealing with them. Ling Shuer instantly understood Su Yang's meaning. He wanted to use those assassins to improve his own strength. She felt no psychological pressure at all about killing these assassins. Assassins deserve to die. After that, no more assassins appeared. It seems the other side knew the assassin they sent was dead, according to the rules of the assassin organization. They will send even more high-level assassins. If they fail again this time, they will stop the mission. After all, this mission can only be accomplished by a top-tier assassin. It would be much more difficult to get a silver-tier assassin to do it. The assassin organization suffered huge losses. Chapter 22: The Assassin and Snail City. After a difficult journey, they finally arrived near Snail City. From afar, one could see snail-like monsters, each with a different appearance but all wearing a shell, hanging on the walls of the ruined high-rise buildings. These snail-like monsters stayed there most of the time, motionless. They won't be disturbed unless someone gets close. The level range in Snail City is from 10 to 15, and there is a temporary outpost nearby. Anyone who can come here is at least level 10. Upon arriving, Su Yang found the place quite lively. There is a real-world Snail City, and Su Yang decided to explore it first. Young man, is this your first time here? Would you like to find a guide? My prices are very cheap, only 100 yuan an hour, guaranteed to be worth it. A middle-aged man walked over. His skin was somewhat aged, but his eyes were rather deep. Su Yang looked at the other person with a strange expression. You're not a contractor? Contractors can generally sense the identity of the other party, but ordinary people don't have this feeling. In other words, the other party is an ordinary person. That's quite audacious. After all, this place is far from the South City, and it would be almost impossible for ordinary people to come here without the protection of the Valkyrie. The man nodded. I came here with a caravan. I couldn't make money in the South City, so I had no choice but to come here. This is just a base. Most of the supplies needed are sent from the South City. The United Chamber of Commerce specializes in this kind of thing. Okay, you can be my guide. Can I pay by card? Sure. The man's eyes lit up, and he quickly took out the machine to swipe his card. Transfer 100 yuan directly. With the money in place, everything is negotiable. The man began to explain the situation here to Su Yang. As the only stronghold near Snail City, there are more ordinary people here than contracted Valkyries. After all, many things need to be done by ordinary people, and contractors and Valkyries won't waste their time on these things. The person in charge of guarding this place is a powerful military officer, a C16 level expert. No one here would cause trouble. That would be suicide. All transactions here are based on the principle of voluntariness. Even if you lose money, you have to accept it. The guide was very responsible and told Su Yang everything about the situation. There's also some information about Snail City. As long as you are careful in Snail City and don't get too close to those snail monsters, there shouldn't be much danger. However, there are many kinds of snail monsters, and some of them are very active. It can be quite troublesome if you encounter these. There are also some special resources in Snail City. These resources are relatively expensive and are the main source of income. The most valuable part is the snail mucus. It's very difficult to take it away without disturbing the snail because it's right next to it. An hour passed, and the male guide's time was over. Su Yang and Schwerer prepared to go directly into the city. Just then, a voice came from over there. "Hey buddy, wanna team up?" A man and a woman walked over, their faces kind. Su Yang originally didn't want to team up, but the moment he saw the two of them, he seemed to realize something. "Okay, it'll be good to look after each other." Su Yang agreed. The other person smiled, and after exchanging a few words, they began to enter Snail City. When entering Snail City, you must not disturb the snails on the outermost edge. Otherwise, it will attract more snails, and then it will be very troublesome. "Follow me." Contractor Xiaming addressed the two of them, then walked ahead. They found a narrow path without snails and proceeded cautiously along the way. The entire ruined city was eerily quiet, with only faint, strange noises audible. That sound is from a snail moving, which means there are snails moving nearby. "Be careful," Xiaming said in a low voice. "What do we do now? Should we look for the lone snail?" Su Yang also asked in a low voice. Xiaming nodded. "There are quite a few lone snails, but be careful, you must end the battle as soon as possible." They quickly found a lone snail, which looked similar to an ordinary snail, just a larger version. "My Valkyrie is ranged, so let your Valkyrie attack first." Xiaming pointed at the snail and said. Su Yang nodded, and Ling Xuer immediately donned the armor. She held a flaming longsword and then assumed an attack stance. Xiaming's Valkyrie also entered battle mode, and her weapon was a bow and arrow. She drew her bowstring taut and aimed an arrow at the snail. Just as they were about to make their move against the snail, at that very moment, Xiaming's Valkyrie bow suddenly turned and aimed at Ling Xuer's back. Buzz! With a soft thud, the arrow flew out rapidly. A smug smile appeared on Xiaming's lips. What hidden evolved Valkyries? They're all trash in the face of his assassination. But the next second, his expression froze. Ling Xuer easily caught the arrow in her hand. As flames suddenly appeared, the arrows were instantly burned to ashes. Ling Xuer looked at them with icy eyes. "It seems you are bronze-level assassins." Xiaming was shocked. "Impossible. How did you know our identities?" Then, as if he had thought of something, he turned to look at Su Yang. "You knew who we were all along?" Su Yang nodded slightly. "The two of them didn't have any teams and just stared at us forming a team. There's obviously something wrong with that. Normally, a team should have at least 3 Valkyries, and you seem to know too much about us. I haven't said anything, yet you know what we're going to do, and even Xuer's type. You have too many flaws." Xiaming's face was ashen. He had always considered his performance to be flawless. As a result, in Su Yang's eyes, there were flaws everywhere. How could he possibly swallow this insult? Since the assassination failed, let's do it openly. Let's make our move. Swish, swish, swish. No sooner had he finished speaking than his Valkyrie unleashed several arrows. These arrows were incredibly fast, and they were aimed at various parts of Ling Xuer's body at different angles. Ling Xuer held the sword in one hand and swung it down directly. Blazing flames rose out of nowhere, deflecting all the arrows. The next second, her figure passed through the flames and approached the Valkyrie directly. The Valkyrie dared not engage her in close combat, and could only keep her distance while continuously shooting arrows. Neither Su Yang nor Xiaming did anything. Only at this point can the Valkyrie's battle truly represent the final outcome. Using the Valkyrie's power will affect their battles. They know this best. Xiaming looked at Su Yang with a hint of mockery in his eyes. "Su Yang, do you think I rose to the rank of bronze-level assassin through such means? I have killed several Valkyries. Your Valkyrie will also become my achievement." Su Yang didn't care at all about Xiaming's provocation. He wondered if the same thing would happen in real life. That'll be interesting. Just as Xiaming was about to say something more, he heard a scream. That was emitted by his Valkyrie. Ling Xuer's flaming longsword pierced straight through the Valkyrie's chest. Her expression was one of utter shock and disbelief. Run! She stretched out her hand with difficulty and called out to Xia Ming. Then she closed her eyes, and her body fell to the ground. No! Xia Ming clutched his head and let out a frantic scream. He scrambled to the Valkyrie's corpse, crying and shouting, "Don't die! Don't die! Get up now, I told you to get up!" Ling Xuer's eyes remained completely unmoved. These killers don't deserve any sympathy. Countless people have died at their hands. When the pain isn't felt by you, no one cares. Xia Ming's shout startled the snails around him. Many snails crawled down from the walls of the tall building and swarmed towards this place. Let's go. Su Yang said something, and Ling Xuer immediately led him away from there. When Xia Ming regained consciousness, he was surrounded by all sorts of strangely shaped snails. His face was filled with terror, and he plopped down on the ground. Snot and tears streamed down his face, and his whole face scrunched up. No! Don't! Don't come any closer! The screams abruptly ceased as the snails swarmed forward. All that's left is the sound of the snails eating. Su Yang, who was in mid-air, saw their miserable state, but his face remained expressionless. They brought this on themselves. Xuer, there are so many snails, just start eating them. This was the first time Su Yang had borrowed a trace of Xuer's power. A pair of illusory wings appeared on his back, allowing him to barely fly. Such a small amount of power will not have much of an effect on Ling Xuer. Ling Xuer released her grip and then grabbed the flaming longsword. Burning sword, draw it! Raging! The flaming sword instantly extended to tens of meters, and the burning flames turned the surrounding area into a red world. With a soft shout from Ling Xuer, the enormous flaming longsword slashed straight down. The snail on the next street was instantly burned to a crisp by the flames and died on the spot. With a single strike, he killed over 100 snail-like monsters. The corpses of Xia Ming and the Valkyrie also disappeared along with them. Such a commotion attracted even more snails. The two could only fly away from here and arrive on the other side. There shouldn't be any more assassins now. Let's continue to get stronger. The two began a frenzied killing spree in Snail City. The resources here are of no value to Su Yang. But in his eyes, snails were all experiences of movement. Every snail that Ling Xuer encountered died at her hands. Her level also increased rapidly, and she quickly reached level 15. It's about time to go back. Su Yang murmured. They can complete the trial if they defeat Elaine. Once back in reality, Xuer's level will continue to increase, and she will become even stronger. They returned to their base, rested briefly, and then prepared to return to the southern city. Just then, a figure scrambled in, screaming in utter terror. Oh no! Those snails have gone mad and they're all charging at us. Chapter 23, addressing the root cause of the problem. Su Yang looked over and saw a large group of snail monsters leaving Snail City and rushing madly toward this side. Someone exclaimed in shock, "Don't they never leave their territory?" It's not that they don't want to leave, but rather that they won't leave easily. This situation is rare. You still have time to chat? Run! A young man wore a bitter smile, his eyes filled with despair. Run? Where can ordinary people like us run to? If we leave this stronghold, we'll die no matter where we go. It makes no difference whether we die sooner or later. One sentence silenced those panicked ordinary people. The other Valkyries are quickly leaving this place with their contractors. Ling Xuer grabbed Su Yang's arm, her voice urgent, "Let's leave quickly, this stronghold is no match for us." Su Yang looked ahead, feeling that there was something strange about these snails. Under normal circumstances, monsters will not easily leave their territory. Unless some special circumstances occur. Was it done by an assassin organization? It doesn't look quite like it. Assassin organizations are not used to making a big fuss, they prefer to eliminate their targets silently. Instead of making such a big show of it, which is not in line with the style of an assassin organization. Is it the Zheng family? It's unlikely. The Zheng family wanted to get rid of him, but they dragged so many people into it. Once the truth comes out, the Zheng family will pay a much higher price, and may even be ruined. After thinking it over, Su Yan thought of someone. Xuer's former contractor, Yang Wei. This kind of method is not something an ordinary person like him could do. Other forces must have intervened. Now that we know who did it, things are simple. He went directly to the person in charge of the outpost, who was gathering people to prepare for evacuation. He also wanted to leave with the ordinary people, but there were too many ordinary people here. He could only leave with a small group of people. Hello, I am Su Yang from Nanchang No. 1 Middle School. This is my Valkyrie, Ling Shuer. She is a Valkyrie with hidden evolution and potential rank A. The person in charge hadn't planned to pay any attention to Su Yang, but his attitude changed immediately after he heard the words hidden evolution. What do you want from me? The other person's voice was gentle. I know who brought the snails. Upon hearing this, the person in charge's expression shifted. Who is it? Yang Wei. Su Yang described Yang Wei's appearance and said, as long as we find him and deal with him, the snail will go back. The person in charge hesitated for a moment, then sighed. It's not that I don't want to find him, it's just that under the current circumstances, it's impossible to find him. Su Yang revealed a confident smile. I need the broadcast system here. I have a way to make him reveal his true colors. However, you need to inform all contractors and Valkyries that they should take action immediately once Yang Wei is exposed. The person in charge nodded. That's no problem. Su Yang arrived at the broadcasting room and cleared his throat. Ahem, Yang Wei, I know you're here. I have something very important to tell you. You are the songstress. No Valkyrie would even look at you. You're destined to spend your whole life in the sewers. Su Yang went all out, his words becoming increasingly offensive. The person in charge just grinned. If it were him, he probably would have exploded by now. As expected, Yang Wei couldn't stop him at all and his defenses were broken on the spot. Su Yang. A voice filled with extreme resentment suddenly rang out from the crowd. He was emanating black energy, and he was acting completely abnormally. The nearby Valkyries saw Yang Wei appear and decisively took action. But Yang Wei was unaware of what had happened. These Valkyries, whose levels were generally above 10, had failed to kill him. Instead, it was blocked by a large amount of black energy. He, you really think I'm just an ordinary person? Yang Wei's eyes gleamed with a dark light, and his expression was incredibly arrogant. Get out of here! With a loud shout, Yang Wei caused the black mist around him to suddenly form several large hands, which slapped all the Valkyries away. Su Yang, I want you dead. He pushed off with both feet, creating cracks in the ground, and his figure quickly moved towards the broadcasting room. Oh no, that person is charging at us. The black aura on his body is the power of the Black Feather Clan. He has had contact with the Black Feather Clan. A subordinate reports to the person in charge. The Black Feather Clan is one of the alien races. The creature looks very similar to a human, but it has a pair of black wings on its back and is born with the ability to fly. It is one of the greatest enemies of the human race. The Black Feather Clan possesses a secret technique that allows them to conceal their wings, enabling them to easily blend into the human race. Yang Wei had contact with the Black Feather Clan and received their help, which is why he has become what he is today. Valkyries are unique to humans, they do not exist in other races. The person in charge looked grim. Someone who had been in contact with the Black Feather Clan had appeared in the area under his jurisdiction, which was a dereliction of duty on his part. Notify everyone, arrest him. Yes. The other Valkyries also joined the fray. There were quite a few Valkyries at this stronghold, about 30 or so. All of them were level 10 or above, and all the attacks landed on Yang Wei, putting him under tremendous pressure. Although the Black Feather Clan helped him improve his strength, it couldn't be too exaggerated. Every bit of his strength was earned with his life. You could say he was risking his life. Su Yang stood on the rooftop, watching Yang Wei deal with dozens of female warriors. This strength is probably close to that of an A-rank Valkyrie. The Black Feather Clan is quite impressive. They actually managed to develop such a life-threatening method. Su Yang clicked his tongue in amazement. Ling Shuer glanced at it, completely unconcerned. As long as she makes a move, she can instantly kill her opponent. The two sides are not even in the same league. But then she thought of something else. The trial deals with things in the future. Now that we're back in reality, will he do the same thing? Ling Shuer asked. He will definitely do the same thing as long as we come to Snail City. We'll take care of him right here. He couldn't sleep soundly until this hidden time bomb was dealt with. Yang Wei appeared to be insane, with the surrounding black energy hands constantly knocking the Valkyrie away. The Valkyries were unable to subdue him for a time. He only used the power of the Black Feather Clan. How could he be so strong? A Valkyrie wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, looking somewhat incredulous. He gained this power at the cost of his life. It won't last long for him to become so strong. Another Valkyrie attacked and then spoke to her. Wouldn't it be better if we just wasted time with him? That's what they say, but we don't have much time. The snails will be here soon. Snails could already be seen less than 3 kilometers from the base. Even if Yang Wei were killed, those snails wouldn't immediately leave once they got close. Just as the group of Valkyries were looking anxious, a voice came from the sky. Excuse me, senior students, please step aside so I can go. Ling Xuer has wings on her back, and flames constantly burn on her wings, raising the temperature of the surrounding area. Suddenly, its wings unfurled, transforming into enormous fiery wings over 10 meters long. With her fiery wings spread, her figure instantly transformed into a fiery meteor. Yang Wei's eyes widened as he gathered a large amount of black energy in front of him, attempting to block the attack. A furious roar of resentment erupted from his mouth. Ling Xuer, you bitch! The fire meteor suddenly accelerated, piercing through his body, and then Ling Xuer's figure appeared on the ground. Yang Wei slowly lowered his head. His chest had been pierced directly by flames. The flames burned away all his internal organs and also stopped the bleeding from his body. At that moment, he felt no pain. But the next second, indescribable pain swept over his entire body and rushed straight to his brain. Ah! A tremendous scream echoed throughout the surrounding area. His body fell directly to the ground, twitched a few times, and then became unresponsive. The snails that had rushed over stopped moving the instant Yang Wei died. They then began to return. When they saw the snail return, all the ordinary people cheered with joy. We're not dead. We're not dead. Thank you, Valkyries. They saved us. This is fucking exciting. I'm heading back to Nanchang soon, and nobody can stop me. After this incident, many people chose to return to Nanchang. After all, although you earn less money in the south, at least you won't encounter such a life or death crisis. The person in charge kept thanking Su Yang, because if it weren't for him finding out the cause, many people would have died at this stronghold. The Black Feather clan has appeared in the South City. That's the key point. Su Yang's expression was somewhat solemn. The alien race had already infiltrated. This is a significant matter for the entire southern city. The person in charge nodded. I will send the message back to Nanchang and have them search for the Black Feather clan. You little alien race, do you really think we humans are easy to mess with? After things were settled here, Su Yang and Ling Xuer prepared to return to Nanchang. He hadn't forgotten that this was a world of trials. Only by defeating Elaine can you successfully pass the level. Nothing happened on the way back this time. The assassin organization went out of business completely and never sent any new assassins again. Meanwhile, at the Zhang family in the southern city. When news of the assassin organization's failed mission arrived, Zheng Tianxiang was in a bad mood. If even a bronze-level assassin won't do, then let a silver-level assassin take over. What kind of bullshit assassin organization is this? They can't even kill a single person, they're trash. Zheng Tianxiang kept smashing things, acting like a madman. Tianxiang, don't rush. Zheng Hongyuan, the head of the Zheng family and Zheng Tianxiang's father, walked over. If the assassin organization doesn't work, there are other ways. Killing someone is too easy. Seeing his father approach, Zheng Tianxiang returned to normal. Dad, I want them dead. Zheng Hongyuan chuckled softly and reached out to pat him on the shoulder. I know that no one who offends the Zheng family will survive. As long as they come back, I have countless ways to make them wish they were dead. Chapter 24, Trial completed, strength increased. When Su Yang and Ling Xuer returned to Nanchang from the stronghold, he noticed that the people around them were looking at them very strangely. Before Su Yang could ask anyone, Tang Zong called. Su Yang, something's happened. Emperor Tang's tone was very serious. What's up? A rumor has suddenly spread in the South City that your Valkyrie achieved her hidden evolution by defecting to a foreign race. The crucial news has spread throughout the entire southern city, and many people are saying that you should be arrested and interrogated. Su Yang's eyes instantly turned cold. Can one achieve hidden evolution by joining a different race? If alien races were truly that powerful, humanity would have already produced countless hidden, evolved Valkyries. It is said that rumors stop with the wise, but the problem is that most people are not wise. It was clear from the reactions of those around them that they all believed the rumor. He and Xuer are in a dangerous situation. Su Yang realized that he needed someone to help him. The first person he contacted was the principal. As the school's most famous student, he believed the principal would definitely help him. Just as he expected, when he met the principal directly stated, Su Yang, I am aware of this matter. I have already had an announcement made. No one will do anything to you. You are the most outstanding student in our school. The principal said in a kind and approachable manner. Su-young nodded, and then he said, Principal, I'd like to have a friendly match with a classmate. Is that all right? Oh. I wonder which classmate you'd like to play a friendly match with. The principal had barely finished speaking when he suddenly realized something. Is it Zheng Tianxiang? Su-young nodded. No problem, I'll have someone contact him right away. The principal agreed. It's just a friendly match, not a contest, what's the big deal? He never considered whether Zheng Tianxiang would refuse. How could Zheng Tianxiang dare to disrespect the principal? When the news reached Zheng Tianxiang's ears, his expression became incredibly ferocious. You bastard, do you really think you can look down on me just because you've contracted a Valkyrie with hidden evolution? Elena, come with me. Zheng Tianxiang took Elaine directly to the school. In fact, Su-young knew that the Zhang family definitely had some other tricks up their sleeve. The rumors and gossip are just the beginning. But he couldn't wait any longer. Defeat Elaine to end this trial. News of the two quickly spread throughout the entire school. Everyone knew that a fierce battle was about to begin. Two A-rank Valkyries will have a friendly match. Who do you think will win this time? Is that even a question? It must be Elaine. She's already at level 10 or higher. I object. Ling Xuer is a Valkyrie who has undergone hidden evolution, she's definitely stronger. The two sides started arguing, each believing that their chosen one was the most powerful. Some contractors and their Valkyries even started fighting amongst themselves. The battle did not take place in the ring, but on the playground. There are stands here, and they're already full of students. Everyone watched expectantly as Su-young and Ling Xuer appeared in the arena. Zheng Tianxiang and Elian. Su-yang, don't think that just because you're lucky enough to get a Valkyrie, you can provoke me. I'll show you Elaine's strength in a moment. Zheng Tianxiang immediately launched a verbal attack on Su-yang. Su-young smiled calmly, of course I know Elaine's strength. After all, we have a 3-year contract. Upon hearing this, Zheng Tianxiang's face darkened. He yelled furiously, Eleanor, kill him. Elaine didn't say anything, but silently completed the armor's armament. Ling Xuer also completed the same armed armor. The two had similar armor colors, both being red, and even their weapons were somewhat alike. At first glance, it looks like the same Valkyries are fighting. I've seen Elaine's armor before, but I didn't expect Ling Xuer's armor to be so beautiful. It's not just beautiful. You're not a Valkyrie, so you can't feel the warmth emanating from that sword. This temperature is even more astonishing than that of Elaine, the Flame Valkyrie. Wait a minute, isn't she only a rank? But Elaine is already an S-rank Valkyrie. They couldn't understand it, and neither could Elaine. As an S-class Valkyrie, she should already be extremely powerful in terms of fire attributes. But she sensed a flame even more powerful than Ling Xuer's. How is that possible? The most powerful Valkyrie is S-rank, there shouldn't be a higher rank than S-rank. A teacher referee stood in the middle, waving and shouting, friendly match, begin. Elaine rushed towards Ling Xuer in an instant, intending to engage her in close combat. She will let everyone know that she is the most powerful Valkyrie in this school. The enormous flaming sword slashed directly down at Ling Xuer. The blow was so powerful that everyone thought Ling Xuer couldn't withstand it. But she simply raised her flaming sword and held it horizontally in front of her. Bite. The greatsword was blocked. Ling Xuer did not retreat an inch. In the contest of strength, Elaine did not gain any advantage. Impossible. A group of people gasped in surprise. Many people are aware of Elaine's power. No Valkyrie in the entire school was stronger than her. What's going on with Ling Xuer? Is the Valkyrie with hidden evolution really that powerful? Elaine's expression changed, and she launched another attack. A greatsword in her hands was like a toy, easily creating afterimages as she swung it. No matter how she attacked, Ling Xuer's defense remained as calm and collected as ever. It was as if all her attacks were full of flaws in her eyes. The battle lasted for a while, and Elaine, as the main attacker, had already given it her all. Ling Xuer was still not harmed. Enraged, Elaine jumped back to create distance. Since close combat doesn't work, let's try another method. Flames, burn. Her entire body was engulfed in flames, and the surrounding ground was charred black. The temperature suddenly rose, making people feel uncomfortable. That's it, Elaine, defeat her. You are the most powerful Valkyrie. Zheng Tianxiang burst into maniacal laughter. He never considered the possibility that Elaine might lose. Just kidding, that's an S-class Valkyrie. Ling Xuer responded to Elaine's attack. Fire Phoenix, burn the heavens. Phew! A loud voice rang out, accompanied by the appearance of a huge phantom of a fire phoenix. The phoenix hovered high in the sky, its burning pupils fixed on Elaine, bringing her unparalleled pressure. Elaine's hands were trembling, her eyes were glazed over, and she looked incredulous. What is that? Why can she summon the shadow of a phoenix? She's not an A-rank Valkyrie at all, she's an S-rank. At that moment, Elaine finally realized that she had been deceived. The opponent is an S-class Valkyrie who has completed her hidden evolution, and in terms of level, she is half a level higher than her. Among those of the same level, the Valkyrie with hidden evolution is the strongest. Ling Xuer leaped and merged with the phantom of the fire phoenix. Her figure reappeared, with fiery wings on her back, soaring high into the sky. The flaming sword in her hand once again grew to tens of meters in length. You're wrong, I'm not S-class. It's an SS rank Fire Phoenix Valkyrie. Ling Xuer directly made her voice heard, announcing it to everyone. The entire audience was shocked. S-class Valkyries have always been considered to be among the strongest Valkyries in human history. But now, Ling Xuer is showing everyone with her strength. S-class is not the limit, there is an SS class above it. If they knew that SS level wasn't even the limit, they'd probably go crazy. Elaine's hands, gripping the sword, trembled uncontrollably. Facing Ling Xuer's all-out effort, she had come to deeply sense the vast difference in their abilities. The difference between S-class and SS class is far more than just a level, it's like heaven and earth. Her body trembled instinctively, a result of the suppression due to her social status. Zheng Tianxiang appeared to be insane, constantly grabbing his hair and pulling it hard with his hands. Why? Why did this happen? SS rank? How do you deserve such a powerful Valkyrie? This is unfair. Ahead. Zheng Tianxiang knew he had lost. Elaine could barely stand in front of Ling Xuer and was completely unable to resist. The battle ended the moment Ling Xuer's attack landed. Elaine lay on the ground, her armor shattered and mangled. This was the result of Ling Xuer holding back, otherwise, Elaine wouldn't have just fainted, but would have died on the spot. After the battle, Ling Xuer threw herself into Su Yang's arms. Su Yang, I won, I won. Seeing Ling Xuer's happy expression, Su Yang smiled slightly. Yes, you won. You are the strongest Valkyrie. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt everything in front of him becoming blurry. When he opened his eyes, he found himself back on his own sofa. Ling Xuer, who was beside him, also opened her eyes. Trial over. The system's voice sounded the next second. Host Valkyrie Ling Xuer has met the two conditions of completing the trial and possessing the Ice Dragon Fruit. Evolution level unlocked. Currently, the highest evolution level can reach 20%, at which point new unlocking conditions will be revealed. At the same time, some changes occurred in Ling Xuer. The armor on her body appeared out of thin air. It was her ice blue armor, the Ice Phoenix, but then red threads began to condense on the armor. These red threads are like an artist painting on the ice blue armor. Ultimately, a completely new armor was formed. The armor is predominantly ice blue with fiery red accents, giving the impression of a fusion of ice and fire. The wings on her back and the long sword in her hand were also infused with a touch of red. Just as the teacher said. After each evolution, the Valkyrie undergoes some changes, and her strength is enhanced. Ling Xuer looked at the changes in her body with surprise and told Su Yang something. My strength has increased by 10%, and I feel like I can use a trace of the power of the Fire Phoenix. As she spoke, she extended her right hand. Then, a wisp of flame suddenly appeared in her palm. Although it is far inferior to the power of the Ice Phoenix she controls, it is still an extra bit of power. All I can say is, they're completely worn out from winning. Chapter 25 I Still Love Your Rebellious Side. Su Yan looked at the power of the Fire Phoenix in Ling Xuer's hand with some surprise in his eyes. He had never heard of anything in a trial being able to affect reality. Although Xuer was able to complete the hidden evolution of the Fire Phoenix Valkyrie, he initially chose the more powerful Ice Phoenix Valkyrie. She only became the Fire Phoenix Valkyrie during the trial, but after completing the trial, she was still able to use a portion of its power. According to Xuer, she cannot use the full power of the Fire Phoenix, as if there is some kind of barrier between them. With the power of the Fire Phoenix, my strength can be increased by another 10%. In other words, one trial directly increased Xuer's strength by 20% from her original level. Ling Xuer happily hugged Su Yang's arm, pressing her whole body against him. She felt that by improving her strength, she would be able to better protect Su Yang. The frail girl she once was is long gone. After chatting for a while, Su Yang brought up something. What happens in the trial could very well happen in reality. If we want to level up next, we can only go to Snail City. The assassins sent by the Zheng family will attack us on the way. Since we know this in advance, why not do this? Ling Xuer's eyes lit up at what Su Yang said, and she nodded repeatedly. Then, Su Yang called Tang Zong and the other person over. They had just returned from the Forest of Watchers. After Song Qiqi reached level 5, she started leveling up here. As before, with Su Yang's help, her improvement speed far exceeded that of the other Valkyries. The entire school, except for a few individuals, was leveling up in the ice cave. Godfather, what are your orders? Tang Zong came over and clasped his hands in a very proper gesture. Su Yang patted his shoulder. I still prefer your previous unruly self. Try to get back to your old self. Roll. Tang Zong gave him the middle finger, his face full of contempt. Song Qiqi pulled Ling Xuer to the side and whispered something between them. Speak, why did you call me here? Tang Zong plopped down on the sofa and started eating the fruit. I called you over here to ask you to do something for me. I'm going to Snail City with Xuer later. The Zheng family has already hired assassins to kill us on the way. And that idiot Yang Wei is causing trouble. When we get back, the Zhang family will use public opinion to attack us. Su Yang explained the situation very clearly, but Tang Zong was completely bewildered. Wait, what's going on with you? It sounds like you're recounting all the things that will happen in the future? Emperor Tang felt very strange. Su Yang's words clearly outlined the future. How did he know? Su Yang smiled and said, we just completed an evolutionary trial, and all these things happened during the trial. Emperor Tang jumped up immediately. His expression was incredibly exaggerated. Although he knew that Su Yang had reached level 10, he could complete the trial at level 10. This news will definitely shock many people if it gets out. As is well known, most Valkyries will choose to be level 15 or higher before taking the trial. This will increase the success rate. Entering the trial directly at level 10 is very difficult. When records are available, the failure rate is as high as 90%. What the heck? You experienced something from the future during the trial? Trials can be played like this? Emperor Tang's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. He's educated, you know, so why have I never heard of him? Did someone experience a glimpse of the future during the trials? If the trial were that amazing, it would have been praised to the skies long ago. Perhaps we are lucky. As long as we follow the actions in the trial, nothing should change in the future. So that's when your role will come in. Emperor Tang nodded with a serious expression. Now that they knew the Zhang family was going to launch a propaganda war, they certainly couldn't just sit idly by and wait to be killed. The best defense is a good offense. They need to take the initiative. Don't worry, I'll go find my dad in a bit. You're a military darling now. The Zhang family is courting death by doing this. Emperor Tang was well aware of Su Yang's position in the military. A Valkyrie with a hidden evolution to S rank, who is currently the only one of her kind among humans. Zhong Lang will spare no effort to protect Su Yang and Ling Xuer's safety. After arranging everything, Su Yang went out and bought many things. Of all things under heaven, eating is the most important. You can mistreat anyone else, but you can't mistreat your own stomach. He bought a lot of expensive food as provisions for the journey. As they left the southern city, a figure quietly followed behind them. So what if she's a Valkyrie with a hidden evolution? People are still killed, they die. The assassin sneered and quietly followed. The two of them traveled as if they were sightseeing. Before the wild beasts could even get close to them, they were frozen into ice sculptures by Ling Xuer. As darkness fell, just like in the trials, they dug a hole in a tree and began to rest. The assassin's figure stealthily approached under the cover of night. Before she could make a move, a figure appeared silently behind her. An ice sword was held directly against her neck. Put down your weapons if you don't want to die. Ling Xuer's voice was cold and clear. These killers are all bad people, they all deserve to die. The assassin froze, completely stunned. She hadn't expected that she, an assassin, would be so easily approached from behind without even noticing. This illustrates one thing: the difference in their abilities is too great. Su Yang emerged from the tree hollow and, by the moonlight, clearly saw the assassin's appearance. He had an ordinary appearance, wore black armor, and held a dagger in his hand. A look of disbelief crossed her face. "You shouldn't have known I was going to show up. Did someone tip you off?" The assassin couldn't tolerate being caught before he even made a move. Su Yang swallowed the words he was about to say and instead said, "You're right, this is a setup. Do you really think the Zhang family would send assassins to kill me, the rising star of Nanchang? If we're talking about the destruction caused to humanity, your assassin organization is the biggest source of unrest." Su Yang started spouting nonsense, but the other party actually believed him. "No wonder this mission is a bit strange. It turns out the Zhang family commissioned us to assassinate you. So this was just a setup. If the mission failed, an assassin one level above me would come. She was also part of your scheme, wasn't she?" The assassin closed his eyes. "I know I won't survive." "Do it." The assassin organization still has some backbone, otherwise, they wouldn't have done such a cruel thing. "Look, he's in a hurry again. I don't recall ever saying I was going to kill you." Upon hearing this, the assassin opened his eyes. "No one wants to die if they can live. You're not going to kill me? What do you want me to do? Spend the night with you? Your Valkyrie is much prettier than me." These words made Ling Xuer blush deeply. Su Yang's lips twitched. Are all assassins like this? Or is it that constantly teetering on the brink of life and death has made them completely indifferent to such matters? I need you to tell me about the assassin organization, the more detailed the better. The assassin hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. "In principle, I cannot reveal any information about the organization." "If it's not allowed in principle, then it is allowed." Ling Xuer simply brought the ice sword a little closer to her neck, and she immediately obediently spoke up. "The leader of the assassin organization Night Raven is unknown. The South City branch is managed by a silver-ranked assassin. As a low-ranking ironclad assassin, she didn't know much." After she revealed all the information, Su Yang gave her a look, and Ling Xuer immediately slit her throat. The killer's eyes before his death seemed to be screaming silently. "You're a fucking liar." Su Yang laughed. "You've come to assassinate me, and you still expect me to keep my word? I don't recall ever saying I wouldn't kill you after you gave me the information, did I?" After cleaning up the body, they continued to sleep in the tree hollow. The next day, they arrived at their stronghold near Snail City. The first step is to find Xia Ming, the bronze-level assassin, and eliminate him. Xia Ming appeared before them without them having to actively seek him out. "Are you guys planning to go to Snail City? Can we team up?" Xia Ming walked over with his Valkyrie, a smile on his face. To be honest, if I hadn't known beforehand that he was an assassin, that disguised expression would have been really deceiving. Su Yang also had a smile on his face, but his smile was even brighter than Su Yang's. "Great, I just happened to need a teammate." The two smiled and entered Snail City together. When they arrived at a secluded place, Xia Ming was about to say something when he saw. His own Valkyrie was completely controlled by Ling Xuer's ice sword. His expression changed, and he angrily questioned, "What are you doing? Aren't we teammates?" Su Yang watched his performance with a smile and said, "All right, no need to act anymore." The Night Raven's bronze-rank killer. Xia Ming's expression changed drastically. Had his identity been exposed? He was so confident in his performance that it was impossible for him to be discovered. There is only one possibility: his identity was revealed to the other party in advance. Could it be that he was betrayed by his superiors? Why? Xia Ming couldn't understand it, and he was drenched in sweat. What should we do now? He didn't want to die. At this moment, Su Yang spoke up, "Tell me all the information about Night Raven." Xia Ming immediately told him everything he knew. As a bronze-level assassin, he knew a little more information than an iron-level assassin. One of them was that he had met the person in charge of Night Raven in the South City, who was also the silver-ranked assassin. Although he was wearing a mask when we met, I could tell from his voice that he was not young, probably around 50 years old. One more thing, he's missing a section of his little finger on his right hand. Su Yang raised an eyebrow, not expecting such an unexpected gain. With these characteristics, finding the person in charge in the southern part of the city becomes much easier. After Xia Ming finished speaking, he looked at him expectantly and said, "Big brother, grandpa, I was just following orders." We have no grudges against each other. And I haven't even laid a hand on you yet, please don't kill me. Chapter 26 Su Yang's Methods. Xia Ming has a strong will to survive. He became an assassin to become stronger, not to seek death. If he had known the other party was so strong, he would never have accepted this mission, even if it meant being beaten to death. This was originally a mission for the ironclad assassin, but according to the organization's rules, it would only be sent to him if the ironclad assassin failed. Seeing that Su Yang didn't speak, Xia Ming immediately knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. Xia Ming. We'll fight them to the death. His Valkyrie felt a pang of pity and cried out. Xia Ming quickly shouted, Shut up! You stupid woman! You don't know anything. What's the point of competing? This has nothing to do with us. That damn leader, he didn't come himself but sent me to my death. I knew this mission was going to fall on my shoulders. I fucking idiot at #%. Xia Ming kept cursing his boss. If it weren't for his orders, I wouldn't be here, and my life is in danger. Ling Xuer had been waiting for Su Yang's instructions with just a glance. She would kill the Valkyrie in front of her. But Su Yang was thinking of something else. Yang Wei is here, and he has also had contact with the Black Feather Clan. The Black Feather Clan must be inside the South City, so is there any possibility? Have the Black Feather Clan and the Night Raven organization had contact? Thinking of this, he asked, Has your organization ever had contact with any alien races? Xia Ming was about to shake his head when he seemed to remember something and said uncertainly, Once before, I saw a man in black robes at the organization's stronghold. At the time, I just felt that there was something about him that made me uncomfortable. Now that I think about it carefully, we human contractors would not act like that, and the other party is not a Valkyrie. He is very likely an alien. Su Yang guessed that the other party must be the Black Feather Clan. Once we resolve things here, we must find the Black Feather Clan when we return to South City. None of the alien races are good, they hide among humans and cause trouble. They all deserve to die. Very good, the information you provided is quite good. Su Yang nodded slightly, and a smile appeared on Xia Ming's face. He felt that he might survive. However, the next second, he heard a sizzling sound. His Valkyrie was slit in the throat. No! You're lying to me! Xia Ming let out a miserable cry, and his contract with the Valkyrie vanished instantly. The next second, he died too. Ling Xuer felt no guilt whatsoever after killing the two men. Daring to attack Su Yang, you've already committed suicide. After eliminating Xia Ming and his Valkyrie, the two returned to their base. Because the time was set in advance, the snail had not yet made any move. Su Yang went directly to the person in charge of the stronghold and told him about the Black Feather Clan. Su Yang introduced himself, and the person in charge dared not disbelieve him. After all, a Valkyrian contractor who has undergone hidden evolution wouldn't frame someone without reason. I'll take you to the broadcasting room. As soon as the other side is exposed, my men will take action immediately. That's what the person in charge said. Su Yang shook his head, he's still useful. I need him to lure out the Black Feather Clan hidden in Nanchang. My Valkyrie will make her move soon. The person in charge was somewhat surprised. Although your Valkyrie is a hidden evolution A rank, the other party has received help from the Black Feather Clan, and their strength may have increased significantly. As a member of the military, he knew some of the Black Feather Clan's methods. Using their power, they infected the humans, turning them into tools that could utilize the power of the Black Feather Clan. Once you spend your life, your strength will be greatly enhanced. But he will die soon afterward. Rest assured. Su Yang arrived at the broadcasting room and, just like in the trial, began to mock Yang Wei. Yang Wei couldn't hold back any longer and broke down on the spot, revealing his identity. With Su Yang's instructions, none of the Valkyries in the stronghold made a move, but they were secretly preparing for battle. Just then, a figure soared into the sky. It was Ling Xuer. Wings appeared on her back, and she took to the air. Xuer, as long as you are willing to form a contract with me, I can let Su Yang go. The way Yang Wei looked at Xuer was as if he were seeing the goddess of his dreams. It can be said that Xuer has become an obsession in his heart. Ling Xuer hovered in the air, looking down at Yang Wei with a very cold gaze. She didn't bother to say a word and just started doing it. Countless ice spikes rained down from the sky, flying towards Yang Wei. Yang Wei's expression changed, and he used black energy to create several large hands, which surrounded and protected his body. What are you doing? Yang Wei was furious. After receiving help from the Black Feather Clan, he felt that he was now very strong. This is true power. Ling Shuer remained silent, only continuing to output her message. She seemed to be deliberately toying with Yang Wei, not giving it her all. Otherwise, Yang Wei would be a corpse by now. Nevertheless, Yang Wei still had to use all his strength to resist Ling Shuer's attacks. His strength is far inferior to Ling Shuer's. Yang Wei also realized something was wrong. His strength was something he had only achieved by risking his life. Why is Ling Shuer stronger than him? This is not scientific. Realizing something was wrong, Yang Wei quickly looked for an opportunity to escape. But Ling Shuer wouldn't let him escape. Ice wall. A series of ice walls completely trapped him inside. No matter how many times he attacked with his black energy hand, he couldn't break through the ice wall. The surrounding Valkyries stared wide-eyed. They were all Valkyries, so why was there such a big difference in their strength? The person in charge had nothing to say. His own wife is a Valkyrie, and she's quite powerful. But compared to Ling Shuer, his wife's strength was nothing. Su Yang walked to the edge of the ice wall, listened to the sounds inside, and laughed. Yang Wei, you still have one chance. Tell me your identity as a member of the Black Feather Clan, and you may still have a chance to live. Yang Wei stopped his attack and sneered, Su Yang, do you really think I'm a fool? If I tell anyone, I'll surely die. Su Yang chuckled. This guy actually had a brain. But even if he had a brain, it wouldn't have mattered. His ultimate fate was still death. Shuer, freeze him, don't kill him. Ling Shuer nodded, then placed her hand on the ice wall, causing the temperature inside to drop rapidly. A thin layer of frost began to appear on Yang Wei's body. His expression changed drastically, and he tried to break free. But his power was simply too much to resist. When the ice wall was removed, an ice sculpture appeared on the ground, with only the head remaining intact. Yang Wei's eyes were practically spitting fire as he stared intently at Su Yang. Su Yang, you stole my Valkyrie. Even if I die, I will curse you. Yang Wei's voice was unpleasant, and he uttered a venomous curse. Su Yang didn't care at all. Instead, he watched him with great interest. The Black Feather Clan's power is quite interesting. They can actually transform people like this. Powerful? It cost my life. The Black Feather Clan loves to keep an eye on these people. Whenever someone wants to become stronger, the Black Feather Clan will appear in front of them. What they like most are these players who are willing to sacrifice their lives. Once they sacrifice their lives, they become stronger and can cause even greater destruction. I'll take him back with me. I'll inform Grandpa Zhong about the Black Feather Clan and deal with them directly. Su Yang said to the person in charge. The person in charge was taken aback. Who was Grandpa Zhong? Zhong Lang. The person in charge immediately fell silent. You should have told me sooner. If I had known you had these connections, I would have listened to you. As the highest-ranking military official in Nanchang, Zhong Lang was his very superior. Yang Wei was dealt with too quickly. The snails in Snail City didn't make a sound. Remembering this incident, Su Yang asked Yang Wei, tell me, what did you use to lure the snails here? Yang Wei's expression changed instantly. He hasn't even used this trick yet. How did Su Yang know? Could it be, there's a mole within the organization? It's hard for anyone to believe they've personally experienced the future. Yang Wei's first reaction was that he had been betrayed by the Black Feather Clan. He gritted his teeth and kept cursing the Black Feather Clan. Su Yang laughed at the sight. This person has absolutely no bottom line. He will keep cursing anyone who treats him badly. Yang Wei cursed for a while, but finally he spoke out. He had something given to him by the Black Feather Clan, a small bottle. It contains a special substance that has a strong attraction for snails. Ling Shuer took the small bottle directly from his body and handed it to Su Yang. Su Yang looked at it carefully. The small bottle contained a white, smoky substance. He asked the person in charge of the outpost what was in the small bottle. The other party really did know. This is a specialty of Snail City, a kind of slime that only bosses can produce, but it has been atomized and turned into this. Although no one can defeat the boss of Snail City, someone once produced a portion of the boss's slime. Later, after research, it was discovered that this mucus is very attractive to the snails inside and can help them become stronger. As long as the distance isn't too far, they can sense it and rush over without hesitation. Su Yang suddenly realized that this kind of information was not found in the books. So, this thing is a material in itself, and it can be sold for money? The person in charge nodded. This thing is very valuable, worth at least tens of millions. Su Yang happily put it away, planning to give it to Lianxiang at the auction house when he got back. What he lacks right now is money. Afterwards, Su Yang and Ling Shuer took the frozen Yang Wei to the South City. According to the original plan, Emperor Taizong of Tang should have already taken action. At this time, a rumor began to circulate in the southern part of the city. Have you heard about what happened to the Zheng family? Of course I've heard about it. Who doesn't know about something this big? I just didn't expect the Zheng family to play such a dirty trick, that even their eldest son isn't their biological son. TSK, no wonder they call themselves a big family, they really know how to have fun. Zheng Tianxiang, this legitimate son, is actually someone else's child, and the son of Zheng's family head's former White Moonlight. This is absolutely mind-blowing. The whole of the southern city was talking about this, and the news quickly reached the Zheng family. Zheng Tianxiang was completely stunned. The story was told in such a detailed and convincing way that he believed it all. Dad, am I really your daughter from your previous relationship? I wasn't born to my mother? Zheng Tianxiang couldn't hold back any longer and went directly to his father to question him on the spot. Chapter 27 Two-Sided Game. Idiot. Zheng Hongyuan's face was very ugly, and he shouted a rebuke. He never imagined that his son would be so foolish as to believe the so-called rumors. You're my son, the one your mother carried for 10 months and gave birth to. Zheng Tianxiang was thoroughly scolded and was completely stunned. Looking at Zheng Tianxiang's useless state, Zheng Hongyuan couldn't help but sigh. Son, think about our previous plan. We originally planned to spread rumors to put Su Yang in a desperate situation. After that, we'll find an opportunity to take him down and take over Ling Shuer, this Valkyrie who has undergone hidden evolution. But before the plan has even started, a rumor has suddenly appeared targeting us. Do you think this is normal? Zheng Tianxiang wasn't stupid, but when it came to himself, he was momentarily at a loss. After Zheng Hongyuan said that, his IQ began to take over. Dad, you're right. Could it be that our plan has been leaked, and someone is deliberately targeting us? Zheng Tianxiang thought it was some former enemy causing trouble, and never imagined that Su Yang was behind it. I've already had someone investigate, and we'll have the results soon. Zheng Hongyuan calmly took a sip of tea. A few minutes later, a person walked in. Master, the source of the information has been identified. It came from the military. Upon hearing the word military, both father and son frowned. In the entire southern city, there are not many forces that the Zheng family cannot afford to offend, and the military is one of them. In all the cities, the military is one of the most powerful forces. The Chamber of Commerce and corporations tend to favor economic interests, while the military has consistently advocated for expanding its power. If the military stands against the Zheng family will be in a very passive position. Why is the military doing this? We shouldn't have any conflicts with the military. Zheng Tianxiang couldn't understand it. Zheng Hongyuan seemed to have thought of something, and his face darkened. If Su Yang is involved, then it really is related to the military. Both of the core areas he controls are backed by the military. It can be said that although he has not officially joined the military and does not have military status, he is still considered a member of the military. Zheng Tianxiang suddenly realized what was happening, and then his anger flared up. His face twitched, and he was about to explode with rage. So, he had all those rumors spread by his men? That bastard, I'm going to kill him. Zheng Tianxiang roared. We must kill him. If he doesn't die, how can Ling Shuer become your second Valkyrie, son? But he absolutely cannot die in your hands. What you have to do is take her over. In Zheng Hongyuan's eyes, the Valkyrie is just a tool to measure value. I'll handle this. You may leave. Knowing that his father would handle the matter, Zheng Tianxiang left with peace of mind. At this moment, Tang Zong was chatting with Song Qiqi in the classroom. He was well aware of all the rumors circulating outside. After all, he had racked his brains to come up with those rumors, using up a lot of brain cells. He was waiting for Su Yang to come back so he could buy him some walnuts to help boost his brain power. Such a brilliant mind must not become dull. What methods do you think the Zheng family will use? Song Qiqi asked in a low voice. As expected, the Zheng family will come up with other things to confuse and suppress the rumors. The easiest way is to announce a celebrity's infidelity. That's right, even in this era, there are still celebrities. Constant fighting and killing can keep a person on edge. The entertainment industry is still thriving. There are several household names in the southern part of the city. Just as Tang Zong had expected, half an hour later, a bombshell piece of news broke. A big star actually cheated on his wife with someone else. Suddenly, no one paid attention to the rumors about the Zhang family, everyone focused on the celebrity situation. Zheng Hongyuan sneered, "No matter who you are, trying to play these tricks on me is just asking for death. Do they really think that the Zheng family's title as the richest family is fake? Even big stars are willing to fall into depravity if they're willing to spend the money." Zheng Hongyuan thought he had the victory in his grasp, but less than 10 minutes later, his subordinates arrived again. "Master, something terrible has happened. There are new rumors circulating outside." "What rumor?" Zheng Hongyuan remained calm and even took a sip of tea. "Rumors outside say that our Zhang family has ties with foreign tribes, and they have even produced some evidence." Puff! Zheng Hongyuan spat out a mouthful of tea, looking rather disheveled. "What? Rumors? They're all rumors. Quickly have someone dispel these rumors for me. My Zhang family is a member of the human race and would never have any contact with other races." But he seemed to have forgotten that his panicked behavior only seemed to confirm something. In the classroom, Tang Zong leaned back in his chair, completely at ease. "I reckon the Zhang family is already in a panic. The Zhang family dares not be careless when it comes to foreign races." Song Qiqi was a little worried. "The evidence for this rumor is all fake, so it will definitely be exposed, right?" Emperor Tang smiled and said, "That's for sure." "Ha? Then this rumor is completely useless, isn't it?" Song Qiqi couldn't understand it. "So you women are all talk and no action, Before Tang Zong could finish speaking, he received a death stare from Song Qiqi. He chuckled dryly and quickly said, "It's actually very simple. The bigger the power, the more worried they are about contact with other races. The military may follow the rules in other matters, but when it comes to other races, the military's attitude will be very tough. Besides, do you really think that the Zheng family became the richest family simply because of their regional interests? There must be people on their team who have had contact with other races. The biggest problem with a large and powerful organization is that it has a mix of good and bad members." Song Qiqi stared at Tang Zong in shock, as if she were seeing him for the first time. "So, according to you, the Zheng family is doomed?" But Emperor Tang shook his head. "Impossible." "Why? Isn't that the opposite of what you said?" Song Qiqi didn't understand. "Because of two words, profit. Everything in this world revolves around interests. As long as the Zheng family is willing to contribute some of their profits, even the military won't be so inflexible. After all, the military has no evidence, it's just a rumor. If there is evidence, the Zheng family will surely perish." Song Qiqi nodded, seemingly understanding. "So what do we do next?" "Just keep waiting, my godson has already arranged everything." Song Qiqi's eyes were strange. "Adopted son? Isn't he supposed to be your adoptive father?" Emperor Tangzong jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "What godfather? I only called him that because I felt sorry for him. Bring him over here, and I'll acknowledge him as my father on the spot." Song Qiqi covered her mouth and laughed. Tangzong's face gradually flushed red at this moment. Silence spoke louder than words. It went straight to red temperature. "Qiqi," Song Qiqi said as if coaxing a child, okay, I won't laugh anymore, alright?" The other students looked at the two with envy. Because they knew that these two people were far superior to them. It's just because Tangzong is Su Yang's best buddy, while they aren't. Su Yang and Ling Shuer spent some time returning to Nanchang. He had already contacted Zhong Lang before even entering Nanchang. "Grandpa Zhong, I brought you a big gift." Zhong Lang chuckled and asked, "What wonderful gift is it?" He didn't take it seriously, thinking Su Yang was just joking. Grandpa Zhong will find out once he sends someone over. This thing is not something that can be seen in public. Zhong Lang immediately became interested. He treated everything as a gift from Su Yang. It can't be some weird or strange thing, right? When a military soldier arrived at the door, he was filled with questions as he looked at the wooden coffin that Ling Shuer was carrying with one hand. "What is this thing? Are they really going to send the coffin to General Zhong? Are you kidding me?" Seeing the contact arrive, Su Yang walked over and whispered, "The point isn't the coffin, it's what's inside it. This can only be seen by Grandpa Zhong, no one else can see it. Yan Wei's appearance is obvious to anyone with eyes. Once it involves other races, things are bound to escalate. But now he doesn't want to make a big fuss, so he can only enter the city directly through Zhong Lang's connections without needing to be checked." The soldier who made contact seemed to understand something. He was General Zhong's confidant and naturally knew that Su Yang and General Zhong had a good relationship. After exchanging a few words with the border guards, they were allowed to enter the city without any checks. They swaggered into the military camp and met Zhong Lang. Zhong Lang knew in advance that Su Yang had brought a coffin, and he was very curious about what was inside. He trusted Su Yang's character. The coffin isn't the point is what's inside. Xiaoyang, what kind of medicine are you selling in this coffin? Zhong Lang rubbed his hands together, looking somewhat impatient. Su Yang said with a smile, Grandpa Zhong, I guarantee you'll love it. Oh? Really? Then I'm even more curious. Open it quickly, let me see. Zhong Lang's eyes widened. Ling Xuer directly lifted the coffin lid, revealing what was inside. Yang Wei, whose neck was frozen, looked terrible, as if he had swallowed a fly. Zhong Lang's eyesight was no joke the moment he saw Yang Wei, especially his dark eyes. He instantly understood what was going on. A traitor who accepted the power of the Black Feather clan? Zhong Lang frowned. He understood Su Yang's intention in having the coffin contain the other person, and he also understood why no one could know what was inside the coffin. Things get complicated when it involves other races. As expected of Grandpa Zhong, he recognized it at a glance. Su Yang immediately offered a compliment. You little rascal, if I couldn't tell, why would I be sitting here? Zhong Lang chuckled and cursed, then asked, You want to use this person to find the hidden Black Feather clan? Yes, the Black Feather clan has definitely had contact with more than just him. Even an ordinary person can become much stronger. What if the Black Feather clan chooses a Valkyrie as their target? Chapter 28 The Plan Against the Zheng Family. Upon hearing this, Zhong Lang's expression immediately turned serious. Yang Wei was originally a contractor, but without the Valkyrie, he was just an ordinary person. But the Valkyrie is different. Even without a contractor, the Valkyrie can still unleash her power. However, the likely outcome is death. Under normal circumstances, no Valkyrie would willingly seek death. But what about abnormal situations? Take Yang Wei's situation, for example. If it were to happen to Valkyrie, no one knows how many people would die. But so far, no effect of the Black Feather clan's power on the Valkyrie has been found. Zhong Lang knew more than Su Yang. Even without Valkyries, as long as there are many people like him, it will still cause huge chaos and casualties. Zhong Lang couldn't refute this point. It will be difficult to lure out the Black Feather clan. Once they know that this person is in our hands, there is absolutely no way they will come out. If alien races were so easy to deal with, there wouldn't be any alien spies within the human race. So no one knows about his disappearance. We caught him at our stronghold near Snail City and then came back as fast as we could. The news won't get back so quickly. Zhong Lang's eyes lit up. He realized this was a good opportunity. However, there are still many difficulties in putting it into practice. What do you want to do? Su Yang grinned, it's simple. We'll just throw him into the Zhang family's place, and then Grandpa Zhong, you can lead the army over there. Zhong Lang's expression was somewhat strange. He knew about the feud between Su Yang and the Zhang family. Such a simple, crude, and direct method made him a little uneasy. Isn't your blatant revenge a bit too direct? Su Yang naturally understood Zhong Lang's meaning, and he explained, I have received some information that the Zhang family has had contact with alien races. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll definitely be able to trick the alien race into revealing themselves. Zhong Lang's expression changed, and he asked, is the information reliable? Where did it come from? One of the assassins was hired by the Zhang family from an assassin organization. Zhong Lang's face turned ugly. The Zhang family actually hired assassins to deal with Su Yang. They simply didn't respect the military at all. I know what happened, but getting him into the Zhang family without alerting anyone is no easy task. Zhong Lang was telling the truth. As the richest family in the country, the Zhang family's residence is heavily guarded, and ordinary people simply cannot enter. No problem, I'll take care of it. Su Yang patted his chest and assured him. Although Zhong Lang was puzzled, he didn't say anything. As long as we can find the alien race and deal with it. The Zhang family is nothing. Once they're gone, they're gone. Moreover, the Zhang family actually hired assassins to kill Su Yang, the best promising talent in the military. He remembered this grudge. After discussing it, Su Yang took Ling Xuer and left. At this moment, an eerie atmosphere permeated the entire southern city. It all started with a gift that Su Yang had Tang Zong deliver to the Zhang family not long ago. This gift is nothing other than a picture. There's a black crow on top. That's right, Su Yang had already made preparations before setting off. Not only that, the news also inadvertently spread throughout the entire southern city. Everyone knows now that the Zhang family is jealous of Su Yang's hidden evolution of the Valkyrie and has hired assassins to kill him. The Night Raven assassin organization is so active that many people know of its existence. The Zhang family was then subjected to a barrage of criticism, and no one believed them no matter what they said. The reason is simple: the Zhang family has a criminal record. Zheng Tianxian's Valkyrie Elaine was stolen from Su Yang. Now that they see Su Yang has a better Valkyrie, they're preparing to snatch her away. Once Su Yang dies, Ling Xuer will become a Valkyrie without a contractor. This makes it convenient for Zheng Tianxian to make his move. It is well reasoned and convincing. What is word of mouth? That's it. Now the Zhang family has no way to defend themselves. Zheng Tianxiang went on a rampage in his own home, cursing and throwing things around. It can be said that the overall situation was reversed in an instant. Zheng Hongyuan's face darkened. He hadn't expected the opponent's attack to be so fierce, as if it had been planned in advance. He didn't understand why the assassin organization's operation had been exposed prematurely. Just as he was pondering how to break the deadlock, a soaring black aura appeared somewhere in the Zhang family compound. Such a large amount of black energy could be detected by any Valkyrie. They're from another race. And the Black Feather clan at that. Their expressions changed, and they looked in the direction of the Zhang family's residence. Zhong Lang received the news instantly and immediately waved his hand. Everyone, follow me to the Zhang family. The Zhang family is now in complete chaos. Zheng Hongyuan has summoned his Valkyrie, who is also his wife and Zheng Tianxiang's mother. Wanner, go and check on the situation there. Zheng Hongyuan said. No need to look anymore, that's the power of the Black Feather clan, but why is it appearing in the Zhang family's residence? Ling Wan squinted. She is a Valkyrie and can sense the immense power within that force. The Black Feather clan? Zheng Hongyuan's expression changed drastically, and he stood up abruptly. Oh no! Go and suppress it quickly, we absolutely can't let it get away. He thought of something terrible. If it involves a foreign race, the military can ignore the Zhang family's warnings and force its way in. When the alien race is captured, even if the Zhang family is nothing but mud in their pants, they'll still be in trouble. He simply couldn't explain why the Black Feather clan's power would appear within the Zhang family. Ling Wan also realized the problem, and she immediately completed her armored maneuver and rushed over. As the matriarch of the Zhang family, she received the most resources and was also the most powerful female warrior in the Zhang family. When she arrived at the scene, she found a dead body. The corpse's head lay to one side, its face filled with anger and despair. She didn't recognize the corpse, but she recognized the alien forces that were everywhere here. She once had the opportunity to encounter a different race and experience their power. Completely different from humans, they have no contractors or Valkyries, and possess immense power on their own. However, compared to humans, their power has some side effects. For example, being stubborn or prone to anger. Humanity's power has no flaws. This is troublesome. Ling Wan murmured. The other party is dead, saying anything is pointless. She would have no way to explain herself once the military arrived. Just as she was thinking this, someone rushed over in a panic. Madam, something terrible has happened. The military has arrived with reinforcements. Ling Wan was taken aback. The military acted so quickly? How long has it been? She never imagined that the military would be involved. By the time she tried to send someone to stop her, it was too late. Two figures quickly arrived at the scene. It was Zhong Lang and his Valkyrie Wang Suaping. Zhong Lang was showing signs of aging, but Wang Suaping still looked like she did when she was young. This is one of the benefits of being a Valkyrie, maintaining youthful appearance. Once you become a Valkyrie, your appearance will never change, even until you die of old age. Her looks are always at their youngest and most peak. Some women become Valkyries specifically for the purpose of preserving their youthful appearance. Zhong Lang knew the plan had succeeded after just one glance. He didn't understand how Su Yang had brought Yang Wei in, but that didn't matter. The important thing is that the Zhang family will have to pay the price. Ling Wan, there is an alien force within your Zhang family. From now on, no one is allowed to enter or leave the Zhang family. Everything will be under the control of our military. Zhong Lang didn't waste any words with the other party and went straight to giving the order. Ling Wan wanted to explain herself, but she knew even more clearly that it would be useless. When it comes to ethnic minorities, the military's word is law. If the Zhang family wants to continue operating here, they cannot disobey the military. I know, I'll notify everyone immediately. Ling Wan agreed. A large number of military soldiers entered the Zhang family compound and placed all of its premises under their control, prohibiting anyone from entering or leaving. Everyone was gathered in an open area to undergo inspection by the military. We suspect that there are members of a different ethnic group in the Zhang family, and everyone needs to be checked. For this one reason alone, Zhang Hongyuan didn't dare to object. Among the crowd was a man who looked quite ordinary. He is a member of the Black Feather clan. A bunch of idiots. If you could spot it so easily, what would be the point of me even working here? The Black Feather clan is characterized only by its wings without wings, even a blood test will not reveal anything special. This is how the Black Feather clan managed to infiltrate the human race. So he was not flustered at all and was not worried about being discovered. Little did he know that someone was mixed in with the soldiers. That's Su Yang. Su Yang had already devised a way to find out about the alien race. He would personally examine their information. He can see not only the Valkyrie's information, but anyone can. The information about ordinary people isn't very interesting. Take advantage of this opportunity to find the alien race hiding in the Zhang family. With witnesses and physical evidence, the Zhang family is doomed. While the Zhang family was dealing with him, he had already begun to turn the tables on the Zhang family. How to deal with Zhang Tianxiang? He didn't take the other person seriously at all. If we're going to take action, we should strike at the root of the problem. Su Yang stood among the soldiers, his gaze constantly shifting from one person to another. Finally, he saw the target he was looking for. Name, Fu Yin. Race, Black Feather Clan. Level, 18. Potential, Grade B. This document stands out conspicuously among a group of people. After spotting his target, Su Yang quietly approached Zhonglang. Grandpa Zhong, my intuition tells me that the alien race is among the people in the third row. Zhonglang's expression was a bit strange. Intuition? Is this thing reliable? But this plan was originally aimed at the Zhang family. Whether it's true or not, we'll find out by trying. Although the Black Feather clan cannot be found through inspection, there are other methods. For example, when faced with a life or death crisis, can the Black Feather clan really refrain from taking action? Absolutely impossible. Without saying a word, Zhonglang immediately sent his Valkyrie to take action. As a B30 level Valkyrie, Wang Suweiping's strength is second to none in the South City. Her weapon was a long spear, which brought everyone in the third row into her attack range. Because her attack was so sudden, these people had no time to react. However, Fu Yan, being a member of the Black Feather clan, suddenly felt a jolt in his heart, sensing impending danger. He subconsciously used his power to defend himself, and black energy soared into the sky. Chapter 29. The next time we meet will be the day he dies. Zhang Hongyuan's face turned deathly pale instantly. If the Black Feather clan hadn't appeared, everything would have been fine. Given the size of the Zhang family, they can still manage things, nothing major should happen. But now, it's no use saying anything. The Zhang family is finished. Zhang Tianxiang's face was extremely ugly. He never dreamed that there would actually be members of the Black Feather clan in the Zhang family. Dad, we can't just stand by and watch. If we kill the Black Feather clan, there's still a chance to save them. Zhang Tianxiang roared in a low voice. Zhang Hongyuan immediately came to his senses. Yes, as long as the Zhang family kills the other party, there will still be a chance to defend themselves. Wang Suweiping's attack was not at full strength and was blocked by Fu Yan's black energy. Despite this, a trickle of blood still escaped from the corner of Fu Yan's mouth. He was startled. His opponent's strength far surpassed his own. This place is not safe to stay. Just as he was about to flee, an angry shout rang out, "Damn alien race, how dare you infiltrate the South City? You're courting death." Ling Wan, along with all the female warriors of the Zhang family, surrounded Fu Yan and launched a fierce attack. Fu Yan's face darkened as expected. The Zhang family was no good. He had previously collaborated with the Zhang family, but his identity was exposed right from the start. He didn't understand how his identity had been exposed, since only Zhang Hongyuan should have known about him. Fu Yan had only one thought: to get out of here as soon as possible. Roll! Fu Yan shouted loudly, and the black aura emanating from his body enveloped the entire surrounding area. Nothing could be seen in the black mist, so the Valkyries dared not act rashly, lest they injure their allies. But if this continues, the alien race will escape. Zhang Tianxiang shouted, "Elena!" Elaine charged directly into the black mist in a fighting stance. She swung her flaming greatsword relentlessly, gradually wearing away the black energy. But when the black mist disappeared, Fu Yan was nowhere to be found. Damn it! Find him! Don't let him get away! Zheng Hongyuan shouted. But just then, Zhong Lang's calm voice echoed throughout the entire venue. Alright, that's enough acting. Zheng Hongyuan, the Zheng family is colluding with foreign races, and all the evidence has been collected. I will report this to military headquarters and give the Zheng family a fair trial. Zheng Hongyuan's expression was contorted. What a load of bullshit trial. He knew that once the matter was settled, everyone in the Zheng family would die. What he had to do in order to survive. After thinking for a while, Zheng Hongyuan remembered something. Elder Zheng, I want to report this to the military. It is not the Zheng family that is colluding with alien races, but the assassin organization Night Raven. I have evidence of their collusion. In order to survive, Zheng Hongyuan made the decisive choice to abandon the assassin organization he was cooperating with. After all, it's better to die for your fellow Taoist than for me. Zhong Lang raised an eyebrow, not expecting such an unexpected gain. However, even if the Zheng family survives this time, they will suffer a major blow. There is only one reason: a foreign race has appeared in the Zheng family. Zhong Lang looked at the evidence Zheng Hongyuan presented, and it did indeed prove that the alien race and the Night Raven were connected. What a pity. Zhong Lang sighed softly. Zheng Hongyuan's lips twitched. So you're not even trying to hide it from me anymore, are you? Even the military cannot attack the Zheng family without a reason. If Zheng Hongyuan produces evidence, then the Zheng family bears some responsibility, but not all of it. He gave Su Yan a look, and Su Yan understood the military's predicament. But he hasn't made a move yet. Shuer. Su Yan called out, and Ling Shuer appeared directly in the arena. Elaine's pupils contracted. During this period, the most popular Valkyrie in Nanchang is Ling Shuer. She was originally the most popular one. Not only did she gain popularity, she also learned some important information. That means Ling Shuer's level has exceeded level 10. Despite her frantic leveling up, she's currently only at level 6. The difference in their levels is fully reflected in their strength. As soon as Ling Shuer appeared, she immediately became the center of attention. Wang Suaping smiled. It's really lucky for the military that such a Valkyrie belongs to them. As Zhong Lang's Valkyrian wife, she knew that Ling Shuer's true level was S rank. It can be said that once Ling Shuer grows up in the future, she will be the strongest Valkyrie of mankind. Ling Shuer had wings on her back and hovered in mid-air. She pointed her ice sword at a spot on the ground, a pond. You have 3 seconds to get out here, or I'll take action. Ling Shuer's voice was cold and clear, reaching everyone's ears. The others looked towards the pond. Was the alien hiding inside? But so many people didn't notice, so why was Ling Shuer able to? They were unaware that Su Yang had seen a data panel floating on the surface of the pond. It was Fu Yan of the Black Feather Clan. No countdown was needed. Ling Shuer made her move immediately after 3 seconds. The ice sword slashed downwards, instantly splitting the entire pond in two, freezing the middle section and creating a spectacular sight. Fu Yan was at the bottom of the pond. He looked up, dumbfounded. Ling Shuer, the Valkyrie who has undergone a hidden evolution? Fu Yan's eyes widened. He knew her as the most famous Valkyrie in the South City. What he didn't know was that the opponent's strength had actually reached such a level. Is this the power of the hidden evolved Valkyrie? No wonder the elders in the clan said that once you encounter a Valkyrie who has undergone hidden evolution, no matter what her potential is, you must kill her as soon as possible. Now he finally understood why his elders had said that. The opponent has grown so powerful in less than a month since the potential was assessed. That's inhuman. Fu Yan did not surrender. He continued to struggle. But in front of Ling Shuer, his strength was like a candle flickering in the wind. Ice. Ling Shuer spoke softly, and the cold frost covered his entire body. Almost instantly, his entire body, except for his head, was frozen. His posture was exactly the same as Yang Wei's. Ling Shuer lifted Fu Yan from the pond and threw him on the ground. The surroundings were completely silent. They were all shocked by Ling Shuer's performance. So many Valkyries couldn't defeat the alien race, but Ling Shuer easily subdued them. Doesn't that make them seem useless? Clap, clap, clap. Zhong Lang clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. Ling Shuer did a very good job capturing the alien race. According to the rules, she deserves a reward. The alien race is temporarily under the control of the military, and the reward can be collected from the military. Zhong Lang left some military personnel behind to continue guarding the Zheng family. Zheng Tianxiang's eyes were practically gleaming as he looked at Ling Xuer. This is the best Valkyrie in his mind. She was incredibly powerful and stunningly beautiful. She was practically the Valkyrie of his dreams. Elaine, whom he had previously thought was quite good, was now just a roadside nuisance. But when he saw Ling Xuer, who had been cold-faced, suddenly smile as she stood next to Su Yang, he was completely taken aback. An unparalleled jealousy welled up inside him. How could an ordinary person possess such a wonderful Valkyrie? Only he is worthy of possessing this Valkyrie. With a gloomy face, he found his father. Dad, I want to become stronger. After experiencing this incident, Zheng Hongyuan knew that the Zheng family was doomed. Hearing his son's words, he sighed. The Zheng family has suffered a setback and doesn't have any extra resources for you right now. Zheng Tianxiang shook his head, his gaze unwavering. I'm going to another city. Zheng Hongyuan was slightly taken aback. Going to other cities without the Zheng family's help would be quite difficult. But now, as long as he's in Nanchang, his son has no chance of getting ahead. How many people's brilliance did Su Yang overshadow? I agree. I'll take you away from here. It's said that even a starved camel is bigger than a horse, and the same principle applies to the Zheng family. It's unclear how Zheng Hongyuan managed to find someone to send his son out of Nanchang, even though the Zheng family was under surveillance. Zhong Lang originally wanted to stop him, but someone called him, forcing him to give in. Xiao Yang, someone called me. It was one of my former bosses. Zhong Lang told Su Yang the truth. He could no longer stop Zheng Tianxiang from leaving, but he would not help the Zheng family either. How long have they been gone? Su Yang only asked one question. Zhong Lang laughed. I just left not long ago. Su Yang nodded and went out. He took Xuer and left Nanchang, following Zheng Tianxiang's trail. When they caught up with the group, Su Yang discovered that Zheng Tianxiang was not among them. Not long after he left, he broke away from the group. They're keeping an eye on me. Su Yang smiled. He originally planned to eliminate them completely, but they escaped. It doesn't matter. With Cheryl's potential, no Valkyrie can surpass her. Zheng Tianxiang and Ilian will never experience Xuer's exhaust fumes in their entire lives. Should we continue the pursuit? Ling Xuer asked. I'm not going to chase him anymore. The next time we meet, it will be the day he dies. With a wave of his hand, Su Yang returned directly to Nanchang. Because of this incident with the foreign race, the Zheng family suffered a severe setback and lost its status as the richest family. Su Yang was a little excited because today was the day he would receive his dividends. He has been controlling the ice cave for a month now. He arrived at the military base early and met Zhong Lang. Xiao Yang, this is your dividend. The money is all in your card. Zhong Lang chuckled and handed him a card. Su Yang glanced at the list of zeros and subconsciously swallowed. The monthly dividend is 100 million. This included tickets and materials, such as or this was all he received. That's 100 million a month, so that's 1.2 billion a year? No wonder the Zheng family became the richest family. This business is a sure thing. For the first time, Su Yang realized how easy it was to make money. However, what he needs now is not money, but points. The points are issued by the Valkyrie headquarters and are valid throughout all human territory. However, the exchange rate between points and money varies from place to place. The official price will be lower, while the price will be higher in some black markets. Given his position in the military, the percentage he received was naturally higher than that on the black market. Grandpa Zhong, I'd like to exchange this money for points. Su Yang said directly. Chapter 30 Enhancement Stones in Forging. Zhong Lang was somewhat surprised. Money could buy a lot of things, but points couldn't be used to buy them directly. Points can only be redeemed in certain special places, such as the school, military contract hall, etc. Xiao Yang, are you sure you want to exchange all your money for points? Zhong Lang asked. Yes, Grandpa Zhong, just give me a little discount. Su Yang nodded and said. Zhong Lang immediately smiled. The normal ratio of points to money is 1 to 100, but I can increase the ratio for you. 150. Su Yang was taken aback. The ratio on the black market was only 1 hour 90 minutes. But for Zhong Lang, it's a whopping 150, which is just too outrageous. Is this the advantage of having connections? For the first time, Su Yang experienced what it felt like to have someone behind him. Others need money, he needs points to redeem better items in the system's shop. The experience runes he had used before, as well as some buff-enhancing items, had taught him the usefulness of the in-game store. With points, you can upgrade the system store. 100 million can be exchanged for 2 million points. He had a few points left, which he used immediately. Congratulations, host, you have spent 10,000 points to upgrade the system shop to LV2. The next level, LV3, requires 100,000 points. Su Yang glanced at it and saw that the LV2 shop was largely the same as before, but there were some new items. For example, enhancement stones. This item can be used on weapons or armor to increase their power. The success rate is 100%, and it can be upgraded to level 7. To continue improving, you need to purchase better enhancement stones. It's just not available in the LV2 shop. One enhancement stone costs 1,000 points, and enhancing to level 7 costs 7,000 points. How are the protective gear items divided? Are they a whole unit or divided into parts? The protective gear consists of 3 parts, a helmet, upper armor, and lower armor. Wings can also be considered a separate piece of equipment. Su Yang calculated that it would take 35,000 points to fully enhance Schwer's body to level 7. For him right now, this is just a drop in the ocean. Grandpa Zhong, I've changed them all. Through military channels, 2 million points were quickly deposited into his account. He couldn't wait to get home and immediately exchange for enhancement stones. Ling Xuer was no longer surprised to see the stone in Su Yang's hand. She knew beforehand that Su Yang would occasionally take out some strange and unusual things, each with a different effect. Ling Xuer was still very curious about the stone that appeared this time. What is this? It just looks like an ordinary stone? Ling Xuer picked up a stone and examined it carefully. This thing is called a reinforcement stone, and it can be used to enhance weapons and equipment. There are 35 stones here that can enhance all your equipment. Ling Xuer blinked. Enhance equipment? The armor worn by the Valkyrie can indeed be strengthened through forging. However, forging requires expensive materials and costs, so very few people can actually afford it. But once forged successfully, it can make weapons and equipment stronger. You mean, as long as you put the enhancement stone in contact with the equipment, it will automatically enhance? Ling Xuer was extremely surprised. This method is far more convenient than forging. Su Yang told her that the success rate of the strengthening stone was 100% and it would not fail. Arm up. Ling Xuer completed the armor's armament directly. She placed the ice sword on the table, picked up a strengthening stone, and approached it. When the strengthening stone comes into contact with the ice sword, it immediately merges into it. Then, a faint glow began to emanate from the surface of the ice sword. She picked up the ice sword and carefully examined its feel. The ice sword has become much stronger. She had a very clear sense of her weapons. Just one contact made the weapon suddenly become stronger. If this thing were to get out, it would probably shock the human race. Ling Xuer realized the importance of the enhancement stone, and she said it seriously to Su Yang. This must not be known to anyone. Su Yang certainly understood the importance of the enhancement stones. They were something that could revolutionize the Valkyrie system. You are my Valkyrie, of course I want you to know. Su Yang's words made Ling Xuer cover her face and turn into a steamy mess. Afterwards, Ling Xuer continued to use enhancement stones to enhance all her equipment to level 7. At this moment, her whole body was radiating a soft light. She felt like an angel, except that she wasn't white. Su Yang, look, my equipment is glowing. She flew in mid-air, as happy as a child. Xuer, have you forgotten the dress you're wearing? As soon as Su Yang finished speaking, Ling Xuer panicked and fell straight down from mid-air. Su Yang went straight up and hugged her. Ling Xuer only realized what was happening after she fell. She wasn't wearing a skirt at all. Su Yang, you're so mean, you lied to me. Ling Xuer's little fists kept pounding on his body, but they had no strength. Su Yang burst into laughter. Playing with Xuer when he has nothing to do has become one of the greatest joys in his life. After sensing it for a moment, Ling Xuer confirmed one thing. My strength has increased by 50% from its original level. Ling Xuer herself found it hard to believe that her strength had increased so much simply by upgrading her equipment. She knew that this increase in strength was due to the enhancement stone. Without this, it would be too difficult for her to improve her strength through equipment. Let's go to Snail City. Ling Xuer was filled with fighting spirit. Don't rush, this is a reward for fighting the alien race last time. Grandpa Zhong gave it to me before I left. Su Yang took something out. This is a card with a person's name and address on it. Grandpa Zhong gave me a chance to forge it, but unfortunately I have strengthening stones, so this thing is useless. I'm going to let my son use it. Ling Shuer almost asked where your son came from, but then she remembered. Su Yang has no son, but he has an adopted son. Sure enough, when Tang Zong learned that Su Yang had given him this opportunity to forge, he immediately executed a 360-degree spin flip and a Thomas-style kneeling motion. Godfather, no, you are my biological father. Dad, food, I'm hungry. Su Yan was disgusted and kicked him. Get the hell out of here. Tang Zong chuckled as he got up, brushed the dust off his bottom, and didn't seem to care at all. Su Yang has already given him the opportunity to forge, what else can he say? If Su Yang didn't have Ling Shuer, he would have been willing to engage in a shady deal. With this card, Chi-Chi can get a free forging opportunity, saving both money and materials. Su Yang said. It wasn't that he didn't want to give Tang Zong the strengthening stone, but rather that revealing Song Chi-Chi's special abilities would not benefit them. Shuer has enough strength to protect herself, but Song Chi-Chi is still a bit lacking. It's not too late to give her enhancement stones when we have enough strength later. Since that's the case, it's better to let her follow the normal forging path. Tang Zongqing happily took Song Chi-Chi to forge. Su Yang also prepared to go to Snail City. Yang Wei messed things up last time, so this time he won't come back until he reaches level 15. As for the boss of Snail City, just kill him as soon as you find him. But before he could leave, the principal called him over. Su Yang, the college entrance examination is not far away. Whether our school can make a name for itself depends on you. The principal smiled very kindly. Since Su Yang became famous, the principal has been laughing in his sleep every night. He knew that Su Yang's Valkyrie was very powerful, otherwise she wouldn't be able to control 2 regions. Especially in the Watcher's Forest, according to insiders, the boss there is very strong. Even such a powerful boss was defeated by Ling Shuer alone. This proves that she is extremely powerful. The college entrance exam was practically a piece of cake for her. College entrance examination? Su Yang was stunned for a moment. He's been so busy lately that he's completely forgotten about the college entrance exam. With his current abilities, the college entrance examination doesn't hold much appeal for him. Based on Shuer's background, she could be directly admitted to any university. However, some knowledge is only taught at universities. It seems like a waste not to go to university. Don't worry, principal, I will definitely get the top score this time and make Nanchang No. 1 middle school shine. Su Yang said with a serious expression. The principal was grinning from ear to ear. Wasn't this the day he had been dreaming of? He'd be willing to live in a villa and drive a sports car just to spread the reputation of Nanchang No. 1 high school. The principal offered further encouragement and gave them another 10,000 points before letting them go home. Upon returning home, they found a note on the table. There is only one sentence above. I'll use all my strength to assassinate you. The signature is Night Raven. Ling Shuer was furious and burned the paper to ashes with flames. These assassins are shameless. They attacked us first, yet they're still so arrogant. Ling Shuer was very angry, and the temperature around her dropped considerably. Shuer, there's no need to be angry. Su Yang, on the contrary, remained quite calm. This one sentence exposes the Night Raven's panic and weakness, otherwise, why would they be in such a hurry? Only someone who has truly broken down would say such harsh things. The truly ruthless people often don't say a word, they just take action. Ling Shuer blinked. Is that so? Since it was Su Yang who said it, it must be true. Ling Shuer had a mysterious confidence in Su Yang. As expected, the situation of the Night Raven is very bad after the aliens were captured. I wonder if Grandpa Zhong has uprooted the Night Raven's stronghold. These stinking rats in the gutter should be wiped out. What used to be a task is no longer a task issue. It was the Night Raven's declaration of war against him. Before we set off, let's take care of the Night Ravens. Shuer, the Night Raven is definitely roaming around the city. I'll go out and act as bait, while you protect me from the shadows. If Ling Shuer were with him, Yi definitely wouldn't dare to make a move. Ling Shuer's ability to easily capture the alien race last time made many people realize her formidable strength. But since he's alone, Night Raven will definitely take the risk and gamble. They won the young models from the club. If we lose, we'll have to go to sea and work. They will do anything if given even the slightest chance. This is an assassin. Chapter 31 Fishing and Overt Strategies. Ling Shuer initially refused, but Su Yang's attitude was firm, so she had no choice but to agree. Shuer, you just need to protect me from the shadows. I believe in your abilities. Su Yang directly called out Tang Zong, saying that if they were going to put on an act, they should go all the way. He came out alone, almost like he was fishing. However, with Tang Zong and Song Qiqi added, and a female warrior present, it at least looked somewhat respectable. Su Yang directly stated his plan, and Tang Zong trembled with excitement upon hearing it. Holy crap! You're only telling me this now? The assassin organization is going to try and kill you again? What should I do this time? Should I make it more convincing? Seeing Tang Zong gesticulating wildly, Su Yang's lips twitched slightly. Song Qiqi grabbed his head and made him behave. Listen to what people are saying. Assassin organizations aren't something to be trifled with. Song Qiqi was speechless at Tang Zong's performance. Of course I know, I was just a little excited for a moment. Tang Zong rubbed his head and muttered something under his breath. He then asked with continued enthusiasm, should we deliberately lure them out later? That's right, they definitely won't let me get away with any chance to be alone. Su Yang nodded. The crows have run out of options, and now the entire southern city is under heavy guard. Any move the Night Raven makes will be detected immediately. Night Raven's strongest member is only a silver-ranked assassin, who is definitely no match for Wang Suiping. As the most powerful Valkyrie in Nanchang, Wang Suiping is the pillar of Nanchang. After learning about the situation, the three of them left the villa immediately. They went straight into a shopping mall, where there were many people, making it a perfect place for Night Raven to take action. On the surface, Song Qiqi appears to be drinking milk tea and looks innocent and naive. In reality, she was very cautious and was always quietly observing her surroundings. She had to protect Su Yang and Tang Zong the moment the assassin made his move. Although the assassin's target was Su Yang, there was still a possibility of accidental injury. Su Yang rarely goes out shopping like this. They went to the arcade and played some console games. I'm going to the restroom. Su Yang gave the two of them a look. The fact that the assassin hasn't appeared for so long indicates that the other party is very cautious. In that case, we need to create a better opportunity. Tang Zong was about to suggest going together, but when he saw Su Yang's eyes, he seemed to understand something. Su Yang went into the restroom alone, and shortly after he went in, someone followed him in. The other person stood next to Su Yang just like an ordinary person, pretending to be about to give him a break. Just a second before he was about to make his move, Su Yang suddenly spoke up, "You Night Ravens are quite cautious, aren't you?" The man's expression changed. Why was his perfect disguise exposed? With this in mind, he recklessly borrowed the power of his Valkyrie. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed at Su Yang. If Su Yang's level hadn't exceeded 10, and Ling Shuer hadn't been around, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand it at all. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs. Su Yang chuckled softly, then reached out and grabbed the other person's wrist. The immense force snapped the opponent's wrist on the spot. Both are Valkyries, and both borrow a portion of the power. But Ling Shuer's part is something that no other Valkyrie's part can compare to. The fundamental difference between the two is astonishing. The other person let out a scream, their eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible. Even if you borrowed the Valkyrie's power, how could you be stronger than me? He just couldn't understand it. Even if the opponent is an A-rank Valkyrie, his level is still higher than hers. Su Yang smirked, dead people don't need to know so much. The panic on the other person's face vanished instantly, replaced by a cold smile. Yes, the dead don't need to know so much. Let's do it. Boom. The walls of the men's restroom exploded instantly. An unfamiliar Valkyrie, clad in full armor and wielding a short sword, thrust directly at Su Yang's heart. His Valkyrie had been nearby all along. Go to hell. The assassins and the Valkyrie's voices overlapped, tinged with excitement. Just as the short sword was about to touch Su Yang's body, an extremely cold voice filled with absolute killing intent rang out. Freeze! Click click click. Layers of frost appeared from all directions. In the blink of an eye, the Valkyrie's body turned into an ice sculpture. Ling Shuer appeared here at some unknown time, her eyes were frosty and her pretty face was cold. A pair of eyes that seemed capable of freezing a person to death. The assassin trembled, he knew he was finished. His own Valkyrie couldn't even block a single move and lost immediately. This is the true value of the hidden evolution Valkyrie. He didn't lose unjustly. Su Yang, are you alright? Ling Xuer quickly came to Su Yang's side, her face full of worry. She had been following behind Su Yang the whole time, and immediately took action after hearing the unusual sound. I'm fine, Xuer, you've come at just the right time. Such a commotion naturally spread outside. Song Chi-Chi charged directly into the area in full armor. When she saw Ling Xuer there, with an ice sculpture beside her, she knew the matter was resolved. Is there only one assassin? Song Chi-Chi glanced at the assassin and asked. There is definitely more than one assassin. Judging from his strength, he shouldn't be a silver-ranked assassin. Su Yang's gaze fell on the assassin, and he asked calmly, where are the other assassins? Tell me, and I'll give you a quicker death. The assassin shook his head. It's not that I don't want to tell you, I just don't know. Ever since the matter of the alien race was exposed, we have all acted on our own. I saw you on the road and thought about killing you to get a reward from the minister. Your head is worth millions in the Night Raven. Su Yang frowned. If we can't find all of Night Raven's other assassins, these people will always be a hidden danger. Just as Su Yan was deep in thought, Tang Zong arrived. You're having trouble finding those hidden killers? This is simple. I'll place an order directly to have them kill you, and I'll make sure it happens tonight. If you can complete the order tonight, the reward will be increased tenfold. If they take the order, they're committing suicide. If they don't take the order, Night Raven's reputation will be ruined, and it won't just be this branch that suffers. Tang Zong said casually. The assassin's eyes widened. Are you even human? Are you trying to fool us assassins into thinking we're Japanese? It can be said that Emperor Taizong's move was a calculated, open strategy. What kind of assassin organization are you if you don't even dare to take orders? I'd rather go home and raise sows. Su Yang's eyes lit up, and he slapped him on the shoulder. Son, I am very pleased with you. You've actually started using your brain, that's good. Tang Zong glanced at Su Yang with disdain. My brain has always been perfectly sharp. You're the only one who didn't inherit your father's intelligence. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. Oh? Since someone doesn't want to be a son, I'll find a new son, and I'll pass on my ice cave and watchful forest to him. Thump! Tang Zong knelt down on the ground and clung tightly to his leg. Daddy! Father! No! I won't be naughty anymore. Song Chi-Chi covered her eyes, too ashamed to look. Ling Xuer was amused by Tang Zong's exaggerated appearance. Tang Zong's expressions were simply too rich. After his usual playful banter, Tang Zong stood up, his expression unchanged, as if nothing had happened. I'll handle this. I guarantee none of those assassins will escape. I don't know what Emperor Tang Zong did. That night, the assassins came one after another, like the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandfather, lining up to deliver them. Su Yang simply didn't sleep and sat directly on the sofa. As soon as an assassin appears, Ling Xuer will instantly kill him. Ling Xuer dealt with these iron and bronze level assassins with ease. This is the 7th one, right? How many Night Ravens are left? Su Yang yawned and asked. According to the intelligence they provided, Night Raven now only has one assassin left. Yin Jian, the silver-ranked assassin and head of the Night Raven branch. Su Yang was somewhat surprised. Are there so few assassins? I hope they hurry up and don't disturb my sleep. Unfortunately, the silver-ranked assassin did not appear until dawn, which disappointed Su Yang. When Emperor Tang found out, there was nothing he could do. The other party would rather lose face than come over. If the Night Raven headquarters finds out, they will probably put him on their assassination list. Perhaps someone knows. Su Yang remembered something. The Zheng family had connections with the assassin organization. As the head of the Zheng family, Zheng Hongyuan must know where the other party is. However, the Zheng family is now under military control, and no one is allowed to enter or leave. Su Yang went directly to Zhonglang. Are you going to see Zheng Hongyuan? Or is it for the branch manager of Night Raven? Zhonglang touched his chin. He was still a little hesitant. Asking Su Yang to deal with the assassin organization is asking too much of him. But when Ling Xuer returned and brought over a group of assassins, he subconsciously pulled out several hairs from his beard. When did assassin organizations become so weak? Zhonglang quickly realized that it wasn't that the assassins were too weak, but that Ling Xuer was too strong. An S-rank hidden evolved Valkyrie, her strength is absolutely top-notch. I understand. I'll have someone let you in to see him, but whether he'll actually talk to you is another matter. Zhong Lang had dealt with Zheng Hongyuan many times and knew that the other party was very difficult to deal with. Previously, he didn't know how he found his old boss and used personal connections to get Zheng Tianxiang out of business. This made him feel very sorry for Su Yang. Although Su Yang never mentioned this matter. "It's alright, I'll take care of this." Su Yang was very confident. When they arrived at the Zhang family's gate, the soldiers let them pass without hesitation. "How did you get in?" Zheng Hongyuan frowned when he saw Su Yang and the other person. Su Yang sat down in the chair, and Ling Shuer poured him tea. His posture was as if he were back in his own home. "You don't need to worry about that. I'm only here for one thing." After finishing his tea, Su Yang slammed the teacup down on the table. "Tell me, where is Yin Jian?" Chapter 32: The Identity of the Silver-Ranked Assassin. Zheng Hongyuan squinted and carefully examined Su Yang for a while. Then he burst into laughter. "What's silver gray and gold gray? I don't know anything about it. Even if I knew, why would I tell you?" Zheng Hongyuan believes that Su Yang bears a great deal of responsibility for the Zheng family's current state. If Su Yang hadn't found the alien race, and if Ling Shuer hadn't captured it, how did the Zheng family fall to this state? It's all Su Yang's fault. Zheng Hongyuan never considered that the Zheng family was in the wrong first. Some people only blame others for their mistakes and never reflect on the problems themselves. Su Yang remained calm and asked Shuer to pour him another cup of tea, which he then took a sip of. "Then how long do you think Zheng Tianxiang can live if I go after him now?" "You can make him leave, but he is only in a few nearby cities. I can spend years looking for him. Given his personality, even if he goes out into the world, he probably won't remain unknown." "Who do you think grows faster and is stronger, a normal A-rank Valkyrie or an A-rank Valkyrie who has undergone hidden evolution?" With each word Su Yang spoke, Zheng Hongyuan's expression grew increasingly grim. Su Yang's words struck at the very spot he feared most. The Zheng family is currently in a weak position, and their only way out is for Zheng Tianxiang to rise to prominence. If an A-rank Valkyrie grows up, she can definitely make the Zheng family great again. But if Su Yang is determined to hunt down Zheng Tianxiang, then there is a high chance that his son will die. The scene of Ling Shuer easily capturing the alien race was still vivid in my mind. That's a level 18 alien race, comparable to a C-18 Valkyrie. This level is something even the Sun's Valkyrie cannot reach. It will take at least 6 months to reach level 18. Zheng Hongyuan panicked. "Our son is the Zheng family's last chance, he absolutely cannot be harmed." After a great internal struggle, he finally bowed his head. Zheng Hongyuan told Yin Jian where he was and what his identity was. When Su Yang heard this, a look of shock appeared on his face. Because the person in charge of this Night Raven branch was actually his homeroom teacher. The head of a branch of an assassin organization managed to infiltrate a school and become a teacher. This is not something an ordinary person can do. Generally speaking, some geniuses may emerge from schools. As an assassin, it would be an easy thing to do to commit a crime at a school. After all, no one would have imagined that a teacher would be a killer. Su Yang and his companion left the Zhang family, and he didn't say a word the whole way. Ling Shuer noticed that Su Yang was in a bad mood, so she went over and grabbed his hand. Su Yang was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, "I'm fine, I'm just feeling a little unwell." In his memory, his homeroom teacher had always been very kind to him. "While I can't go to the point of risking my life for you, I've done quite well." This seemingly kind homeroom teacher is actually a ruthless killer in secret. No one could have predicted it. Su Yang arrived at the school gate. He hadn't been back to school for some time. "I've been busy with all sorts of things." "Hey! Isn't that Su Yang? He actually went back to school. I'm so envious. Having a Valkyrie with hidden evolution means you don't even have to go to class. If you had an A-rank Valkyrie, the principal would turn a blind eye. Forget it, I'll just go back to dreaming." "You can have anything in your dreams." Su Yang's return immediately attracted the attention of many people. Ling Shuer was the same. As the most famous Valkyrie in South City, she is the Valkyrie that all contractors dream of. He should be in his office at this time. Su Yang went straight to the office, pushed open the door, and there was the homeroom teacher inside. The homeroom teacher seemed unsurprised when she first saw him. "You finally found us, much faster than I expected," the homeroom teacher said with a smile. Su Yang remained expressionless. He knew that these words were tantamount to acknowledging his identity. "When did you become an assassin?" Su Yang asked. The homeroom teacher smiled and said, I became an assassin first, and then a teacher. I became an assassin very early on. But since becoming a silver-ranked assassin, I haven't killed a single person. Because there are no missions in the entire southern city that are worth my time. He glanced at Su Yang, then at Ling Xuer. You are my best student. I saw it a long time ago. You will definitely be a great Valkyrie in the future. That's how Elaine was back then, and that's how Ling Xuer was too. You know how surprised I was when I received your assassination mission. But I can't go against the organization's rules. Luckily, you're alright. I know what happened next, and I know you would find me sooner or later. At this point, the homeroom teacher's face showed only composure, without a trace of fear of death. I knew my hands were stained with blood, and I never thought I would live. I only have one request, let my wife live as an ordinary person. Before the words were finished, an angry voice rang out. Even if you die, I won't live on alone. The homeroom teacher's wife, dressed in armor, smashed a window and rushed in. She shielded the homeroom teacher behind her, staring intently at Ling Xuer. She could sense Ling Xuer's formidable strength. Despite being the Valkyrie of B20, she still felt immense pressure when facing Ling Xuer. This is an A-rank Valkyrie? Wasn't she supposed to be only level 10? Ling Xuer looked at the other person with a cold gaze. Her armor slowly materialized, and she gripped an ice sword in her hand. We can act any time. Su Yang spoke up. Yin Jian, do you think this is possible? She has killed many people, including Valkyries, contractors, and perhaps ordinary people. If I let her go, who will let those she killed go? Of course, I could also say that those people's lives or deaths are none of my business. But there's one thing you shouldn't forget, Night Raven and I have a grudge. And you? It's the branch manager of Night Raven. At this point, the homeroom teacher, Yin Jian, knew that he had no way out. The only chance now is to defeat Su Yang. Thinking of this, Yin Jian's expression gradually changed. He went from being a good teacher to a killer with a cold and ruthless aura. Superior. His Valkyrie instantly charged out, her target being Su Yang. She knew she was no match for Ling Xuer. A single glance was enough to make that clear. But if she wanted her husband to live, she could only use Su Yang to threaten Ling Xuer. Would Ling Xuer allow the enemy to get close to Su Yang? Impossible. Ling Xuer swung her ice sword, unleashing a cold, sharp light. The Valkyrie was taken aback and raised her weapon to shield herself. Ding! Click, click, click. With a soft thud, her body flew backward. A large layer of ice appeared on his body. Not good. The Valkyrie was terrified and struggled incessantly, finally managing to break free of the ice. She was drenched in sweat. If she hadn't broken free, her body would probably be unable to move. Ling Xuer was somewhat surprised that her opponent hadn't been instantly killed. However, considering that the opponent is a Valkyrie who is a silver-ranked assassin, her level is estimated to be close to 20, so it is not surprising that she was not instantly killed. Although she couldn't defeat him instantly, Ling Xuer remained confident. She was already very strong, and she had previously completed the trial and received enhancement stones. Her current strength far exceeds anyone's imagination. She raised her ice sword and aimed it at the Valkyrie. The surface of the ice sword slowly began to glow. At the same time, the enhanced light of level 7 also shone forth. Two different colored lights intertwined, forming an indescribable and terrifying power. The Valkyrie gaped, recognizing one of the rays of light. That's the kind of light that only a weapon that has been forged can emit. She had the privilege of seeing it once, and she could never forget it. Her dream is to forge weapons to be stronger. Even she could only forge the weapon twice. It is said that after being forged 3 or more times, a weapon can emit light and become stronger. Only. Why is this light stronger than the one I saw before? Could her weapon have been forged more than 6 times? How is that possible? The Valkyrie was shocked. As this force continued to expand and coalesce, it eventually transformed into a physical ice phoenix. Phew! The ice phoenix let out a long howl, the ear-piercing sound waves causing the Valkyrie to cover her ears and scream in agony. Yin Jian was in the same boat. If he hadn't borrowed the Valkyrie's power, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on the spot. This won't do. It looks like we have no choice but to use our trump card. Yin clenched her teeth. All contractors can borrow a portion of the Valkyrie's power when they reach level 10. This is also a way for contractors to protect themselves. However, upon reaching level 20, the contractor can randomly acquire one of the Valkyrie's abilities. It could be strength, it could be physique, or it could even be the armor of a Valkyrie. Armor appeared to cover Yin Jin's legs. Although it wasn't a full suit of armor, it was more than enough to increase his speed. He picked up his Valkyrie, coughing up blood, and jumped out. Chase after them! Ling Xuer immediately commanded the Ice Phoenix to chase after it outside. By this time, quite a few students had gathered outside to watch. After all, a teacher's office window suddenly breaking is a big story. They were all stunned when they saw the teacher rushing out carrying the Valkyrie, followed by an Ice Phoenix. What's going on? Is the teacher filming a movie? What the hell are you filming? Didn't you see the teacher being chased? No, look behind you, isn't that Su Yang and Ling Xuer? Holy crap! Are they chasing their teacher? Are they rebelling against their master? No one knew what was going on, but this was a battle they couldn't interfere with. They went straight to the playground, where the Ice Phoenix stopped them. Yin Jian put down the Valkyrie. He knew he couldn't escape. Su Yang, you are amazing. You truly deserve to be my best student. But as your teacher, I'm going to teach you one last lesson, and that is? Never trust anyone. Chapter 33 Annihilation of the Night Raven Branch. Before he could finish speaking, a figure suddenly appeared behind Su Yang. The sharp blade was aimed directly at Su Yang's neck. Get away! Don't come near him! Ling Xuer was furious, her long hair fluttering wildly, and the temperature on the entire playground instantly dropped below zero. Sharp ice spikes appeared out of thin air, trying to pierce the figure that wanted to ambush Su Yang into a hedgehog. The other party clicked their tongue and could only retreat. When she stood next to the silver-haired Valkyrie, Ling Xuer could clearly see what she looked like. Teacher Wu? Ling Xuer was dumbfounded. This newly appeared Valkyrie is one of her former teachers. She hadn't expected that not only would there be a silver-level assassin, but now there would also be an accomplice? The Valkyrie, known as Teacher Wu, looked at her with cold eyes. There was absolutely no teacher-student relationship in his eyes. Ling Xuer, could you please move aside so I can kill him? As long as he dies, I can let you live. Teacher Wu said in a cold and ruthless voice. This calm demeanor makes it seem as if they're discussing what to have for breakfast. Little did she know that these words directly touched Ling Xuer's sore spot. No one can hurt Su Yang. This was the vow she made in her heart from the very beginning. Impossible. You can only touch Su Yang by stepping over my dead body. Ling Xuer was furious. These people in front of me all deserve to die. No one can hurt Su Yang. Click, click, click. Frost began to form on the ground, and the Ice Phoenix in the sky flapped its wings, creating a huge storm. A blizzard is coming. Almost in the blink of an eye, the surroundings transformed into a frozen wasteland, with nothing but endless cold as far as the eye could see. Yin Jian's face was pale, partly from the cold. On the other hand, he realized something. Being able to alter the surrounding environment is something that an A-rank Valkyrie cannot do. Ling Xuer is only level 10, yet she's already this terrifying. If her level is 20, wouldn't they just be waiting to die? He couldn't believe that someone with such formidable strength was only at the A level. You fooled us all. You're actually a hidden, evolved S-rank Valkyrie. Yin Jin's voice was icy, revealing a hint of regret. If he had known earlier that Ling Xuer had such great potential, he should have made a move sooner. There aren't many S-class Valkyries among all of humanity, but there are some A-class ones. He couldn't even imagine what kind of reward the leader would give him if he successfully killed an S-rank Valkyrie. In the distance, some students wanted to get closer. The terrifyingly low temperature on the playground deterred them all from leaving. No one dared to approach this place. Some people even called the police. They all realized that this was no ordinary matter. What's going on here? I don't know either. How did Su Yang and Ling Xuer get into a fight with the teacher? Where is the principal? Why isn't the principal here? The principal isn't here, but his wife is. She's Teacher Wu. Looking at Teacher Wu in front of him, Su Yang quickly realized something. If I remember correctly, Ms. Wu is the principal's Valkyrie, right? Ling Xuer nodded with a heavy expression. Many people know about this. Su Yang's smile was somewhat strange. Even the principal is one of Night Raven's men? How come no one knew about this? He captured all the Night Ravens, and everyone was interrogated. As a result, no one knew the principal's true identity. To become a school principal, one needs not only connections, but also ability. Teacher Wu's level is 21, which is equivalent to a silver-level assassin. 2 silver-level assassins have actually appeared. They really think highly of him. Principal, won't you come out and have a chat? Su Yang shouted. But the principal did not appear. Shuer, kill them all. Since he's not coming out, then don't blame him. Ling Shuer soared into the sky, her wings unfurling to become over 10 meters long. She stretched out one hand, and the Ice Phoenix let out a loud cry, suddenly charging towards the enemy. The Ice Phoenix brings extremely low temperatures and ice spikes, like a shooting star falling from the sky. Stop them! Yin Jian let out a low growl. His Valkyrian teacher Wu picked up their weapons and clashed directly with the Ice Phoenix. Boom! A massive explosion resounded through the sky. The explosion could be seen from all over the southern part of the city. Everyone was stunned. How could something like this happen in the southern part of the city? When Zhong Lang received the news, his face darkened. Wife, go there and tell them to suppress anyone who dares to cause trouble in Nanchang, he said to Wang Suaping. Wang Suaping nodded, I understand, no one can act recklessly here. She headed straight towards the school. She wasn't the only one. Many Valkyries had already made their way towards the school. This has caused quite a stir. When the smoke cleared, 3 figures were lying on the ground. Mr. Wu's armor was half damaged, and he looked quite miserable. But the Valkyrie of Yin Jian was in an even more tragic state. Her armor was completely shattered, and she was bleeding profusely from head to toe. She shielded Yin Jian behind her, blocking all the force of the explosion. Don't die! Get up! Yin Jian's hands were trembling as he kept pressing on the Valkyrie's wound, seemingly trying to save her in this way. However, the Valkyrie's aura was weak, and she wouldn't live much longer. Run, faster! These were her last words, and Yin Jian could sense them. My own contract is gradually disappearing. No! Yin Jian looked up to the sky and shouted, tears streaming down his face. Su Yang showed no sympathy. Only when the knife falls on your own body can you feel the pain. Did he experience any pain after killing so many people? Ling Shuer did not stop. If one strike doesn't kill, then try again. She raised the ice sword in her hand, and the ice sword suddenly grew to a length of 50 meters. A single sword strike. The entire playground was split in 2, and the 3 bodies could not be found. They had been reduced to dust. At this moment, Wang Suaping arrived late. Looks like I'm a little late. Wang Suaping looked at Ling Shuer with eyes full of admiration. Su Yang shook his head, Grandma. Sister came at just the right time. He subconsciously prepared to call her Grandma, but with a glance from Wang Suaping, he decisively changed his address. It's true that women of all ages care about how they are addressed. Su Yang told Wang Suaping everything that had happened, and only then did she realize what had just occurred. You're saying your homeroom teacher is Yin Jian, the silver medal assassin of Night Raven? And the principal is also a silver-ranked assassin of Night Raven? Wang Suaping was so shocked she didn't know what to say. Both silver-ranked assassins were hiding in the school, and their identities have only been revealed now. If Su Yang hadn't discovered this, who knows what might have happened in the future. Yin Jian and the 2 Valkyries are dead, but the principal is still alive. When the principal was brought over by the military, there was no remorse on his face, only a trace of sadness. Su Yang, the thing I regret most is that I didn't kill you when you were still weak. These were the principal's last words. He was taken to the military and subjected to the most severe interrogation. As a silver-ranked assassin, he must know a lot about Night Raven. This intelligence could be quite valuable even if sold. Wang Suaping looked at the playground that had been split in 2 and was incredibly surprised. Although she already knew that Ling Shuer was a hidden evolved S-class Valkyrie, she could still change the terrain with a single strike. His strength is already about the same as hers. But she's level 30, and he's only level 10. She couldn't even imagine how strong Ling Shuer would be once she reached level 30. The military then issued a statement explaining what had happened. Only then did everyone realize that there were actually 2 big fish hiding in the school. The military took direct action, conducting a thorough investigation of all teachers at the school. Fortunately, the other teachers were all fine. I bet even Night Raven never imagined that after all these years in the South City, you would take him down. Tang Zong found Su Yang, nudged him with his elbow, and said with a wink. There's nothing I can do. They started the trouble I was in. Now no one is bothering me to level up. I originally wanted to carry someone, but unfortunately that person's level is too low. Su Yang feigned a sigh, his face full of regret. Emperor Tang's face immediately turned red. I can't take it anymore. Kiki, let's go level up. Su Yang thought he would say that he would become stronger through his own efforts, but his next sentence revealed his true colors. Once I reach the required level, I'll have him carry me and help me show off. Su Yang kicked him. Screw you. If you don't level up soon, how am I supposed to play with you during the college entrance exam? College entrance examination? Emperor Tang's eyes lit up. Every student cares about the crucial moment of the college entrance examination. Every year during the college entrance examination, one or more dark horses emerge, and they become the target of many prestigious universities. If he can become a dark horse, wouldn't he be able to get into any university? Wait, you're not planning to take the guaranteed admission route? Emperor Tang was somewhat surprised. Given Su Yang's qualifications, any university would accept him if he were to be admitted through the guaranteed admission program. There's no point in being recommended for admission. You only get one chance at the college entrance exam in your life, it would be such a waste not to give it a try. Su Yang is quite interested in the college entrance examination. With only 2 weeks left until the college entrance exam, I'm determined to reach level 10. Based on past experience, only those who reach level 10 are eligible for a higher ranking. Tang Zong bought a large amount of food and took Song Qiqi into the Guardian Forest, where they leveled up rapidly. Su Yang then took Ling Shuer to Snail City to level up. The two returned to their stronghold near Snail City. Because of what happened last time, the outpost has received a significant increase in military personnel. Su Yang could tell that the security was much tighter than before. Everyone entering and exiting must undergo some checks. Su Yang had all the necessary documents, so there were naturally no problems. Shuer, don't we still have the little bottle we got last time? If we open this thing in Snail City, wouldn't countless snails come to us willingly? Su Yang suddenly had a brilliant idea. Ling Shuer thought about it seriously for a moment. With my current strength, I can probably kill a few hundred snails, but I probably can't kill more than that. Although she is very strong, using her techniques consumes her body's energy. Her energy is not inexhaustible. Chapter 34 Snail City Upgrade. Su Yang immediately abandoned the idea. Nobody knows how many snails there are in the entire Snail City. If this attracts too many people, Shuer won't be able to handle it. Let us take them one by one, starting with the outermost snails. They arrived near Snail City, where the most conspicuous things were the snails clinging to the exterior walls of tall buildings. Every building was covered with conspicuous traces of snail slime. Shuer, get rid of all these snails upstairs. 2 wings appeared on Ling Shuer's back, and she flew directly into the air. As she approached, the snail seemed to sense the danger and crawled out of its shell. However, these snails looked completely different. One of them was green, and its surface seemed to be covered with many cauliflower-like things, which made people's sanity drop wildly at first glance. The other one was entirely multicolored, with many eye-like things on its surface that kept expanding and contracting. There's an even more bizarre one, a metal snail with part of its body made of metal. People outside say that Snail City is a big melting pot, and the snails inside are all kinds of strange and unique, and you can't find a single one that is the same. That's really true. Will there be snails that look just like humans later on? Su Yang's lips twitched as he watched Ling Shuer continuously attack the snail. Her attack was very simple and direct. She froze the snail, causing it to lose the stickiness of its mucus and fall from a great height. Boom, boom, boom. A series of falling sounds startled some of the people who had just entered the area. Holy crap, what the hell? Look, that's a Valkyrie who can fly. She's fighting a snail. Flying type, I'm so envious. Only flying type Valkyries can fight snails that tall. Don't you guys find her familiar? Isn't that the Valkyrie who attacked at the stronghold before? Some people recognized Ling Shuer, and others tried to get close to Su Yang. Su Yang simply ignored them. After a period of time, Ling Shuer cleaned up all the snails on the outer wall. This method of killing is very efficient, even more convenient than in Snail City. It's almost done outside, let's go inside and take a look. Su Yang led Ling Shuer back into Snail City. Last time I went in, I was distracted by many things and didn't get to explore it thoroughly. This time, Su Yang plans to directly raise Shuer's level to 15. Before he left, he specifically asked about how to enter the Snail City boss. If you kill 100 snails here in a row, and then smash a snail shell in the city center, you can meet the boss. Su Yang doesn't plan to face the boss directly for now. It'll be safer to wait until he reaches level 15. He doesn't like playing from behind, he only likes dominating games. Su Yang tried many methods to gather snails. For example, making noise to attract snails. But not all snails will come. Some snails are incredibly lazy. These snails are really diverse, they come in all sorts of shapes and sizes. Snails are scattered and rarely gather together. This makes Schwer's kill efficiency not very high. After a whole day of killing, we only killed a little over 200 snails. That's a bit slow. Back at the base, Su Yang lay on the bed and said, "There's nothing we can do. This snail is quite different from the previous monsters. This is the only area near our southern city with levels 10 to 15. Ling Schwer, who was sleeping in the next bed, made a helpless sound. If snails gathered together, she could easily kill a whole bunch of them. But searching for them one by one would take a huge amount of time. Su Yang thought for a while and came up with a solution. If we dilute the slime in the bottle, will it attract some snails? The next day, Su Yang went directly to the person in charge of the base. The other party was very enthusiastic when they saw Su Yang. If Su Yang hadn't intervened last time, no one could have imagined what would have happened. It could be said that he owed Su Yang a favor. When he heard Su Yang's purpose for coming, he smiled and said, "So that's how it is. Diluting the slime is not difficult. The difficulty lies in not letting it leak out during the dilution process. There happens to be a laboratory here that can dilute the mucus. I'll have someone dilute it for you later. This bottle is already diluted. If you dilute it a little more, it can attract about 100 snails at a time. Your amount can be diluted into 10 bottles." The person in charge, being knowledgeable and experienced, quickly made a judgment. 10 bottles? That's great. Su Yang's eyes lit up. Having connections really does make things easier. If it weren't for this, diluting the boss's slime wouldn't be a simple matter for him. While the slime was being diluted, the person in charge chatted with Su Yang for a while. He mainly wanted to know what had happened in Nanchang recently. The base and the southern city are about 2 days' journey apart, so receiving intelligence is very slow. He would have to wait 2 days to find out what happened in the southern city. If it's slow, it could even take several days. In other words, the information is delayed. When he heard that the Night Raven's stronghold in the South City had been uprooted and all the prisoners had been captured or killed, he couldn't believe it. Night Raven is a very active assassin organization. Lately even he has heard of them. However, this organization was destroyed by Su Yang. And the Zheng family, no longer the richest family, has virtually no chance of rising again. Brother, that's awesome. The person in charge gave a thumbs up. Nothing. Su Yang waved his hand. Soon after, 10 small bottles were delivered. Su Yang bid farewell to the person in charge and brought Ling Schwer to Snail City. Let's try it out first. He opened a bottle directly, and the gas inside escaped. After waiting for a while, he saw many snails rushing towards him. The number is around 100, and the person in charge is absolutely right. Schwer, it's time to level up. Su Yang shouted, and Ling Schwer immediately entered battle mode. This time, she charged straight into the snail swarm and began a massacre. With a single sword strike, the snail was split in two, and the wound froze instantly. Even when using only close combat abilities, her strength is unmatched. These snails couldn't even last a second in front of Ling Schwer. They were instantly killed. It only took a little over a minute to finish off all 100 snails. Ling Schwer stood on a pile of dead snails and waved, "Su Yang, bring another batch, hurry up." Su Yang could tell that Schwer had become addicted to leveling up. As expected, every Valkyrie wants to level up. After all, only by upgrading can you become stronger. Okay, I'll be right there. Su Yang opened the second bottle. In just a few hours, all 10 bottles were used up. Before him stood a small hill made of snail corpses. At first glance, the visual effect is truly breathtaking. Occasionally, someone would pass by, see the situation, and leave without saying a word. They certainly didn't want to be used as food by Ling Schwer. If you kill the snail, you can't kill us. With so many snails, Ling Schwer finally reached level 11. The higher the level, the more experience is required. This is why it takes a long time for Valkyries to level up. Without the help of the slime, Ling Schwer would have needed much more time to reach level 11. I've run out of slime. I wonder if I can go back and buy some more. I doubt you can buy this, since it's the boss's slime. Ling Schwer tilted her head, thought for a moment, and said, "Why don't we kill the boss? That way we'll get the slime." Su Yang reached out and tapped her directly on the forehead. Ouch, that hurts. Ling Schwer deliberately put on a pitiful look, covering her forehead. With her current strength, she wouldn't feel any pain even if Su Yang hit her with his hand or with a hammer. Isn't the point of us to become stronger before facing the boss? If we deal with the boss now, isn't that putting the cart before the horse? Su Yang explained. Ling Shuer thought about it and realized that it really was true. But now things seem to have reached a stalemate. Without the slime, she can't level up quickly by defeating monsters. To get the slime, you have to fight the boss. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. Have you forgotten that the military might still have some of this slime in stock? I have a lot of points I can exchange for it. Last time, he used 100 million to exchange for 2 million points, which is more than most people can earn in a lifetime. They returned to their base and went directly to the person in charge. I want to use my points to exchange for boss slime, diluted version is fine too. Su Yang got straight to the point. The person in charge immediately laughed. I knew you wouldn't have enough, but your speed still exceeded my expectations. Su Yang and his companion went there in the morning and returned in the afternoon. This means that all 10 bottles of slime were used up. In other words, they killed more than 1,000 snails. That's incredible. He once again directly felt the power of the hidden evolved Valkyrie. So I sent someone to the South City to bring back the boss's slime a long time ago. At her speed, she should be back tonight. A normal round trip would take 4 days, but a Valkyrie skilled in speed could travel non-stop and only need half a day. Thank you for your help. Su Yang expressed his sincere gratitude. He knew that the person in charge had gotten the slime for him in advance, which saved him a lot of time. Otherwise, he would waste several days on the road. Don't mention it. You did me a huge favor last time, otherwise the stronghold would probably be gone. The person in charge said with a sigh. Last time, if Yang Wei had used the boss's slime to attract the snails, probably very few people in this stronghold would have survived. He, as the person in charge, will definitely be punished in the end. This time, he could be considered to have repaid Su Yang's favor. That night, the boss's slime was obtained. He waited until dawn, then re-entered Snail City and began a frantic upgrade process. To prevent the snails in one spot from being completely wiped out, he always used the slime in a different place each time. 2 weeks have finally passed, and the college entrance examination is just around the corner. Su Yang and Ling Shuer appeared in front of the south gate. Chapter 35. The college entrance examination begins. The human race college entrance examination is the most important day of the year for the human race. Throughout the entire southern city, a palpable sense of tension permeated the atmosphere. Many people walked in one direction, the Hall of Contracts. Normally, this is where contractors and Valkyries pair up, but on this day, it's the place where all high school students are about to take the college entrance examination. All of the more than 1,000 examinees in the entire southern city gathered in front of the Hall of Contracts. Su Yang found the location of his class and walked straight there. Su Yang is here. Someone saw it and shouted. Everyone around turned to look at him, as if they were looking at a future top scorer in the college entrance examination. Tang Zong went up and put his arm around Su Yang's neck. See that? Kiki's already level 10. Emperor Tang looked smug. After 2 weeks of continuous leveling up, Song Qiqi finally reached level 10. It's important to know that at this stage, most other students are below level 5, with only a few exceeding level 5. There are also various other reasons why there are no contractors or Valkyrie students. They don't even have the opportunity to take the college entrance examination, and are destined to become ordinary people. It's alright, better than I expected. He's truly my son like father, like son. Su Yang patted his shoulder and looked at him with eyes full of fatherly love. Tang Zong's lips twitched. He realized that he was no longer in a position to turn the tables in front of Su Yang. Song Qiqi covered her mouth and chuckled. She noticed that whenever the two of them got together, they always had to argue about who was father and who was son. Shuer, what level are you now? Song Qiqi walked to Ling Shuer's side and asked in a low voice. Just reached level 15. Ling Shuer didn't hide anything and told her directly. Song Qiqi was not surprised at all. For others, level 15 is something they'll consider a year from now. But when it came to Ling Shuer, it was perfectly natural. Chen Tao quietly hid at the back of the group, his eyes filled with envy and jealousy as he looked at Tang Zong. If he had cultivated a good relationship with Su Yang back then, he would be standing there now. But now, it's too late to say anything. He felt immense regret, even after all the hard work he had put in over this period. His Valkyrie level has just reached level 3. Chen Tao dared not go out to fight the monsters, so he could only train in the southern part of the city. This method of leveling up is very slow. With Su Yang's abilities, he is very likely to become the top scorer in the college entrance examination this time. I must find a way to get on his good side. If people find out later that we had a conflict. The thought of this made Chen Tao tremble uncontrollably. He was just an ordinary contractor, nothing in front of Su Yang. This college entrance examination is a great opportunity. Just then, a voice resounded throughout the entire venue. Quiet. In an instant, the entire room fell silent. A figure stood on the high platform, his gaze sweeping over everyone. This person was Zhong Lang, and standing next to him was his Valkyrie, Wang Suiping. Wow! She's our strongest Valkyrie in South City. I never thought I'd have the chance to see this person, I'm so lucky. My dream is to reach level 30 in my lifetime, then I can die without regrets. Upgrading is a very mentally taxing process for Valkyries. Most Valkyries, even until their death, may not be able to reach level 30. When you're old, reaching level 20 is considered quite good. Valkyries who live to old age are extremely rare. Most of the Valkyries die in battle. Fight against monsters, fight against alien races, and fight against Valkyries. Standing atop the tower, Wang Suiping looked down at the many young female warriors below and felt a surge of emotion. She was once one of them. But now, she has become the one standing on top. Zhong Lang did the same, his gaze lingering on Su Yang for a moment. This year's college entrance examination will surely make Nanchang a star. Although he had also heard that other cities had also seen Valkyries undergoing hidden evolution. But even the most powerful can't compare to the hidden evolution of an S-class powerhouse? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ahem, today is the annual college entrance examination period, in previous years. Zhong Lang began his fluent speech. The students listened with great interest for 10 minutes. After half an hour, they were starting to doze off. Within an hour, some people had already begun to contemplate the philosophy of life. Cough cough. Wang Suiping couldn't bear to watch any longer and coughed heavily. Zhong Lang then reluctantly ended his speech. Now, the college entrance examination officially begins. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge beam of light rose up from the Hall of Contracts. Then the beam of light spread out from the center, scattering around and enveloping all the college entrance examination candidates. When the light faded, all the college entrance exam takers disappeared from the spot. Do you think Xiaoyang can get the top score this time? Zhong Lang asked his wife. When the college entrance exam actually started, he actually felt a bit anxious and uncertain. You're already so old, what's there to be upset about? Regardless of whether Xiaoyang can become the top student, he is the most outstanding student in our Nanchang. He is also our most outstanding godson. At the same time, Su Yang and the others found themselves in a strange place. This is a square, and in front of it stands a temple of contracts. But it's much bigger than where we were before. Is this the place where the college entrance examination is held? Does the human race actually possess such power? Su Yang looked around, his eyes full of curiosity. Actually, he has always cared about one thing. So what exactly does the college entrance examination test? For so many years, no one has known what the college entrance examination is about, nor where it is held. Everyone will suddenly disappear in front of the Hall of Contracts, and then suddenly return after a period of time. The high school graduates who returned home had no recollection of anything that happened during the college entrance examination period. Because of this incident, some people suspected they hadn't received the corresponding ranking and strongly demanded that footage of their exam be released. Ultimately, the student was invited to watch the footage and then came forward to say that the college entrance examination was fair and there were no problems. This incident caused quite a stir at the time, but no one really knew what the college entrance examination was all about. The National College Entrance Examination (NCE) is mysterious, but absolutely fair. Every candidate who once ranked highly has now become a pillar of the human race. The most powerful Valkyrie of the human race at present is a top scorer in a certain year's college entrance examination. Ling Xuer looked around with sparkling eyes. It was the first time so many people had gathered together. She discovered that there were not only students from Nanchang No. 1 Middle School, but also many students she had never seen before. These students were dressed completely differently from them. Some students were wearing shorts and flip-flops, looking like they were on vacation. Some students were wearing heavy leather coats, and from a distance they looked like polar bears. Some were even more bizarre, wearing black robes that covered their entire bodies, making it impossible to tell if they were male or female. Everyone looked surprised when they were brought here. Holy crap! Where have I ended up? Is this still in China? This is incredible. The college entrance exam has transported us to another place. I doubt this is even Earth. No, aren't we here to take the college entrance exam? What are we doing here? Just when everyone was unsure of what to do next, a figure that blotted out the sky suddenly appeared overhead. Su Yang looked up and saw a figure whose face he couldn't make out. The other side was completely black, with red eyes, which looked quite eerie. Welcome to all candidates participating in this year's college entrance examination. The theme of this year's examination is survival. All candidates will be randomly teleported to any location on the map after 1 minute. What candidates need to do is, while ensuring their own survival, try to eliminate other candidates as much as possible. Everyone can bring up a panel that displays their basic information and points. Upon hearing this, some test takers brought up their own control panels. Su Yang was the same. Examinee, Su Yang. Exam location, South City. Exam number, 123456789. Points, 0. Ranking by points, 1,597,536. Valkyrie, Ling Xuer. Potential level, A. Level, 15. Note, hidden evolution completed. Everything else is fine, except there's a problem with this potential registration. Could it be that this potential level is recorded according to the standards documented in the records? Su Yang frowned, leaned close to Ling Xuer's ear, and whispered, "Xuer, has there been any change in your strength?" Ling Xuer's ears turned slightly red from Su Yang's close proximity. "My strength hasn't changed at all, it's the same as before." She lowered her head and replied in a soft, sweet voice. Su Yang was finally relieved. This shows that the potential level on the panel has no impact on the actual potential. This is just a superficial record. Then there's nothing to worry about. The enormous figure above hadn't finished speaking. There will be some unexpected surprises in this exam, so please be brave and explore. Now, the countdown begins. A 1-minute countdown appeared in the sky. Some people did not waste that minute. They quickly gathered intelligence everywhere, hoping to gain the upper hand. Some are also searching for potential formidable enemies. Everyone wants to shine in this year's college entrance examination. Su Yang was different, his gaze kept sweeping over the information on the Valkyries around him. He wanted to see if any Valkyrie, like Cher, possessed a hidden evolution path with an extremely high success rate. Unfortunately, 1 minute was too short, it ended before he could watch much of it. With flashes of light, the square quickly emptied out. Su Yang opened his eyes and found himself standing by a small river, with Ling Xuer beside him. He immediately went into battle mode. There are no enemies nearby, so it's safe for now. Ling Xuer sensed that there were no examinees in the vicinity. However, she soon seemed to realize something. He swung his sword directly down into the river. The river split in the middle, revealing a huge, frozen fish-like monster underneath. Chapter 36 Amy, Different Fate. Strange, this river seems to be able to conceal some of the aura of demonic beasts. Ling Xuer frowned, she hadn't detected these demonic beasts at first glance. Rather, it was because she noticed something unusual about the stream that she decisively took action. The moment the fish-like monster was killed, Su Yang saw a line of text appear before his eyes. Killing a level 1 monster grants +1 point. Killed a level 1 monster. After refreshing the page several times, Su Yang earned 5 points. So you can get points for killing monsters. Su Yang nodded. In this way, it doesn't necessarily have to be targeted at test takers. But Ling Xuer made a strange sound. My experience doesn't seem to have increased? Su Yang suddenly looked over. Are you sure? Ling Xuer nodded. I'm absolutely certain. I could feel it when we killed the monsters before. But killing these monsters just now didn't increase the number at all. Su Yang pondered. Killing monsters in this place doesn't give any experience points, it feels like. Trial space? Su Yang's eyes flashed. Apart from losing the memories of this place after leaving, it was very similar to the trial space. At the very least, he didn't believe that there could be such a magical place on Earth, with no alien races, only monsters. The space for human beings to live has long been suppressed to the minimum by monsters and alien races. But if this is a trial space, does it mean that the human race actually has hidden trump cards? Bring those monsters over and see if they're edible, since we'll be staying here for a long time. The college entrance examination lasts for up to a month, during which time they have to find their own food. Monsters are the best food source. Ling Shuer waved her hand, and the frozen monsters automatically landed in front of them. As the ice melted, a huge fish-like monster was revealed inside. Each one is 2 meters long, enough for them to eat. Ling Shuer picked up the ice sword and cleaved the monster into several pieces, revealing its tender flesh. Is it safe to eat the flesh of demonic beasts? Ling Shuer was a little curious. Not all monster meat is edible, only some is. This looks edible, but I can't be sure, so I need someone to test it. Just as Su Yang said this, a scream came from afar. He smirked. Look, the one who's testing the poison has arrived. Lu Dang is one of the candidates for this year's college entrance examination, and his Valkyrie is the weakest E rank. He was constantly bullied at school, and he had no way to fight back. But secretly he worked very hard to upgrade, and even though he was only at the E level, he didn't give up. His Valkyrie was the same. The two worked together and finally managed to reach level 4 before the college entrance exam. This level would be considered average among all candidates. Not long ago, he was teleported into the woods. They encountered a monster. His Valkyrie rushed forward to fight the monster, but was repeatedly defeated. He realized that the monster was powerful and he was no match for it. In order not to hold his Valkyrie back, he had no choice but to escape first. That way, his Valkyrie will have a chance to escape later. But not long after he ran out, he encountered another monster. Lu Dang knew he was doomed and instinctively let out a scream. He would rather make a sound to attract the other examinees than die at the hands of a monster. In his extreme panic, he forgot one thing: no student has ever died during the college entrance examination. Roar! The dinosaur-like monster roared, revealing its sharp teeth, and bit down directly at the head of the reeds. Reed marshes. The Valkyrie let out a sharp cry, but she was held back by the demonic beast and could not get through. He closed his eyes and waited to die in the reed marshes. But a few seconds later, he found himself still alive. The moment he opened his eyes, he discovered that the monster in front of him had turned into an ice sculpture. Not only the monsters in front of him, but also the monsters fighting his Valkyrie were the same. Was he saved? Just as Lu Dang was thinking this, he saw Ling Shuer standing not far away. That cool and aloof face, that beautiful posture, were deeply imprinted in his mind. His Valkyrie reacted quickly, immediately protecting him. Although she was rescued, she did not forget. Here, all candidates are in an adversarial relationship. I know I'm no match for you, but I'll still give it my all. The Valkyrie of the reed marshes held a long staff, poised to attack at any moment. Ling Shuer glanced at them and said calmly, "You're lucky. My contractors won't eliminate you for the time being. However, you need to do one thing." The other person was taken aback. What is it? Isn't this the college entrance examination site? Aren't they enemies? Why didn't the other side eliminate them immediately? What's going on? At this moment, Su Yang walked over, carrying a huge fish head in his hand. This is it. You will eat it to test for poison. When Lu Dang and the Valkyrie saw the fish head of the fish-like monster, they immediately understood what was going on. Not all monsters are edible, some contain deadly poisons. If they eat the wrong monster, they will be poisoned and die. At this moment, Lu Dang, having calmed down, finally remembered something. You won't die here, you'll only be eliminated and leave. If his opponent hadn't intervened, he would have been eliminated. The other party gave him another chance. Lu Dang was not an ungrateful person. You eat it raw? Lu Dang pointed to the fish head, hesitant to eat it. If you can start a fire, you can cook it before eating. Lu Dang immediately declared that his Valkyrie could start a fire. The female warrior of the reed marshes was named Kai Xia. She picked up a wooden stick, sharpened it with a knife, and then began to make fire by drilling wood. This is an essential skill for most Valkyries. It is extremely difficult for ordinary people to start a fire by rubbing sticks together. But in the Valkyrie's hands, sparks immediately flew out. Before long, a fire was lit. Kai Xia also found a stone and used a knife to cut and polish it, turning it into a stone pot. Gradually, the fish head hot pot was freshly made. It smells quite nice. Su Yang smacked his lips. The taste of this demonic beast was much better than that of ordinary poultry. Even the most delicious food has to be edible. Lu Dang held a stone bowl, using wooden chopsticks to pick up a piece of fish, his hands trembling slightly. Although I won't die, the feeling of being poisoned is exactly the same as in real life. Let's give it our all. He ate the fish in one gulp, taking big bites. A bowl of fish and fish soup was quickly finished. Half an hour later, Lu Dang was still alive and showed no signs of poisoning. "Ah, I'm not dead," the reeds shouted excitedly. "You're lucky." Su Yang sat down next to her, and Ling Shuer served him a bowl of fish soup. She scooped up a spoonful and brought it to Su Yang's lips. Ah! Su Yang took a bite, and the taste was indeed very delicious. This was their daily routine, but in Lu Dang's eyes, it was something that made countless people envious and jealous. He looked ahead, then looked at Kai Xia. That look seemed to be telling a story. Kai Xia rolled her eyes at him, but still served him a bowl and handed it to him. "Eat it yourself, I can't cook it for you." As she spoke, she turned her head to the side, her ears turning red. Lu Dang laughed foolishly, feeling that this bowl of fish soup was even more delicious. After eating and drinking their fill, the reed marshes suddenly became tense. After all, Su Yang could eliminate them right now, and they would have no way to resist. The two ice sculptures of demonic beasts are still there. Su Yang glanced at the two of them and said, "Your Valkyrie is E rank, right?" Upon hearing this, Lu Dang's expression changed. How did the other party find out? Is potential level something that can be seen at a glance? Kai Xia clenched her fists, thinking the other person was going to humiliate her. After all, E-rank Valkyries are extremely rare anywhere. But the next second, instead of the usual humiliation and contempt, they heard, "My Shuer was once an E-rank Valkyrie." Ah! Lu Dang and Kai Xia couldn't help but gasp in shock, their eyes fixed on Ling Shuer. They couldn't believe that such a powerful Valkyrie was only E-rank. Wait, before? Could it be that she? Lu Dang stared wide-eyed, pointed at Ling Shuer, and uttered an incredulous sound. Is she a Valkyrie who has undergone a hidden evolution? If an E-rank Valkyrie wants to defy fate, the only way out is through hidden evolution. Unfortunately, his Valkyrie Kai Xia never had that kind of luck. Upon seeing Su Yang nod, Lu Dang immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. "Master, please teach me the secret to hidden evolution. Or just tell me the materials she used for her hidden evolution, please." Kai Xia is the same. As an E-rank Valkyrie, she has always been discriminated against by all other Valkyries. She also wants to become stronger. But the reality is that no matter how hard she tries, she can't match the power brought by her talent. Ling Shuer felt a touch of emotion, as she was a former E-rank Valkyrie. She knows best what it was like back then being looked down upon by everyone. If she hadn't met Su Yang, she might be just an ordinary person now. She wanted to speak up for the other party, but first and foremost, she was Su Yang's Valkyrie. She couldn't let Su Yang get hurt in any way, including through moral blackmail. Su Yang did not speak, while Lu Dang and Kai Xia remained kneeling. After a while, Su Yang's voice came, "We have no relation to each other, why should I help you?" Lu Dang's heart sank. The big boss was unwilling to help him. But soon, he seemed to realize something. You can't help someone who has no family or friends with you, but what if they do? He has no family relationship with the other party, so he can only consider other aspects. This is the college entrance examination. If he can help the other person get more points, will the big shot give him a chance? Even materials known to have hidden evolution are good. Boss, I get it. From this moment forward, I will resolutely obey all orders from the boss. If the boss tells me to go east, I won't go west. The boss wants me to be the bait, I absolutely won't refuse. Just tell me the materials for the hidden evolution before I'm eliminated. Chapter 37 Recruiting Underlings. Su Yang accepted Lu Dang's surrender. The other person still has some value. At the very least, they can be used as bait to lure other test takers over. Just imagine, when others see Lu Dang running around with an E-rank Valkyrie, who wouldn't be tempted? E-rank Valkyries are at the bottom of the rankings. Any other Valkyrie could easily defeat one. In this situation, no one would give up the points that are so easily within their grasp. However, as soon as they appeared, they discovered that they were not facing an E-rank Valkyrie, but a Valkyrie that had undergone a hidden evolution. They'd probably collapse on the spot. When taking the college entrance examination, everyone understands a basic principle. First, eliminate the weak, then the strong will not fight each other indiscriminately. Nobody wants to be the one who benefits from someone else's misfortune. Lu Dang was overjoyed when he saw Su Yang agree. He knew that with his abilities, he wouldn't get a good ranking in the college entrance examination. But as long as there is even the slightest chance to allow his Valkyrie to complete her hidden evolution, he will try his best. After placing himself in the role of a subordinate, Lu Dang acted like a lackey. He took on everything, from cooking to setting up camp. He also knew that Su Yang absolutely could not handle these trivial matters otherwise. What use would he be as a subordinate? Have you studied cooking? Su Yang had just noticed that the fish soup tasted good. Although the quality of the monster's flesh plays a role, fish soup won't taste good if the cooking skills aren't up to par. Lu Dang chuckled and said, I used to have nothing better to do, so I studied with my dad for a while. I can cook not only fish soup, but also other dishes. I wonder if there are any seasonings and ingredients available here. The two chatted for a while and gained a basic understanding of each other. Lu Dang is not from Nanshan, but from Fengchang. Maple City is over 1,000 kilometers away from South City, which is considered very far in this era. The two sides have almost no interaction, except for forces like the United Chamber of Commerce that travel around everywhere. Our Maple City has many maple trees and is famous for producing maple syrup. If you have the chance, you must come and visit. Lu Dang began to introduce some information about Fengcheng. Just then, Ling Shuer suddenly spoke up, someone is approaching, it's the contractor and the Valkyrie. In other words, other candidates are approaching. That's not surprising if they're making a fire here, anyone not too far away would definitely notice. Lu Dang's expression turned serious, boss, you guys hide first, I'll be the bait. Seeing that Lu Dang was being so proactive, Su Yang naturally wouldn't let him down. If you behave well, I'll tell you about the materials for hidden evolution. He had just looked at Kai Xia's information and found that she actually had a 10% or higher chance of completing a hidden evolution using a certain material. Moreover, after the hidden evolution, she becomes AB rank Valkyrie. This probability is already quite high. The probability of a Valkyrie's hidden evolution is only a few percent. Su Yang and Ling Shuer disappeared into the bushes, while Lu Dang and Kai Xia sat by the fire, drinking fish soup and eating fish, looking very content. A moment later, a mocking voice rang out, oh, isn't this the trash from our Maple City? I used to think that you coming in was a waste of my time, but now I realize I was wrong. You've come at the perfect time, giving me points right away. I'll thank you when I get back. A boy with a mocking smile appeared before the two of them, accompanied by his Valkyrie. Lu Dang frowned and put down the stone bowl. The fact that the other person recognized him meant that they were also a candidate from Fengcheng. But he didn't know the other person, which wasn't surprising, since there were many candidates in a city, and he couldn't possibly know them all. He was famous in Maple City because of his contract with an E-rank Valkyrie. What do you want to do? We are all candidates from Maple City. There is no need for us to kill each other. Lu Dang looked flustered and quickly hid behind Kai Xia. Seeing Lu Dang's timid appearance, the other party laughed even more heartily. Here, everyone is an opponent. Besides, even if I eliminate you, no one will remember you when you go out. You'd better obediently become my points, go. The opponent pointed, and the Valkyrie charged straight at him. Just as the enemy's Valkyrie was about to approach them, a strange smile appeared on Lu Dang's lips. He shouted, boss, make your move. Brush. A sword light flew out from a very tricky angle. The opposing Valkyrie had no time to react and was cut in half at the waist. But the blood she remembered didn't appear. The Valkyrie's body collapsed and disappeared, just like Data. No. My little May. Pain. It hurts so much. The contractor let out a painful scream and knelt on the ground, crying out in agony. His figure disappeared along with it. A line of text appeared before Su Yang's eyes. Eliminate one candidate, plus 10 points. Since the other party has no points can be earned. So when the Valkyrie dies, the contractor also disappears. This is a new discovery. The other person has no points because the college entrance examination has just begun, and many people have not yet met other candidates. Wow, that's so cool. The Reeds were overjoyed. Although I knew the boss's Valkyrie was very strong, the opponent still seemed quite powerful, yet was still easily defeated. He realized for the first time just how valuable a Valkyrie with hidden evolution truly was. If his Valkyrie could also achieve a hidden evolution like the big boss, would he ever have such a day? Let's keep eating. After we finish, we'll explore the area. The four quickly finished the fish head hot pot and began exploring in one direction. This area is all forest, and at first glance it looks a bit like the Guardian Forest, but there are a lot more monsters. All the monsters they encountered along the way were easily killed by Ling Shuer. Lu Dang and Kai Xia became cheerleaders. Their purpose is to attract test takers, not to attract monsters. Kai Xiao watched Ling Xuer's heroic figure as she dominated the battlefield, filled with envy. We all started from the same point, at the same E-class level, but our fates were completely different. This is her chance. If she can find out the materials for the hidden evolution of the powerful figure, she can go back and try it out. Maybe there's just a tiny chance I could be like the big shots. Su Yang originally thought there should be quite a few candidates here. But they didn't encounter any new candidates until nightfall. Xuer, have you seen any cities or similar places nearby? Su Yang asked. Ling Xuer shook her head. She had flown into the air to observe just now, but still couldn't find anything. There are only endless forests and mountains here. Boss, I'll set up camp and cook right away. Ludong was very perceptive and immediately began to demonstrate its value. The physical tasks were left to Kai Xia, as that was the Valkyrie's forte. He was responsible for collecting various ingredients, especially seasonings and mushrooms, which are all good things. So far, the ingredients here seem to be the same as in real life, but this place is so big, it doesn't feel like it's on Earth. Perhaps this is a place similar to a trial space. What do you think, boss? While cooking, Lu Dang asked Su Yang a question. Su Yang wasn't surprised at all. After all, he was a high school senior preparing for the college entrance exam and could guess a thing or two. If such a wonderful place truly existed on Earth, it would have been occupied by humans or other races long ago. Perhaps it is a trial space, or perhaps it is another space. It is a blessing for humanity to have such a place. Su Yang replied. After hearing this, Lu Dang gave a thumbs up. The boss is right. If the human race didn't have any trump cards, they would have been wiped out by the alien races long ago. Oh, by the way, I heard before that there was a strange race in a certain place, or something like the Black Feather Clan. That unlucky guy got discovered and then captured alive. It's hilarious. Lu Dang laughed for a few moments before Su Yang said, the alien race you mentioned was captured by Xuer. Ha! Lu Dang's expression froze for a moment, then he exclaimed, holy crap! His eyes widened in disbelief. That's a different race, a race that many people never encounter in their entire lives. It turns out that this big shot in front of me actually caught it himself, something he can brag about for a lifetime. Boss, explain in detail. Lu Dang picked up a bowl of freshly squeezed juice and respectfully handed it to Su Yang. Su Yang took a sip and found it tasted pretty good. As darkness fell, they dug a hole in the tree to prepare for the night. But just then, a huge explosion was heard in the distance. There is a fight going on. Judging from the sound, it seems to be two Valkyries fighting. Has one of the examinees encountered them? After listening to the voice, Lu Dang was basically able to confirm the other party's identity. As long as he doesn't bother us, we'll ignore him. Su Yang was too lazy to meddle in other people's business. Unexpected things are most likely to happen late at night, even if Xuer is very strong. If anything unexpected happens, he could be eliminated. Su Yang never believed that he was invincible after having Xuer. Many strong people die because of their arrogance. Seeing that even the big shots were saying this, Lu Dang simply shut his mouth and prepared to go to sleep. Sure enough, the battle lasted less than 10 minutes. It's unclear who will win or lose, or whether both sides will suffer heavy losses. Not long after, they heard the sound of something heavy falling to the ground, followed by a muffled groan. Someone is injured. Lu Dang quietly gestured outside and made a throat-slitting gesture towards Su Yang. No matter who's outside, it's all points. Su Yang had no choice but to accept the delivery. The other party had taken the initiative to deliver the goods to his door, so it would be too embarrassing not to accept them. Xuer, take them back. Ling Xuer walked out. Outside, on the ground, lay a Valkyrie covered in blood and a contractor who had fallen unconscious. Unsurprisingly, they were one of the parties involved in the battle just now. It's rare to see something so tragic. The Valkyrie barely opened her eyes, and upon seeing Ling Xuer's appearance, a bitter smile appeared on her lips. I'm going to fail this college entrance exam. But she had to get the message out no matter what. Be careful, the cult of evil gods. After saying that, she took her last breath and offered herself to Ling Xuer's sword. She wanted to give her points to the other party. After the two figures disappeared, a cold glint flashed in Ling Xuer's eyes. The cult of evil god? Chapter 38: The Evil God Cult and an Unexpected Surprise. Humans have never been a monolithic entity. Although the military was in charge of the overall situation, the cities were too scattered, and there were bound to be some traitors. Previously, the Night Ravens were relatively neutral. Their principle was to kill for money, regardless of whether the target was human or other races. However, most employers choose to target humans. Orders targeting other races are very rare. But the evil god cult is different. These damn things are specifically targeting the human race. They will use various methods, including but not limited to poisoning, arson, taking hostages, and framing many powerful Valkyries and contractors. Because of her immense power, the evil cult generally dares not act rashly against the Valkyrie. However, they will target the contractors, killing them at crucial moments to weaken the Valkyrie, and then killing her. Because of the existence of the evil god cult, there have been many female warriors with a level and S-level potential in human history. He was killed before he could grow up. This made the human elites hate the evil god cult immensely. To this day, no one has been able to locate the headquarters of the cult. The deaths of some low-ranking members are of no concern to the cult. It's surprising that members of an evil cult have infiltrated the college entrance exam candidates. This time it shouldn't be like this. When Ling Xuer told Lu Deng about it, he was completely stunned. How is that possible? Every college entrance exam candidate undergoes a political background check before the exam. This is to ensure that the candidate's identity is completely legitimate. How could members of an evil cult have infiltrated? Aren't those lunatics easy to spot? Lu Deng found it hard to believe the news was simply too shocking. The National College Entrance Examination Gokao is one of the greatest sources of confidence for the human race, supplying many talented individuals to the race every year. The fact that members of the evil cult have come in must mean they have some kind of conspiracy. If they succeed, the college entrance examination will likely face many unforeseen changes. Kai Xiao was also shocked. The college entrance examination system is very sound, and there haven't been any evil cults in all these years. How could this happen this time? Su Yang initially found it hard to believe, but the Valkyrie who willingly sacrificed herself could not possibly convey false information. There's no need for that. They were both test takers and were originally competitors. But if they are facing an evil cult, then they are allies on the same side. Knock knock. Su Yang tapped the table twice, attracting everyone's attention. This information should be accurate. The location of their battle was right there. Let's go and take a look. The reason why the evil god cult is called this is because they believe in an evil god. And the evil god is also a member of an alien race. That alien race is called the evil god race. Once the other party uses the power of the evil god race, they will definitely leave some clues. The four of them immediately went to the scene of the battle, where they saw a charred area with many trees lying on the ground. The four of them carefully examined the area and then summarized their findings. Strange, I don't sense any special aura, there's only the smell of an explosion here. Ling Xuer frowned slightly. She maximized her perception but still found nothing. Me too. Kai Xia felt the same way. The Valkyrie's senses are far superior to those of the contractors. If they all say so, then it means there are no members of the evil god cult here. The dead Valkyrie shouldn't have lied, but there's definitely no trace of the cult here, unless the other party did not use the power of the evil god cult, but the power of a true Valkyrie. It's just that his mindset is the same as that of the evil god cult members. Su Yang said. But boss, if that's the case, how did that Valkyrie discover it just now? Lu Deng was very puzzled. The other party did not reveal the presence of the evil god cult, so the Valkyrie should not have been able to detect it. Su Yang remained calm and offered a possibility. The fact that the Valkyrie was able to escape despite being severely injured means that she was originally stronger than her opponent. The other party may have used some method to temporarily enhance their strength, or revealed something, which is why that Valkyrie discovered them. Finally, she met us and told us about the cult of evil gods. After careful consideration, Lu Deng realized that this guess was reasonable. Otherwise, there's no way to explain why the members of the evil cult didn't catch up. They must have been injured and escaped. This is troublesome. We don't even know what the other party looks like. How are we supposed to defend ourselves? Lu Deng kept scratching his head, feeling extremely frustrated. It's very simple, just eliminate all the candidates we encounter next. Su Yang spoke as if he were discussing what to have for breakfast. Lu Deng wanted to say something, but then he remembered the strength of the big shot in front of him and figured it shouldn't be a problem. In short, if you follow the big shots, you'll eat 9 meals in 3 days. They went back to rest for the night and continued their exploration the next day. On the other side, Emperor Tang. He appeared near a village. There are people here besides the test takers? How interesting. Tang Zong looked around curiously, but the villagers looked at him with a strange expression. Song Chi prepared for battle and whispered to Tang Zong, "Those people's eyes are a bit strange." Tang Zong nodded naturally, "I see. There's probably something wrong with this village, but it's nothing serious. At worst, we can just blow this place up." After walking for a while, an old man with a cane came over. "Young man, what brings you to our Blackwater village?" "Blackwater village? That's a really good name. Emperor Tang just saw it. There is a small river on the edge of the village, and the water in it is black. Oh, we've gotten lost here. Could you please give us a map?" Tang Zong pretended to be a lost traveler, his face seemingly bearing the words "I'm lost." "Simple." The old man chuckled, revealing the only tooth he had left in his mouth. "Young man, you've come at just the right time. Our village is preparing to hold a festival, and we happen to have a map at the festival. You'll get the map after you participate in the festival." This statement is clearly problematic, but Emperor Taizong of Tang did indeed need a map. Song Chi is already level 10, and he feels that he has the ability to protect himself. Otherwise, he would have run away long ago. "Thank you so much." Tang Zongqing's clear, foolish gaze successfully deceived the other party. The old man led them to an open space where a platform had been set up with a wooden frame on top. There were many dry straws laid out below, and each villager stood around them, creating a somewhat eerie scene. The old man led them to the edge of the platform, pointed to the wooden frame, and wore an extremely eerie expression on his face. "Please, distinguished guests, take your seats." The surrounding villagers shouted in unison, "Please, our two distinguished guests, take a seat." Such blatant malice is obvious, even a fool could see it. Tang Zongdu laughed, "You guys have really lost your composure. At least let me get into character." The old man's expression remained unchanged as he continued, "Young man, hurry up and go up, or you'll be in big trouble if you anger the true god." "True god? Are you trying to make me laugh so you can inherit my loan?" Tang Zong was delighted and simply waved his hand. Song Chi shouted, "Arm yourselves." Armor and weapons appeared on her body. She was ready for battle. "I'd like to see what this so-called true god of yours is all about. Get out here." Tang Zong shouted loudly, but the surrounding villagers still did not react. It was as if everyone in the village was a puppet. "Wait, a puppet?" Tang Zong looked closely at the old man in front of him and immediately noticed something was wrong. This old man seems to be. Doesn't it look human? This method, doesn't it seem a bit like that of an alien race? But this is the college entrance examination. Where did this foreigner come from? Just as he was thinking this, the bodies of those villagers naturally decomposed. The head is the head, the arms are the arms, waving in mid-air. One glance at it is enough to scare an ordinary person to death on the spot. The old man also disintegrated on the spot, merging into those hands and feet. "Please take a seat, distinguished guest." "Please take a seat, distinguished guest." Countless sounds came from all directions, giving him a headache. Chi beat them all to a pulp. "I'd like to see what these things are." Song Chi was not afraid at all. As a Valkyrie, she had no fear when facing enemies. The Valkyrie's destiny has always been on the battlefield. Die! Song Chi gripped the axe tightly, jumped into the air, and suddenly chopped down. The enormous axe pulverized the limbs of many villagers. Even so, the sound did not disappear. Song Chi was very patient. She resolved the issue bit by bit until all the limbs were cleaned up. The sound finally disappeared. At this moment, a line of words appeared before Tang Zong's eyes. "You've discovered an unexpected surprise. Would you like to continue exploring?" Unexpected surprises come with certain risks. Failure will result in elimination. Emperor Tang thought to himself, is there even a need to ask? Of course it is. I'm outta here. He has a good understanding of himself. He has only one goal for this college entrance examination. Just cling to Su Yang's coattails and follow him. As for other dangerous places, we will not go there. However, I can make a note of this place and come back after I find Su Yang. Just because he can't do it doesn't mean Su Yang can't. You better remember this, next time I'll bring my son and we'll smash this place apart. Tang Zong left a middle finger behind and ran out with Song Chi. After they left the village, the villagers reappeared silently and continued to live their lives as before. It was as if no one had ever appeared. Su Yang was unaware of what was happening on Tang Zong's side. After traveling for some time, they finally left the forest and saw a road. This is an asphalt road? Is there a modern society here? Lu Dang looked delighted. Every modern society has at least one city. This is good news for them. Not necessarily. Don't forget about city ruins. Su Yang poured cold water on him. Lu Dang thought about it and realized that it was indeed true. But he still held on to a sliver of hope. The group continued along the asphalt road, and after walking for a while, they could see tall buildings in the distance. And ordinary people. Hey bro, did you see that? There really is a city. Chapter 39: The City That Was Once Destroyed. At the hamburger shop, Lu Dang was eating a hamburger with gusto. Even though it was only a day apart, he found the hamburger incredibly delicious. He did not forget his other identity, the big boss's poison tester. After confirming that the hamburger posed no danger, Su Yang began to eat it. The taste is exactly the same as what you get outside. He looked around at the people coming and going, and if he didn't know that this was a place similar to a trial space, he would have been completely lost. He even wondered if this place was some hidden region on Earth. There are NPCs here, making it even more difficult to find other examinees. Su Yang took a sip of his iced cola and said, "Boss, as long as we focus on a male-female pair, we can eliminate a lot of people." Lu Dang was right, but he seemed to have forgotten one thing. The contractor and the Valkyrie can act separately so that no one can tell their identities. Su Yang's words made him fall into deep thought, and there was nothing he could do about it. As she ate, Ling Shuer seemed to realize something. Wrong. She suddenly stood up and immediately went into battle mode. She swung her sword at the waiter beside her, startling both Lu Dang and Kai Xia. There's no need to target ordinary people, is there? To their horror, the waiter was completely unharmed after the sword strike. It was as if the sword had missed its mark. But everyone could see clearly that the sword pierced right through the opponent's body. The strangest thing was that the waiter seemed not to have seen the sword, and continued to serve hamburgers to other customers. Shuer, what did you discover? Su Yang knew very well that Shuer wouldn't act rashly without a certain degree of certainty. Ling Shuer explained, I don't know either, I just have a feeling that they don't seem to be human. Kai Xia hesitated for a moment, then probably stopped the waiter. Is there something you need? The waiter responded with a smile. Kai Xia didn't say anything, but directly reached out and touched her body. Strangely, her hand touched the other person's body. Kai Xia immediately changed tactics and threw a punch directly at him. Her fist passed right through the other person's body, but the smile on their face remained unchanged. It seems that only attacks can penetrate their bodies. They have not been harmed at all. Ordinary contact is fine, but this place is strange. Su Yang stood up. Since you know there's a problem here, just leave. However, when they reached the edge of the city, the group fell silent. Outside the city, there's nothing left. At first glance, it looks like an endless void, as if it sucks in one's soul. Lu Dang stared wide-eyed, his mouth wide open, big enough to swallow an ostrich egg. Holy crap! It wasn't like this when we came in. What kind of hellish place is this? Su Yang squinted. He had a guess, but he couldn't confirm it for the time being. But soon, a voice appeared, confirming his guess. Congratulations on discovering an unexpected surprise. Would you like to continue exploring? You may choose to leave, but this surprise will not be available to you a second time. You only have one chance to choose now. Lu Dang came to his senses. This is the unexpected surprise that the giant figure mentioned earlier? This is more like a fright. Boss, it's too dangerous here, let's leave. With your skill level, you could definitely compete for a better ranking. Lu Dang was unaware of Su Yang's full strength. He simply subconsciously assumed that Su Yang could only achieve a high ranking. He never dared to dream of becoming the top scholar. Su Yang didn't speak. He was thinking. Why should we include an unexpected surprise in the college entrance examination? What impact will this have on the college entrance examination? Thinking of this, he directly asked the voice from before, what exactly is the surprise? Does it increase my points? A few seconds later, the voice gave an answer. In addition to points, there will be other rewards. Tell me, what's the situation in this city? Only by choosing to continue exploring can we obtain some of the information. Okay, I choose to continue. Su Yan was very interested in this place. With Shuer's abilities, whether or not she becomes the top scorer, getting into any university won't be a problem. With a guaranteed minimum return, what else does he have to worry about? Even death here simply means returning to reality. Going all in is a form of wisdom. All or nothing. The old man almost bit his tongue in the reed marshes. Why did he choose to continue exploring? But he had no choice. He needed to stay by the side of a powerful figure to find out the materials for the hidden evolution. Given his current abilities, the probability of him successfully getting into a good university through the college entrance examination is almost zero. Why not take a gamble? I also choose to continue exploring. Lu Deng made his decision and shouted it out directly. Su Yang glanced at him with some surprise. He hadn't expected Lu Deng to make this choice. After all, Lu Deng's previous behavior didn't seem like that of someone who would dare to go all in. However, Su Yang quickly realized that Lu Deng had also taken a gamble. Otherwise, he would remain at the bottom of society for the rest of his life, with no chance of ever turning his life around. After they made their choice, the voice told them some information. In the year 2025 of the Earth calendar, the mountain cities suffered a major disaster. On that day, countless monsters appeared out of nowhere and began an endless slaughter. Yamashiro took out all his weapons and began to fight back, doing everything in his power to kill the monsters. However, the number of monsters was too great, and the mountain city suffered heavy casualties. Left with no other option, the mountain city military distributed weapons to ordinary people, relying on sheer numbers to fight against the monsters. 3 years later, the mountain city was reduced to ruins, and the demonic beasts had all perished. On the very day everyone thought they had won, a new enemy appeared. The giants have arrived. At this moment, what appeared before them was not words, but images. Giants, some hundreds of meters tall, flattened the mountain city. No weapon can even penetrate the giants' defenses. The giants breached the mountain city's last defenses simply by trampling it. In less than a day, the mountain city was destroyed and became history. Lu Deng was trembling all over. Of course he knew about the giants. That was a very powerful alien race, but they were very far from Maple City. He had only seen pictures of giants. A small mountain looked as tiny as a mound of earth in their presence. The giants' powerful bodies are the nightmare of countless human Valkyries. The weak Valkyrie could only wait to die in front of the giants. To kill a giant, you would have to sacrifice the lives of many Valkyries. I remember my teacher once said that it took hundreds of Valkyries to kill a single giant to defend a city of giants. Giants are too hard to kill. I never imagined this city was a historical mountain fortress. Wait a minute. Lu Deng suddenly thought of something. The city is peaceful now. Could it be that history will repeat itself? They have to face monsters, and then giants? This is awesome. This is absolutely awesome. Lu Deng plopped down on the ground. Is he an E-rank character when fighting against giants? Even if the big boss is incredibly powerful, he's still a giant. Kaixia also lost the will to fight. She would rather fight against other alien races than face the giants. It was a powerful race that would make anyone lose all courage simply by standing in front of them. Upon closer reflection, your total height is less than the other person's toes. How do we fight this? Your attack landed on the opponent, but it didn't even scratch a hair on their leg. How do we fight this? Faced with the giants, there was only endless despair. But the despairing reeds failed to notice that in Su Yang and Ling Xuer's eyes there was only a hint of eagerness. They were eager to know whether the giants were strong enough to stop Ling Xuer in her current state. Su Yang, how strong do you think the giants that have appeared this time will be? Ling Xuer clung to Su Yang's arm, her eyes filled with excitement. I don't know either, but this is during the college entrance examination, so the level shouldn't be too high. If it's too high, then it's not the college entrance examination. The highest level should not exceed level 20. Su Yang calculated the time Xuer's growth rate should be in the top tier, but she hadn't reached level 20 yet. Even if others have connections or backgrounds, it's impossible for them to surpass level 20 during this period. If there really is someone that powerful, Su Yang would really like to see them. The scene ended, and Su Yang looked at Lu Deng, who was still sitting on the ground, and helped him up. Don't worry, as long as we are alive, you will not die. All you need to do is stand on the sidelines and watch. Seeing Su Yang's calm demeanor, Lu Deng swallowed hard. Boss, why are you so confident? The reeds do not understand. Su Yang's composure didn't seem feigned, it came from within. He wanted to appear calm, but he lacked confidence and couldn't fake it. My confidence comes from Xuer, of course. Su Yang said directly. Ling Xuer blushed slightly, but gripped Su Yang's arm even tighter. Lu Deng glanced at Su Yang, then at Ling Xuer. He knew that the relationship between the contractor and the Valkyrie almost always developed into that of husband and wife. The boss is developing too fast, isn't he? This Valkyrie is practically the type who actively seeks him out. He glanced at his Valkyrie discreetly. Although Kaixia had a good relationship with him, it hadn't reached that point yet. He hasn't even held hands with anyone yet. They returned to the burger joint and looked at the bustling crowd around them. It's likely that no one here knows that this is actually a world that no longer exists. Boss, I suddenly feel that these people are quite pathetic. They are long dead. Those who are here are nothing but illusions. If I ever found out that I was a fake, I would probably break down. Lu Dang sighed. Su Yang sipped his cola with relish and casually said, "You should think about what we should do when the monsters arrive." The first wave was the appearance of monsters, and the second wave was the arrival of the giants. The monsters will definitely be overwhelming. Shuer is very strong, but she will still be overwhelmed by the monster horde. Therefore, it is necessary to conserve strength in the early stages and make a move when the giants appear. Chapter 40, Cooperating with the military, the entire population becomes soldiers. Using his limited wisdom, Lu Dang quickly came up with a solution. Boss, I think we should approach the military in the mountain city and cooperate with them. Kaixia nodded in agreement. Yes, if we find the military, we can still have a lot of strength left. Su Yang tapped the table and said, finding the military isn't difficult, the challenge is gaining their trust. Think carefully about the background of this place. It's Earth year 2025, not Earth year 3025. That's a difference of 1,000 years. Do you think they will believe us? Even if we unleash the power of the Valkyrie, what if their first reaction isn't to defend against the monsters, but to target us? Everyone in the reed marshes was sweating. He's oversimplifying things. This is not surprising, after all, Valkyries and contractors are commonplace in this era. But in that era, where would contractors and Valkyries come from? These things simply don't exist in their eyes. Convincing them is not an easy task. Even if we unleash the power of the Valkyrie, the opponent might only consider it an isolated incident. They had no evidence to support the appearance of the monsters and giants. What should we do, boss? There was no way to deal with the reed marshes. This incident is clearly intended to allow them to protect the mountain city and then deal with the monsters and giants. The first wave of monsters was too numerous to handle alone, relying solely on the military was insufficient. Originally, the military decided to implement universal conscription only after many people had died. But by then it was too late. Besides, this is the college entrance examination, and things may not necessarily proceed as historically expected. 3 years is too long. The timeframe will likely be shortened here. Let's try contacting someone in the military first. If that doesn't work, then we'll have to act when the monsters attack the city. Under normal circumstances, military bases are located far from cities. But this place is different. The military base is located less than 10 kilometers from the city. This is the only place they can leave the city. Soon after, they arrived near the military base. It looks heavily guarded. It won't be easy to get in. Lu Dang glanced at it and said in a low voice. The chances of breaking in are slim. Doing so would only make the military see us as the enemy. So, just walk over there. Su Yang led them directly toward the military base, and soldiers spotted them from afar. This is a military base. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to approach. Please leave immediately. The sound was transmitted through the drone that flew over. They all knew what drones were, but in their time, they were only useful for exploration. It's completely useless in battle. Su Yang raised his head. We have important business to discuss and need to meet with your highest ranking person in charge. This matter concerns the life and death of everyone in the entire mountain town. If I am lying, I will accept any punishment. Upon hearing that it involved the life and death of everyone, the other party was momentarily undecided. After waiting for a while, a voice came from the other end. Come over here, undergo an inspection, and then we will take you inside. Do not make any unusual movements. There are 4 snipers nearby aiming at you. They walked right over and then searched them. They were very clean. There was nothing on them. Come with me. A soldier with a gun led them into a separate room. The 4 of them sat down and began to wait. Su Yang had thought that, judging from the other party's behavior, he would have to keep them waiting for at least a few hours to wear down their arrogance. A few minutes later, a man dressed as a general walked in. The other person walked steadily, with deep, unfathomable eyes, and an aura of authority that commanded respect without anger. He sat directly opposite the 4 men and got straight to the point. I am Tan Zhangyang, the commander-in-chief here. My men told me that you have something to tell me about that concerns the safety of everyone in the entire mountain city. Now you can speak. Su Yang nodded slightly and said, Commander Tan, do you believe in the existence of supernatural forces in this world? Tan Zhengyang frowned. As soon as the other person opened his mouth, he felt that the other person might be a liar. Only a con artist's beginning is so extraordinary. But as a commander, he wouldn't just turn around and leave because of a single sentence. At the very least, we need to know whether these people are simply unruly or being instructed by someone. I only trust the gun in my hand. It was answered in one sentence, yet it was also not an answer. Su Yang knew that this was enough. Schwer, let Commander Tan see your Valkyrie form. Ling Schwer stood up, and the guards behind Tan Zhengyang gripped their guns, ready to fire at any moment. Then they heard a clear, cold voice. Arm up. A suit of armor, tinged with ice blue and a hint of fiery red, appeared out of thin air on Ling Schwer's body. The scene was so sudden that the two guards behind Tan Zhengyang instinctively thought that the other party had made a move. He pointed the gun directly at her, ready to fire. But Tan Zhengyang could see it clearly, the armor covering his entire body appeared in an instant. This isn't magic, it's sorcery. They couldn't possibly hide these things during an inspection, and the various testing equipment wasn't just for show. Thinking back to what Su Yang had just said, Tan Zhengyang had an idea. Could it be that they have mastered supernatural powers? Stop. Tan Zhengyang raised his hand, and the guards behind him immediately lowered their weapons. This action had become ingrained in their instincts. Tan Zhengyang stared intently at the armor on Ling Schwer's body, and he couldn't help but ask, what is this? This is the armor that the Valkyrie possesses after awakening. It is one of the Valkyrie's powers. Su Yang explained. Valkyrie? Is that what she's called, a woman with supernatural powers? Tan Zhengyang seemed to realize something and looked at Kaixia. She's also a Valkyrie? You actually have a systematic title for her? It's important to understand that something that has just been born can't have a fixed and systematic name. Once a systematic name is given, it means that this power has formed a system. Kaixia stood up and completed her armored maneuver as well. Looking at the two Valkyries who looked different, Tan Zhengyang fell into deep thought. The two guards behind him stared wide-eyed, but dared not utter a single word. Su Yang didn't speak. He wanted to give the other person time to digest and absorb the information. After a long pause, Tan Zhengyang spoke up. You told me about the existence of the Valkyrie, which should just be a prelude, right? Having this power, and yet you mentioned the safety of everyone in the mountain city, can I assume that? Is this incident that endangered the mountain city also related to supernatural forces? Su Yang had long known that the person in charge of such a large military base was definitely not an ordinary person. As long as you give the other party the slightest clue, you can detect something. That was also his purpose. He only needs to show it and let the other person make their own associations. Sometimes, no matter how much you say, it's better to let the other person fill in the blanks themselves. Su Yang smiled slightly and said nothing more. After all, how would he explain if he revealed the matter of the demon beast? Does he mean he can predict the future? This thing is the most unreliable. It's very easy for it to be tested in various ways. But it was Su Yang's appearance that made Tan Zhengyang think of many things. Unless faced with some kind of crisis, these people with supernatural powers would not voluntarily reveal themselves. This means that the crisis is very serious. It was so large that even they couldn't bear it. Mr. Su, perhaps we can cooperate. Tan Zhengyang took the initiative to speak. Cooperation is no problem, but before that, I would like to ask Commander Tan to do something. Contact other bases and see if it's possible. Tan Zhengyang didn't understand what Su Yang meant by asking if they could contact other bases. This is a military satellite. How could it be unable to make contact? But Su Yang has shown supernatural power, so Tan Zhengyang doesn't mind giving it a try. He dismissed the guards behind him, and they returned a few minutes later. He looked flustered and whispered something in his ear. Tan Zhengyang's expression changed. Unable to contact the outside world? How is that possible? But the guards wouldn't lie to him. It was all true. His gaze fell on Su Yang. Mr. Su, do you know something? Su Yang deliberately sighed. It looks like disaster is coming. I don't know the specifics of this disaster, but it has affected everyone in the city. I worry that even with the military's current capabilities, it may not be able to protect everyone. That's enough. Any smart person will understand what he means. It's obvious that Tan Zhengyang is a smart man. How can we protect everyone? There is only one answer. The whole nation is a soldier. But what if nothing happens once this order is given? He's really done sitting in his position as commander-in-chief. The atmosphere in the room was heavy, even breathing could be faintly heard. After thinking for a while, Tan Zhengyang decisively issued the order. From this moment forward, the mountain city will be under military control. Everyone must unconditionally accept orders from the military. Transfer all the firearms in the warehouse from top to bottom according to the different zones levels. I want to see the entire mountain city mobilized as soldiers in a single day. Su Yang's lips curled into a smile. He knew he had won his gamble. Lu Deng was utterly shocked. He witnessed firsthand how the big shot used his brain to make something that was difficult to accomplish so smoothly. If it were him, he simply couldn't do it. Wow, you're awesome. Voice cracks. That day, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded in the mountain town. Everyone stood still, their faces filled with confusion. Then a voice reached everyone's ears. The mountain city is now in a state of high alert. Everyone is requested to return to nearby buildings and not remain on the road. The entire city is about to be taken over by the military. Please do not panic. Leave everything to the military. The military will give everyone an explanation. Although the alarm sounded a bit of a panic among some people, the administrators, following orders from above, began to reassure everyone. They immediately went to nearby buildings, and soon after, armored vehicles and tanks appeared on the streets. A somber atmosphere pervaded the area. Chapter 41, Confronting the Monsters, a battle for the entire city. What happened? Why is the whole city on high alert? Has another country attacked? That can't be right. This isn't the border. Even if there were to be a war, they wouldn't attack here first, would they? This commotion is so big, I suspect that aliens are about to appear. Never mind, just trust the military and we'll wait and see. The vast majority of people chose to believe the military, even those who did not and wanted to flee overnight. They were immediately taken into military control and tied up on the spot. The more critical the moment, the less room there is for chaos to occur. If it were just a matter of being on guard, that would be fine, but once the whole city quieted down, the military did something that shocked everyone. That means giving them guns. Holy crap! What the hell? The whole nation is mobilized? It's gotten to this point? I never thought I'd get to hold a gun one day, but my hands are shaking a bit. What should I do? If I have the truth in my hands, I dare to fight even if aliens appeared in front of me. I never thought I'd be fighting aliens one day. Each person who received a gun had a different expression. Some people looked indignant, while others sighed and lamented. But no matter who they were, they all obediently accepted the military's management. The military taught them how to fire and reload in the shortest possible way, with the most important thing being to avoid accidentally injuring their own people. The idea was that everyone was a soldier, so naturally children and the elderly couldn't get their hands on guns. Anyone between the ages of 18 and 50, regardless of gender, can obtain a gun, provided they do not have any illnesses or disabilities. A young man couldn't help but ask the soldier firing the gun, "Who exactly is our enemy?" The soldier said expressionlessly, "You'll know when the enemy appears. Now, receive your orders, recruits." Everyone is a new recruit once they pick up a weapon. In this eerie atmosphere, the military began to deploy throughout the city, dispersing everyone to various locations to prepare for an attack. Su Yang didn't know where the first wave of monsters would appear, so he could only distribute everyone throughout the city to defend against them. At this moment, a city with a population of several million was utterly silent. Everyone swallowed hard, waiting for the enemy to appear. At first, many people didn't believe in aliens or anything like that, but now they've chosen to believe. With this setup, what else could it be used to deal with besides aliens? Time passed by, and the surroundings remained quiet. But just then, a huge roar echoed throughout the entire mountain town. Monsters! It's here! These monsters appeared on the streets suddenly, like spawning in a game. A small number of them appear inside buildings. Tan Zhengyang had been keeping a close eye on all parts of the mountain city, and his pupils contracted the instant those monsters appeared. The sound burst forth from his throat and was broadcast everywhere. Fire! At that moment, the mountain city erupted in the roar of firearms. Da-da-day! Boom boom boom! Monsters appeared everywhere, and they were utterly shocked when they saw them. Is this really something that would exist on Earth? Most people were in a daze, but a very small number of them had bloodshot eyes and were firing their guns with all their might. These are all creatures that do not exist on Earth. Comparable to aliens. It's so awesome that they can actually fire their own guns at these things one day. They felt they could die without regrets. The monsters appeared suddenly, but the humans opened fire in a timely manner. All the guns were aimed at the monsters, but there were so many that aiming was unnecessary. Although firearms can only do limited damage to monsters, they will eventually die if there are enough of them. Not long after the firing began, the first monster was killed by gunfire. This monster is a wolf, and it looks to be 2 meters long. The weight of the bullets on its body is estimated to be close to its body weight. Seeing the monsters suffer casualties, Tan Zhengyang felt relieved. His biggest worry was that the enemy was too strong, rendering even firearms useless. Fortunately, it wasn't that exaggerated. Mr. Su, is this the enemy you mentioned? He doesn't seem like much. Before he could finish speaking, he saw this scene. A gigantic, dinosaur-like monster raised its massive foot and stomped hard on the tank. The heavily armored tank was unable to withstand the force of the enemy, emitting a metallic creaking sound that made one's teeth ache. The driver inside stepped on the gas, trying to get away from the other party, but the ground was already radiating heat from friction. The tank remained completely still. Finally, the giant foot stomped directly on the tank from the middle, causing it to cave in. The tank stopped moving. This is impossible. What kind of monster is that? Tan Zhengyang found it hard to believe that was currently the most mainstream tank in China, whose armor alone could withstand artillery bombardment. In the end, it was actually crushed by the foot of a monster? There are also differences in strength among the monsters. Weak monsters can still be effectively attacked by firearms, but powerful monsters will either use stronger weapons, such as missiles. Either we have to send a powerful Valkyrie to take action. Su Yang knew that it was time for Ling Xuer to make her move. She doesn't need to waste her energy dealing with the weaker monsters. What she needs to do or deal with the powerful monsters that ordinary firearms can't handle. Xuer, go. Ling Xuer nodded. Lu Dang clenched his fist. Kaixia, you go too. But you need to be careful to protect yourself. His Valkyrie may not have the strength of the powerful Ling Xuer, but she is still much stronger than an ordinary person with a gun. Dealing with weak monsters is not a problem. Ling Xuer spread her wings and charged into the battlefield with Kaixia in her arms. Explosions echoed throughout the city, accompanied by the roars of monsters and the screams of humans. In any war, there will be casualties. The death toll from the fighting has now exceeded 10,000. In other words, the number of deaths is spread across various places, so it may not seem like a large number. Ordinary people would die in a single encounter with a monster. The monsters were indeed stunned at first, but once they came to their senses, they only needed to dodge the attacks of firearms. Humans are no match for them. Su Chao is a player who enjoys playing FPS games. He spends his days sitting in front of the computer playing these games. He never imagined that one day he would be able to hold a gun in real life and fight against monsters that were very similar to those in the game. This designation was leaked by the military. Demon Beast, that's a fitting name, but is this thing definitely not a boss? After firing a magazine, Su Chao hid behind the wall and quickly reloaded. Thanks to his extensive gaming experience, he can reload faster than the average person. The monsters in the game are easy to kill. You can wipe out a whole group at once. In reality, even a minor monster they encounter is equivalent to a boss in a game. He witnessed firsthand how a monster, riddled with bullet holes, still survived. It's too difficult to completely kill the monster. Roughly estimated, this monster's health is less than 30% left. Keep attacking, and we have a chance to take it down. He silently recited the command for a moment, then stood up and continued firing. The monsters below were frantically tearing at a corpse, which was no longer recognizable as human. The monster's teeth are harder than steel. With a single bite, a human body is torn to shreds. Their bullets only caused the monsters pain when they hit them. As the battle raged, Su Chao noticed that the monsters below were suddenly looking in his direction. Not good. Su Chao's expression changed drastically. He knew he was being watched. Is it because his accuracy is so good that he's the one who fires most of the bullets? He quickly moved away from the wall, and a few seconds later the wall exploded. This ape-like monster was holding a person in its hand and grinning at him. Su Chao knew he was doomed. The person held in the hands of the ape-like monster kept vomiting blood, which contained fragments of internal organs. He was not far from death. Damn it! Even if I die, I'll die standing up. Su Chao's gaze was cold. He decisively picked up his gun, aimed it at the monster, and fired. The monster was furious. It could sense that this human had shot it the most. Humanity deserves to die. The monster threw a punch at Su Chao, who waited for his death with a bitter smile on his lips. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Don't give up hope. Kai Xia appeared here and directly blocked the monster's fist with her long staff. Su Chao was dumbfounded. It's one thing for monsters to appear, but now even extraordinary humans have appeared? Is the world not at all what he saw? Although Kai Xia's strength wasn't particularly high, it was still considerably greater than that of the demonic beasts. In just a few moves, she killed the ape-like monster with her long staff. She glanced at the person in the monster's hand and shook her head helplessly. The person's internal organs were completely shattered. No one could save them. Be careful. Kai Xia gave some instructions and then turned to help the others. She and Ling Xuer split up into two groups. Ling Xuer was responsible for dealing with the powerful monsters on the street, but she was responsible for dealing with the monsters mixed in with the buildings. Watching Kai Xia's departing figure, Su Chao couldn't help but call out, "Who are you?" Kai Xia disappeared without a trace, leaving only one sentence behind. Valkyrie. The fighting inside the building wasn't particularly intense. The most intense fighting still took place on the streets, all of which were handled by the military. The military has already suffered considerable losses. Although their main battle tanks have enough firepower to damage and kill the monsters, they will eventually be destroyed if the monsters get close. Those monsters were so terrifying that any human who touched them would die. Inside a tank, two soldiers' faces were filled with despair. Their tank was overturned by a monster. This made them stare in shock. Tanks weigh tens of tons, how could this possibly overturn them? The overturned tank was no longer capable of fighting, and the two of them could only wait to die. Just when they were in despair, a clear, cold voice reached their ears. Frozen. 10,000 miles. Click, 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 click. The sound of countless layers of ice rapidly freezing reached their ears clearly at that moment. Chapter 42 Missile Barrage, Powerful Monster Appears. Those who were firing shots inside the building witnessed the most unbelievable scene of their lives. A young woman with wings on her back, dressed in dazzling armor, suddenly let out a soft shout. In an instant, countless layers of ice suddenly appeared on the ground centered on her. The ice climbed onto the monsters' bodies, freezing them into blocks of ice. The most amazing thing is that these ice layers recognize people. It only deals with monsters and does not harm any ordinary people. Finally, the ice stopped. Within a radius of 1 kilometer, all the monsters were turned into ice sculptures. Ling Xuer landed next to the overturned tank amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd. What is she going to do? Someone murmured. No one answered him, but Ling Xuer showed him the truth. Ling Xuer grabbed the sides of the tank with both hands and lifted it up. Holy crap! Everyone gasped in surprise. After all, it's amazing that a girl who looks petite and cute suddenly displayed strength comparable to Superman. It completely shocked everyone. She gently placed the tank on the ground, leaving the soldiers inside completely bewildered. They could certainly feel the tank being positioned correctly, but the question was, who brought the crane over at that moment? And why is it so quiet outside? They exchanged a glance and decided to open the lid to see what was outside. Upon opening it, the imagined monster did not appear. They saw that the surrounding area was a world of ice and snow. The two of them gaped, almost thinking they had traveled back in time. Is this still in China? Where did they go? In a short period of time, many people learned about one thing. That means two Valkyries are helping them fight the monsters. One of the powerful Valkyries has wings on her back, allowing her to fly and support anywhere. The other one, though slightly weaker, kept killing monsters in various buildings and saving many people. Although the number of monsters is still large, humanity can see a glimmer of hope. The first day of fighting lasted from daytime until late at night. The monsters seemed to dislike fighting in the dark. They retreated to remote places, giving humans a chance to catch their breath. Commander, according to incomplete statistics, the death toll today has exceeded 50,000, even with the assistance of the two Valkyries. Without these two, the death toll would have increased by at least 10,000. The guard handed some data to Tan Zhangyang. His eyes were bloodshot. He had to command battles in many places that day, which had taken a toll on his energy. The death toll was much better than he had imagined. The number of monsters that appeared that day was at least close to 100,000. Even if they are scattered in different places, ordinary people would find it difficult to kill them with firearms. The only way to kill them is by sheer numbers. This was even after they had made ample preparations. He had someone conduct an analysis and simulation, depicting a sudden attack by a monster without any prior warning. The number of casualties on the first day reached as high as 1 million. It can be said that Su Yang and his companions are truly the saviors of the mountain city. I am not a savior. I also want to save more people, but I am powerless to do so. Su Yang shook his head. Even though Ling Xuer can fly around, she still can't help every place. She remembered clearly that the 2 soldiers inside the tank she had straightened earlier still died in battle. No matter what kind of war it is, they are always at the forefront. This was the first time she had experienced the cruelty of war. Lu Deng and Kai Xia stood to the side, their expressions much more solemn. I used to think that no matter how strong monsters were, they couldn't possibly be stronger than humans. Now I realize that once the number of monsters increases, without enough Valkyries, humans really are no match. The Reed sighed. After a day of fighting, he truly realized the threat posed by the monsters. This is not real history. The monsters gave humanity a chance to catch its breath. Throughout history, human battles have never ceased. Tan Zhengyang said solemnly, I want to thank you all for your help. Without you, I don't know what the mountain city would be like now. I plan to launch a surprise attack under the cover of night, but I need to give the people of the mountain city some time to rest. The missile will be launched around 4 a.m. Ordinary firearms cannot easily kill monsters, but what about more powerful firearms? If nuclear weapons weren't so powerful and had such severe side effects, he would have wanted to launch them directly. This thing is the most advanced weapon humanity has ever made, bar none. This is a good plan. Let's take advantage of them being gathered together and eliminate a portion of them. Su Yang agreed to the plan. The night was still, and the mountain town returned to tranquility, with only a faint smell of gunpowder lingering in the air. Many people have no time to grieve. They know that a new war may break out before dawn. All they could do was recover their strength as quickly as possible and prepare for battle. Su Chao kept thinking about the Valkyrie who had saved him during the day. Through some information from the military, he also learned what kind of being the Valkyrie was. There are only 2 Valkyries, and the one who saved him was one of them. The reason the military made the plan for universal conscription ahead of schedule was because one of the Valkyrie's partners, a contractor, told the military commander. That's why the subsequent actions took place. Many people felt very grateful to the other party after learning the truth. After all, it wasn't the other side who told the military that once the monsters appeared, the mountain city would probably be doomed. They had guns and many people died if they were unarmed. Wouldn't they be completely finished? At that point, they'll probably have no other option but to feed the monsters with their own corpses. How are Valkyries created? I wish we could have Valkyries too. Holding the gun, Su Chao drifted off to sleep with a hint of doubt in his eyes. 4 o'clock in the morning. The military launched a large number of missiles directly at the location of the monster. A series of explosions woke up people who were still asleep. Holy crap! Is this the missile the military was talking about? It looks amazing. With so many missiles, they should be able to kill the monster, right? I don't know, the monster's body is too tough, bullets can't easily penetrate it. I even suspect that if there weren't so many people here, the military would have wanted to launch a nuclear weapon directly. As the missile bombardment ended, a tremendous roar echoed throughout the entire mountain town. Roar! Some people who were nearby saw a monster that was about 50 meters tall and looked like a tiger. He stood up from the area that had been bombed. Its gaze was incredibly fierce. Some people trembled as soon as they saw it. Its fur was glossy and shiny, as if it could shoot anything. Most importantly, it has a mouthful of sharp teeth. With one bite, it can crush a tall building in front of it. Hiss! What a huge monster! Tan Zhengyang's expression changed. The largest of the previous monsters was only about 10 meters long. Ling Xuer was responsible for resolving all of these issues. The 50-meter-tall monster that appeared this time was even more exaggerated than the previous ones. What kind of monster is this? Continue launching missiles, we can't let it enter the residential area. With the order given, the missiles continued to be launched. At this moment, they finally saw clearly how the giant monster dealt with the missiles. The tiger-like monster didn't make a move, and the missiles were deflected the moment they touched it. This was something no one could have imagined. A tiger's fur could even launch a missile. The most amazing thing is that they couldn't even remotely control the explosion. The missiles lost control as they approached the tiger monster and were deflected. All the missiles were completely ineffective. This is troublesome. Tan Zhengyang's face was grim as he pondered what other methods he could use to deal with the tiger monster. Su Yang knew that it was time for Schwer to make her appearance. Commander Tan, leave this monster to me. Our purpose in coming here is to deal with them. Tan Zhengyang looked at Su Yang, then glanced at Ling Schwer. He knew that Ling Schwer was in charge of the battle, but Su Yang was the dominant figure in their relationship, which made him unclear about the relationship between the contractor and the Valkyrie for a while. Logically, shouldn't powerful Valkyries be in the dominant position? Can Miss Ling handle such a large monster? This is different from the monsters we saw during the day. This one is much bigger and stronger, practically a mobile fortress. Ling Schwer nodded slightly, her face radiating confidence. I'll take care of it. She went outside, soared into the sky, and her figure quickly disappeared from the spot. Valkyrie, what a wondrous existence. I wonder if more Valkyries will appear in the future. Tan Zhengyang murmured. Upon hearing this, Su Yang's expression shifted. The origin of the Valkyries is unknown. He was very interested in this when he was in school. But no one could answer his questions, just as if the Valkyrie had suddenly appeared. If the birth of the Valkyries is related to this era, then it's not surprising. If this place weren't special, why would the college entrance examination choose this place as an unexpected surprise? At this time, the other candidates were all trying their best to eliminate the others. Only he is here, striving to bring about an unexpected surprise. Perhaps we can learn some hidden secrets through this opportunity. Ling Schwer quickly arrived near the tiger monster. This was not the first time she had faced an enemy whose size far exceeded her own. The boss that once guarded the forest was also enormous. But in the end, he died at her hands. She took out the ice sword and casually placed it in her hand. The tiger-like monster seemed to have noticed her as an uninvited guest, its huge eyes fixed on her. At this point, the military used live streaming to transmit the footage to everyone's mobile phones. He wanted everyone to see the Valkyrie fighting the monsters for them. This is too dangerous. How can we let the Valkyrie take such a risk? What is the military doing? Launching missiles? Sending Valkyries over? The Valkyrie is too small compared to the demon beasts. May all the gods and Buddhas protect her. The Valkyrie must not be harmed. Everyone was praying for Ling Schwer, but Ling Schwer's gaze towards the demon beast carried a hint of fervor. Such a big thing should last a while, right? Chapter 43. Do you want to have a large number of Valkyries? All eyes were fixed on Ling Schwer in the sky. Lu Deng thought to himself, is the boss too confident? Such a big guy, and the Valkyrie just charged up like that? But when Ling Schwer made her move, his eyes widened. Facing the tiger-like demon beast, Ling Schwer didn't waste any words and immediately started fighting. Freeze! Endless frost appeared from the ground, climbing up the tiger-like monster's body relentlessly. The tiger-like monster sensed something was wrong and began to move. Roar! With a roar, the sound waves shattered all the glass within a radius of several kilometers. The buildings closer to the site are even more dilapidated. The frost that was originally climbing on it slowed down considerably, but it was still climbing. The tiger-like monster was very displeased. It shook its entire body, sending all the frost flying. Ling Schwer saw that the tiger demon's fur had served its purpose. It was just a probing move, yet it took the tiger demon 2 moves to defeat it. Their strength is just so-so. If we can't freeze them into ice sculptures, then we'll just let them be covered by ice and snow. Ling Schwer raised the ice sword in her hand, and an ice phoenix soared into the sky, spreading its wings and flying high in the air. Holy crap! That's a phoenix? Dad, I've made it big. I actually saw a real phoenix. Many people exclaimed in surprise. The tiger-like monster sensed a tremendous threat. Its fur stood on end, and it let out a threatening growl. The ice phoenix flapped its wings, and a blizzard suddenly descended. Countless snowflakes, like an avalanche, fell from the sky and crashed down on the tiger-like monster. The tiger-like monster immediately used its power to try and deflect the blizzard back. But it seems to have overlooked one thing. Its fur is not capable of deflecting all attacks. It cannot reflect such a large-scale, continuous attack. In a short while, the tiger monster's body was buried by snowflakes, and its previous appearance was completely unrecognizable. Lu Deng excitedly pumped his fist. Ling Schwer is amazing. Kai Xia's eyes were full of envy. As an E-rank Valkyrie, she dreamed of becoming a powerful Valkyrie. Unfortunately, being only an E-rank Valkyrie meant her achievements were destined to fall short of those of the other Valkyries. However, there is a real-world example right before our eyes. Ling Xuer was once an E-level. Now, she is the center of attention, dazzlingly beautiful. I really want to be a Valkyrie like her. Kai Xia murmured. Tan Zhengyang realized for the first time that the Valkyrie's power was greater than he had imagined. Such a huge tiger monster rendered modern weapons almost useless. When facing the Valkyrie, they are as weak as ordinary monsters. Is this the power of the Valkyrie? If everyone had a Valkyrie, that would be wonderful. Ling Xuer wasted no time. While the tiger was covered in snow and unable to move, the ice sword in her hand suddenly grew larger. It instantly transformed into a 50-meter-long sword. A single sword strike. The tiger-like monster's body was split in two. Witnessing the death of the enormous monster firsthand had an incredibly shocking effect on the people of the mountain city. Everyone was cheering, as if they had won a battle. In any war, it is necessary to rely on one or two victories to stabilize morale. This was also Tan Xingyang's purpose. Too many people died during the day. Valkyrie! Valkyrie! People nearby rushed out and shouted at Ling Xuer in the sky. Their appearance was comparable to that of religious believers, and they were all fanatical believers. Ling Xuer sheathed her ice sword, nodded slightly to the people below, and then flew away. Tan Zhengyang immediately sent people to the location of the tiger monster's corpse and removed it. The corpses of the monsters have great research value, and he is eager to know what these monsters were. Why are they so physically powerful, and why can they use some strange abilities? If we can study them and enable humans to use supernatural powers, then humanity will have a real power to resist. Commander Tan, there's something I forgot to mention. Not all monsters are edible, some are poisonous. Su Yan offered a reminder. Ordinary people can strengthen their bodies by eating the flesh of demonic beasts, but they cannot gain any power. Lu Dang was well aware of this, and he nodded and said, "The boss is right. It's impossible to research anything from demonic beasts." Tan Zhengyang did not refute it. Research was definitely necessary, but he knew the other party meant well. I will share the edible monster meat with them. At least with a strong body, they will be able to run faster. Dawn is not far off, a new battle is about to begin. Sure enough, at dawn, the surviving monsters launched another attack on the humans. The people of the mountain city were well prepared. The battle began a new day. Xuer, how are you feeling? Su Yang asked. The consumption wasn't high, and it shouldn't take too long to deal with the remaining monsters. What I'm more worried about is the giants that will appear later. I don't know how many there will be. Ling Xuer frowned slightly. The giants behind them were the biggest problem. Su Yang reached out and gently pinched her nose, smiling as he said, "What's there to worry about? At worst, we can just give up the college entrance exam and go back home. You're a Valkyrie who has undergone hidden evolution. Getting into any university is just a matter of a word for you." Ling Xuer thought about it and realized that it made sense. A smile returned to her face. The number of monsters is still large, and they are rampaging in various parts of the city. People die every minute, and humans have lost all fear when facing monsters. Because they knew that someone would avenge them. The Valkyries will also intervene. The battle lasted for a week, and the monsters were finally almost all killed, with only a few scattered monsters still putting up a fight. It can be said that this war can basically be declared a victory. Tan Xingyang's face showed a hint of excitement. The life or death crisis that once gripped the mountain city is finally over. He was about to tell Su Yang the good news when he saw that Su Yang's face showed no joy. "Mr. Su, the war is over, but you seem unhappy?" Tan Zhengyang didn't quite understand. Su Yang sighed and said in a heavy tone, "Commander Tan, the war is not over yet." "What?" Tan Zhengyang's expression changed. "Will there be more monsters appearing later?" The fighting this past week has resulted in over 100,000 deaths and countless injuries in the entire mountain city. If a second wave of monsters appears, the people of the mountain city will be in real trouble. Su Yang shook his head. If it were just a demonic beast, that would be fine. These words made Tan Xingyang's heart sink. A completely new enemy that can't even compare to a monster? How do we deal with this? Even ordinary people armed with firearms would find it difficult to fight against ordinary monsters. Is there going to be an even more powerful enemy appearing later? If he weren't the commander, he would have been cursing. This leaves them no way to survive. Who is the enemy? Tan Zhengyang took a deep breath and asked directly. no matter what the enemy is or what they look like. The people of this mountain city will never give in. Either all the enemies are wiped out, or they are all wiped out. There is no third possibility. At this point, Tan Zhangyang completely trusted them, and Su Yang was no longer ambiguous this time. The enemy that appeared this time is called the giant race. As the name suggests, the entire enemy race is composed of giants. The average height is around 100 meters, and the body's defenses are incredibly strong. The bullets can't even penetrate their defenses. I'm afraid even tank shells can barely penetrate the armor, but they can't kill it at all. The missiles should be able to cause some damage, but how many missiles do you have left? Tan Zhangyang was completely stunned. What kind of enemy is this? It is enormous in size and has incredible defense. Even without any special power, this body alone is enough to destroy everything in the city. Are they really facing such a terrifying enemy? The people of the mountain city simply could not resist such an enemy. Is relying solely on Valkyries? Tan Zhangyang's face was very grim. He didn't know how to protect everyone in the city. Su Yan knew that only he and Schwer could participate in the upcoming battle. But Schwer was alone, and Kai Xiao was useless in the following battles. Her strength was still too weak. Unless there will be many more companions here. Su Yang's eyes lit up. He had come up with a solution. I don't know if it will work, but this isn't real life. Even if it causes a huge uproar, so what? He stared intently at Tan Zhangyang, his gaze so intense that Tan Zhangyang dared not look him in the eye. Mr. Su, what's going on? Commander Tan, would you like to have a large number of Valkyries? Tan Zhangyang's eyes lit up, and he stood up immediately. Is this really okay? Su Yang nodded. Of course, it will take some time, but we should have some time before the giants arrive. Tan Zhangyang asked impatiently, then what do I need to do? It's very simple. I'll split into 2 groups with Lu Dang, and you can have people line up in advance. We are responsible for testing whether men have the qualifications of a contractor, while Schwer and Kai Xiao test whether women have the qualifications of a Valkyrie. As long as there are contractors and Valkyries, this can be done. Without saying a word, Tan Zhangyang began to issue orders. The news quickly spread throughout the entire mountain town, and they jumped up excitedly. What? I also have a chance to become a Valkyrie? Is this some kind of joke? I am the man destined to become a contractor. Valkyrie, I'm going to have you. I am the Valkyrie's dog. Woof woof. Everyone was overjoyed and had already lined up, waiting for their arrival. Su Yang and Ling Schwer arrived at the first place, where they split into 2 teams. On one side are adult men, and on the other side are adult women. Su Yang came to the front of the line. At the very front was a boy wearing glasses who looked a little shy. Hello? I want to become a contractor. The other person's voice was a little soft, but their eyes were very firm. He knew that only by becoming a contractor and partnering with the Valkyrie could he save the mountain city. Don't be nervous, put your hand out, I'll help you with the test. Chapter 44 All City Valkyries vs. Giants. The boy extends his right hand, palm up. A piece of parchment appeared in front of Su Yang. The parchment emitted some light, which fell into the boy's hand. A smaller parchment slowly appeared in his palm and then disappeared. Congratulations, you are qualified to become a contractor. Next. The boy jumped up and shouted, Ha, I did it. Ling Schwer's side also got off to a great start, with the first person already possessing the potential to become a Valkyrie. This led those who followed to believe that they were certain of success. Unfortunately, even in reality, only a minority of people possess the qualifications of a contractor Valkyrie. Among humans, the proportion of contractor Valkyries in the total population is only about 10%. The fact that many people were unqualified in the next round caused the morale of those who followed to plummet. However, Su Yang soon discovered something. The proportion of qualified people here seems to be much higher than in reality. It's close to 30%. Why is that? Su Yang suddenly thought of something. Monster meat. For the entire week, everyone had monster meat to eat every day. There were many of those monsters, and they were very large, enough for everyone in the city to share. If you ask Su Yan what the difference is between the people here and people in real life, this is the only thing he can think of. Monster meat can actually increase the proportion of Valkyries and contractors? Logically, this kind of thing should be easy to discover, but in reality, no one has said that monster meat can increase this probability. Monster meat is not popular in reality. Most people still eat various kinds of farmed meat. Su Yang squinted, wondering what the problem was. He just doesn't know it now, but he'll find out what's going on when he has the chance. They were very fast, testing area by area. Those who were qualified were sent to a separate place. After the day ended, they came here. At this point, nearly 1,000 people had gathered here. The ratio of contractors to Valkyries is close to 1 to 1. Su Yang stood on the high platform, looking down at the group of newcomers. He was once just a newcomer, just like these other people. But things are different now. He has become a mentor to so many newcomers. Everyone, you already have the basic qualifications. There is only one thing you need to do next. Find those you like, form a team, and make a pact. In this way, you will be able to activate your own power. But I must tell you, the Valkyrie is an invincible spear, and the contractor is the Valkyrie's most powerful shield. Both of you are indispensable. Su Yang told them everything about the Valkyrie and the contractors. If I didn't say this, some people would really die if they chose to go solo. He remembered that once, in order to make everyone realize the seriousness of the matter, the teacher played a video of a Valkyrie without a contractor. The consequences of using that power were terrifying, even if the scene were blurred. Seeing Su Yang speaking so seriously, the people below listened attentively. Subsequently, both sides began searching for partners they found compatible. It was purely based on first impressions, the kind that happens at first sight. At this time, handsome men and beautiful women are always the most popular. After a period of time, most people found their partners. A few people were not found, either because they didn't click with the person or because the number of people on both sides was not equal. These people can only wait for new people to appear tomorrow and continue searching for their partners. Now, all contractors who have found their partners, please extend your right hand. All contractors simultaneously extended their right hands. Close your eyes and imagine a piece of parchment in front of you with your name written on it. In an instant, the arena was filled with dazzling light. Before each contractor appeared a blank parchment. His name slowly appeared on it. As if by instinct, the Valkyries reached out and touched the parchment. The Valkyrie's name appeared instantly above. Then the parchment disappeared, and both parties could feel that they had become connected with each other. Very good, the contract is over. Now, all Valkyries, please follow the Valkyries beside me and do the same. Ling Xuer took a step forward and shouted. All Valkyries, get ready and shout with me. Arm up. All the Valkyries shouted in unison. Arm up. In an instant, countless lights flashed. Various forms of armor appeared out of thin air on the bodies of a group of Valkyries. They looked curiously at the armor on their bodies and felt the power they possessed. This place became a sea of joy. Tan Zhengyang witnessed this scene with his own eyes, and he was so excited that he trembled. He was lucky his wife happened to possess the qualities of a Valkyrie and became one. He was both happy and sad. Because once you become a Valkyrie, you have to go to the battlefield. But the next enemy is the giants. Will they survive after entering the battlefield? Su Yang looked around and found that among these Valkyries, only one had the highest potential, and there were very few at the B level. All others are grade C or below. Unfortunately, there was no time or place for them to level up. Otherwise, a city's Valkyries might actually have a chance to wipe out the entire giant race. For the next few days, they did the same thing every day. On this day, hundreds of thousands of Valkyries were scattered throughout the city. They have become familiar with their own strength and are fully prepared to fight the enemy. Su Yang had told them the enemy's identity, but none of them were afraid. Their eyes already held the will to die. They weren't afraid of dying. What they feared was dying without killing the enemy. It is estimated that the giants will arrive in the next few days. I don't know if we can get through this. Looking at the many Valkyries in the scene, Lu Deng's eyes held a trace of sadness. Because he knew that once the giants descended, how many of these Valkyries would survive? Even if we disregard them, if Kai Xiao were to go up there, she would still face a near certain death. The only one capable of resisting the giants is probably the great Ling Xuer. Everyone was waiting for the giants to appear. The Valkyrie's hand, gripping her greatsword tightly, was sweating. There was complete silence, and then a sound like a thunderclap resounded throughout the city. They all saw it, a gigantic figure that seemed to span the world. It descended directly into the city. Wa'ada! The city alarm sounded, and everyone immediately went into combat mode. War has begun again. Target confirmed, giants, number 12. They are scattered in different places. All the Valkyries must do their utmost to stop the giants, and preferably kill them. Helicopters and fighter jets depart in formation. No orders are required. Attack directly. The entire base was bustling with activity as Tan Zhangyang began issuing various orders. He looked at the giants in the picture, who were almost as tall as skyscrapers, and a look of horror flashed in his eyes. Are these giants? They're terrifying. Giants look similar to humans, except they have no skin, only muscle fibers. This makes them look very scary. The Valkyrie closest to the giants let out a roar upon discovering their presence. Enemy sights. All Valkyries, follow me. Charge. The Valkyrie, wielding a massive shield, charged forward without regard for the danger. Surrounding her were all melee Valkyries. Even at level 1, they showed no fear and faced the giants who were hundreds of meters tall. The giants seemed not to have seen them at all, and even if they had, they didn't care and simply started walking. Boom! Boom! With every step, the ground trembled and wailed. Some places even collapsed due to being stepped on. It's not surprising that the city's underground has long been hollowed out. The melee Valkyrie ran over frantically and started climbing up the giants' legs. Their target is the giants' heads. However, their large numbers seemed to attract the attention of the giants. The other party simply reached out and swatted at the flies repeatedly. Get out of the way! The Valkyrie roared, and the others immediately scattered in different directions to avoid her. Although their levels are not high, everyone has given their all. Some agile Valkyries took the opportunity to frantically move upwards. The giants were clearly displeased. Suddenly, it crouched down and then jumped up. That's right, a giant that's 100 meters tall can actually jump. The leading Valkyrie seemed to realize something, and her expression changed drastically. Everyone back off. Get away from the giant's body. After saying that, she jumped off the giant's leg. Most Valkyries succeeded, but a few still went so far as to kill the titans even faster. They didn't jump out. When the giant's body landed heavily on the ground, the enormous recoil force was directly transmitted to the Valkyries who were still on the giant's body. Puff! These Valkyries coughed up large amounts of blood, and their eyes quickly became unfocused. Such immense force shattered all the organs in their bodies. Even the Valkyrie couldn't withstand it. At the same time, where the contractors were, some people let out cries of grief. Their Valkyrie is dead. Although we already know that this war will be extremely brutal. The fact that the damage occurred so quickly still caused them great grief. Sir, I request permission to go into battle. My Valkyrie is dead. I'll make those bastards pay with their lives. A Valkyrie, a contractor who had died in battle, raised her hand with tears in her eyes and shouted to a soldier. The other party offered neither comfort nor objection. He said, "Go ahead, everything is ready for you outside." The other person casually wiped away their tears and walked out with a sharp look in their eyes. Behind him were the Valkyries who had died in battle. The Valkyrie is dead. I have no intention of explaining right and wrong anymore. Giants, prepare to die. At this moment, all the Valkyries and the giants engaged in their first battle. Helicopters and fighter jets in the sky aimed at the giants' heads and opened fire. Did-day. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless bullets and missiles flew toward the giants. Chapter 45. The king's orders must not be disobeyed. In this unknown place, a war against the giants has begun. The military unleashed all its weapons and bombarded the giants relentlessly. The Valkyries were fearless, climbing relentlessly to get closer to the giants' heads. Among all the Valkyries in the city, those with the ability to fly are extremely rare. Altogether, there were fewer than 100 people. These flying Valkyries were organized into a flight squadron, each armed with heavy weapons. Their primary target was the eyes of the giants. Without their eyes, giants would be unable to move freely. Go to hell! A flying Valkyrie, almost touching the giant's eyes, fired the rocket launcher in her hand. Boom! The giant's eyes were directly blown out. Roar! The giants let out painful screams. Even for giants, the eyes cannot be as defensively robust as other parts of the body. This attack only caused the giant pain. Its eyes were not yet broken. Continue. The others swarmed forward, launching rockets one after another, finally blasting the giant's eye apart. Blood splattered, and a painful roar echoed. The first step of the plan was successful. Proceed to the second step. Tan Zhangyang showed no joy and continued to issue orders. He knew very well that this was just the beginning. Only by annihilating all the giants can they survive. The Valkyries continued their attack, but they soon discovered something. Oh no! The giants' eyes are repairing themselves. The Valkyrie's voice trembled slightly. It can self-repair, which means that unless the giants are killed quickly. Otherwise, a temporary injury would have no effect on the giants. Tan Xingyang's expression changed. Continue attacking the eyes. All other units, pay attention and attack the giants' weak points. The flying Valkyries continued their attack on the eyes, but the blind giant began to attack indiscriminately, without any strategy or method. Almost every minute, a Valkyrie is killed in battle. Even when they died in battle, not one of them retreated a single step. From a distance, the Valkyries looked like a group of ants, using their small bodies to defeat the godlike giants. Kai Xia is facing a giant. Although her rank is slightly higher than the other Valkyries, her E-rank potential means that her actual combat power is even inferior to some Valkyries with high potential. But she still did not back down, and began to use her experience to command the Valkyries to attack. She knew very well that if she died, she would only return to reality. But the Valkyrie here is dead, truly dead. Attack! Attack! Kai Xia screamed at the top of her lungs, and her attack never stopped. Everyone gave their all at this moment, no one held back. The entire mountain city was completely transformed into 12 different battlefields. However, there was one difference: there were no large numbers of Valkyries there, nor were there any military weapons. Ling Xuer was the only one facing the giants. This is Su Yang's request. The presence of other people would only restrict Xuer's movements. Only when there are no friendly units can Xuer unleash her full power. Ling Xuer flapped her wings, bringing her to a point at eye level with the giants. The giant in front of her seemed to sense Ling Xuer's power and stopped in his tracks. For the first time, the giant spoke. "Powerful human, why are you here?" Ling Xuer's expression was indifferent as she said calmly, "Then why are you here?" The giants laughed, "Because our king requires us to do this." King? Ling Xuer recalled that her teacher seemed to have never mentioned that the giants had a king. Humans don't know much about the giants. This race is too powerful. Giants that appear on the battlefield are generally of a higher level. No one has ever seen the lower-ranking giants. She really wanted to bring this news back, but unfortunately, they would lose all memories of this place after the college entrance examination. Ling Xuer sighed softly, "This is human territory, let's leave." The king's command must not be disobeyed. When words fail, only battle escalates. The giant stretched out his hand and slapped towards Ling Xuer. Despite its enormous and bulky appearance, the giant's movements were not at all clumsy. This attack was very fast and ordinary Valkyrie might not be able to dodge it. But Ling Xuer didn't even try to avoid it. She simply said something indifferently. Ice wall. A massive ice wall appeared out of thin air, blocking the giant's hand. Bump! Ice shards scattered everywhere, and numerous cracks appeared on the ice wall. But the ice wall blocked it. The giant's hand didn't touch Ling Xuer at all. The giant's expression changed. It could sense the immense power contained within the other's body. But the attack had no effect, which surprised it. Ling Xuer was also testing her opponent's strength. After that attack, she had roughly figured it out. So your strength is nothing special after all. Ling Xuer exuded a chilling aura, and the surroundings quickly turned into a world of ice and snow. She didn't turn the giants' bodies into ice sculptures. Their enormous size would have taken a heavy toll on her. All she had to do was kill her opponent with minimal effort. 11 other giants awaited her elsewhere. The giants clearly felt that their movements were somewhat sluggish. Such a low-temperature environment has had a significant impact on it. It realized it couldn't continue like this. All it needed to do was kill the other party. The giant struck again, this time using both hands to slam down hard on Ling Xuer. Bump! The giant slammed its two hands together, creating a massive sonic boom that shook the surrounding buildings. But the giant sensed something was wrong, yet felt nothing at all. It opened its palm, and there was hardly any blood in its palm. Where did she go? Just as the giant was thinking this, Ling Xuer stood on top of the giant's head. She plunged the ice sword in her hand directly into the giant's head. Freeze! This move was the same one she used to deal with the Ice Cave boss. This time, however, she froze the giant's head. Giants are enormous, but without their heads, they are just as dead. As we all know, once brain cells are frozen, a person is essentially dead. The giants clearly sensed a crisis of death. It knew that if it didn't use its trump card, it would really die. Huff! The giant suddenly took a deep breath, and then an endless heat wave emanated from its entire body. Ling Xuer's gaze sharpened, and she flew away immediately. The parts of her body that had just been frozen were melted directly by these heat waves. A large amount of steam appeared around them, completely obscuring the giant's appearance. They actually have this move? Ling Xuer's expression remained unchanged. I originally wanted to defeat the opponent with minimal effort, but now it seems I'll have to expend more energy. The Ice Phoenix has descended. She raised her ice sword high, accompanied by a loud shout. The Ice Phoenix spreads its wings and appears. The moment it appeared, it flapped its wings, blowing away all the surrounding steam, and at the same time, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. These snowflakes fell on the giant, and surprisingly, they suppressed its heat wave. The giants kept releasing heat from their bodies, but it was to no avail. A hint of fear appeared in its eyes. What exactly are you? The giant's body heat decreased, making it difficult for it to move, and it ended up kneeling on the ground. It couldn't believe that such a powerful human could exist in such a weak human world. It could sense that the other party was human, not some other race. Ling Xuer's gaze was icy, and she pointed her ice sword at it. Human Valkyrie. The giant's eyes were full of confusion. What was a Valkyrie? I've never heard of it before. Ling Xuer wasted no time and rushed forward while the giant was at its weakest. A sword pierced its eye, and the power of the ice traveled directly through the ice sword into the giant's brain. The giant tried to stop it, but it had no strength left. The giant's other eye gradually lost focus, and his entire head was frozen. The first giant died at Ling Xuer's hands. She didn't linger and went straight to the next giant's location. This good news was relayed directly to everyone by Tan Zhangyang. Just now, Valkyrie Ling Xuer single-handedly killed a giant. This news was like a shot in the arm, instantly boosting everyone's spirits. They faced the giants in person and realized just how powerful they were. Most of the attacks landed on the giant, feeling like a tickle. While some attacks can cause damage, the Titan's body has a self-repairing function. The more they fought, the more confused they became. Can they really defeat the giants? But now, Ling Xuer is showing everyone with her achievements. Giants are not invincible. As Ling Xuer headed to the location of the second giant, they received a notice to leave and go to support other places. The Valkyries and soldiers suffered heavy losses, far exceeding those in the previous battles against the monsters. In just 10 minutes, the death toll had exceeded 10,000. Most of them were soldiers and ordinary people. The number of Valkyries who died was relatively small. No one knows how many people will survive after the battle ends. Su Chao's gaze was cold as he watched the giant relentlessly attack from afar. He was lucky enough to become a contractor and even contract his own Valkyrie. But not long after, his Valkyrie died in battle. In his grief and rage, he prepared to use his life to launch one last attack. He was strapped with many C4 bombs. That's right. As long as he gets close to the giant, he will detonate the explosives on his body, with the aim of blasting a piece of flesh out of the giant's body. It's difficult to attack a Titan from the outside, so what about from the inside? This was an idea from the military, and no one had implemented it before. But now, he's not the only one. Many people are prepared. They formed a suicide squad with the goal of blasting a hole in the giant's body so that the Valkyrie could rush in and wreak havoc. Chapter 46: Kill the giant at all costs. Time's up, let's go. Su Chao was carried on the back of an agile Valkyrie. This was the first time he had ever been carried by a woman. A girl who was clearly younger than him carried him on her back and walked on the ground in a complicated environment as if it were flat ground. This is the Valkyrie. Handsome, who else lives in your family? On the way, the Valkyrie asked him. My family lives in other cities, not here. I'm all alone here. Su Chao replied. Really? That's such a pity. Many people say that we Valkyries are the saviors of this city, but I have always believed that. Those who are brave enough to not be afraid of death are the true heroes. You are my hero. If I have the chance, I would love to talk to you. Su Chao's lips curled up slightly. There's no chance in this life, but maybe there will be in the next. Excuse me, I have to go now. The Valkyrie carried him to the belly of the giant, a hint of reluctance flashing in her eyes, but she still threw him there. Su Chao clearly saw that the Valkyrie said one last thing to him. See you in the next life. Su Chao smiled and decisively detonated the bombs covering his entire body. All the suicide squad members around him detonated at once. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of explosions occurred in one place. Before this, many Valkyries had focused their attacks here, which had weakened the defenses here considerably. A huge, bloody hole appeared in the giant's abdomen. A wound has appeared, Valkyrie strikes. Some of the Valkyries' eyes lit up when they saw it. They went directly into the wound and, together with the Valkyries outside, continued to cause destruction. The giant was incredibly frantic and panicked. It wanted to pull the worm that had burrowed into its body out. But what it pulled out wasn't the Valkyrie, but its own intestines. Everyone understands the principle of kicking a man when he's down. They gave their all, disregarding their own lives. After sacrificing the lives of thousands of Valkyries, the giant finally collapsed to the ground, unable to support his body any longer. Even so, it still did not die. The Valkyries aimed at its head and unleashed another barrage of attacks, finally killing the giant. "Ah, we've killed the giant." A Valkyrie covered in blood laughed maniacally. The other Valkyries cheered as well. Some injured people were rolling on the ground in pain because their laughter was too loud and aggravated their wounds. Tan Zhengyang immediately shared this good news with the others. This time, without Ling Xuer's help, they killed a giant using their own strength. Su Yang had been watching their battle the whole time. If it weren't for these Valkyries, it would be quite difficult for Xuer to take on 12 giants by herself. But now, with so many Valkyries, each giant has suffered considerable losses. This is a good thing for Xuer. In the scene, Ling Xuer is fighting the second giant. During the battle, she discovered that each giant was slightly different. The giants of the past were highly intelligent, but their other aspects were relatively average. This giant was not very intelligent, but he was extremely fast, much faster than the average giant. But to her, this speed was practically non-existent. Put. After a fierce battle, Ling Xuer plunged her ice sword directly into the giant's head, freezing it solid. "Secondly, we need to speed things up," Ling Xuer murmured. She knew that the faster she killed the giants, the fewer people would die. She never asked Su Yang how many people had died in the battle. That number must be quite astonishing. Ling Xuer soared into the sky to continue fighting the third giant. "Commander, we have killed 3 giants so far, but the Valkyrie's casualty rate is increasing," the guard reported to Tan Zhengyang. This is not surprising, as Valkyries are human too, only their power is greater than that of ordinary people. Even a Valkyrie's body can't withstand the intense combat. At this moment, a moment of carelessness could lead to being killed by a giant. Tan Zhengyang really wanted them to rest, but what about the giants? If these giants are allowed to wreak havoc throughout the city, the death toll will only rise. Just as Tan Zhengyang was about to speak, his body jolted. He could feel it. The contract within him was disappearing. This means that his wife, his Valkyrie, has just died. Tan Zhengyang took a deep breath, his eyes reddening and his voice hoarse. Kill the giant at all costs. Giants must die. The battle raged on, with Valkyries dying one after another. The area was littered with the corpses of Valkyries. They were always at the forefront. The same applies to the soldiers. There are very few helicopters and fighter jets left in the sky. Most of them were blown to pieces by the Titans. The explosive power of that instant was something even a Valkyrie couldn't withstand, let alone a soldier's body. Lu Dang's gaze remained fixed on one particular scene, his Valkyrie, Kaixia. Kaixia was lucky she managed to escape several crises. If the fight continues, she will eventually be hit. He had no choice but to pray to his Valkyrie. Seeing the state of the reeds, Su Yang thought for a moment and decided to give him a chance. He had seen Kaixia's information before, and one of the materials required for the hidden evolution route was Giant's Heart. At the time, he was wondering who could get their hands on this thing. Even if you managed to get your hands on one, no one would give it to an E-rank Valkyrie. Even if you use it, the success rate is only 13%. This is tantamount to a high-stakes gamble. But now, Xuer needs a powerful helper. He approved of Lu Dang and Kaixia's performance. "Lu Dang, send your Valkyrie to the heart of the giant. Perhaps there's a chance something will change." This is my intuition. I relied on this intuition before to help Xuer complete her hidden evolution. Lu Dang was taken aback. Was it intuition? Is this thing reliable? But then he realized that the powerful figure in front of him had actually allowed his Valkyrie to undergo a hidden evolution. Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, he'll try. At worst, I'll just fail the college entrance exam and go back home to farm. Lu Dang chose to trust the big boss this once. Go all in. He transmitted his voice directly to Kaixia's ears through the military's communication devices. Kaixia, when the giant's abdomen is blown open, rush in and get to the giant's heart. Don't ask why. Maybe you'll change, maybe you won't. This is an opportunity. Kaixia's heart started racing instantly. As an E-rank Valkyrie, she dreams of achieving a hidden evolution. Unexpectedly, this opportunity was presented to her directly. The Reed certainly wouldn't know about this, so the only possibility is. It was Su Yang who told him. She had previously communicated with Ling Xuer and knew that her hidden evolution was related to Su Yang. We must listen to what such a big shot says. I understand, I'll get ready right away. As before, a group of Suicide Squad members were led by the Valkyrie and blasted open a huge hole. Kaixia rushed in decisively, relentlessly charging towards the heart. Before long, she saw a huge, beating heart in front of her. But once she got here, something came to mind. What should we do next? She thought for a moment, then reached out and touched the giant's heart. In that instant, unparalleled light emanated from her body, and the giant's heart vanished instantly. The giant, who was in the middle of a battle, suddenly lost his heart, his body slowly stopped moving, and he collapsed to the ground. Everyone around was stunned. What's going on? Soon, light burst forth from the giant's chest, and then a completely different Kaixia leaped out from within. If Kaixia was just an ordinary Valkyrie before, now she has become a radiant Valkyrie. With a 13% chance, she won the bet. However, her potential is far inferior to Xuer as she is only at the B level. But in their eyes, this was already a miracle. She was only an E rank before, but now she has become a B rank, and her strength has increased significantly. Kaixia felt the changes in herself, and a smile spread across her face. Ludong, I've completed my hidden evolution. Who would have thought that what she needed for her hidden evolution was actually the heart of a giant? Where does she get this stuff? There are probably only a handful of them in the entire human race, so who would give her a small E-rank Valkyrie to try? If it weren't for this college entrance exam, she probably would never have had the chance to complete her hidden evolution in her entire life. She knew that the person she was thanking was Boss Su Yang. It was he who had Ludong tell him to go to the location of the giant's heart. Thank you, boss. Kaixia knew that Su Yang could see what was happening here and said gratefully. Lu Deng even grabbed Su Yang's leg and cried out, Boss, I don't know how to thank you enough. How about I repay you with my body? Roll. Su Yang kicked him away. Are you repaying kindness with enmity? Lu Deng chuckled and got up on his own, not caring at all. The big boss made his Valkyrie undergo a hidden evolution. He'd be willing to do anything, even clean up his mess, let alone kick him. Kaixia has completed a hidden evolution, greatly increasing her strength. She began providing support to other areas, always being at the forefront of every battle. Although her strength is nothing compared to the giants, among the other Valkyries, she is second only to Ling Xuer. The battle lasted for quite some time, during which Ling Xuer killed 5 giants in a row. She felt that she was quite exhausted. However, the others joined forces and killed 5 giants, but at a heavy cost. Only 2 giants remained. Once the remaining giants are killed, everything will be over. What would it be like if hundreds of thousands of Valkyries surrounded 2 giants? All I can say is that it was incredibly shocking. The saying many ants can kill an elephant truly happened right before Su Yang's eyes. The best thing he did this time was to give birth to hundreds of thousands of Valkyries in this city. Ling Xuer came to a giant who looked like he was about to collapse. She didn't need to intervene, the giant was going to die sooner or later anyway. At the very moment the giant died, a beam of light shot off its corpse and landed in one place along with 10 other beams of light. That is where the last giant resides. Chapter 47 The King of the Giants. The last giant was surrounded by Valkyries. These Valkyries relentlessly destroyed and attacked it. It was as if he wanted to vent all the anger he had inside him. The giants have a strong self-repairing ability, but faced with so many attacks, this ability only caused them greater pain. Hold on, we're about to win. A Valkyrie shouted. But the next second, 11 beams of light converged from all directions and landed on the giant. Oh whoa! The giant roared to the sky, and its body suddenly began to swell, gradually rising higher. The original 100 meters was forcibly turned into 200 meters. Looking around, there is no building in the entire city that is taller than it. Both its height and its body surface have developed a layer of bony armor. The Valkyrie's attacks landed on it, only managing to knock off a few bone fragments. Its strength has increased. A hint of horror appeared in the eyes of some of the Valkyries. If they can't even break through defenses, what else can they do? Just as the Valkyrie was about to lose confidence, a roar rang out. Everyone, we are Valkyries, and we have only one mission. Annihilate the enemy, until death. Kaisia stood on the giant's knees and shouted at the group of Valkyries. As one of the original 2 Valkyries, Kaisia's appearance is familiar to many. Many people were saved by Kaisia. She raised the long stick high, put all her strength into it, and struck down hard. Bump! Bone fragments were scattered all over the ground. But she didn't stop, she kept attacking. The other Valkyries immediately understood. If one attack doesn't work, then try again. If that doesn't work, then keep fighting. All the Valkyries were energized once again, and they attacked relentlessly, abandoning all defenses. The giant felt its current immense power, but it never expected that these insects would still wreak havoc on its body. This enraged the giant. It lifted its foot and stomped down heavily. This attack directly killed hundreds or even thousands of Valkyries. However, not a single Valkyrie retreated. Everyone had only one thought in their minds. Even if it means death, I will tear a piece of skin off the giant. The giant grew increasingly alarmed as he thought, why were these insects swarming up at him relentlessly? The bone armor that had formed on its body had already shown significant wear and tear. If this continues, even the bone armor won't be able to protect it. It already knew that the other 11 members of its tribe were dead. Before they entered this place, the king had placed something like this on them. If all the others die, the remaining person can gain the power of the other giants and become stronger. It thought that by becoming stronger, it could easily control these insects. But now it seems these insects are terrifying. Whether there are 1 or 2, 10, or 100, it doesn't matter. But the number of these insects is in the tens of thousands. How the hell are we supposed to fight this? Kaisia gritted her teeth. The giant's actions had injured her several times. The giant was too strong, even the slightest movement was enough to overwhelm the Valkyrie. The gap in strength between the two sides is significant. If it weren't for the sheer number of Valkyries, no one would have been able to stop the Titan's actions. Click. Under the relentless attacks of numerous Valkyries, the giant was clearly struggling to withstand the onslaught, and cracks appeared in his bone armor. But at that moment, the giant took a deep breath. This movement. Everyone, stay away from the giants. Kaisia roared, her face filled with shock and anger. Anyone who has fought against a Titan knows that this is the Titan's most powerful move. It releases the heat from its body, creating a huge heat wave. Even the Valkyrie would find it difficult to withstand this heat wave. Moreover, this giant's strength has already doubled. Boom! An indescribable heat wave swept out in all directions. The Valkyries who were originally on the giant were all blown away by the heat wave. Some of the Valkyries were killed instantly by the heat carried by the heat wave high in the sky. The other part could still put up a fight, but they too had lost their fighting ability. After the heat wave subsided, less than 1 in 10 Valkyries were able to stand up. Kaisia leaned on a long stick, barely managing to support her body. There was no fear in her eyes, only murderous intent. You damned alien! Looking at the countless corpses of Valkyries around her, Kaisia was almost driven mad. These are her comrades in arms. Just a few days ago, they might have been students or office workers. They had just become Valkyries and hadn't even had a chance to enjoy the wonders of being Valkyries before they were gone. Ah! Kaisia roared and charged madly at the giant, wielding a long staff. Kaisia! Lu Deng couldn't help but shout. He knew very well that Kaisia was never going back. But he felt no sadness, he would have done the same in his place. Boss, I'm leaving the college entrance exam early this year. I don't know if we'll have a chance to meet again after we go back. I guess the big boss won't recognize me then. Lu Deng said with a wry smile. Su Yang smiled and said, don't rush, you'll see. On the screen, Ling Shuer had already appeared in front of the giant. The giant's expression was solemn, it could sense the immense energy emanating from the insect before it. But an insect is an insect, it will die if the insect is touched even lightly. The giant moved swiftly, simply flicking his arm. Its hand directly stirred up the airflow, which, to ordinary people, was like a Category 12 typhoon. Whoosh! Ling Shuer hovered in the air, facing the giant's attack, and did only one thing. The wings on her back suddenly grew larger, enveloping her entirely. The giant's hand touched her wings directly, and then It didn't budge an inch. The giant immediately showed a shocked expression. Impossible. It was well aware of just how powerful its attack would be. Its current strength is enough to make it a mainstay among the giants. With such strength, they couldn't even harm their opponent. How can it believe that? Ling Xuer's wings may seem to only have the ability to fly, but they actually have many other abilities that have not yet been developed. She needs to level up to reveal them one by one. However, she has already mastered one of her abilities, wings that can protect her. Even without her control, the wings have the ability to automatically protect their owner. Is this all the strength you've got? There was a hint of disappointment in Ling Xuer's eyes. Although the giant before her had increased in strength, he was still far inferior to her. The SSS rank Valkyrie has such strong growth potential that even alien races cannot match her. As soon as she finished speaking, her wings flapped, and countless ice spikes instantly appeared around her. With a wave of Ling Xuer's hand, these ice spikes pierced the giant's entire body. Each icicle carries the power of ice, beginning to turn the giant's body into a block of ice. The giant sensed a great threat and wanted to repeat his old trick. He took a deep breath and detonated the heat within his body. But Ling Xuer was even faster. She swung her ice sword, and a phantom of an ice phoenix flew out instantly. It landed directly in the giant's mouth. In an instant, the giant's mouth was frozen shut by a huge block of ice, making it impossible for him to inhale the massive amount of air. Its moves were completely blocked. The giant realized he was no match for the giant and quickly tried to escape. Ling Xuer's gaze was cold as she raised the ice sword with one hand, aiming it at the sky. The clouds in the sky slowly parted, revealing a giant ice sword that was 200 meters long. The ice sword hung high in the air, sacred and inviolable, reflecting a cold light under the sunlight. The giant opened his mouth wide, and his legs went weak. Giants also have intelligence, they also want to live. It suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud, begging Ling Xuer for mercy. Don't kill me, I'll do anything. But Ling Xuer didn't bother to say a word. She had only one goal. Slay all the giants. Call out. The ice sword descended from the sky, piercing the giant's head and pinning its body to the ground. This scene is deeply etched in everyone's memory. Kai Xiao was completely stunned. They are all Valkyries who have undergone hidden evolution, but her strength is not even a fraction of Ling Xuer's. She was AB rank, and she felt that even an A rank didn't have that kind of strength. Could it be that Ling Xuer is an S rank? Kai Xiao dared not think further, because in the history of the human race, the highest rank ever reached was only S-class Valkyrie. When the giant died, everyone cheered. They won this war that seemed hopeless. Tan Zhangyang couldn't help but smile. They won. However, their joy was short-lived, as the entire city suddenly went dark. What's going on? Is there a power outage? It's broad daylight, there's no power outage, it's just dark. Damn it, how did it suddenly get dark? Just as they were wondering what was happening, Su Yang and his companions heard a voice. Congratulations! You've completed the surprise. Would you like to exit now? After exiting, you will receive a reward, and this area will completely disappear, preventing other test takers from triggering this event. If you choose not to exit, you can still continue the story. You will be automatically exited upon death, but the rewards will still be issued. Everything has been explained so clearly, everyone knows how to choose. I choose to continue. Su Yang said. Lu Deng naturally followed Su Yang. After they all made their decisions, the darkness in the sky slowly disappeared. Instead, a giant hand covered almost the entire city. There was another sound that came along with it. To be defeated by some insects, you are a disgrace to the giant race. Now, I erase these shames, and none of it will exist. Although it was the first time Su Yang had heard this voice, his intuition told him otherwise. The owner of that voice is? The King of Giants. Su Yang knew that even Xuer could not defeat such an enemy. The gap in strength between the two sides is too large. Even though she knew she would die, Ling Xuer did not sit idly by and wait for her fate. Chapter 48 Ling Xuer's all-out attack. Su Yang, I want to give it my all. Ling Xuer's voice reached Su Yang's mind. Contractors and Valkyries can communicate with each other through contracts. Su Yang nodded slightly. Go ahead and do it. Even if we die here, we'll still have achieved our unexpected surprise. Since he wouldn't lose either way, Su Yang naturally chose to let Ling Xuer take the plunge. After receiving Su Yang's permission, Ling Xuer displayed her peak strength without reservation for the first time. The wings on her back spread out and transformed into two enormous wings, each 100 meters long. Wings hovered behind her, as if lifting her up. The ice sword in her hand automatically slipped from her grasp and slowly floated in the air. The ice sword moved automatically without wind, and its size was rapidly increasing. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. Moreover, a phantom of an ice phoenix appeared behind Ling Xuer. This time, the ice phoenix was directly integrated into the ice sword, further increasing the speed at which the ice sword grew larger. When the giant king's massive hand descended and touched the tallest building, Ling Xuer unleashed her strongest sword strike, gathering all her power, directly slashing down at the giant hand. In that instant, it was as if nothing else existed, only the light before my eyes. That's right, there was only one light. This beam of light left a mark on the giant hand. The other person is bleeding. Ha! There's actually a decent bug here. It can hurt me, so I'll make sure you're not allowed to live. The giant hand accelerated its descent. At this final moment of his life, Su Yang suddenly had a brilliant idea. Commander Tan, the reality before your eyes is actually my past. All of this has happened in history, except for the appearance of this giant hand. The mountain city in history was destroyed when the giants appeared. Tan Zhangyang seemed not to have expected this. His eyes flickered, and he asked a question: when did the Valkyries first appear? I don't know, nobody knows. Tan Zhangyang looked at him and said seriously, Mr. Su, do you think there is a possibility? Was it during this time that the Valkyries of history were born? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yang felt everything go black and he knew nothing more. He woke up some time later, though he didn't know how much time had passed. He and the other three were lying on the ground, with no paved roads or cities around them. It's as if everything before was just a dream. Su Yang knew very well that it was definitely not a dream. The same sound appeared again. Congratulations to the four of you for completing this surprise. Rewards will now be distributed. Su Yan looked at the white sphere that had appeared in his hand. What was this thing? He looked at it and saw that only the reeds and the ball in his hand were different in color. This thing seems to be able to be opened. Ling Xuer studied it for a moment and then twisted the sphere open. A pop-up window appeared. The reward he received is shown above. Points plus 5,000. Valkyrie level plus 5 limited to the college entrance examination period. Valkyrie potential plus 1 limited to the college entrance examination period. A university admission ticket. With this, anyone can choose any university. Su Yang was delighted at the sight of it. He could simply give the university entrance ticket to Tangzong. His points increased so much at once, propelling him to the top of the rankings. Some test takers who frequently check the leaderboard suddenly noticed that the number 1 spot had changed and hurriedly checked the basic information above. Su Yang, a student from Nanchang number 1 high school? What kind of remote place is Nanchang? I've never heard of it. Wait, are dark horses this strong these days? I've never seen him in the top 100 before. This isn't a dark horse, it's a tiger. They were all very curious about how Su Yang had managed to accumulate so many points all at once. After reviewing his own findings, Su Yan looked at the others. Lu Deng also received points as a reward, but he was not as good as Su Yang, with only 1,000 points. His Valkyrie level and potential were the same as Ling Xuer's, but he didn't have a university admission ticket. The boss is awesome. We actually made it through such a difficult place. Lu Deng's face was full of admiration. Yes, boss, thank you all this time. Kai Xia also looked very grateful. She had one regret: in the end, we couldn't save Shancheng, they still died. Recalling the days of fighting in the mountain city, the four men looked at each other in silence for a moment. Forget it, don't let these emotions affect you. We're still focused on the college entrance exam. Later, Saixia and I will go find some ingredients and kill a few monsters to treat ourselves to something good. Lu Deng was good at livening up the atmosphere, and thanks to his efforts, the atmosphere was finally restored. They found plenty of ingredients, and with the addition of monster meat, the aroma of their meal filled the air. Ling Xuer, who was eating kebabs, suddenly twitched her ears. Someone is approaching. It's a test taker. Since you are a test taker, follow the previous procedure. Su Yang and Ling Xuer disappeared into the bushes, while Lu Deng pretended to be completely unaware and continued eating. I didn't expect there to be barbecue here. You guys are pretty bold, starting a fire here. A seemingly nonchalant blonde-haired man, accompanied by a female Valkyrie who was also blonde-haired, swaggered over. He raised his hand, ready to take the skewer and enjoy a bite. But Lu Dang shouted, "Put down the skewers and get out." AUV. I've never even known how to write the word get lost, are you going to teach me? The blonde-haired man raised his hand and ordered the Valkyrie to make her move. Although he couldn't see any information about Lu Dong, he was already so arrogant that the other party didn't dare to make a move. It's probably just a small piece of trash. Keep in mind, his Valkyrie is level 8. At this level, unless you encounter some exceptionally gifted individual, you would absolutely crush the vast majority of people. Unfortunately, he encountered someone who had just received a huge reward. Su Yang didn't let Ling Xuer make a move. He wanted to see how strong Kai Xiao was after her transformation. The moment the blonde Valkyrie made her move, Kai Xiao reacted. With just one strike, the blonde Valkyrie was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Most importantly, Kai Xiao wasn't even armed with armor, she just took out a stick. The gap in strength between the two sides is huge. Huang Mao's expression changed. You're pretending to be weak to take advantage of others? If you're so capable, why didn't you say so sooner? The kebabs that Huang Mao had just managed to grab are now a dilemma whether to eat them or not. He froze. Lu Dang came over, took the skewers from his hand, and then patted his face. To get by in this world, you need power and connections. Who do you think you are? You come at me without warning? Seeing that the other party remained silent, Lu Dang let out a soft laugh. Turns out he's just a nobody. Immediately afterwards, the powerful figure in front of the blonde-haired man shouted to the side in the most obsequious voice. Boss, I've already scared this guy. You deliver the final blow, and you'll get points. The blonde-haired man's eyes widened. Big shot? He couldn't even beat the one before him, so how strong is the person called a big shot? Su Yang walked out slowly. Take these points, I don't need them. Lu Dang immediately put on a sycophantic expression. Thank you, boss. Kai Xia took direct action and beat Huang Mao to death. The two people vanished right before our eyes. Lu Dang chuckled as he saw his points increase. Boss, I think we can go big. Oh? What are your thoughts? Lu Dang glanced around and said furtively, that person came here because he smelled the fragrance. If we make a bigger commotion, will this attract more test takers? Su Yang glanced at him. If too many candidates come, can you handle it? I believe the boss will definitely be fine. This isn't just flattery about Lu Dong. Because he witnessed firsthand the power that Ling Xuer unleashed in the mountain city at the end. It will shock him for 10,000 years. If it weren't for the fact that the highest level in human history was only S rank, he would have suspected that the other party was above S rank. The kind of attack that could damage the giant hand was simply unbelievable to him. Even if he unleashed Kai Xiao's full power, it probably wouldn't even be able to budge a single hair on the giant hand. Su Yang was confident in Xuer's abilities, especially since the reward this time was 5 levels higher. In other words, Xuer is currently a level 20 Valkyrie. This level, if placed in the college entrance examination, would probably be able to sweep through a large number of candidates. Of course, there was one more thing, he had not found Tang Zong. If we find Tang Zong, we'll take him on a wild ride and show him off. Su Yang believed that he was the only one qualified to be his father. Then let's give it a try. With Su Yang's permission, Lu Dang was eager to get started. He's going to give all the test takers a big surprise. As an annual college entrance examination, it is mainly for qualified individuals to participate. This included Zheng Tianxiang and Ilian. After leaving Nanchang, they went through a period of twists and turns before finally arriving in another city. The city is called Qicheng. It is much larger in scale than the southern part of the city. There are no longer just one A-rank Valkyrie in the city, but 2. Upon arriving here, he revealed Elaine's potential level. It immediately attracted countless contractors. That's right, just like how Zheng Tianxiang poached Elaine back then, he underwent the same thing here. These people offered Elaine many conditions, as long as she was willing to leave Zheng Tianxiang and sign a contract with them. Elaine hesitated at first, but ultimately rejected everyone. It wasn't that she didn't want to change her contractor, but rather that she was very clear about the situation. When a Valkyrie frequently changes contractors, the subsequent contractors will become increasingly distrustful of her. No one will treat her as their Valkyrie, they will only see her as a tool. During the time she spent with Zheng Tianxiang, she discovered that he was no longer the same person he had been before. On many dangerous occasions along the way, Zheng Tianxiang would do his best to protect her. Most importantly, in a place where she knew no one, staying by Zheng Tianxiang's side was her best option. Zheng Tianxiang himself did not expect that Elaine would be willing to stay. For the first time, he was moved. After demonstrating their potential, the two received considerable assistance. With Zheng Hongyuan having some connections here, he's doing fairly well. Unfortunately, without the support of the Zhang family, Elaine's level progression has slowed down considerably. When the college entrance exam was approaching, Elaine's level was only 9. Chapter 49, Inviting the Foolish Guest into the Trap. If it weren't for that bastard, how could I be stuck at level 9? My initial goal was at least level 15. Zheng Tianxiang kicked away the stone in front of him. The resentment in his body was enough to feed several evil sword immortals. Being forced to leave Nanchang by Su Yan was the greatest shame of his life. He never dreamed that an ordinary contractor would end up like this. Elaine comforted him from the side. Tianxiang, even if you're only level 9, with my potential as an A level, you still have a chance to climb to a higher ranking. This time, she didn't talk about being the top scholar or anything like that. During her time in Xiqing, she witnessed a level Valkyries who were of a higher rank and stronger than her. She finally realized that she wasn't the only one with an A grade. In larger cities, there can be several Class A cities. With Elaine's comfort, Zheng Tianxiang felt a little better. This college entrance exam is my chance. If I can get a good ranking, I'll ask my dad to pull some strings after I graduate. Getting into the top universities in the country is absolutely no problem. Although Elaine's potential as an A-level student would guarantee her admission to university, there's no such thing as guaranteed admission for A-level students at the very top, unless they're S-level. There was once an A-rank Valkyrie who was promoted to a higher rank because of her high potential, but it was later discovered that she was a hopeless case. Although he possesses immense power, he cannot fully unleash it. Simply put, he's a combat idiot. Since then, top universities have abandoned the rule of admitting students based on their A grades, and only those based on their S grades can be admitted. Even if someone is a combat idiot, as long as they have S-level potential, someone will still want them. Just then, some sounds came from ahead. Elaine immediately went into battle mode. There's something going on over there. Should we approach or move away? Get closer first, assess their strength, and if they're weaker than us, then attack directly. The two quietly approached and then witnessed an unbelievable scene. A group of test takers stood there obediently, and no one made a move. There are at least hundreds of them. At the very front, on a large rock, stood a boy speaking with great emotion, and his Valkyrie. Everyone, we still don't have enough people. Let's have a few more. Once we have enough people, our Hidden Evolution Lecture Conference will begin. Zheng Tianxiang was full of questions. What was this Hidden Evolution Lecture Conference? There are actually people giving lectures on this stuff? Those people are such idiots, they actually believe this? A hint of disdain appeared on Zheng Tianxiang's lips as he looked at the examinees as if they were idiots. Everyone knows that hidden evolution is purely based on luck. If you're unlucky, you'll never have a chance. With good luck, the hidden evolution was completed in one go. Moreover, the words hidden evolution reminded him of some unpleasant memories. His face was very dark. But Elaine's hearing was better than Zheng Tianxiang. She overheard some of the discussions. Is what he said true or false? Hidden evolution can be completed so easily? I don't believe it. Dude, you don't know this, do you? I know that guy, he's from Fengcheng. Do you know what potential level the Valkyrie next to him is? These words immediately attracted the attention of others. Judging from her imposing demeanor, she's at least a C level or AB level. Ha, you guessed right, but you also guessed wrong. He used to be very famous in our Maple City, a notorious good-for-nothing, because his Valkyrie was only E rank. And his current Valkyrie, the person hasn't changed, but the armor has. Haven't you guessed it yet? The phrase hidden evolution instantly popped into everyone's mind. They couldn't think of any other possibility besides hidden evolution. No wonder he dared to give a lecture on hidden evolution. It turns out his Valkyrie has completed a hidden evolution. He's a real pro. In an instant, many people's eyes lit up with excitement. These days, who doesn't want their Valkyrie to undergo a hidden evolution? Although they were well aware that the hidden evolution of the person in front of them might not necessarily be helpful to their Valkyries. But at least it's a chance. They will seize any opportunity that comes their way. Elaine's expression shifted. As an A-rank Valkyrie, she has actually reached the pinnacle of Valkyries. There are very few S-class Valkyries stronger than her. Even so, she was still not satisfied. She wants to become a stronger Valkyrie. This is a great opportunity. Tianxiang, I just listened to something. She told Zhang Tianxiang everything she had heard. Upon hearing that the other party was an E-rank Valkyrie who had secretly evolved into a B-rank Valkyrie, Zhang Tianxiang subconsciously thought of someone. This is so damn deja vu. However, the other party was not Su Yang, but a candidate from another city, and they could not possibly know each other. Since that was the case, Zhang Tianxiang took the initiative to join the crowd. Little did he know that Ling Xuer had discovered him the moment he appeared. Su Yang, an old acquaintance, has arrived. Ling Xuer raised the corners of her mouth slightly and said softly. Su Yang could only think of one person whom Ling Xuer referred to as an old acquaintance. Zhang Tianxiang. He used a portion of Ling Xuer's power, instantly expanding his field of vision significantly. Then he saw Zhang Tianxiang and Elaine blend in with the other examinees. It seems they are very interested in clues about hidden evolution. What a coincidence! It was originally just a setup to attract the test takers, but it ended up drawing the big rat here. What do you call this? No coincidence, no story. Su Yang smiled. He had been worried that he might not find Zhang Tianxiang in the college entrance examination, or that he might be eliminated by others in advance. Su Yang will be very disappointed. He didn't kill the other person himself. Killing someone once during the college entrance exam is like collecting some interest. In reality, he will find the other person sooner or later. Zhang Tianxiang's arrival was just an unexpected surprise. Su Yang's goal is to have more test takers. The number of test takers continued to increase, and soon reached more than 200. Many candidates couldn't wait and kept urging Lu Dang to start the lecture as soon as possible. No one believed that Lu Dan would dare to play tricks on people. With so many people, they could pile up the reeds and kill them. Let's get started quickly, there are only so many people around here. Exactly. If it weren't for your lecture, I'd still be preparing to become the sixth child. Stop wasting time, let's get started. Many people started to jeer, and Lu Dang realized that it was about time. If this continues, I doubt anyone will come. Ahem, since everyone is so enthusiastic, let's begin this lecture on hidden evolution. I believe there are candidates from Maple City among those present. Please raise your hands. Several people in the crowd raised their hands. Very good. These candidates from Maple City probably all know me, or at least they've heard of me. The term Maple City trash refers to me. Many candidates had strange expressions. It's rare to see someone so openly admit to being useless these days. The Maple City examinees immediately testified that they had never seen Lu Dan, but that the Maple City trash had made a contract with an E-rank Valkyrie. Everyone in Maple City knows it. When I first contracted an E-rank Valkyrie, everyone laughed at me, but now no one laughs at me anymore. Because my Valkyrie has completed a hidden evolution, directly upgrading from rank E to rank B. Now tell me, am I still a piece of trash? All the candidates gradually entered into the rhythm of the reed marshes, and they subconsciously trusted the reed marshes. After all, no one would dare to lie in this situation. Looking at the reeds, Su Yang recounted his past with great emotion, then extended the conversation to the upcoming college entrance examination. Of course, everything he said was a lie. I know what everyone cares about most is what materials my Valkyrie used to achieve her hidden evolution. Lu Dang paused deliberately, and all the candidates below craned their necks, looking at him expectantly. This scene was quite hilarious. But Lu Dang knew very well that the people in front of him were exactly the same as he had been back then. If he hadn't decisively clung to the big boss back then, he'd probably be in a similar situation to them now. The material for this hidden evolution is fish skull. Ah! The group of people below were stunned for a moment. Fish skull? This thing can even allow someone to hide their evolution? But the other party had no reason to deceive them, which was somewhat unbelievable. But you can give this a try. Everyone, please note that this is not an ordinary fish skull, but the skull of a monster fish from the river. Lu Dan added a note. I hope everyone will remember what I said when they go back. If you can't remember, don't blame me. Some candidates vaguely understood what it meant, but before they could react, suddenly, a large number of ice walls appeared around them, surrounding them. Everyone was surrounded. This is... When Zhang Tianxiang saw these ice walls, he immediately thought of one person. But this is the college entrance examination, how could he be so unlucky as to run into him? Just as he was internally doubting himself, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. A roar, originating from the depths of his heart and squeezed out from his throat, suddenly rang out. Su Yang. Zheng Tianxiang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he glared fiercely at the sky. There, Su Yang and Ling Shuer, with wings on their backs, hovered in the air, looking down at everyone. Su Yang looked at him with a smile. "Oh, isn't this the homeless young Master Zhang? What brings you here today?" "I'm so sorry, I don't have anything good here, so please accept this as a gift." As he spoke, an ice sword appeared in Su Yang's hand, and he slashed it directly at Zheng Tianxiang. A cold sword light flew out instantly, attacking Zheng Tianxiang. This move caused many of the candidates below to change their expressions drastically. The fact that it can fly only means that the opponent's Valkyrie is special, being a flying type. However, the fact that the contractor can borrow the Valkyrie's power means that the other party's level is over 10. Everyone knows that level 10 is a hurdle. Contractors at this stage have gained some ability to protect themselves. Even high-level contractors can suppress low-level Valkyries by borrowing power. Hierarchical suppression works everywhere. Chapter 50, I collected a little interest. Zheng Tianxiang stared blankly. Su Yang's attack came too suddenly. He thought he could persuade the other party to give up by saying a few words. He's too arrogant. Upon seeing Su Yang make his move, Elaine immediately entered battle mode, her fiery red greatsword slashing directly at the swordlight. Su Yang remained aloof and superior, while she took a half step back. This was hard for Elaine to believe. Although she was defeated by Ling Shuer in the past, she always believed that she was not that much worse off. But now, Su Yang has only borrowed a portion of Ling Shuer's power, and he has almost been unable to defend himself. Have their abilities deteriorated to this extent? Thinking of this, a bitter smile appeared on Elaine's lips. If she hadn't chosen to leave back then, wouldn't she be the one standing next to Su Yang, smiling now? She had such a great opportunity right in front of her, within easy reach, but she gave it up voluntarily. For the sake of a sesame seed, they lost the whole watermelon. She kept thinking, if she really went back without caring about her reputation, would Su Yang really abandon her? Impossible. She must not have been decisive enough. Su Yang has reached level 10 and is qualified to contract with 2 Valkyries. After the college entrance examination, she will end her contract with Zheng Tianxiang and go to find Su Yang as an individual. Elaine, having made her decision, seemed to have forgotten one thing: what would happen after the college entrance exams? She will forget everything here. She won't remember what she's thinking now. Boss, there are quite a few people here this time. I'll do the same thing at the next location. My goal is to catch all the test takers in one fell swoop. Lu Dang acted like a lackey, constantly trying to curry favor with Su Yang. Although Kai Xiao was not as obviously arrogant as Lu Dang, she still adopted a very humble attitude when facing Su Yang and Lu Dang. Because she knew very well that being able to follow such a big shot was her good fortune. Su Yang nodded slightly. You did a great job. I'll assign some people to you later to help increase your points. Lu Dang was overjoyed. Thank you, boss. You're awesome. Holy crap, 8 nines. Zheng Tianxiang broke out in a cold sweat. He had felt like he was really going to die. But he can't die here. If he dies, the college entrance exam will be over. He lost everything. Unable to attend a top university and lacking sufficient resources, Elaine's future development will be hampered. This is something he cannot tolerate. You've all seen it, this is a setup. Let's attack together. I refuse to believe he can handle so many of us by himself. We're all test takers, what's there to be afraid of? After Zheng Tianxiang said that, the others finally realized what was going on. Yes, there are more than 200 candidates here, which makes more than 100 pairs. 100 or so Valkyries against 1 Valkyrie? That's a piece of cake. That's right, there are more of us, we're not afraid of him. Brothers, let's show that there's strength in numbers. I refuse to believe he can kill all of us. A group of Valkyries entered battle mode, creating a formidable spectacle. Zheng Tianxiang instantly felt confident. Su Yang, do you think you're invincible just because you're strong? Even the most powerful Valkyrie is no match for so many people. Your greed led to your downfall today. You're dead. Zheng Tianxiang laughed heartily, as if he had just drunk a mouthful of ice water on a sweltering summer day. A refreshing coolness, a feeling of exhilaration. He had never been so happy before, not when he was facing Su Yang. Aside from poaching Elaine at the beginning, he lost every time after that. We lost completely. If it weren't for his father using his connections, he might not have even been able to leave Nanchang. This time, he will not fail. Superior. A group of Valkyries surged forward, with the ranged Valkyries immediately engaging in combat. Ling Xuer remained unfazed in the face of so many Valkyries. Freeze! Click! Before any of the attacks could even get close to Ling Xuer, they were frozen in mid-air and fell to the ground. What kind of tactic is this? Some of the Valkyries were stunned. They felt like they were not in the same style as Ling Xuer. They were still using cold weapons, while the enemy had already used energy weapons. Elaine's face was gloomy. Although her strength had improved, her attack methods remained the same. However, she could no longer understand some of Ling Xuer's methods. They're all rank Valkyries, so why is there such a big difference in their strength? She couldn't understand it. Although Ling Xuer's attack intimidated some Valkyries, more Valkyries still launched an attack on her. A Valkyrie wielding a large sword leaped and appeared before her. Go to hell! The opponent revealed a ferocious expression and slashed down with his broadsword. But her knife didn't touch Ling Xuer's body. Instead, it struck someone half crouching on the ground. Ice Giant. That's right, Ling Xuer was inspired by the giants and developed new abilities. Using the power of ice, create an ice giant. The ice giant has a similar physique to the giant race, only its height is not as exaggerated, around 10 meters. But it is not weak at all. Even if it loses its head, it can still continue to fight. Ling Xuer can only create one ice giant at the moment. Creating more would be a considerable burden for her. But the Ice Phoenix is different. It is a manifestation of her Ice Phoenix Valkyrie power, growing alongside her. An Ice Phoenix, plus an ice giant. A massacre unfolded right here. That's right. The Valkyrie's attacks only caused some ice shards to fall on them. Conversely, when their attacks land on the Valkyrie, they can cause her to die on the spot or be kicked out. At best, it could result in physical injury and reduced combat effectiveness. Elaine joined the battle, eager to get close to Ling Xuer and knock her down with her greatsword. However, the blizzard from the Ice Phoenix caused her to slow down more and more as she got closer to the opponent. The thick ice and snow prevented the flames on her body from igniting. She has been completely suppressed. Elaine felt utterly dejected. She used to be able to fight Ling Xuer. Now we can't even beat the pets the opponent summons. What could be more tragic than this? Lu Dang kept commenting from the side. That Valkyrie performed well, very brave, but unfortunately, she died. That Valkyrie wants to be the sixth one? But has she forgotten that there's more than one ice giant on the field? Anyone else trying to run away? Kai Xia, send them all back. Kai Xia was responsible for driving back those who wanted to escape. Those people kept cursing, but they were no match for Kai Xia. Sai Xia's abilities are considered above average among all the candidates. After a grueling battle, at the cost of most of the Valkyries' lives, they successfully destroyed the ice giant. But before they could cheer, a new ice giant appeared. The Valkyries' expressions were all blank. They didn't even have the strength to curse anymore. They had used all their power to fight the ice giant. Now, what awaits them is Ice Giant number 2. Boom! The ice giant kept swinging its fists and stomping its feet on the ground. The Valkyries suffered a crushing defeat, and almost all of them died quickly. Only 2 figures remained on the field, Elaine and Zhang Tianxiang. It wasn't that Su Yang deliberately held back, but rather that Elaine, as an A-rank Valkyrie, was the strongest among all the Valkyries. It's no surprise that she survived to the end. I didn't expect you to last this long. You truly deserve to be called an A-rank Valkyrie. Su Yang's words of praise, at this moment, sounded like mockery, penetrating deeply into the hearts of the two. Zhang Tianxiang's face turned pale, then red, changing color rapidly, just like a face-changing act. He used to think that A-rank Valkyries were very strong. But now he knows what it means to be outmatched and to be in a world beyond our understanding. Elaine was suppressed by Ling Xuer in the southern city. Upon arriving in Xicheng, they were suppressed by the other Valkyries. Elaine is no longer the most powerful Valkyrie in his mind. After enduring so much hardship, all I received was a seemingly complimentary yet sarcastic remark from the other party. How could Zhang Tianxiang, who was always proud and arrogant, remain calm? But now, if he fails the college entrance exam, it will be troublesome for him to go back. The Zhang family might abandon him then, which is something he absolutely cannot allow. What can I do now to get Su Yang to let me go? Zhang Tianxiang thought for a moment, then knelt on the ground. Su Yang, brother Su, please let me go. It was my mistake to poach Elaine back then. I was blind to her talent. I can swear here that as long as I can finish this college entrance exam, I will voluntarily terminate the contract after I go back. I'm giving Elaine back to you. Elaine's eyes widened, as if she were seeing Zhang Tianxiang for the first time. She is a Valkyrie, not a commodity. But Zhang Tianxiang treated her like a commodity that could be traded at any time, without considering her feelings at all. Facing Zhang Tianxiang's expression, Su Yang burst into laughter. Ha! Zhang Tianxiang, I should thank you, actually. If you hadn't taken Elaine away, I might never have met Shuer in my life. Su Yang reached out and grasped Ling Shuer's fair and delicate hand, his eyes filled with tenderness. Although Ling Shuer's face turned slightly red, she did not let go. This scene made Elaine so jealous that she almost broke apart. That spot is mine, mine. Zhang Tianxiang thought Su Yang would let him go, and looked up with hope. Brother Su, do you mean? What I mean? Su Yang's lips curled up, and then he suddenly let out an extremely cold voice. Shuer, see him off. Zhang Tianxiang froze, his eyes filled with disbelief, and he let out a venomous roar. Su Yang, you're a fucking liar. I curse you. I curse you. Amidst the angry curses, his body was cleaved in two by Ling Shuer. Elaine showed no intention of protecting him. She had been deeply hurt by Zhang Tianxiang's words. Is it really a good thing to protect a contractor like this? As Zhang Tianxiang disappeared, Elaine's body also gradually disappeared. She looked at Su Yang and found that his gaze had never been on her, but on Ling Shuer. That look in his eyes was even gentler than when he first looked at her. Chapter 51, Lu Dang, the gold medal lecturer. The points contributed by these candidates increased Su Yang's score again, widening the gap between him and the second-place candidate. Lu Dang also got to drink some soup in the middle, and his points increased significantly. His current points have placed him in the top 10. Thank you for the gifts of nature. No, it should be thank you for the generous gift, sir. If the big shot hadn't left some people for him, his points wouldn't have increased so much all at once. Top 10 on the college entrance exam points list, a ranking he never dared to imagine. Boss, most of the people around here should be gone. Let's find another place and continue the performance later. Lu Dang is now very skilled at it, and he doesn't care at all about doing this kind of thing. Earning points is nothing to be ashamed of. Kai Xia stood beside him, looking radiant. After entering this place, she not only completed her hidden evolution, but also became a B-rank Valkyrie. His own contractor, Lu Dang, even entered the top 10 of the points leaderboard. She would never have dared to dream of such a thing before. Then let's go somewhere else. After taking down Zhang Tianxiang, Su Yang felt much better. Since we've come all this way, how can we go back without winning the title of top scholar? A Valkyrie with hidden evolution gets the top score, right? They randomly chose a direction to move forward. Several days later, they finally left the forest. There were very few other test takers I encountered along the way. On this day, everyone heard one voice. The scope continues to narrow. Candidates are advised not to remain on the fringes. Some candidates who were on the edge of the line suddenly noticed a thin film that was visible to the naked eye in the distance. The membrane is contracting toward him at the pace of a normal person walking. This is what they call the range? So this area is on the edge? I wonder if this industry is very dangerous. This candidate tried it out directly with an NPC. He threw the unconscious NPC over, and after passing through the circle, the NPC did not react at all. After a moment's thought, the candidate decided to take the risk. He took a step out of the circle and immediately felt a sharp pain throughout his body. It felt as if countless knives were constantly stabbing him. He quickly stepped back, and although the pain was gone, he could still clearly feel it. My body is much weaker. Get out of here quickly, we can't stay any longer. Other candidates on the periphery also quickly moved away from this area. If you stay outside the circle for too long, you'll die before long. Hey boss, look, there's a town over there. There must be some test takers there. Upon seeing the town ahead, Lu Dang exclaimed in delight. Then proceed according to plan, you go first. Lu Dang led Kai Xia directly inside. The town may not look big, but it's small yet complete. It has everything it should have. What they found most incomprehensible was that they could actually buy things here by scanning their faces. The money they paid was from their own bank account. Lu Dang bought a lot of snacks to treat himself. He also bought Saixia her favorite snacks. The two ate while looking around. Then, two people stopped them. You two are also test takers, right? A boy and a girl. Apart from contractors and Valkyries, there are very few combinations like this. The person who spoke was a boy with a cold expression. The way he looked at the reeds was as if he were looking at a piece of trash. Lu Dong has seen too many looks like that. He used to see that kind of look every day. Hey, what's up? Want to go for a mid-court sweep with me? He gestured with the reeds. You? Lan, take care of them. No sooner had the boy finished speaking than the Valkyrie beside him decisively took action. Kai Xia was naturally not to be outdone, and the two Valkyries immediately engaged in battle. The aftershocks of the battle scared away all the NPCs in the vicinity. Wait, I haven't eaten any Xiaolong Bao yet, don't run away. The reed marshes wanted to be saved, but the owner of the steamed bun shop ran away faster than a rabbit. It's all your fault. You made it so I couldn't eat Xiaolong Bao. My Valkyrie has undergone a hidden evolution. Dealing with you will be a piece of cake. Lu Dang deliberately acted like a naive fool and shouted loudly, as if afraid that others wouldn't hear him. Sure enough, the other person's expression changed. Hidden evolution? Are you serious? Indeed, no one in this world is immune to the allure of hidden evolution. He immediately ordered his Valkyrie to stop attacking and return to his side. What evidence do you have to prove it? Lu Dang let out a sneer. What proof do I need for my Valkyrie? If you want to fight, then fight, otherwise, get out. The more arrogant Lu Dang was, the more confident he was. This left the boy on the other side somewhat puzzled. It could be a hidden evolution. He desperately wanted to know what materials the other party used. If you have the chance to find it here, it would be worth a try. Thinking of this, the boy pulled at his stiff face and forced a smile. He just didn't seem to have smiled in a long time, and this expression made him look even stranger. Excuse me, I was wrong just now, I can apologize. I want to know what your Valkyrie's hidden evolution materials are. As long as you name your price, I guarantee, in the name of the Li family, that I will absolutely satisfy you. Lu Dang had no idea about the Li family, and he didn't care. However, he still feigned shock. The Li family? Could it be? The boy held his head high, a smug expression on his face. Looks like you do have some knowledge, knowing the prestige of the Li family in Shanghai. Unlike those small cities, my Li family is a well-known and prominent family even in Shanghai. Kid, you're pretty smart. I've heard of mirages and reed marshes. It is much stronger than Maple City. It is definitely one of the top cities among the human race. The families that could rise to prominence there would undoubtedly be the top families in Maple City. But even if it's the Li family, what can they do? This is the National College Entrance Examination Gaokao, and no one is allowed to interfere. Do you really think that the Hall of Contracts, a unique entity even among humans, is something to be slaughtered at will? He has powerful backers, so he's not afraid of anyone. Lu Dang immediately showed an expression of admiration, but soon he scratched his head and said, "So it's young Master Li. I really wanted to tell you. But I promised many people that I would make this public in one place. I've already promised others, and I can't go back on my word." Li Tianqin frowned. Why was this person so troublesome? Just tell me directly. Lu Dang still shook his head. A person should be honest. Young Master Li wouldn't want me to be an untrustworthy person, would he? If I break my promise, will young Master Li still believe what I say? This sophistry made Li Tianqin realize that it seemed to actually be true. If Lu Dang were a liar and dishonest person, he wouldn't believe a single word he said. But if you believe it, you can only wait some time. How long will it take you? One day will suffice. Alright, I'll stay here for a day. Li Tianqin left with a hint of displeasure. He just didn't notice the mocking smile on Lu Dang's lips. The first fish has taken the bait, and it's a big one. But in the eyes of the big shots, there is no difference between big fish and small fish. Maybe with the help of a big shot, I can still make it into the top 3. Lu Dang continued his efforts to deceive to help those lost sheep. After that, Su Yang led Ling Xuer in slowly. The once deserted streets are now bustling with people again, as if nothing had happened. Su Yang also bought a lot of food, and Ling Xuer fed him the whole time. Wipe his mouth after he finishes eating. This treatment was so enviable that even one of the contractors was extremely jealous. Can I do that too? The contractor looked on with anticipation. The Valkyrie chuckled, having already given her answer. With the same contract, why are you so outstanding? Here, you can tell who the examinee is just by making eye contact. NPCs and test takers are easy to distinguish. After much effort, Lu Dang gathered all the candidates from the town and surrounding areas. The quantity is about the same as last time. They were in an open space not far from the town, surrounded by lights. The reed marshes were like a master of success, standing atop them and shouting down to those below in an impassioned tone. Do you want to hide your evolution? Think. Do you want to be stronger than others? Think. Very good. Perhaps we who are today will be you who are tomorrow. Listen, let's give each other a round of applause. Snap, snap, snap. The group of examinees below had flushed faces, as if they could already see their Valkyries undergoing a hidden evolution and experiencing a rapid increase in strength. Su Yang's lips twitched slightly. How come he hadn't noticed that Lu Dang had this kind of ability? Did I lead him astray? Su Yang said somewhat uncertainly. Is this considered a wrong turn? I feel like he's on the right track. Ling Xuer picked up a toothpick, stuck a piece of fruit in it, and handed it over. Come and have some fruit, ah. She found herself enjoying feeding Su Yang, even as Lu Dang spoke eloquently, without giving him a second glance. In her eyes, Su Yang was the whole world. Li Tianqin couldn't help but feel a surge of passion after hearing Lu Dang's speech. His Valkyrie was originally B rank. If he completes the hidden evolution, will she become a rank or S rank Valkyrie? At that time, he will be the undisputed next head of the Li family. Seeing that the time was almost up, Lu Dang coughed lightly. Next, I have something to announce to everyone. The material that allows my Valkyrie to undergo a hidden evolution is... Before Lu Dan could come up with a new name for the material, a furious shout suddenly came from another direction. Damn it! You bunch of bastards, even a scumbag like Yen has no sons. Su Yang's ears twitched that sound. Wasn't it Emperor Taizong of Tang? Sure enough, a Valkyrie charged over carrying a person. The Valkyrie was none other than Song Qiqi, and she had multiple wounds on her body. Tang Zone was well protected by her and was not injured. The angry shouts just now were from Tang Zone. Su Yang's eyes turned cold. Who was hunting down Tang Zone? He had previously said that he would show off and help him soar to new heights here. He was almost eliminated before he even met anyone. That won't do. Xuer. Chapter 52. Dad, I'm suffering. Ling Xuer instantly completed her armored transformation. She stretched out one hand, and a huge ice shield enveloped all the examinees in front of her. The Ice Phoenix suddenly appeared and began to maintain the ice shield. This is to prevent test takers from running away. She first needed to deal with the pursuers behind Tang Zone, who were also her friends. Upon seeing that familiar ice-type power, Tang Zone's eyes lit up. Ha ha ha, my darling has arrived. Dad, your son's here. Help! I'm going to poop. At this moment, Tang Zone called out Dad without the slightest hesitation. Because he knew that if he didn't call out, it wouldn't be something that could be resolved with just one dad. It will take at least 2 meals. Song Qiqi was overjoyed as well, as she knew best how capable Ling Xuer was. Once she appears, those people behind her are no threat at all. The most bewildered at this moment were the examinees who were covered by ice. They belatedly realized that they had been tricked. This is a trap. Everyone, work together, break the ice, and get out. Hurry, hurry, hurry. We can't waste time. I don't want to be eliminated here. Look, that dog lecturer is gone. It's all a lie. Li Tianqin's head felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over it, sending a chill straight to his core. He initially thought the other person was a trustworthy individual, but he ended up getting a harsh lesson from them. All that talk about integrity is fake. Ah! You bastard! He was furious and ordered his Valkyries to attack the ice layer frantically. But there was an Ice Phoenix watching outside, and it would reinforce the area immediately if it became loose. This prevents the Valkyries from breaking through this place, no matter how they attack. On the other side, Song Qiqi escorted Tang Zone to Su Yang's side and then began to eat something, trying to recover some of her fighting strength. Su Yang glanced at it and handed it over directly. This can help you recover from your injuries quickly. Song Qiqi looked at the red pill-like thing and swallowed it without hesitation. In an instant, she felt her injuries rapidly healing and disappearing in a short while. This item works even better than the ones you can get from the school. Without asking any questions, she picked up her axe and charged into battle. At this moment, the Valkyrie who had been chasing Tang Zong and his companion appeared. There are 3 in total, and they seem to be quite strong. So they found help, but what can they do about it? We're all level 10 or higher, how could she possibly stop us? The leading Valkyrie sneered, pointing her longsword at Ling Xuer as she slowly approached. Faced with these three Valkyries, Ling Xuer didn't even feel like speaking. If they hadn't arrived in time, Tang Zong and Song Qiqi might have been eliminated. How could she be in a good mood? Let this bright moon be your final memory. A cold sword light, over 10 meters long, rushed towards the three of them. They were moving too fast, they had no way to dodge. Brush! With a flash of sword light, the three Valkyries were instantly cleaved in two. Song Qiqi, who was just about to come over to help, was completely shocked, her mouth agape. Although she knew that Ling Xuer's strength had definitely increased, the other party was still a Valkyrie of level 10 or above. He was easily defeated just like that? Just how strong is Xuer? Xuer, what level are you now? Song Qiqi asked. I was level 15 before I joined, and then I received a reward that gave me +5 level in the college entrance examination. Now I should be level 20. Ling Xuer said. Song Qiqi was completely numb. Level 20? This level would probably put you in first place among everyone, right? Not to mention that Ling Xuer herself is very powerful. The sheer power of their ranks left the other Valkyries with no chance of escape. Now she finally understood why Su Yang had said he could take them flying. With such strength, sweeping the college entrance examination is really not a problem. Having dealt with the pursuers, Ling Xuer returned and broke through the ice. The Valkyries inside thought they had opened it themselves, and only realized it when they looked up. They were greeted by an ice giant over 10 meters tall, and an ice phoenix with wings that blotted out the sky. All the Valkyries were stunned. For a moment, they wondered if they had come to the wrong film set. Is this really the scene that these test takers should be seeing? Isn't this the kind of power that only powerful Valkyries of level 30 and above can use? Low-level Valkyries can mostly only use physical attacks. They can't use other types of abilities yet. Of course, if the potential level is high, it can still be used at a low level, just with slightly less power. Li Tianqin looked at Ling Xuer in the sky, his eyes flashing with fanaticism. That kind of Valkyrie should be his Valkyrie. With that kind of strength, the opponent is at least an A rank, or even an S rank Valkyrie. According to the information he received, there should only be 2 S-rank Valkyries among this year's candidates. Furthermore, some of the information about those 2 Valkyries doesn't match the one in front of me. What's going on? Are there any hidden S-class Valkyries? Thinking of this, Li Tianqin stepped forward and shouted, "The Valkyrie above, I am from the Li family of Haishur. I hereby declare that, as long as you are willing to become my Valkyrie, you will be my one and only Valkyrie from now on. I swear in the name of the Li family that I will make you the most powerful Valkyrie of the human race." He thought that if he revealed his identity as a member of the Li family, the other party would definitely follow him. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Ling Xuer had no idea what the Li family was. Even if she knew, she wouldn't care. Su Yang was the only one in her heart. His appearance reminded Ling Xuer of someone she disliked very much. Zheng Tinxiang. Are all family members the same? Ling Xuer remained silent, while the ice giant delivered a heavy punch. Not good. Although he was provoked by Li Tianqin's words, his Valkyrie still instinctively went to protect him. That punch nearly smashed them into pancakes. Although he is not dead yet, he is not far off. Cough cough, why? I'm from the Li family. Before he finished speaking, he and the Valkyrie slowly disappeared. Li Tianqin's death was just the beginning. Against these Valkyries, the ice giants and ice phoenixes alone could wreak havoc. Ling Xuer only needs to intervene occasionally. Lu Dang walked over with a fawning smile. Brother, I am Lu Dang. What's your name? I am Tang Zong. How do you know my son? Tang Zong looked at him with a strange expression. Son? This title made Lu Dang instantly realize that Tang Zong and the big boss had an extremely close relationship. Think about it, would an ordinary person just casually call their son son? He heard it clearly just now, he clearly called the big boss dad before. Their relationship is like that of father and son, absolutely unbreakable. Then I'll call you Brother Zong. I met this big shot by chance and am now his underling. Lu Dang briefly recounted some recent events. Upon hearing this, Emperor Tang slapped his thigh. Oh dear, why didn't I meet you guys first? What a waste. Lu Dang kept rubbing her thighs, looking at him with a resentful gaze. Why don't you slap your own thigh? Wait, speaking of which, I also had an unexpected surprise. At that time, I knew I definitely couldn't win. But with my son here, everything is not a problem. With a serious expression, Tang Zong said something that left Lu Dang speechless. At worst, I'll just kneel down, hug his legs, and call him dad. Lu Dang suddenly realized that he still needed to cultivate himself. The other party's skills were far superior to his. While they were chatting, all the test takers were killed. Kai Xia and Song Qiqi were both assigned to a group of test takers, which significantly increased their scores. Upon seeing Su Yang, Tang Zong, under the astonished gaze of Lu Dang, immediately slid to his knees and hugged Su Yang's leg. Dad, I'm suffering. How much emotion is contained in this sentence? Lu Dang discovered that there was still much for him to learn. But Su Yang wasn't going to put up with him at all, and kicked him away. Get lost. Don't touch me. Emperor Tang patted his behind, not caring at all. I thought I had no chance of passing the college entrance exam this year, but luckily I met you. Once we get back, let's get the whole service done. Su Yang glanced at him. Our memories will all disappear after we leave. Even if we leave something behind using other methods, it will still disappear. You can try exploiting loopholes. Tang Zong grinned. Of course he knew there were no loopholes in the college entrance examination. Otherwise, the human race wouldn't be able to maintain such a stable annual college entrance examination. However, there might be a problem this time. We've discovered that members of the cult have infiltrated. Su Yang's words made Tang Zong's expression change. Evil god cult? How could those lunatics get in? You're not kidding me, are you? Seeing Tang Zong's disbelief, Su Yang was not surprised at all. After all, it's easy to detect evil cults, but the fact that they managed to infiltrate is quite frightening. We have dealt with several hundred examinees, but so far we have not found any trace of the evil god cult. We estimate that they have already left this area. We need to be careful from now on. Nobody knows what tricks the Church of the Evil God has up its sleeve. Su Yang gave some instructions. Emperor Tang nodded. It was already very late, so they went to town and rested for the night. Indeed, it's still more comfortable to sleep in a bed. Su Yang thought to himself. The next day, they set off from here with some supplies, heading towards the village that Tang Zong remembered. After walking for several more days, they finally found the edge of the village. There seemed to be other people inside. Damn it! There are other examinees inside. This unexpected surprise might just be. Before Tang Zong could finish speaking, one of the female warriors inside suddenly separated into two parts, just like those puppets. Her face was full of confusion and fear, and the contractor was so scared that he wet himself, but soon the two of them disappeared. After they disappeared, the village returned to normal. It failed? That's all right then. Emperor Tang was very glad that he had made the right choice to leave. This unexpected surprise wasn't the kind that you couldn't come back to after leaving. They went straight inside, and the scene was exactly the same as when Tang Zong came last time. Chapter 53 The Angel Clan, the Proboscis. The atmosphere around them was very strange. The villagers looked at them with strange eyes, as if they were some kind of weird thing. Su Yang glanced around. From Tang Zong, he knew that these villagers were all puppets. Once inside, they saw the wooden frame, and the villagers immediately stopped performing. Please take a seat, distinguished guest. Please take a seat, distinguished guest. Su Yang smiled. He didn't need to lift a finger. Lu Dang and Tang Zong simply had the Valkyrie take action. Song Qiqi and Kai Xia took immediate action, wiping out all the puppet villagers in the surrounding area, leaving none alive. Then, a sound rang out. You've discovered an unexpected surprise. Would you like to continue exploring? Unexpected surprises come with certain risks. Failure will result in elimination. They naturally chose to delve deeper. In that instant, the surrounding scenery changed. The village, which was originally filled with a sense of oppression, has suddenly transformed into a village with blue skies, white clouds, and a touch of leisure. The surrounding villagers appeared out of nowhere, each with a smile on their face. It looked peaceful and serene. It's a completely different place from the village we just visited. Holy crap, where is this place? It's different from the one we just saw. Tang Zong looked around. Although the land was still the same, the feeling it gave off had changed. It looks like this place before the incident happened in the village. Lu Dang said. Having learned from his previous experience, he had realized that the location of this unexpected surprise was different from the outside world, both in terms of time and location. Su Yang thought so too. Perhaps they would soon experience why this village had become a village full of puppets. And why the villagers put all the outsiders on wooden frames to be executed. They wandered around the village casually, and then Tang Zong saw a familiar old man. It was the old man who had led them here earlier. "Hey, old man, where is this place?" Tang Zong went up and asked without any politeness. The old man was startled by Tang Zong and took a few steps back before he could see that Tang Zong was a human. "Oh my, young man, you almost scared this old man to death. This is Mingzang village, which can be considered the only village within 100 miles. How did you get here?" The old man looked at them curiously. Su Yang noticed something. The old man looked at their modern clothes without seeming at all surprised. "Oh, we came out to have fun and ended up here. Has anything strange happened in your village lately?" Emperor Tang continued to ask questions. The old man's eyes flickered, and he began to stammer. "No. Nothing like that. Our village has always been very safe. Even Ling Xuer couldn't be fooled by this." Emperor Tang deliberately didn't expose the old man, chatted with him for a while, and didn't discover any information. This makes the problem quite obvious. The old man kept quiet about what had happened in the village. What should we do? Should we use other methods to extract information from him? Tang Zong asked in a low voice. Su Yang glanced at the old man's timid appearance and a slight smile appeared on his lips. "No need, let's go." They left immediately. Soon after, Ling Xuer, with her agile movements, quietly followed behind the old man. Ling Xuer's current strength is something an ordinary person wouldn't be able to detect. When the old man saw that no one was around, he went to a detached house by himself. This house is very strange. All the windows are sealed shut, and all the holes around it are filled with mud. It's like deliberately locking something inside. The old man stayed for a few minutes, then came out, his expression somewhat grim. He turned around, seemed to curse a few words inside, and stormed off. After the old man left, Ling Xuer quietly went to the front of the house. She squeezed the lock with a little force and broke it. As she pushed open the door, a strange smell mixed with feces and urine hit her. Ling Xuer frowned slightly and looked over. Although it was pitch black inside, as a Valkyrie, this darkness had no effect on her. Her eyes immediately spotted what was inside. Then, her face immediately darkened. She never felt that some people were so despicable. In the corner of this room, a woman was huddled up. A woman covered in wounds, dressed in rags, shivering. Judging from his appearance, he is probably around 20 years old. But anyone who saw her like that would feel sorry for her. Ling Xuer only took one step, and the other person trembled violently. She knew that the other person must have thought she was the old man from before. "Don't be afraid, I'm not that person, I'm here to help you." Ling Xuer spoke softly to her. Hearing the different sound made the woman's trembling body stop. She slowly raised her head and looked in Ling Xuer's direction. But it was this one glance that made Ling Xuer's heart burst with intense killing intent once again. I thought the woman's eyes were empty. She couldn't understand why anyone would treat a woman in such a cruel way. Unless this woman must have done something utterly outrageous. Although Ling Xuer was very angry, she still had basic vigilance. She hadn't forgotten that this was a place of unexpected surprise. If she is eliminated due to carelessness, it will implicate Su Yang. In her heart, Su Yang will always be number one. Ling Xuer comforted her as she moved closer to her. However, she remained on guard the whole time. After a while, the woman came to her senses, waved her hands repeatedly at Ling Xuer, and pointed to her throat. Ah, ah. She made a sound that only a mute person could make. Her voice was also hoarse. You could probably tell from her eyes that her throat had been deliberately made hoarse. Would you like to come out with me? Ling Xuer looked at her carefully. As long as they could communicate, things would be much simpler. The woman seemed to have thought of something, and her body began to tremble again. She seemed eager to go out, but also afraid of something. If you're afraid of that old man, I can protect you. The woman still didn't reach out. Ling Xuer pondered for a moment, then used the contract to directly inform Su Yang of the situation here. Su Yang was somewhat surprised that a woman was trapped in a pitch-black room. Who is this woman? Could that be the reason the old man panicked? Bring her over here for a look. Su Yang was confident that even if the other party had some strange behavior, Xuer's strength was enough to suppress it. With Su Yang's words, Ling Xuer had no choice but to forcibly take her out. Once outside, tears streamed from the woman's empty eyes, and a sob escaped her throat. It was clear that she hadn't been in the sun for a long time, and she was very excited. Ling Xuer was about to lead her on, but the woman stopped. She closed her eyes and spoke in a very pleasant voice towards Ling Shuer. Thank you, beautiful young lady. Ling Shuer suddenly turned around. You can talk? You're lying to me? Her gaze turned cold. How could an abused woman deceive her? Of all disabilities, being mute is indeed the easiest to fake. Just don't speak, just make two ah sounds. The woman smiled slightly. I didn't lie to you, I really was mute just now. However, once I came outside, my strength began to return, so I was able to speak. Now. The woman slowly opened her eyes, and a pair of bright eyes appeared in her previously empty eye sockets. My eyesight has also recovered. This recovery speed surprised Ling Shuer. This is an incredibly fast recovery ability. She had heard that some Valkyries possessed such power, but they were quite rare. Having this rapid recovery ability will give you an advantage in any battle. Who are you? Ling Shuer no longer believed that the other party was an ordinary woman who was easily abused by the villagers. She immediately drew her ice sword and aimed it at her. I am. The woman tilted her head slightly, the blazing sunlight shining on her face, giving her a kind of holy beauty. A phantom angel. Click, 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 click. The moment her voice fell, many villagers rushed towards her as if they had gone mad. Moreover, the villagers all had fractures in their joints. It was as if some force had turned the villagers from living people into living puppets. Their bodies were still flesh and blood, but they were treated like puppets. The cruel scene made Ling Shuer frown. At least the previous ones were fakes made of wood, but these are all real. You're from another race, aren't you? Although I've never heard of you. But anyone who is a different race deserves to die. As Ling Shuer spoke, the ice sword slashed down. At such close range, there's no need for even a sword flash. The ice sword itself slashed directly down towards the angel's body. The endless icy light almost engulfed the angel's body. The angel's previously calm gaze instantly turned serious. She discovered that the human girl who had brought her out seemed to be quite powerful. But it's okay. No matter how strong her opponent is, she is confident enough to defeat them. Bump! The angel's body flew straight out. Ling Shuer exclaimed in surprise, realizing that something felt off. That doesn't look like a body of flesh and blood, it looks more like some kind of material? Ling Shuer looked over and saw that the angel who had been knocked away was gradually changing in her body. The flesh and blood body we just saw has transformed into a puppet-like form. Two pure white wings appeared behind her. However, these wings are made of some kind of white material and are not real wings. A hint of anger crossed her face. A sword scar several tens of centimeters long appeared in the middle of his forehead. This is a disgrace to her. He was almost killed by a human girl. If it weren't for the crucial moment when she regained some of her power and transformed back into her original form, they were probably already dead. You are the human Valkyrie, right? I didn't expect you to have such strength at such a young age. Unfortunately, humanity is destined to fail, while my angel race is the sole ruler of this world. Chapter 54: The Extinction of a Clan. Seeing the other person's loud laughter, Ling Shuer raised her hand and asked, "Excuse me, what kind of race is the angel clan?" The smile on the angel's face froze. She stared intently at Ling Shuer, as if trying to see through the pretense on her face. Unfortunately, all she saw was sincerity. Because Ling Shuer had never heard of this alien race. Impossible. You're lying to me. My angel race is so powerful, how could you not have heard of it? The angel was unbelievable. Seeing that the other party was almost going crazy, Ling Shuer couldn't help but ask Su Yang through the contract. Su Yang, do you know about the angel clan? Meanwhile, the two Valkyries sensed it as Ling Shuer used her power to fight the archangel. Shuer is fighting, let's get there quickly. Song Chi-Chi's expression changed, and she hurriedly said. They hurried in that direction, and halfway there Su Yang heard Ling Shuer's question. Angels? When he was in school, Su Yang was a top student, and he remembered almost all the knowledge very clearly. I know. The angel race was very powerful at the beginning, but they were later tricked by some alien races and then wiped out. Hearing Su Yang say this, Ling Shuer suddenly realized. She wasn't a top student, so naturally she wouldn't remember some of the alien races that no longer existed very clearly. She looked at the angel and said directly, the angel race has been wiped out. What? Impossible. I don't believe it. How could the angel be willing to believe that? How could the angel race, which was so powerful, be wiped out? This human girl must be deceiving her. Thinking of this, she once again controlled a group of living puppets around her and launched a frenzied attack on Ling Shuer. At first glance, all you could see were severed hands, legs, and various parts of the body. An ordinary person would probably throw up their dinner after just one glance. Facing the puppets that were about to surround her, Ling Shuer simply uttered 2 words. Freeze! Centered on her, ice rapidly appeared on the bodies of the nearest puppets. In just a few seconds, all the surrounding puppets were frozen in mid-air in a radial pattern, unable to move. From a distance, it even has a strange kind of beauty. So beautiful, and so amazing. When Song Chi-chi finally arrived here and saw the scene, she couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Kai Xia nodded repeatedly, her eyes filled with admiration as she looked at Ling Shuer. Sister Shuer is amazing. Her strength is probably no better than that of a level 30 Valkyrie. Tang Zong was already quite calm about Ling Shuer's strength. Lu Dang had witnessed Ling Shuer's all-out attack before, so this was nothing more than a drizzle. But the angel was different. She had never seen a human girl as powerful as Ling Shuer. He's so young, yet so strong. If the human Valkyries of that time had all possessed such strength, the angels would have been no match for them. But in her memory, the human race was clearly suffering defeat after defeat. What exactly happened? The angel race will not perish. I'll find out once I kill you. The angel had gone mad. Her body began to split apart. Each body part separates automatically. At the same time, every part began to change, as if something was starting to wriggle and grow. In a short period of time, more than a dozen identical angels appeared. Ling Shuer discovered that every angel she encountered felt real. A dozen or so angels rushed directly towards Ling Shuer. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Each of the angels conjured cannon-like objects in its hands, aiming them at Ling Shuer. Beams of light shot towards Ling Shuer's location. Ice wall. A massive, thick ice wall stood directly in front of Ling Shuer. The beam of light struck it, carrying away many ice shards and causing dents in the ice wall. Ultimately, however, the beam of light disappeared, and the ice wall remained unbroken. The attack by the dozen or so angels was not over yet. Their bodies kept spinning, eventually transforming into more than a dozen drill bits. They lined up in a straight line and drilled into the ice wall. Sizzle sizzle. The ice wall shook violently before being drilled through. But Ling Shuer was no longer behind the ice wall. You really think I'll stand still? Ling Shuer's mocking voice came from above. The angel looked up and saw Ling Shuer standing on the head of the towering ice giant, looking down at them. The ice phoenix was also lurking in the air, watching intently. She was completely dumbfounded. Holy crap! What are all these things? When did human Valkyries become so powerful? If the human race is really at this level, what chance do the angels have? The angel immediately had the idea of running away. After arriving here, Su Yang glanced at the information on the archangel. Name, Yen Lu. Race, angelic race, phantom angel. Level, 15. Potential, grade A. This level and potential are enough to crush the vast majority of candidates. It's safe to say that if Tang Zong had actually dared to come in last time, he would definitely have been eliminated. There is only a sliver of hope if you have a Valkyrie of a 15 or higher. However, ordinary Valkyries might be overwhelmed by the various methods of the Archangel. Unfortunately, it encountered Ling Shuer. The Ice Giant and the Ice Phoenix attacked together, reducing the Archangel to just one. The angel trembled. Where did this Valkyrie come from? How come I've never heard of it? Ling Shuer did not kill the other party at Su Yang's request. He wanted to ask some questions. Ling Shuer jumped to Su Yang's side, instantly transforming from the cold-faced war god into the female classmate sitting next to him. Su Yang, how did I do just now? She clung to Su Yang's arm and asked in a coquettish tone. That's amazing. Nobody's better than Cher. Su Yang answered her with the most sincere voice. Ling Shuer was completely won over by this, and felt as satisfied as if she had just enjoyed a delicious meal. As the angel watched the other's transformation, even the corners of its puppet-like body twitched. After praising Shuer, Su Yang said to the puppet angel, I have a few questions for you. You can choose to answer them or not. However, I don't think you want to know the consequences of not answering. Faced with Su Yang's threat, the angel remained silent for a moment before saying, Ask away. Very good, he is a smart person. My first question is, why are you here? You are an angel, who can restrain you? Su Yan didn't believe for a second that a group of villagers could restrain a single phantom angel. I don't know the specifics, but I remember my last memory was of my body being destroyed by a Valkyrie. When I woke up, I was in that room, and all my strength was bound and I couldn't recover. I've thought about going out, but I always get brutally abused. The human body is too much trouble. My body gradually recovered only after she appeared and took me out of the house. Su Yang could tell that the other party was not lying. In other words, the fact that the other party appeared here must be a tactic employed by the higher-ups of the human race. They don't know how they managed to get the angel into the college entrance exam, turning it into some unexpected surprise. Is this what you call an unexpected surprise? It was clearly an unexpected fright. If anyone else had joined, they would have been eliminated. The angel race has been wiped out. If you die here, the angel race will be completely extinct. Have you ever considered switching sides? Su Yang's words surprised everyone. Tang Zong walked over and said, Su Yang, you want to use up a level 10 spot? Are you crazy? Each contractor can choose to contract a second Valkyrie when they reach level 10. But in reality, contractors can also contract with other races. But nobody would do that. Once a contract is formed with a different race, the contractor will exhibit the characteristics and powers of that race, making them easily detectable. Any contractor who does this will be treated as a traitor to humanity. There have been similar cases in history. Some died, while others fled to other tribes. If Su Yang chooses to do this, he will be a complete traitor. Su Yang rolled his eyes. Do I look like such a stupid person to you? Tang Zong was taken aback. Then what did you mean just now? Lu Deng seemed to realize something. Does the boss mean that it should join our human race, but we won't form a contract with it? But how can we guarantee its loyalty in this way? And if we don't kill it, it seems like we won't be able to leave here, right? Lu Deng's words make a lot of sense. Su Yang smiled and said, I have swear. I just need to do something to her. At the very least, it can help us do some things that we can't do in the college entrance examination. And how do I leave here? Let me ask first. Su Yang looked up and asked, it has been defeated. We've completed the unexpected surprise here, right? Give it to me, I need it. Tang Zong looked up, then at Su Yang, wondering who he was talking to. But it's not surprising that there are reeds. The same question the big shot asked last time yielded a lot of results. Can. The answer was only 2 words, but everyone heard it. The smile on Su Yang's lips vanished in an instant. He realized last time that there was definitely someone or some organization supervising the college entrance examination. Otherwise, if something goes wrong in such a large place, who will be responsible? However, this person or organization must be very special. The Hall of Contracts clearly occupies the most important position among them. The person in charge of the college entrance examination and who oversees the entire environment is definitely a key figure in the contract hall. The Hall of Contracts has never revealed who is inside, making it quite mysterious among humans. Su Yang had once suspected that the military's so-called strongest Valkyrie might just be a smokescreen. The strongest are definitely in the Hall of Contracts. Subsequently, the surrounding villages gradually disappeared, and that atmosphere vanished as well. Congratulations on completing the surprise. Rewards are now available. Rewards have been issued. Su Yang waited for a while, but strangely, nothing happened. Wait, what about my reward? The Phantom Angel is the reward. Su Yang's lips twitched slightly. No wonder the other party was so agreeable. It turns out they directly used the Puppet Angel as a reward. However, upon closer reflection, the Archangel is quite powerful, making it a very good reward. Although the other party was uncontrollable, he had more faith in Schwer's abilities. Chapter 55 Chu Xiaocheng. Looking at the puppet's appearance, Su Yang asked, can you revert to your human form from before? The angel wanted to hold on, but Ling Schwer's gaze almost froze it, making it afraid to use force. Can. As it spoke, its body changed again. Her puppet-like body transformed back into the human woman she had been before. But unlike others, she was dressed in smart clothes, and all her wounds were nowhere to be seen. Although their faces are the same, they give off a feeling almost identical to modern humans. What kind of technique is this? It's almost impossible to tell from the outside. Su Yang was very curious about this move. The angel glanced at Ling Schwer and obediently said, this is a unique skill of the angels in my angel clan. It allows me to use some created flesh and blood to cover my body. Even using all the human race's various checks, it would be very difficult to find out my identity. Su Yang frowned. If that's the case, there should be many enchanted spies within the human race. But since it has appeared here, it means that the human race should still be fine. Are there any enchanted spy among the human race? Su Yang simply asked directly. Qianlu shook his head, not a single one. No, I should say that we sent them, but none of them survived. The human race used some unknown means to detect the archangels immediately, resulting in the complete annihilation of all the archangels that entered the human race. Since then, not a single angel has dared to enter the human realm. Su Yang was somewhat surprised the human race really had quite a few trump cards up their sleeves. At the very least, he couldn't tell what connection the person in front of him had with the archangel. But upon closer reflection, it's not surprising, given the nature of this planet. The other continents were occupied by various alien races and monsters, leaving only a small corner of the land for humans. Even so, the fact that they persisted shows that the human race had a trump card. If alien races truly want to annihilate humanity, they will have to pay a huge price. From now on, you will be the second Valkyrie I have contracted. You will not need to take action normally. This is the identity that Su Yang prepared for it. Once you reach level 10, you can contract a second Valkyrie. However, Yanlu is not a true Valkyrie and cannot complete the armored armor, making her easily exposed. It doesn't fight, so the chances of it being exposed are slim. I see. Yanlu nodded in agreement. Boss, which way do we go next? Lu Dang asked at just the right time. Tang Zong leaned closer. I know a place where there are many examinees. In reality, one-on-one challenges between test takers are no longer popular at this point. Now they are all starting to form cliques and build their own forces. Only in this way can you gain the upper hand. That place is a city, where there are forces formed by the examinees and forces formed by NPCs. There are also many scattered candidates, and almost every day a candidate is eliminated. It's much more exciting there than outside. Some people, knowing that their Valkyries aren't very strong, have started assassinating them. They directly target the contractors themselves, and some candidates with good abilities have actually been eliminated. After Tang Zong explained it to him, Su Yang gained a general understanding of the place. Simply put, test takers want to achieve a better ranking through this method. In this way, the candidates who can become the leaders of the forces must at least be A-rank Valkyries. Do you have any information on S-rank Valkyries? Su Yang asked. I haven't heard of it yet, but I've heard some things from other test takers. There was indeed an S-class Valkyrie in this year's college entrance exam. When Tang Zong said this, a hint of envy appeared in his eyes. That's an S-class. The Valkyrie with the greatest potential in the history of humanity. She's the Valkyrie that every contractor dreams of. Upon hearing about the existence of an S-rank Valkyrie, Su Yang guessed that the evil god cult's target was probably that S-rank. Chu Xiaocheng, as the largest city in the vicinity, sees many people coming and going every day. These ancient cities look magnificent. The city walls are so high, they must be at least 20 or 30 meters high, right? It's a pity that we can't see it at all now. Lu Dang looked up and exclaimed in amazement. Don't be too quick to exclaim in amazement, the sights inside will surely dazzle your eyes. Tang Zong seemed to have thought of something and chuckled. Song Qiqi, who was next to him, seemed to know what he was thinking and reached out to pinch him. He screamed in pain. Qiqi, why are you pinching me? I didn't say anything wrong. The state of things inside is all the fault of those test takers, they're the ones who caused this mess. Su Yang didn't understand what Tang Zong meant, but soon after they entered the city, he immediately understood. Here, you can see many beautiful female NPCs dressed in ancient costumes. They were tall and slender, with beautiful faces, wearing black stockings and high heels. Wait, something seems to have gotten mixed in? Black stockings and high heels? Su Yang was taken aback. He looked closely and realized that the women in ancient costumes were not Valkyries, but rather NPCs. Their upper body attire was fairly normal, but their lower body attire was a bit strange. Tang Zong saw Su Yang's stunned expression and gave him a knowing look. See? I wasn't wrong, was I? These were all done by some test takers. The NPCs here may not be surprised by our clothes, but they seem to be able to recognize the difference. Someone offered them these things, and they immediately loved them, and then you could see them everywhere. Lu Dang stared wide-eyed, looking around frantically, swallowing hard. Kai Xia glanced at him and coughed heavily. Lu Dang immediately became serious, as if everything that had just happened had never existed. Su Yan looked at it for a while and found it quite pleasing to the eye. More importantly, however, all sorts of test takers can be seen here. These candidates came from all over the country, and each of them was dressed completely differently. Human cities are scattered across various regions, some in the south where it's summer all year round. The people there wear very little clothing. Some live in the far north, where it is cold all year round, and everyone wears the warmest clothes. At that moment, a candidate wearing flip-flops with a floral pattern walked directly over to them. "Hey buddy, wanna join our coconut club? Our president is from the south, and you guys look like you're from the south too." The test takers were very outgoing and immediately offered them candy. He didn't notice at first, but when he realized that Su Yang and the others had a total of 7, he realized that Su Yang and the others had a total of 7. He paused for a moment. Holy crap! Which of you guys is so awesome? You actually contracted a second Valkyrie? Awesome! I, Chen Lil, love making awesome friends. Chen Lil was extremely surprised. These days, any normal person knows one thing: the value of a Valkyrie is quality, not quantity. The more Valkyries there are, the more resources are needed to train them. However, this resulted in the 2 Valkyries leveling up very slowly. It's not worth the risk. If you focus your efforts on one Valkyrie, will the other Valkyries still follow you? They'll definitely flee overnight, carrying the train with them. So when Chenla saw that there were odd numbers in the team, he realized that a genius had appeared. What is a coconut? You all like to eat coconuts? Su Yang had only heard of coconuts, he had never eaten one. Transporting fruit from the far south is costly, and then it's sold in the southern part of the city. It was definitely a losing proposition. This is just an ordinary fruit, nothing special. What southerner doesn't like eating coconut meat and drinking coconut juice? Wait, don't you have coconuts where you live? Which city are you from? Chen Lu asked in surprise. We're from the south of the city. Oh, it's Nanchang, the city that's right in the middle? Chen Lu suddenly realized. Being in the middle means being far from both the north and the south. It's not surprising that they've never eaten a coconut. It's fine in Nanchang too. People from Nanchang are definitely from the south. Joining us is the right choice. Just as Chen Lu was promoting how great coconuts were, another examinee came over. The other person was wearing thick clothes, and just looking at them made you feel hot. But the other person seemed to be enjoying it. Don't listen to his nonsense. Although Nanchang has the word Nan in its name, it is clearly inhabited by us northerners. You eat noodles, right? You eat salty food, right? Then you must be from the north. Join our salty tofu pudding organization, and you'll be a squad leader as soon as you join. By the way, my name is Wang Chang. Su Yang's eyes were strange. Was this a college entrance exam version of the North-South conflict? I had only ever seen it in books before. I never imagined it actually existed in real life. Their eyes met, and a certain clash seemed to occur, almost igniting a fire. It's likely that both sides are exercising restraint, otherwise, if they were to take direct action, the entire city would descend into chaos. Dude, you guys choose. The 2 men looked at Su Yang, awaiting his choice. Is it possible that I have no intention of joining any faction? As soon as Su Yang finished speaking, Chen Lu offered some words of advice. Dude, I'm not threatening you, but the number of lone wolves around here is almost wiped out lately. Although you are not lone wolves, there are only 3 candidates, which is just as bad. Only by following the powerful can you get a good ranking. Our boss said he'll help us boost our points. Wang Chang shared the same idea. In fact, many people could see this in this year's college entrance examination. This allows candidates to organize themselves and break the deadlock. If you have the ability, you can find manpower and build influence to elevate oneself to the highest position. Of course, we didn't do this. We compete through legitimate means and would never do something so disgusting. Our boss suspects that there might be a very strong lone wolf here, and that he is doing this in secret. So for your sake, and for the sake of the Coconut Association, join us. Chenla suddenly remembered something and asked Su Yan with a smile. Dude, we've been talking for so long and I still don't know your name. What's yours? Su Yang smiled slightly and introduced himself. Su Yang. Su Yang, that name. Holy crap? Su Yang? Chapter 56, A Different Approach. Shenla felt like he was about to explode. Who doesn't know the name Su Yang these days? That's a ruthless person who jumped to the top of the leaderboard in no time. No one knew his name before, but when he suddenly rose to the top of the list, everyone remembered him. He never dreamed that such a ruthless person would be right in front of him. Are you really Su Yang? The one at number 1 on the list? Su Yang chuckled, it's just a coincidence of names. If I were that powerful, I would have swept through them long ago. Shenla breathed a sigh of relief, that's true, but buddy, don't say your name casually in the future, it'll scare people. Wang Chang, who was standing to the side, also breathed a sigh of relief. Neither of them regarded Su Yang in front of them as the number 1 on the list. After all, in their minds, such a big shot must be very arrogant. How could he possibly speak to them so calmly? In the end, Su Yang did not choose to join any faction. However, he had a good impression of the two men and said that if he had a choice, he would definitely choose the power of their two families. The two then left. Let's find a place to stay first, and then get started, Su Yang said. Operation? What operation? Tang Zong blinked his bewildered little eyes. Lu Dang chuckled and puffed out his chest, Brother Zong, of course it's my doing as the top lecturer. As long as I take action, I guarantee I can lure them over, and then the big boss will make a move and wipe them out in no time. Tang Zong suddenly remembered the scene he had witnessed earlier. It turned out that it was a setup they deliberately created to lure the test takers together. This makes it easier to start. If test takers are too scattered, it will actually cause problems. Lu Dang excitedly went out. The reeds returned dejectedly. How could this be? My tricks aren't working anymore? He sat in the chair, his entire body turning grayish-white, as if he had lost all color. What's wrong with him? Looking at the reed marshes, Tang Zong asked Kai Xia curiously. He also wanted to use the hidden evolution materials as bait to lure people over, but he didn't expect. Kai Xia smiled bitterly, there are also Valkyries with hidden evolutions here. They even said that as long as you join their faction, they will reveal their hidden evolution materials free of charge. Some things are unique, they are one of a kind. There are two, which can only be described as rare items, but they are not necessarily required. The situation is like this in the reed marshes, not to mention that there is more than one Valkyrie with hidden evolution. The probability of hidden evolution is already very low, so those people weren't very interested in what Ludong said. The plan to build up the reed marshes was aborted. If this method doesn't work, let's try another one. For example, insights into hidden evolution? A cunning smile appeared on Tang Zong's face. If one Valkyrie with hidden evolution isn't enough, then what about two? I'll have Kiki also dress up as a Valkyrie with a hidden evolution. If there are two of them, the attraction will definitely increase significantly. Lu Dang suddenly stood up, that's right, if one isn't enough, then two will do. People will definitely be curious about how we managed to make the two Valkyries evolve in secret, and whether there were any insights involved. That's the most exciting part. Lu Dang was full of energy, and he went out again, this time with a different approach. Sure enough, he succeeded this time. In one part of the city, hundreds of examinees gathered. The quantity and quality this time are significantly better than before. These candidates were clearly divided into different factions. It was obvious at a glance that they belonged to different groups. What's most surprising is that the leader of every faction is here. You who eat coconuts, you also want to know the secrets of hidden evolution? I'm telling you, this insight is definitely mine. Also, the tofu pudding must be savory. A burly boy who didn't look like a student at all shouted at the other side. The candidates behind him shouted in unison, salty tofu pudding. Salty tofu pudding. Across from him was a boy wearing a floral shirt and a bitter tea dress, holding an open coconut and drinking from it. He immediately erupted in anger. What do you mean savory? Tofu pudding is definitely better when it's sweet. Also, the secrets to hidden evolution are mine. Members of the Coconut Club also shouted from behind. The two sides' provocations prevented other forces from intervening, and they all remained on the sidelines. Standing on the podium, looking at the large crowd below, Lu Dang was trembling with excitement. With so many people, how many points must that be? At the beginning, each candidate only has 10 points, but don't forget, there is this rule. After defeating a test taker, you can obtain all the points the opponent possesses. In this way, killing the test taker will only yield more points. Please be quiet, everyone. I am the gold medal lecturer for today, and this is my partner. Lu Dang and Tang Zong stood here, with their Valkyries standing on either side, in full armor. Next, I will share some of our hidden evolutionary insights with you, which I hope will be helpful to everyone. Then, the familiar questioning voice came, How can you prove that you are both Valkyries who have undergone hidden evolution? Lu Dang raised the corner of his mouth and said, "That's simple, we'll know once we have a fight, won't we?" As we all know, among Valkyries of the same level and with the same potential, those that have undergone hidden evolution will be stronger. I wonder if there are any B9 rank Valkyries present? The next candidate shouted, "Mine is B9. Very good, please take a look and you will see." The arena was given to Kai Xia and the opposing Valkyrie. The two entered combat mode and started fighting instantly. It was obvious to anyone with eyes that Kai Xia quickly gained the upper hand. This strength is indeed much higher than that of other Valkyries of the same level. She is a genuine hidden evolved Valkyrie. He really wasn't lying. I hope his insights will be useful later. Alright, we all believe you, there's no need to continue fighting. The fight stopped, and Kai Xia remained calm, while her opponent began to pant. The gap in strength can sometimes be that large. Lu Dang returned to his position on the podium, smiling as he looked at them. "Since you all believe me, I will now share my insights here. But before that, there's something I'd like to ask you." A strange smile played on Lu Dang's lips as he lowered his voice and asked, "Does anyone know where that S-rank Valkyrie is?" Upon hearing this, some people's gazes fell on a certain figure. Lu Dang looked over and saw an incredibly dazzling Valkyrie, like a holy goddess. Her contractor is also a handsome guy who's comparable to a celebrity. When the two stand together, one word inevitably comes to mind. A match made in heaven. Holy crap! There really is an S-class Valkyrie? I thought it was fake. Do you know who he is? He's Sun Hongfei, the eldest son of the Sun family, from Haishur. His S-class Valkyrie was someone the Sun family painstakingly cultivated. It's truly enviable. Sun Hongfei didn't care that his identity had been exposed. He looked calmly at the reeds, his voice carrying a hint of arrogance. "Tell me quickly, what are your secrets to hidden evolution? If you do well, I will reward you." These words sound condescending, as if a superior were bestowing charity upon those below. Lu Dang hates this kind of pretentious person the most. "You're only S-rank? You look pretty ordinary, much worse than the big shots." Lu Dang shook his head and sighed, not caring at all about the other party's S-rank title. Sun Hongfei frowned slightly. Was this a salary adjustment for him? Ever since he made a contract with an S-class Valkyrie, the only looks he receives from those around him are humbly envious and admiring. I haven't heard this kind of derogatory tone in a long time. Then let your so-called big shot come over here, and let me see what kind of person he is. An S-level rating is his greatest source of confidence. Really? Being an S-rank makes you this arrogant? A faint voice came from mid-air. Sun Hongfei suddenly looked up and saw two figures appear in mid-air. It was Su Yang and Ling Xuer. Ling Xuer stretched out one hand, her fair face showing only indifference. Ice Giant. Ice Phoenix. The towering Ice Giant and the soaring Ice Phoenix dazzled the crowd the moment they appeared. Sun Hongfei's breath hitched. Such methods meant that the opponent was either of a very high level or had great potential. Either way, it's a threat to him. Your Valkyrie is also S-rank? That's impossible. There's no S-rank Valkyrie in this generation. For the first time, Sun Hongfei realized that there was a problem with the Sun family's intelligence. Such a powerful Valkyrie is clearly S-rank. The Sun family didn't even notice they're utterly useless. He can look down on the weak. But when faced with a stronger opponent, he can only treat them as equals. We're all S-class, there's no need to fight to the death right now, it's not good for anyone. I can rule this place with you, and we'll split the points 50-50. Sun Hongfei believes he has been very magnanimous. But he didn't know that Su Yang's target was everyone, including him. Su Yang remained silent, while Ling Xuer responded with her attitude. Freeze. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped, and large amounts of ice appeared from the ground, freezing Sun Hongfei's shoes. The S-rank Valkyrie beside him reacted quickly and immediately entered battle mode. Arm up. Her armor was predominantly white, with some gold accents. Her weapons were a sword and a shield, very similar to those of Ling Xuer back then. She suddenly slammed the shield onto the ground. A soft light enveloped Sun Hongfei, and the ice on his shoes melted instantly. He felt a wave of fear wash over him. If his Valkyrie hadn't reacted quickly enough, he might have been eliminated just now. Since you want to fight, then fight. Sun Hongfei pointed upwards and shouted, "Bai Li, go." S-rank Valkyrie Bai Li charged forward and leaped, slashing her greatsword down at Ling Xuer. Buzz. A barely perceptible vibration emanated from her sword. Ling Shuer immediately recognized the attack as a very subtle one. A thick wall of ice blocked their path, colliding with the silent ripples. Boom! The ice wall exploded, but it didn't break apart. Instead, many cracks appeared. This scene caused Sun Hongfei's expression to change. Why didn't Bai Li defeat her opponent instantly? Chapter 57. That move was brilliant. Some of the opponents he faced in the past could be pushed to their limits by Bai Li with just a slight move. None of the Valkyries could benefit from Bai Li's attack. She swept aside all Valkyries of the same level, and even those of slightly higher level. It can be said that Bai Li is undoubtedly the strongest Valkyrie of her class. Every S-class Valkyrie has come this way. But now, a Valkyrie has appeared who can block Bai Li's attack. Now he was certain that the other party was an S rank. Only an S-class weapon can stop Bai Li. Even grade A is not acceptable. Facing a true S-class opponent, Sun Hongfei had no desire to fight. But the other side didn't stop at all, and the two of them caused huge destruction in their battle. That would have been one thing, but then the Ice Giant and Ice Phoenix attacked all the Valkyries, defeating them soundly. Kai Xia and Song Qiqi also made a move, but they weren't strong enough to handle one of them. Bai Li became increasingly alarmed as she fought. She reached level 19, a level she barely achieved thanks to the accumulation of many resources from the Sun family. No matter how she attacked, even when she was facing off against her opponent, she could still sense it. My strength is actually inferior to that of my opponent. How is that possible? Although each Valkyrie has her own focus, her focus is on Ripple. While strength isn't her strongest trait, thanks to the powerful attributes granted by her S-rank growth, her strength remains undisputed as the strongest. Is the opponent a Valkyrie who focuses on strength? While Bai Li was fighting, she glanced at Ling Shuer's weapon, which was a slender ice sword. This doesn't seem like a Valkyrie who excels in strength. Generally speaking, one's own focus and weapons are matched. Those skilled in using strength mostly wield heavy weapons, not swords. In other words, she was suppressed by a Valkyrie who was not skilled in strength either. In that case, let's show a little bit of our strength. Bai Li's expression changed. She simply threw away the shield she was holding. He raised the greatsword in his hand, and the shield landed precisely on the tip of the sword. Click, click, click. The two weapons emitted a mechanical sound. They kept changing, and eventually turned into a spear that was more than 3 meters long. Charge! Bai Li ran quickly on the ground, pushing her speed to the limit. A sharp stream of air appeared in front of her, forming the shape of a spearhead. Boom! The ground suddenly exploded, and her body flew directly towards Ling Shuer in midair like a cannonball. This speed is already at its limit. Ling Shuer's gaze was clear and serene, and the ice sword in her hand emitted a faint chill. Streams of ice condensed from the air and gathered on the surface of the ice sword. The length of the ice sword was increased to about 10 meters. Cut! The voice seemed to come from the heavens above, like a divine judgment. It emitted a blinding, cold light directly from above and suddenly fell. Two attacks of completely different colors collided in mid-air. An absolute silence suddenly exploded. Boom! The massive explosion sent all the Valkyries who were still fighting nearby flying. Needless to say, the contractors were also protected, and some Valkyries managed to protect their contractors in time. However, many more contractors flew far away. At this point, contractors of level 10 or higher can borrow the power of the Valkyrie to save their lives. However, many contractors below level 10 were thrown into the air by the explosion and landed on the ground, where they remained motionless. With the death of the contractor, those Valkyries could only disappear regretfully. Holy crap! Godfather's awesome. Tang Zong, protected behind Song Qiqi who had returned just in time, let out a shocking sound. The same was true for Lu Deng. He stared wide-eyed. Although I had witnessed Ling Shuer's all-out attack before, this scene was equally breathtaking. Wow, this guy is awesome. He couldn't help but shout it out. Only Sun Hongfei was starting to lose his composure. If he hadn't borrowed Bai Li's power in time, he probably would be dead by now. He stood on a tree, watching the explosion from a distance. The area has been razed to the ground, and there is smoke and dust everywhere, so you can't see anything. After a while, the smoke and dust cleared, and he saw a scene that he could not accept. His strongest S-rank Valkyrie, Bai Li, lay on the ground. Ling Shuer stepped on her with one foot, an ice sword pressed against her throat, her eyes cold and ruthless. No! This must be fake, I don't believe it. Bai Li, stand up. You're an S rank. You can't lose to anyone. Sun Hongfei could not accept the scene before him. He was like a madman, roaring incessantly. Bai Li struggled to get up, but the sword tip pierced her skin slightly, and after feeling the pain, she dared not move. She wasn't afraid of death, and besides, she wouldn't die here. She just didn't want her failure to deprive her contractor of the chance to become the top scholar. I'm willing to accept any condition as long as you let us go, Bai Li said in a pleasant voice. Ling Xuer ignored her and looked at Su Yang in the distance. How do we solve this? Should we just kill him? Su Yang walked towards them step by step, and none of the remaining Valkyries and contractors dared to make a move. They have already witnessed Ling Xuer's power under these circumstances. Who would dare to act recklessly? How many points do you have? Su Yang asked. More than 2,000. Too little. Su Yang was very disgusted. Just kill him. Bai Li's eyes widened, and she was about to say something when Ling Xuer moved even faster. Brush. With a single thrust of the sword, Bai Li's figure gradually disappeared. Sun Hongfei stared fiercely at Su Yang, as if trying to memorize his appearance. But eventually he disappeared too. Su Yang's points increased by more than 2,000 at once. However, he was already in first place in points, and he is still in first place now. Now it's time to cut the cake. Ling Xuer struck again, leaving the Valkyries half dead, allowing Song Qiqi and Kai Xia to finish them off. Dude, it's me. I invited you. Don't kill me. Yes, and me too, we don't have any conflicts. The two people who spoke were the ones who had invited Su Yang before. Unfortunately, they are now enemies. I'm sorry, but I'll treat you to a meal after the college entrance exam, Su Yang said with a smile. Ling Xuer acted decisively, leaving the two with helpless, bitter smiles. Everyone knows that after the college entrance exam, they will lose all memories of this place. That statement has absolutely no credibility. Their points rose rapidly, eventually securing second and third place. Lu Dang was very astute. He deliberately made himself have fewer points than Tang Zong. Emperor Tang saw that Lu Dang had done this and began to regard him in a different light. This kid is interesting. As a result, almost all of the Valkyries in Chu Xiaocheng have been eliminated. Only a small portion remains. Ha! My level has increased? At this moment, Kai Xia exclaimed in surprise. She discovered that her level had increased from level 9 to level 10. Song Qiqi was the same. She reached level 11. Ling Xuer's level did not change, perhaps because her level was too high. I see. You can indeed level up here, but only here. After we leave here, our levels will return to normal. After some investigation, they discovered that this ranking system was fake and only applied to the college entrance examination. That's not bad either, at least it gives us a chance to grow. No wonder I was wondering why some people with lower ranks were ranked higher than others with higher ranks. Emperor Tang suddenly realized what was going on. I never imagined there were so many details in the college entrance examination. It's a pity that this information can't be spread out and nobody knows about it. Lu Dang nodded and said. The two looked at Su Yang. What should we do next? Should we just take over Chu Xiaocheng? With their strength, occupying that place is indeed not a problem. Unfortunately, this is the college entrance examination, where there's no need to compete for supremacy. All they had to do was eliminate the other candidates. Why should we occupy it? We can just wait here. Wait? Tang Zong and Lu Dang exchanged a glance, not understanding Su Yang's intentions. But 3 days later, they understood. A thin film, visible to the naked eye, is approaching this side. Its speed is already comparable to that of an average person running. This narrowed scope of the college entrance examination is precisely the biggest enemy of test takers. During these 3 days, they rested while searching for the hidden examinees. Unfortunately, nothing was found. The candidates seemed to know what had happened and all hid. In such a large place, it is very difficult to find a small number of test takers. But now, they seem to have understood something. No wonder the boss told us that we only need to control a few city gates and not worry about anything else. So that's how it is. Lu Dang slapped his forehead, and suddenly felt as if his constipation had been cured. I felt completely relaxed and comfortable. Emperor Tang also realized what was happening and showed an expression of admiration on his face. As long as the circles are close, candidates who do not want to be eliminated must leave here. But once you leave, the Valkyrie must follow you. Only in this way can she protect herself immediately. At this point, it becomes easy to distinguish who is a test taker and who is not. That was a brilliant move. Su Yang took a pastry and ate it with relish. Next, we just need to pick them off one by one. At this moment, in a secluded room, there are 10 people here, in 5 groups. Their faces were all very solemn. You've all seen it, haven't you? The circle is getting close. We have to leave. One of the contractors spoke up. How do we get there? Didn't you see the last battle? Such a powerful Valkyrie, she's definitely S rank. The key point is that they didn't leave at all, they've been circling around outside every day, looking for us. The second contractor clutched his head and screamed in terror. If we don't leave, we will definitely die. Going there might actually give us a chance. Our biggest weakness is that we have to travel together as men and women, but this makes us vulnerable to being targeted by the other side for any such pairings. At worst, we'll just kill some NPCs, that's nothing. So we have to create some chaos. Chapter 58 Young Members of the Evil God Cult. Just as Su Yang and the others were sitting comfortably, a fire suddenly broke out in the city. It wasn't just one place that caught fire, fires broke out in many places. The NPCs quickly put out the fire, but many people also tried to escape. At that moment, the city gates were slammed shut, causing them to scream in despair. Open the city gates. We want to get out. Are you trying to burn us alive? Open the door. How dare you? Do you know who I am? Open the city gates and let us leave. Faced with the shouts of these people, the general guarding the city kept wiping his sweat and secretly looked at Emperor Tang beside him. Sir, why don't you open the city gates? Tang Zong's eyes were fixed on the scene. Even if the examinees had infiltrated, their behavior would reveal their identities. He soon noticed 2 people. They looked just like everyone else, constantly shouting. But their expressions didn't show any anger at all, they were just pretending. Chi-Chi. Song Chi-Chi jumped off the city wall, the axe in her hand bursting with a blinding light. It fell straight from the sky. The 2 below realized their identities had been exposed and immediately went into battle mode. But taking things unexpectedly can often bring about different results. The opponent was caught off guard and could not withstand Song Chi-Chi's heavy axe blows. Boom! Ah! The Valkyrie screamed and was sent flying. Song Chi-Chi did not stop and attacked again. The damage caused by an axe far exceeds that of ordinary weapons. Each blow was too much for the Valkyrie to handle, and she was eventually killed by the axe. One has been resolved. Emperor Tang nodded. The powerful Valkyries from before were all killed by Ling Xuer, and those remaining here are all weak. Of course, if a truly powerful Valkyrie were to appear, Ling Xuer would intervene. On the other side, Saixia also successfully found a hidden examinee and defeated him. Ling Xuer simply stood on the city wall without saying a word. The garrison commander approached and said respectfully, Sir, there are too many people below. It will be difficult to manage without opening the city gates. It's okay, don't worry about it. Ling Xuer kept searching for the examinee's location and said casually. The defending general had no choice but to clasp his hands in a fist salute. But in that instant, the guard's eyes hardened, and he pulled out a dagger and stabbed it fiercely into Ling Xuer's back. Before the dagger could even touch Ling Xuer's body, it was blocked by a layer of ice that looked thin but was actually very hard. Bite. Seeing that the dagger was of no use, the defending general became even more ruthless. Blood was gushing from his entire body, then blood flowed from his 7 orifices, and his body swelled rapidly. He shouted in a hoarse voice just moments before the explosion. Long live the evil god! Boom! His body exploded, and the force of the explosion created a crater several meters away. But there wasn't a single drop of blood on Ling Xuer's body. The ice wall in front of her blocked out all the explosive force and blood. The cult of evil god? Ling Xuer found it strange. The evil cult I'd been searching for had unexpectedly surfaced here. The evil cult attacked her, probably because they were wary of her strength. The other party is probably also trapped here and wants to escape. Because of her presence, the other party didn't dare to run away. Xuer, what's going on? Su Yang walked over. He was resting when he heard the noise and rushed over immediately. The evil god cult has taken control of the garrison commander and wants to assassinate me. Ling Xuer pointed to the blood and human remains scattered all around and said, An evil god cult? It seems he's here. That makes things simple. Su Yang smiled and thought of a good idea. He stood on the city wall and shouted to the people below, "The evil god is a complete idiot, a sonless bastard." Even when zombies open the brains of evil gods, they shake their heads and leave, but the dung beetle's eyes light up. As an expert in the field of poop studies, the dung beetle says, "This is poop." Su Yang's mouth was as sweet as honey, and she rattled off a whole bunch of things. Anyone who heard that would probably be so angry their hair would stand on end. Moreover, they have always regarded the evil god as their own cult of evil gods. Normally, there are some training programs within cults of evil gods. To prevent members of the evil cult from being provoked, ordinary methods are really ineffective. But Su Yang used methods that were not ordinary. Sure enough, the other party couldn't hold back any longer. "Shut up! Insulting the evil god is not allowed." A roar came from below, and a Valkyrie, like a ghost, sprinted along the city wall, approaching them. Ling Shuer smiled. "Since you've chosen to step forward, you're asking for trouble. Ice pick." Suddenly, a large number of icicles appeared on the surface of the city wall, almost piercing the enemy like a string of candied hawthorns. Just when we were about to avoid the icicles, a blizzard began to fall. A pile of snow fell directly from the sky, slamming her hard onto the ground. The surrounding NPCs had all run away long ago, I don't know when. Only the figures of the evil cult members remain here. The other person looked at them with hatred, a venomous gaze that sent chills down their spines. Su Yang and Ling Shuer landed directly on the ground and looked at each other. This is a fair-skinned boy. If it weren't for his overly ferocious facial expression, he would be considered a good-looking person. Unfortunately, he was a member of an evil cult. To tell or not to tell? Su Yang's first words stunned the other party. "You didn't ask me anything, so what should I say?" Su Yang frowned. Was the evil god cult really that stubborn? An ice sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed down. Ouch! My arm! One of his arms was severed from his body. The ice sealed the wound on his severed arm, preventing further bleeding, but the pain persisted. His face was no longer contorted, but instead, snot and tears streamed down his face as he rolled on the ground in pain. "I'll ask you one more time, will you tell me, or not?" This time, the other party learned their lesson. "Go ahead and ask." "What am I supposed to say if you don't ask anything?" He's going crazy. How can you interrogate someone like that? Su Yang sighed. "I was wondering, aren't you a member of the evil god cult?" "What I just said was to ask you if you would answer my question, so I was asking if you would answer or not. But your current appearance makes me somewhat skeptical about the fact that you are a member of the evil god cult." In his mind, the members of the evil god cult were all madmen, each one fearless of death. How can someone be so cowardly? Upon hearing that Su Yang doubted his identity, the other party's anger overwhelmed his pain. "I am a member of the evil god cult. What gives you the right to doubt me?" Su Yan looked incredulous. "Someone like you can be considered a member of the evil god cult?" "I've heard that the members of the evil god cult are not only fearless of death, but each of them possesses formidable abilities." "And you, TSK. These words immediately made the boy blush. He was so angry he was about to explode, wishing he could cut open his stomach and show Su Yang how many bowls of noodles he had eaten. "I have evidence to prove my identity." Enraged, the other party pulled a pendant directly from around his neck. Below the pendant is a small, dark statue, which can only be roughly discerned. This appears to be a person curled up, but it doesn't quite look like a person. The other person looked smug. "This was given to me by my senior, who said it would allow me to enter this place as a member of the evil god cult. Not only that, I can also get help from the evil god here." My level was instantly boosted to level 15, and even my Valkyrie's potential was upgraded from C rank to B rank. This is all due to the power of the evil god. Ah! Praise be to the evil god. Seeing the other party's fanatical attitude, Su Yang remained calm. As mentioned earlier, cults of evil gods are all made up of lunatics. It's not surprising at all that a madman would act this way. Su Yang's gaze fell upon the snowdrift not far away, where the Valkyrie's information appeared before him. Valkyrie, Chowing corrupted. Potential, grade B unstable. Level, 15 unstable. Hidden evolution path, none. Valkyrie is corrupted and unable to complete hidden evolution. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. This was the first time he had ever seen a Valkyrie without a hidden evolution path. It's important to know that every Valkyrie has a hidden evolution path. The difference lies in the materials required for each hidden evolution, and the probability of each evolution being different. This was the first time he had ever seen a Valkyrie that didn't even have a hidden evolutionary path. It can be said that the other side has lost all its potential. Is this the power of the evil god race? To make the Valkyrie look like this? Then what is your purpose in coming in? Su Yong continued to ask. The other party sneered, do you really think I'm a fool? You think I'd tell you my purpose? Even if I die, it's just that I'll be eliminated and lose my memories of this place. Once you leave, you will lose all memories of this place, and you won't be able to find me. Su Yang's lips curled slightly as he uttered words that caused the other party's expression to change. Do you really think that you simply lost your memory after you went out? Don't forget, you're from an evil cult, not a normal examinee. Such a major college entrance examination, wouldn't it be supervised by the higher-ups of the human race? Do you even believe that yourself? The boy's mouth dropped open, his face filled with shock, as if the sky had fallen. He hadn't even thought of that. He was drenched in sweat, which soaked his pants completely. In other words, even if he gets out alive, he's doomed. Suddenly, he thought of something and knelt down on the ground with a thud. Brother, I'm still young, I don't want to die. A smile appeared on Su Yang's face. The fish had taken the bait. Do you know of a way to survive? The other person's eyes lit up, and they hurriedly asked, what method? A tainted witness. Just tell me some information about the evil god cult, and it will become your life-saving evidence. At this point, the other party was completely panicked. Regardless of anything else, he revealed all the information he knew. What Su Yang cared about most was how he managed to evade various checks and sneak into the college entrance examination. Unexpectedly, what the other party said sent a chill down Su Yang's spine. Chapter 59 City Teams. The boy's name is Zhang Yi. He is an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. He had no feelings for the human race and lived a life of poverty every day in the welfare home. Until one day, a man found him. Have you ever thought about living a different life? With nowhere else to turn, Zhang Yi chose to follow a man. From then on, he received the man's careful nurturing. The other party made him form a contract with a Valkyrie and gave him many other things. Among these were teachings on heretical cults that one had been exposed to from a young age. Most people would have already turned against their own family for the greater good. But he didn't. He had no feelings for humanity itself. The content of the evil god cult interested him even more. Although he belongs to the evil god cult, he does not possess any of the evil god cult's power. This was to prevent his identity from being discovered. It's all for this day of the college entrance examination. Only someone who has absorbed the doctrines of the evil god cult but does not possess its power can enter the college entrance examination. In addition, the cult of evil prepared a pendant for him to ensure his safety and preserve his memories after his return. Then it was all worth it. You were the one who made the move in the forest last time? Zhang Yi expected the other party to admit it, but to his surprise, Zhang Yi showed a puzzled expression. What forest? I've always been here. Su Yang could tell that Zhang Yi didn't seem to be lying. In other words, the cult of evil sent more than one person. Thinking about it carefully, it's not surprising at all. It is impossible for a cult of evil to place all its hopes on one person. It's the same idea as not putting all your eggs in one basket. What is the purpose of the evil god cult sending you here? The evil cult couldn't have wasted so much effort. The other party must have some kind of plan. Zhang Yi hesitated for a moment, as this was his biggest mission. He was worried that if he spoke out, he would be finished. But when he saw Su Yang's cold eyes, he knew he had no choice but to speak up. I have two goals. One is to take the information from the college entrance examination out and hand it over to my father. Another one is to find the S-rank Valkyries here, approach them, and then use this pendant. Zhang Yi pointed to the pendant and said. Seeing that the other person mentioned the pendant several times, Su Yang continued to ask, what is this pendant? I don't know the specifics, but my father said that it was given to us by the evil god. As long as it is used at a critical moment, it can have unexpected effects. Su Yan looked at him with a half smile. Then why don't you use it now? Zhang Yi smiled bitterly, looking helplessly at Ling Xuer, who could kill him at any moment. I'd like to use it too, but I need the opportunity. The implication was that Ling Xuer didn't even give him a chance to use her. Ling Xuer used her sword to lift the pendant and place it in her hand. She sensed that there was indeed a strange, dark, and cold power inside. This was the first time she had come into contact with the power of the evil god race. Su Yang, this power is very well hidden. Unless I come into close contact with it like this, I won't be able to detect it. The power inside is enough to deal with an S-class Valkyrie. Ling Xuer's expression remained calm. This thing could only deal with S-rank enemies. But she's SSS rank. Such an interesting thing shouldn't be wasted easily. However, Zhang Yi in front of him seemed to have lost his value. Xuer, see the guest out. Zhang Yi's eyes widened. You're lying to me. Brush. With a flash of swordlight, Zhang Yi was completely bewildered. Su Yang was in a good mood after taking down a member of the evil cult. Wait a little longer, it'll be about time before we leave. The circle in the distance is getting closer and closer. It's no longer safe here. They waited until the very last moment before leaving. Along the way, they occasionally encountered other candidates who were all playing a chase with their own circles. One chased, the other ran. Everything they touched turned into points of warmth. The three of them are already firmly in the top 3 on the leaderboard. The 4th place team is several times behind them, so they have almost no hope. It seems like there are more test takers nearby? Are we getting closer to the center? Tang Zong looked at the candidates who kept appearing around him and asked a question. The college entrance examination is not static. If the number of candidates decreases significantly, the competition will be decided earlier. The teacher also mentioned this. Lu Dang nodded affirmatively. Aside from the content of the college entrance examination not being released, the teachers have already mentioned other tips and tricks. The candidates were very wary of each other, and no one dared to approach them casually. There are lone wolves, and there are groups of people. Generally speaking, at this time, no one dares to provoke others. This will only put you in danger, but some people still think so. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. They proactively reached out to some of the students who were alone. Because of the surprise attack, these lone candidates were eliminated almost instantly. But if you do it too many times, some unexpected things will happen. You dare to ambush me? Where are the examinees from Fengcheng? We're from the same city, we can stick together and support each other. One of the candidates, enraged, shouted at the candidates around him. Some test takers from Fengcheng thought about it and agreed that this method was good. At the very least, people from one city are naturally closer to each other than test takers from other places. The connections created by this geographical location are unparalleled by others. Moreover, many test takers in a city already know each other. The examinees from Fengcheng immediately moved in and killed the examinee who made the first move. Seeing that the number of examinees in Fengcheng had suddenly increased to dozens, others began to follow suit. This resulted in the teams becoming clearly divided, with each team representing candidates from an entire city. However, this made Su Yang's team extremely conspicuous. One of the candidates stepped forward and asked them, "Which city are you from? Why aren't you joining the team from your own city?" Lu Dang touched his nose and didn't say anything. He was from Maple City, and by rights, he should have joined Maple City's ranks. But he knew even more clearly that only by following the big boss could he get the benefits. Following the Fengcheng team, we went hungry 9 times in 3 days. Su Yan looked at the teams and smiled slightly. There are no teams from our city here. He wasn't lying, there really weren't any troops from the South City here. For some reason, apart from him and Tang Zong, there wasn't a single other examinee from the South City here. The other person was somewhat surprised. Your candidates from a small city? No wonder. The other party immediately lost the will to speak and returned to their own team. But not everyone is as easy to talk to as this person. One of the candidates, with an arrogant expression, pointed at Su Yang and the others and shouted, "Their team only has 3 Valkyries, let's eliminate them first." His words were echoed by many. Of course, there were also kind-hearted people. Isn't this going too far? Using an entire city's army to deal with just a few people? That's right, they're bullying us because they outnumber us. If they have the guts, they should fight us. I despise people like you the most. If you're not happy, come and fight me. The two actually started arguing about this. Su Yang originally planned to eliminate some candidates here. Their behavior left Su Yang both amused and exasperated. Students are indeed students, unlike those seasoned veterans who have experienced the real world. They still have passion in their hearts. If this were a group of ordinary people, they probably wouldn't have seen such a scene. Ultimately, no one intervened. In this strange atmosphere, they continued to move closer to the center. At this point, all the candidates had no choice but to move towards the center. The circle moved noticeably faster, as if it were herding them into one place. After several days of eerie peace, all the city teams began to grow stronger. The South City team also appeared among them. Chen Tao was among them. He spotted Su Yang immediately. After all, Su Yang had left a deep impression on him. Elaine, the only A-rank Valkyrie in the entire South City at that time, belonged to Su Yang. Even after being abandoned by Elaine, he actually managed to form a contract with a hidden, evolving A-rank Valkyrie. This luck drove him insanely jealous. Later, Ling Xuer proved her potential with her abilities, and Chen Tao no longer dared to talk back to Su Yang. He had also thought about getting along well with Su Yang, but he never had the chance. Seeing Su Yang now, his intuition told him that his opportunity had arrived. He quietly left the group and came to Su Yang. "Su Yang, it's been a long time." Chen Tao forced himself to calm down, his heart pounding wildly. Su Yang looked at the other person and nodded slightly. "Why aren't you with your own team? What brings you here?" Chen Tao calmed himself down and said in a low voice, "Su Yang, I'm afraid Nanchang has little hope in this final battle. Therefore, I would like to ask you to take command of the South City team. Only you can lead us to victory." These were Chen Tao's heartfelt words, but what benefit would I get from helping the South City team? Many people there used to laugh at me. You want me to help them? Faced with Su Yang's sneer, Chen Tao remained silent. Because he was one of them. Ask yourself honestly. If he were Su Yang back then, would he still help those people? Impossible. But you alone can't possibly be a match for so many people, can you? Although the candidates in Nanchang are not as strong as those in other major cities, they can still hold out for a while. This is only good for you, Chen Tao advised. Su Yang waved his hand. Go back. When the fighting starts, we'll all be enemies. Chen Tao went back. Someone pulled him aside and asked, Chen Tao, what did Su Yang say? They all saw Chen Tao's actions and silently supported him. Su Yang's strength is absolutely top-notch in their southern city. Some people saw Su Yang's name at the top of the leaderboard, but no one dared to believe it. The reason is simple: Su Yang is indeed very strong, but he can't be the strongest. Su Yang, who is ranked first on the leaderboard, must be a candidate from a major city. They just have the same name. Chapter 60: The Capital, the final stage. Facing the expectant gazes around him, Chen Tao sighed. When Su Yang was dumped by Elaine, I don't need to elaborate on everyone's reaction, do I? Upon hearing this, many people's expressions became somewhat unnatural. To be honest, many people took advantage of the situation back then. Who wouldn't want a contract in A-rank Valkyrie? Why does Su Yang have one? They were all delighted to see Su Yang's Valkyrie being poached. Now, the consequences are starting to backfire on them. Su Yang completely ignored them, and they couldn't say anything. After all, they were in the wrong first. How can this be? Su Yang is from Nanchang, he should stand up for us. Putting aside the facts, is he without fault? Exactly, what a petty man. The girls immediately started speaking in a sarcastic tone. Many boys think the same way, but they don't say it out loud. However, at that moment, they suddenly felt the surrounding temperature drop. A figure appeared among them without them noticing. A pair of cold eyes stared intently at the girls who had just spoken. You have no right to say that about him. The girls were startled and instinctively went into battle mode. But the surrounding coldness did not lessen. They clearly felt their bodies gradually stiffening, unable to break free. The disparity in strength between the two sides was so vast that they had no chance to resist whatsoever. She is Ling Xuer, the A-rank Valkyrie who has undergone a hidden evolution. Someone recognized her. What is she doing? Is she going to attack one of our own people? Some people's expressions changed drastically. TCH. A bunch of idiots, talking bad about Su Yang, and his Valkyrie came knocking on their door. They brought this on themselves. Some people dismissed it. Faced with Ling Xuer's pressure, several Valkyries couldn't hold on and knelt on the ground. Ling Xuer, we're telling the truth, stop pretending. That's right, isn't he from Nanchang? Why won't he help us? You only achieved your hidden evolution by luck, you were just an E-rank trash before. The last sentence immediately caused the other candidates to distance themselves from him. Their eyes widened in shock. You are truly brave to say such things in front of the other person. You know that was before, now she's a hidden, evolved A-rank Valkyrie. This level of prestige is second to none even in this year's competition. Ling Xuer didn't bother with any words when facing these people. She won't let anyone who dares to speak ill of Su Yang get away with it. Freeze. Upon hearing those two words, the girls were instantly frozen into ice sculptures, offering no resistance whatsoever. As for their contractors, they gave a wry smile and began to slowly disappear. Before they were eliminated, they had only one thought in their minds: go back and immediately switch to a different Valkyrie. Otherwise, they'll be tricked to death by this Valkyrie's mouth again. What use is a Valkyrie if she can't even tell the difference between the king and queen? Ling Xuer glanced around and returned to Su Yang's side. Xuer, you don't have to do that next time. Let them say what they want. Su Yang held her small hand and spoke softly. Ling Xuer shook her head. No, others can't speak ill of you. Anyone who speaks ill of me, I'll turn them into an ice sculpture. Su Yang chuckled. What I mean is, it'll be more convenient to solve it all at once. Ling Xuer suddenly realized that this was how it was. Doing it one by one is too troublesome. Dealing with those people, one action is enough. A colossal city appeared ahead. It was the capital. The population of one city has reached tens of millions. Once the people here enter, they vanish without a trace, like a drop of water entering the ocean. The circle eventually stopped at the edge of the city. Everyone knows that this is the final stage for the college entrance examination. Su Yang and his group rented a house with a yard and lived there. Godfather, don't tell me, you really shouldn't tell me. Aside from looking like it's from ancient times, everything else here is no different from modern times, just like a tourist attraction. Tang Zong ate his hamburger while speaking incoherently. They bought all of these from shops run by NPCs outside, and the money was deducted from their cards simply by scanning their faces. Yes, but thinking about it carefully, it's not surprising since this isn't reality. Lu Deng sipped his iced cola, looking completely satisfied. On Su Yang's side, all he had to do was open his mouth, and Ling Xuer would bring all sorts of food to his lips. The ultimate enjoyment. Although it wasn't the first time they had seen this scene, Tang Zong and Lu Deng exchanged a glance. Why are my eyes filled with tears? That's because we have a deep love for this land. After a satisfying meal, it's time to go for a stroll. Everyone knows that this place will become a battlefield for test takers. Lone candidates are vulnerable to attack, so nowadays candidates mostly travel in groups. Candidates who have not joined any faction will be the first to be purged. Boom! An explosion was heard in the distance. The explosion acted as a switch, triggering a chain reaction. Explosions occurred in various places, and the leaderboard was constantly being updated at an extremely fast pace. Every second, candidates' rankings soar, and every second, candidates are eliminated. They've all gone mad in their pursuit of a better ranking. NPCs would run away as soon as a battle broke out. But as soon as the battle ended, they rushed back to continue doing their own thing. This led someone to have an idea: what if you disguised yourself as an NPC? So they did it. What terrified the test takers was that whenever they disguised themselves as NPCs, they would inexplicably disappear. At first there were only one or two, but as more people went missing, some city teens realized something was wrong. Strange, didn't he say he was going to disguise himself as an NPC to gather intelligence? Where did he go? Yes, I also find it strange. Someone on my side has also gone missing. The same to you? Chen Tao was trembling with fear. He had overheard conversations between teams from other cities. All candidates who disguised themselves as NPCs disappeared. He's currently disguising himself as an NPC. The clothes he was wearing were the same clothes worn by ordinary people here. His Valkyrie was the same. Both of them were very good at disguising themselves. But the continuous disappearances of so many people made him a little uneasy. Should we go back first? He asked the Valkyrie in a low voice. The Valkyrie was also a little scared. So many people were missing, it couldn't have been an accident. Pretending to be an NPC won't work. She nodded quickly. Just as the two were about to return, they were blocked by several figures. Chen Tao took a look and realized that they were actually several guards with swords. Gentlemen, please come with us. The guard with the sword had sharp eyes, as if a knife were cutting into your skin. Chen Tao realized something was wrong. Could it be that those candidates disguised as NPCs were the ones who were taken away by them? He made a quick decision and had the Valkyrie take him with her as they ran. The Valkyrie reacted quickly, grabbing Chen Tao and running away. Chen Tao initially thought that with the Valkyrie's strength, the guards with swords wouldn't be able to catch up with them. But he realized he was wrong. These people easily caught up with them, then used their overwhelming power to suppress the Valkyrie and take them both away. After they left, some people appeared here. So the local forces here are actually this strong? Tang Zon's eyes were full of curiosity. He had wondered why the final battle was set here. Now he knew that the official forces here were actually able to rival the Valkyrie. It's unbelievable that those armed guards could suppress the Valkyrie. It seems that as long as I don't disguise myself as an NPC, I won't be found by the guards with knives. He went back immediately and told Su Yang the news. Is this telling us to act within the rules and not go too far? Su Yang keenly sensed the hidden information in this matter. In other words, if the candidates wanted to fight, it wouldn't be a problem for them to kill each other. However, the premise is that you cannot violate the rules here. The problem is, nobody knows what the rules are. This time, they were only discovered because of the disappearance of quite a few people while disguised as NPCs. Since we're talking about rules, then it's simple. The pace of the college entrance examination is still a bit slow, we need to speed it up. This time it was the turn of the Archangel Yen Lu to make his move. It can create many puppet clones and make these puppets look just like humans. Using these puppets, they spread a rumor. There's something inside the palace, obtaining it will make you the top scorer in the college entrance exam. This message is of no use to the NPCs. However, it is very attractive to test takers. Although they knew it might be a trap. But there are always people willing to take the plunge. Sure enough, that very night, some Valkyries secretly sneaked into the palace. The next day, the palace remained unchanged, but the Valkyries had vanished. I went out to gather some information. Those Valkyries are just missing, not eliminated. Their contractors are still around. But strangely, none of the contractors can contact their Valkyries. Lu Dang scratched his head, unable to understand what was going on inside. Su Yang knew that the fire was not yet burning bright enough. He had Yen Lu use puppets to impersonate people from different factions, and they began to hurl insults at each other. After a lot of arguing, they started fighting. Then, someone was beaten to death. This made many people uneasy. Which city team captain has no shame? If a candidate from your own team is eliminated and you don't say a word, who will dare to be your teammate in the future? Even if it's just for the sake of saving face, they're going to fight. As for the disguised candidates, they were eliminated long ago. If it doesn't work once or twice, what about 10 or 20 times? Yen Lu is practically an expert in this regard. It created many puppets, directly causing the relationships within the examination group to become a complete mess. No one can tell whether the other teams are genuine or just pretending. But they all knew very well that only one person could stay after the college entrance examination. That person was the ultimate top scorer in the college entrance examination. A student who doesn't aspire to be the top scorer is not a good student.